Wei Ke was jolted awake from a deep sleep by a sudden, searing pain in his head. What he'd assumed was merely a nightmare only grew worse after waking, the agony sharpening, laced with the metallic stench of blood. My head. Ugh, this, blood. Instinctively he reached to touch the spot, only to find his hand slick with crimson. Yet there was no wound, the pain itself was already ebbing. As he looked around, the dim glow of a stubby candle and a cracked bowl were the only objects in sight. Gloom filled the cramped space, a short flight of stairs leading upward confirmed this was an underground room. At the top, 2 wooden doors stood shut tight. His wrists were chained to the wall, the iron links allowing barely a meter's movement from the stone bed beneath him. He tugged the chain, solid, genuine iron, as heavy as expected. And something else struck Wei Ke. His hands looked paler, smaller. Even his perspective felt off, as if he'd become a teenage boy. A white teen, judging by the skin. So I've transmigrated. Doesn't look like a great start. He was getting ahead of himself. Scraps of memory began to surface. Victor, a middle schooler from Texas, United States. Father Clyde, a retired officer who'd served in the Second Seminole War, not decorated, but commissioned. After mustering out, he'd used his savings to buy land in Florida, becoming a planter. Marriage, 2 sons, life looked perfect. Though PTSD from the war tormented him, he loved his wife and children deeply. Then came younger son Luther's 13th birthday. A scuffle over food awakened the latent mutant gene and the beast in eldest son Victor. In a frenzy, Victor bit Luther to death, later calling it play. Old Clyd, already cracked by PTSD, shattered completely. After burying Luther, he chained Victor in the family's underground room and yanked out the teeth that had killed his brother. But Victor's healing factor, now active, regrew the fangs. Convinced a demon possessed the boy, old Clyd resolved to keep pulling. Every day he returned with pliers, certain that if he extracted enough teeth the devil would flee. I've lost 1 son, I won't lose another. Without anesthetic, daily dental extractions by a raging father were anything but pleasant. The young sabretooth fought back, but the cub who would one day rival Wolverine was still no match for a maddened ex-soldier. Chains limited his reach, resistance earned a hammer blow to unconsciousness before the pliers came out, old Clyd's idea of mercy. This time the hammer struck too hard. Sabretooth Victor Creed blacked out, clearing the way for Wei Ke to slip inside. After finishing the extractions, old Clyd left for a drink, found the house dry, he'd been drinking ever since Luther died. He sent Clyde's wife to town for whiskey. Terrified of her unhinged husband, she hurried off, worry for her son gnawing at her. Hence the opening scene, Wei Ke awoke to nothing but a stub of candle, Victor's death, and a reanimated corpse, still undiscovered. Fully accepting his new identity, Wei Ke sat motionless on the stone bed, knees hugged to chest, gaze fixed on the floor. He had vanished without warning, his parents must be frantic. An only child, he'd just graduated, ready to support them in their old age. Now that future had been ripped away. Do they even know something's wrong? What will they do, losing their only son? While he agonized over the grief his disappearance would cause, the locked wooden doors above creaked. They swung open, and by the pale moonlight entered Clyde's wife, her face streaked with tears. She stared in grief and terror at her only remaining son, huddled in the corner of the cramped underground room, his vacant eyes fixed on the floor, lost in thoughts she could not reach. God, what have we done to deserve this? If someone must be punished, let it be me. Spare my child, he's only a boy. Mrs. Clyde prayed as she cautiously approached the dazed Victor, Wei Ke. Though he had never harmed her, the memory of Victor tearing out Luther's throat still bred a fear of her eldest son that she could not suppress. Yet love and duty bound her to the boy. She could not abandon him, not even after he had murdered his own brother, not even after he had become a beast. While Victor was chained in the underground room and tormented by his father, it was Mrs. Clyde's care that kept the last threads of sanity from snapping, though only barely. Still, she dared not set him free, partly from terror of her husband, and partly from terror of Victor himself. Day after day she watched husband and son wound each other, while guilt and dread gnawed at her own heart. Victor, are you all right? Mother's here, I brought you food. Mother. Mrs. Clyde's voice jolted Wei Ke from his daze. He lifted his head and looked at her approaching. To Wei Ke, now steeped in Victor's memories, Mrs. Clyde's silhouette merged with that of his own mother from another life. Seeing the worry and lingering fear in her eyes, the youth who carried every memory and emotion of Victor sighed inwardly. I am no longer purely Wei Ke. From today on, I am Victor Creed, though that name sounds familiar. Let me go, mother. Victor replayed old interactions with Mrs. Clyde while keeping every movement and expression in check, lest she sense something amiss. His caution was wasted. Years of guilt and dread had stripped Mrs. Clyde of normal judgment. I can't. He's too strong, Hill. She answered in fluttering panic, sensing nothing strange in his words. No, mother. Don't fear him. Fear me. Victor raised his head, regarded his wretched mother with cold, pitiless eyes, and smiled. Mrs. Clyde recoiled in horror as she saw new fangs gleam inside the mouth that had been toothless and bloody only moments before. Terror flooded her. She scrambled up the stairs on hands and knees, fled the underground room, and even forgot to close the door behind her. Seizing the chance her hasty flight left, Victor strained against his chains, desperate to break free. He had deliberately played on her chronic fear, gambling on fright rather than force to win an opening. He could have simply knocked her out, yet instinctively chose the riskier path of terror. He had no wish to hurt Mrs. Clyde, but though he succeeded in chasing her away and she left the door ajar, he had overlooked one thing: the chains were not so easily broken. He thrashed, hammered, and hauled with all his might, yet succeeded only in rattling the links that held him. While Victor wrestled in the dark, a tall silhouette suddenly eclipsed the moonlight spilling down the stairs. His long, futile struggle and Mrs. Clyde's terrified dash home had drawn Victor's violent father, old Mr. Clyde. Still haven't learned, demon? Then I'll carve the lesson deeper, until you leave my son's body for good. Oh, hell, this is going to hurt. Victor dropped the chains, planted his hands on the stone bed, coiled his legs, and locked his eyes on the towering figure. The instant old Clyde's foot left the last step, Victor launched himself at his father. Just as Victor's fangs were about to sink into old Clyd's throat and tear it to shreds, the chain snapped taut. It had reached its limit. Though Victor's lunge had stretched it ruler straight, the force was still far short of what it took to snap steel, otherwise Victor would already have escaped. Since the chain wouldn't break, Newton's third law came due. Victor was yanked helplessly backward by the recoil. A crushing blow from old Clyd's fist caught him in the face, followed by a flurry of savage punches from the rampaging father. They say hitting your wife feels great, until you have to win her back. No such worry exists with sons, especially one you can't kill. So old Clyd threw every ounce of strength into pummeling the demon-possessed boy, vaguely surprised. Why isn't the devil fighting back today? In Victor's memories he'd endured countless beatings, always struggling futilely against them. But memory is memory, reality hurts. This was, as the saying goes, the first time the big girl had ever climbed into the bridal sedan. He had no experience. The barrage left him dazed. By the time he gathered his wits, every chance to counter had vanished. He curled up, arms shielding his head, minimizing exposed flesh and protecting vitals. Accursed demon. One son wasn't enough. You want my other child too? Now you threaten my wife. Today I'll teach you fear. Old Clyd roared, raining blows to drive the devil from his son's body. Victor longed to explain, but knew it was pointless. Agony was washing away his reason. Though injuries piled up, his healing factor stitched each wound almost as fast as it opened. The result was a vicious cycle. The knockout failsafe would only trigger after massive trauma. But the healing factor kept him in eerie equilibrium, hurt, heal, denying him the mercy of unconsciousness. At last, exhausted and satisfied, old Clyd dragged himself from the underground room. Victor, blood-soaked yet largely intact, lay motionless on the stone cot. He passed out. Memories of Victor's past could cushion only so much. A former ordinary man, he collapsed under the relentless pain. In short, the pain knocked him cold. When Victor woke, someone had cleaned the blood and changed his clothes. The old set had been shredded into ribbons. The manacles and lonely candle remained, but beside the flames sat food. Clearly Mrs. Clyd had visited while he was out. It wasn't the pie he liked, only toast, yet food was food. He ate and studied the cramped cell. Memories held a vague image of the room, but careful inspection was new. Before being locked up he'd rarely come here. Since imprisonment he'd spent most hours berserk or withdrawn, never noticing the gloomy box. The heavy wooden door sealed out the world. No light, no sound, nothing penetrated. 3 meters high, 3 long, less than 3 across, a claustrophobe would have snapped long ago. Victor felt the same madness creeping in. A few more years of this and he'd become either beast or lunatic. Sure, He might emerge a steel-nerved superhero sworn to rescue every suffering mutant, but that would be a different book. Still, an adult mind in a child's body quickly abandoned self-pity and began weighing powers and escape routes. Can't let the old man keep this up. While I'm still a kid, he'll finish the job. Victor Creed, rapid healing, claws and fangs, why so familiar? Wolverine? No, Wolverine's Logan. Sabretooth, that's it. In his previous life, Victor, an avid Marvel fan, hadn't needed long to figure out which character he'd transmigrated into. He still couldn't be completely sure he'd landed inside the comics as the villain who was Wolverine's nemesis, Sabretooth. Yet comparing his present situation to Sabretooth's childhood in the X-Men Origins comics, plus the superhuman healing factor and the ever-sharper fangs and claws, made it almost certain. If he really was Sabretooth, there had to be a chance to escape later. Otherwise the future Sabretooth would never exist. Still, judging by the grown-up version, the man's mind had clearly cracked. Delighting in indiscriminate slaughter and hurting the people he cared about was not normal behavior. Even a beast wouldn't act like that. Evidently, those years and whatever happened afterward twisted Sabretooth into what he became, and Victor had no intention of ending up the same way. Reckless abandon might look like freedom, but it cost you every real joy. Having your perception and actions warped beyond recognition was something Victor refused to accept. Yet he hadn't the faintest idea how to break out and avoid becoming the future Sabretooth. In the comics he'd read, it was only mentioned that in the second year of being locked in the underground room, Sabretooth snapped one chain and chewed off his other hand to escape. The first thing he did was kill his father, Old Clid. He'd apparently knocked down his mother, Mrs. Clid, too, but according to other sources Victor recalled, he hadn't killed her, he'd looked after her until she died. Damn it, Marvel, can't you keep your continuity straight? Do side villains deserve backstories this messy? Victor drifted off without an answer, yet even sleep brought no peace. Memories of his past life flickered through his dreams, tangled with Victor's own. In the dream he was sometimes Wei Ko, an ordinary office worker, sometimes the boy Victor who'd bitten his brother Lester dead, smiling up at Mrs. Clid with a mouthful of blood. The chaotic nightmare didn't last. Victor jolted awake in agony. His violent father, Clid, had arrived for the daily tooth-pulling. Instead of getting straight to work, Clid greeted the still sleeping Victor with a kick to the stomach, his idea of a good morning. Before Victor could even focus, the back of his head met a hammer and his eyes rolled as he passed out again. When awareness returned, Old Clid was gripping a pair of pliers on his canine. He clearly hadn't expected the boy to wake so soon. That gave Victor his chance. While Clid concentrated on the extraction, unaware Victor was conscious, he slashed straight for the man's throat. A solid hit would have torn Old Clid's carotid, but the old soldier had survived countless battles. A mere ambush wouldn't finish him. In mid-extraction Clid felt a chill on his neck, every hair standing on end. Battlefield instinct screamed that someone was aiming for his jugular. Obviously the little devil in his hands had woken and meant to kill him. He slammed Victor against the wall and, in the same motion, yanked the tooth clamped in his pliers. Victor hit the wall and lost a canine, spitting blood. This time, though, he didn't wait for more, he fought back. It was futile but courageous. His claws left only a single scratch across Old Clid's arm. The wound enraged Clid. After a tempest of blows, Victor lay sprawled across the stone bed, strength gone. Clid hauled him up and pulled the rest of his teeth, while despair inside Victor swelled past words. Gotta hand it to Sabretooth's dad, just a normal human, yet built like a gorilla and battle-hardened enough to spot a sneak attack. As Victor lay there cursing the old man's savagery, Mrs. Clid arrived. She lifted the motionless boy from the stone bed and dabbed the blood from his mouth and face. Meeting her frightened, guilt-ridden, loving gaze, Victor almost spoke, but said nothing. He let her strip off his bloody clothes and wipe him clean. "Mom. I'm sorry." Victor had once thought he would break under the strain and go mad, but he had underestimated the resilience and endurance of the human mind. "Damn you, old man. I'm no demon. You'll regret this." He snarled like a wolf, yet the truth was that Victor was being thrashed senseless by Old Clid, slammed into the floor. Though his strength already rivaled an average adult's, Old Clid was far beyond ordinary. More than a month had passed since Victor crossed into this world, and every day still began and ended with a losing fight against Old Clid. A battle-scarred veteran against a child, no matter how fast Victor improved, he was still toyed with. While trading blows with Old Clid, Victor was also waging a mental war against the savage beast his mutant gift had awakened. Victor Creed earned the name Sabretooth for good reason. The elongated canines and claws were only half the story. His bloodthirst and feral instincts proved nicknames never lie. At this moment he was locked in combat with that lethal craving for blood. At first he hadn't even noticed its influence. But his senses had sharpened to an uncanny degree. He could feel exactly where old Clid's strikes would land. Had it not been for the chains, flooring him would no longer have been a casual afterthought. As it was, he could only twist away from vital spots when the blow was coming, unnecessary thanks to his healing factor, but instinct all the same. Yet as the injuries piled up, another impulse surfaced, the raw, primordial urge to kill. When it rose, every cell in his body thrilled, the healing factor knitting flesh even faster, pain erased from his mind. All he knew was the hunger to slaughter, to tear apart anything that moved. Each fresh blow from old Clid fed the hunger. At first Victor thought it was only rage. But the adult mind transplanted from another world soon sensed something wrong. Torture and the memories of young Victor couldn't explain this craving to rip a man apart. Revenge, even murder, he could understand, but not this urge to mutilate a corpse. After all, the man beating him was still this life's father. Sensing something amiss, Victor combed through his recent actions and realized that, day by day, he was becoming more beast than man. The old bastard was right, his second son's being claimed by the beast as well. Aware of the problem, Victor gave a bitter laugh. Spotting it was one thing, fixing it quite another. It touched the struggle everyone faces, self-control. We all err, in big ways and small. Often we know a deed is wrong, yet desire or instinct drags us into doing it anyway. Victor's plight was worse, even his perception was tainted. He had to ask, is this my will or the beast's? Difficult, but at least the question gave him direction, better than stumbling in the dark. Yet every time he tried to cage the beast, anxiety flared, then frenzy, then total collapse. He nicknamed the backlash, ironic rebound. When he tried ignoring the urge instead, it still seeped in unseen. And so the child who would become Sabretooth emerged. After killing his brother he was never shown a normal world, only his mother's brief comfort and his father's endless cruelty. All of it forged the monster named Sabretooth. When old Clid tried to beat the beast out of his son, the only answer he received was greater violence, and a beast that grew stronger every day. By now, old Clid and Victor had sunk into a vicious cycle. The more Victor answered with violence and savagery, the more viciously old Clid beat him. The result was that the moment old Clid stepped into the underground room, Victor slipped into his beast state, roaring that he would tear out his father's throat. Yet after every bout of passionate hand-to-hand combat with old Clid, Victor would drop into a kind of sage-like calm. The savagery would subside as if it had never existed. Victor felt he might have stumbled on a solution, but brawling with old Clid every day was hardly a sustainable plan. For the moment, though, he had no better option, and the daily fights had actually improved his relationship with Mrs. Clid considerably. Deprived of his wildness, Victor looked like an ordinary boy next door, making Mrs. Clid feel her son had returned. The blood on his clothes only broke her heart more. "Victor, how did it come to this? He is still your father," Mrs. Clid murmured in anguish as she helped him out of his blood-soaked clothes. Watching her husband and son tear each other apart every day was agony, and though her son's gentler manner comforted her, it also reminded her constantly of the other son she had lost. "I'm his son too, but he doesn't seem to think so. In his eyes I'm a demon, a beast, anything but his son." Victor's answer pained and frustrated her as always. He knew the words would wound Mrs. Clid, yet he had no better reply. He could hardly explain that he had to brawl with old Clid to release the beast inside him, or else her son might one day rip her apart as well. Apart from those scheduled brawls, however, Victor behaved like a normal teenager. He asked Mrs. Clid for books and began to study, trying to understand the world. Seeing him act like an ordinary boy, Mrs. Clid attempted to persuade old Clid to stop tormenting him. Yet the instant old Clid appeared, Victor would fly into a rage he couldn't control, and the wounds that vanished from Victor's body without scars only convinced old Clid that the demon had never left, it had merely learned to hide. In a way, he wasn't wrong. Still, he no longer stopped Mrs. Clid from bringing books to Victor in the underground room, though he insisted a Bible be included. From then on, whenever she visited, Mrs. Clid carried a Bible along with middle school textbooks. Victor's ability to learn, however, far exceeded her expectations. he grasped every concept in the books she brought almost instantly. As for the Bible old Clyd insisted on, Victor leafed through it when bored. Neither the hoped-for expulsion of demons nor the dramatic tearing of holy pages ever occurred. After exhausting a standard middle school curriculum, Victor moved on to astronomy, geography, history, philosophy, physics, even natural science. He discovered that since crossing into this world his mind worked like a genius's. Whatever he focused on, he mastered quickly and never forgot. Probably the healing factor keeps my brain cells renewing, so there's no need for forgetfulness as protection, total recall and no fatigue. He entertained the idea only briefly, deciding it was hardly worth deep study. It was a gift, and his time was better spent figuring out how to cage the beast inside him. He chose an approach that seemed out of place in this story, something almost mystical: meditation. Both his memories of his past life and the psychology books he had read since crossing over agreed that the simplest way to gain self-control was basic meditation. The easiest method was to sit cross-legged on a cushion. Lacking one, Victor simply sat on the stone bed. He closed his eyes, focused every scrap of attention on his breathing, feeling air enter through his nose, fill his lungs, and leave again. As the meditation deepened, Victor felt a rare calm, yet this world was not so simple. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, a place where both God and Mickey Mouse might show up. So, inevitably, Victor found himself inside his own mental landscape, and not far away a sabretooth crouched, growling low, poised to spring. Victor, entering the world of consciousness for the first time, had no idea what was happening. One moment he was meditating in the underground room, the next he stood in this pitch-black, empty nowhere. It didn't take long to realize it wasn't quite empty. Two red eyes glared at him from the dark, malice so thick it felt ready to devour him. The owner of those eyes wasted no time. Earth's largest prehistoric feline, the sabretooth, sprang straight at Victor. Facing the charging beast, Victor's first instinct was to run, then discovered, too late, how wrong that choice was. At 2.7 meters long and weighing 200 to 400 kilograms, the sabretooth combined immense power with terrifying speed. Beside the mighty cat, Victor might as well have been a chick. The instant he turned, the sabretooth slammed him to the ground. A roar tore the air and agony flared in Victor's neck, yet death did not follow. Everything went black. When sight returned, he was back in the underground room, still seated in meditation. Thinking it had been only a nightmare, he was overwhelmed by a murderous urge to tear apart every living thing. The impulse seized his mind. Filled with bloodlust, Victor longed to become a beast, snap his chains, and slaughter everyone in sight, starting with old Clyd. But the rage was useless. His child's body could not break iron forged to hold him. And whenever his strength grew, old Clyd would reinforce the anchor bolts so the chains could never give way. After hours of struggle, exhausted, Victor collapsed upon the stone bed, slipping into a spent, lucid calm. Reason returned, yet he had no energy left to wonder why he had gone berserk. He drifted into a heavy, dreamless sleep. When old Clyd came down for the day's duties, he found Victor sprawled unconscious on the stone. The old man studied the peaceful face, so like his own in childhood, and wondered for a moment if he had been too cruel. Then he remembered another, equally young face. He had already lost one son, the beast would not claim a second. What he did was right. The master would redeem both Victor and himself. He had even considered a simpler solution: kill Victor, turn himself into the police, and accept the death that would free them both. Yet the thought of execution convinced him Victor was worth saving. He would not abandon his son. A faithful servant should live to serve the master. Then let today's salvation begin. With that he drove a kick into the sleeping boy's stomach and stepped back, bracing for the expected fury. No counterattack came. The battered child, too weak to rise, curled around his belly to make himself a smaller target. Victor's helplessness surprised old Clyd. The underground room's thick walls had hidden the earlier struggle. But it changed nothing. Since resistance was absent, the lesson would proceed. With practice ease, old Clyd pulled Victor's teeth, then dumped him back on the stone and left. Too exhausted to fight, Victor was spared a beating, and his healing factor quietly resumed its work. For the first time he sensed each tooth regrowing. Before, he had merely waited for the healing factor to mend him. Now he felt the process clearly and could even command it, speed it up or slow it, an ability he had never known. While he tested this new power, Mrs. Clyd arrived with food, fresh clothes, and the books he was permitted to read. In the dim underground room the single candle still flickered, offering its small warmth and light. And her son, poor Victor, was sprawled across the stone cot, lips and face streaked with blood, looking so small and helpless. Even though he had once committed an unforgivable mistake and turned into something like a beast, he was still her child. "Mom." Victor noticed Mrs. Clyde's arrival. Using an arm that had regained a little strength, he pushed himself up and leaned against the wall beside the cot so he wouldn't collapse again. "Victor, what happened to you? Did he do this to you?" Mrs. Clyde quickly saw something was wrong. Usually Victor might be covered in blood, but he was still spirited and full of energy. Yet today, with hardly any blood on his clothes, he was completely exhausted, too weak even to sit up. This was the first time. "No, Mom. It wasn't Dad. Today he only kicked me and pulled out a few teeth, then left. After all, he was just redeeming me, not abusing me, right?" Though Victor seemed to be defending old Clyde, Mrs. Clyde caught the cold sneer that flickered across his lips and the chill in his eyes when he said the word redeem. "Victor. I won't kill him. Even if I escape, I won't kill him. At least he hasn't killed me, has he? Besides, if I did, I'd only prove he was right. I won't become a beast, at least not yet." At last, with worry and sorrow, Mrs. Clyde left the underground room, while Victor, having rested and been cared for, had recovered much of his strength. He began to replay what had happened after his meditation, the empty darkness and the saber-tooth inside it, and why being bitten had sent him into a hysterical rage. He wasn't entirely without clues, but he didn't dare be sure. It was a daring idea. That place was his mindscape, and the saber-tooth was the savage part of his nature-given form. In truth, Sabertooth hadn't meant to kill him, it wanted to merge with him again, and in fact had done so. The ensuing rage was simply the result of that merger going a bit too far, as shown by how drained Victor felt once his excitement passed. Whether his guess was right was simple: meditate again and find out. And since it was his own mindscape, did that mean he could control it? If so, all sorts of clever tricks might be possible. Old Clyde had finished today's routine and wouldn't return before tomorrow, plenty of time for Victor to meditate and handle any surprises. Hesitation was never Sabretooth's style. Once he knew what he wanted, Victor began his second meditation at once. Though Victor realized the place was likely his mindscape and that he might control it, he had no idea how. Still, entering was as easy as meditating, and escaping was as simple as being killed. With enough tries, he'd figure it out. The rage after escaping wasn't irreversible, and locked in the underground room he had little else to do except read. Besides, he had already gained something. After the last session he'd learned to direct his healing factor and gained finer control over his body. It proved meditation helped, and if he could master or suppress his beast through it, freedom wouldn't be far off. For these reasons, Victor acted at once. Moments later he stood again in his mindscape. Same scene. Same big cat, only now Sabertooth looked angrier. Victor wasn't bothered. He knew the creature couldn't truly harm him. Calmly, he studied it, and his composed gaze made Sabertooth hesitate, choosing to lock eyes rather than pounce. Thus, man and tiger, cat, played a staring game in Victor's mindscape. Had there been captions, they would have read, "Kid, what are you lookin' at?" "Lookin' at you, so what? Keep lookin', just try it. Try it and I'll try it right back." Just as Victor thought he could keep this up forever, buying time to figure out how to control the space, Sabertooth flipped the table. Realizing he had been toyed with, Sabertooth pounced straight at Victor, but this time, Victor managed to dodge him. Having escaped for the moment, Victor also discovered a change in himself. When his will was firm, he could exert even greater power here. In other words, under normal circumstances, he could dodge Sabertooth's pounce. Last time, it was because he was too shocked and terrified to react before being bitten. This time, after dodging Sabertooth's initial attack, he became more confident and determined. This made him stronger, a strength he could directly feel as continuous power surged from within his body. As the saying goes, sudden power always makes one arrogant, and Victor was no exception. Feeling the power surging through him, he suddenly felt that this big cat wasn't all that much. So he launched a counterattack, clearly forgetting that this wasn't just a big cat, but an ancient great beast, a prehistoric king capable of hunting adult elephants alone. Victor crouched halfway, spreading his hands with 10 fingers splayed as his fingertips transformed into sharp bone claws. Inside his open mouth, his canines grew more than 3 times their size. With a low growl, Victor pounced toward Sabretooth. Then he was slapped to the ground by Sabretooth, looking like a mosquito being swatted. After a struggle that seemed intense but was actually futile, Victor was inevitably eaten by Sabretooth, starting the three-step cycle of losing consciousness, entering a frenzy, and failing miserably. Is it really because I'm too weak? It's one thing to be beaten by that damn old father in reality, but I'm even being bullied by some random feline in the consciousness space. Indeed, I need more power. Just as Victor sat on the bed making Chianibio-like remarks, the daily, happy father-son time, arrived again. This time, old Clid did not get his way and easily pull out Victor's canines. Facing old Clid's assault, Victor began to try learning and counterattacking. A Victor who hadn't lost his mind was clearly harder to deal with than a pure beast. Having a sharp mind while utilizing wild instincts allowed him to hold out much longer under old Clid. But the outcome was still predestined. After failing to dodge and being caught by old Clid, a series of near-fatal heavy blows quickly caused Victor to lose consciousness. Although old Clid noticed Victor's abnormality, he no longer cared. Since Victor's canines could still grow back, it meant the demon hadn't left. His so-called rationality was just an illusion shown by the demon. Yes, although Victor could already control the growth and recovery of his canines, he made no changes and still let them grow back to their original appearance. Because he decided that he had to become stronger in both the consciousness space and reality. Strength in the consciousness space could make his will firm, while strength in reality was the foundation for his future survival. Because he didn't know if there would come a day when old Clid would completely lose patience and hope and choose to kill him. If he didn't have enough strength to break the chains by then, Although he wasn't sure if old Clid had the ability to kill him, placing his life in the hands of others was not something to be happy about. So Victor had been working on changing the status quo, and now he finally saw a glimmer of dawn. The consciousness space entered through meditation allowed his abilities to be rapidly developed. Yes, he wasn't becoming stronger, he was already strong, but because he hadn't developed his abilities, he appeared so weak. After Victor awakened his special ability, it was precisely because he couldn't fully master such a powerful power that he fell into a frenzy. Besides the influence of the wild, the rapidly growing brain cells also made his emotions and consciousness unstable. The experiences of a normal child over just a dozen years didn't need so many brain cells to carry. Thus, the excess brain cells were all occupied by the awakened beast instinct. Externally, this manifested as his behavior becoming more like a beast. His beastly nature almost completely covered his humanity. However, because of Wei-Ku's transmigration, this situation was alleviated. When an adult consciousness with a complete personality merged with the original consciousness of the body, the required brain cells weren't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Whether it was 3 or 4, the amount previously occupied was definitely not enough. Since it wasn't enough, what to do? Seize it, of course. The most direct manifestation was that after transmigrating, Victor no longer thought that biting his brother to death was just a playing. In fact, before that, he really thought he was just roughhousing with his brother. This can be compared to young felines, who learn future hunting techniques through mutual biting and play. It was because Victor's humanity was almost entirely covered by his beastly nature that the tragedy eventually occurred, and his father's actions laid the groundwork for an even greater tragedy in the future. But all of this changed after the protagonist transmigrated. Since Victor's own consciousness required a higher occupancy of the brain region, the beastly nature whose territory was being seized naturally wouldn't back down obediently. Thus, situations like frenzy and consciousness erosion appeared. Victor's own consciousness once fell into a disadvantage in this struggle. Fortunately, he unexpectedly learned meditation, and due to the uniqueness of this world, the conflict between his own consciousness and beastly nature was manifested within his consciousness space. This also gave Victor his first real method to temporarily solve the problem of his beastly nature, but everything has its pros and cons. If Victor lost to his beastly nature in the battle within the consciousness space, then his body would be completely taken over by it. Fortunately, due to the existence of the healing factor, this takeover would only be temporary, and eventually, Victor would regain his own nature. Conversely, this also meant that Victor could never eliminate his beastly nature, because the healing factor treated both of them equally. When Victor woke up, it was already dark. However, he didn't choose to rest but instead began to meditate. This time, he wanted to gain more. Soon, He arrived in the consciousness space as he wished, and the long-awaiting avatar of his beastly nature, Sabretooth, pounced toward him with a low growl. Having learned from his previous failure, Victor didn't choose to confront it head-on but instead chose to evade and maneuver to dodge Sabretooth's attacks. Sabretooth's massive size made him invincible in a head-on confrontation, but he was put in an awkward position when facing the flexible and small Victor. Victor didn't choose to stay far away from Sabretooth, as that would make it easier for Sabretooth to pounce on him, and once pounced upon, it basically meant certain death. He adopted the most common method for dealing with oversized bosses from his past life's gaming, circling the heels. His powerful physical fitness allowed him to move rapidly under Sabretooth's body. For a time, Sabretooth fell into a whack-a-mole mode, trying to crush Victor with his two front paws, but Victor narrowly dodged every time. 10 minutes later, instead of crushing Victor, Sabretooth was the one who got scratched. Yes, after becoming familiar with Sabretooth's attack patterns, Victor used his sharp claws to leave quite a few trophies on his opponent. However, this situation didn't last long. Sabretooth quickly found a way to break it. He ignored Victor's harassment and jumped straight forward. Then, at the moment of landing, he turned around, locking onto Victor who hadn't reacted yet, and knocked him out with a single pounce. Time flew by as Victor and Sabretooth pitted their wits and courage against each other in the consciousness space. Each time, Victor could last longer under Sabretooth's claws. Correspondingly, he found his own strength increasing day by day. Old Clid's daily tooth-pulling routine almost had no effect on him anymore. The moment they were pulled, he could use his ability to quickly regenerate them. However, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he always waited until Old Clid left before starting the regeneration. In this way, a year passed. From the outside, Victor had almost no change. On the contrary, Old Clid, who originally had a head full of golden hair, had aged significantly, his hair turning gray. It must be said that reality had dealt this man a heavy blow. His once happy family was now shattered, and the killer who made him lose one son was his other son. Countless times he wanted to kill Victor and then commit suicide to end it all. But his faith and love for his son stopped him. Yes, even if his body was occupied by a demon, he was still his son. How could he bring himself to kill him? Sometimes he often wondered if he had committed too much slaughter on the battlefield, so God was punishing him this way. However, his troubles would soon vanish, because today, at this very moment, Victor in the underground room pulled and broke the two chains binding him. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Ahem. What kind of line is that? Finally, I am free. Now, I'm going to make you pay the price for this, Father. The first thing Victor did after breaking free from the chains was to burst out of the underground room, then smash the window and crawl into the living room. At this time, Old Clid was eating a piece of fruit pie. Seeing Victor burst in through the window, he got excited and choked. Then Victor, who was originally prepared to give him a severe lesson, saw Old Clid clutching his throat and falling to the ground with the chair, then struggling on the floor with a distorted face like a dying salted fish. Mrs. Clyde, who could have helped, was terrified by the scene and didn't dare to move. She thought her husband had been hit by her son's evil arts. Is he choking? The scene was momentarily awkward, but from a personal perspective, Victor was quite pleased to see it. After all, a guy who beat and abused you every day and locked you in an underground room to play imprisonment games was now struggling on the ground like a crushing carp out of water. Sensory-wise, Victor was very pleased. He even briefly considered letting Old Clid choke to death like that, so he wouldn't even have to struggle with whether or not to kill him. But in the end, Victor did not choose to sit idly by. Instead, he hoisted Old Clid up and, under the man's terrified gaze, slammed him onto the table. Well, the face-down kind. That is to say, Old Clid was now lying prone on the table. Then, Victor held Old Clid down with one hand to stop his struggling and struck his back heavily with the other. With Victor's palm strike, the pie stuck in Old Clid's throat was spat out. Regaining his ability to breathe, Old Clid clutched his neck and gasped continuously, looking like a salmon out of water. Although Victor saved Old Clid, he had no intention of letting the torture he had endured for over a year slide just like that. When Old Clid finally caught his breath and stood up, a fist that looked small but carried great power smashed into his face. Caught off guard, Old Clid was knocked to the ground once more, and then Victor pounced on him, straddling him. I told you, you would pay the price for this, Father. As he spoke, Victor rained punch after punch onto Old Clid's face. Dazed by the blows, Old Clid had no power to fight back and was soon beaten black and blue, his face covered in blood. Just as Victor felt he had beaten him enough and raised the iron hook high, preparing to give Old Clid the final blow, Mrs. Clid let out a scream. She finally realized what was happening. "Oh, my God! No, Victor! You cannot kill him!" Startled by Mrs. Clid's scream, Victor stopped his actions, but Old Clid seized the opportunity, grabbed him by the neck, and threw him off. Just as the father and son were about to fight to the death, Mrs. Clid stepped between the two. "No, you can't do this to me. I cannot lose either of you. If you must fight to the death, then kill me first." Facing Mrs. Clid's words, Old Clid's mind fell into conflict. Although his near choking was largely due to Victor bursting through the window. However, in the end, it was Victor who saved him, yet Victor still tried to kill him afterward, and now the dungeon clearly couldn't hold him anymore. Victor's thoughts were simple. He was willing to show Mrs. Clid some respect because she had given Victor the warmth a mother should. Before transmigrating, Wei-ko was a very filial child. His family's situation had been poor, but his parents still worked hard to raise him. They always gave him the best things, and he did not fail their expectations. Since childhood, he was the golden child of the neighborhood, winning countless awards. Perhaps children from poor families mature earlier. He had known since childhood that the world was unfair and that his starting point was lower than others. Although his parents had given him everything they could, he still needed to put in much more effort than others to achieve the same results. Therefore, he told himself from a young age that he must be the best, because he couldn't afford to lose, nor could he lose, because he wanted to give his parents the best return. But just as he achieved some success, fate played a joke on him. He actually transmigrated. Although he had purchased sufficient insurance for himself and his parents, enough for them to enjoy their later years. However, losing their only son would be the greatest blow to them. Moreover, Victor's original consciousness and memories were not completely without influence on him. He was no longer purely Wei-ko, but a collection of two consciousnesses. So, after he transmigrated, Mrs. Clid's maternal love, which, though tinged with fear, was still full of care, touched the deepest part of his heart. Furthermore, in Victor's original memories, the happy life of the family of four and Old Clid's fatherly love for the original Victor also reminded him of his own father. He no longer had the chance to repay his parents from his past life, and in this life, he had already lost his father and didn't want to lose his mother too. So, after his jailbreak, he decided to have a good talk with Old Clid. It was just that during the talk just now, a small accident occurred. He got too carried away and almost killed Old Clid in passing. This led to the current stalemate. Fortunately, this situation did not last long because Old Clid spoke first. "Are you a demon or Victor? Why save me? Is this your plot to corrupt me? Is my son still there?" "Your son has always been here. It's just that he once almost turned into a beast, and you were even egging it on. Fortunately, he has a good mother, so he didn't truly turn into some demon." "I hope so. I'll be watching you. If you try to hurt anyone, I'll take you out. I'll send you to hell myself." "Haha, I'll be obedient, father." "Mom, I'm hungry." Okay, I'll go make your favorite pie." Seeing the father and son trying to reconcile and accept each other, Mrs. Clid felt that life was finally showing a glimmer of happiness again. Then, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes, she ran into the kitchen to prepare food for her son. Of course, she also had to prepare another portion for Old Clid, since he had only taken one bite of the previous one before it was all spilled. The father and son left in the dining room stared at each other, cleaning up the tables and chairs Old Clid had knocked over and the plates on the floor while remaining on guard. Although they still suspected each other of a sudden attack, it was infinitely better than the murderous situation just now. After all, they had begun trying to accept each other. They were blood-related, family. Even if someone had committed an irreversible mistake, if there was still hope, then why not try to accept them? In fact, Old Clid's choice not to kill Victor directly from the start was because he held on to hope, hoping his son could return. He had already lost one son and didn't want to lose another. And now he finally saw a glimmer of hope, so he was willing to give himself and his son a chance to prove he was still his son. Even if he still had strange recovery abilities and fangs, he was still a person, not a beast with no reason to speak of. As for Victor, he was also very relieved that old Clid didn't turn around and start trying to kill him again. This showed that everything had a good start. He finally had a chance to have a complete home. As for the matter of Luther, it might be irreversible, but he felt he still had a chance to make amends. After all, although old Clid lost one son, he now had a chance to find another. Whereas in the original comics, he ended up losing both sons. Thus, in a somewhat discordant atmosphere, the father and son finished cleaning the dining room and each found a stool to sit on. Although it was a good start, wanting to accept each other again and even return to the state before that incident happened was still a long way off for both parties. Even sitting at the same dining table, both sides were still on guard against each other. Every little movement by one would trigger the other's alertness. But this awkward atmosphere did not last long because Mrs. Clid returned with the finished pies, happily giving old Clid and Victor each a pie they liked. Then she took a portion for herself and sat down beside Victor. The moment she sat down, old Clid raised his guard to the highest level. He began to stare at Victor's every move, in case he showed the slightest intention of harming Mrs. Clid. He would flip the table, rush over to protect his wife, and then lock this cunning demon back in the underground room, adding 10 times the chains so he could never escape. But clearly, he didn't get that chance. Victor obediently began to eat his favorite fruit pie, and Mrs. Clid would even wipe his mouth from time to time. This harmonious scene was clearly beyond old Clid's expectations. However, this situation wasn't bad, was it? Thinking this, he also began to focus on the food in front of him, though he did not completely relax his guard against Victor. Finally, the first dinner for the family of 3 in a year passed in such a harmonious yet slightly tense atmosphere. Unlike before, however, Victor did not return to the room he once lived in after finishing the meal. Instead, he had Mrs. Clid move all his things into the underground room. His explanation for this was that he had grown accustomed to living in the underground room and felt more comfortable there. The actual situation was that in the underground room, he could let loose without accidentally hurting Mrs. Clid. Old Clid also agreed with this. After all, he wasn't completely at ease with Victor either, and he could not bear another accident. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Victor would continue to live in the underground room, but his living environment would be improved, and at other times, he could move freely within old Clid's line of sight. Mrs. Clid didn't have much of an objection to this, although she felt a little heartache about Victor continuing to live in the underground room. But regarding Victor's previous madness, she still had lingering fears. However, this was precisely the greatness of her being a mother. Even after such a tragedy, and with her son potentially going mad and hurting her at any time, she still chose to take care of him and comfort him, hoping he could return to his original self. It could truly be called a great maternal love. In fact, in the original work, there was a reason why the original Sabretooth still took care of his mother until she passed away after killing his father. And now, it was her great maternal love that once again brought hope to this family. The rest would depend on the father and son, Victor and old Clid. After mending his relationship with old Clid, Victor's living conditions finally improved. At the very least, he was allowed to sit at the table. Before, he'd had to eat from a cracked bowl in the underground room. Now he had bedding, a small desk, and a lamp for reading and studying. He still couldn't attend school, but a better study environment was something. Each day he could go outside for fresh air, no longer chained up like a beast. Yet the change brought new worries. He hadn't fully tamed his savagery. If he lost himself after meditation, the furniture would pay the price. But he couldn't bear to strip the room bare and return to the old days. Once accustomed to comfort, austerity is hard. They'd only just granted these things. Taking them back felt like a waste. He didn't hesitate long before confronting old Clid. Chain me up again, add a couple more. Tighter this time. I'm afraid I'll lose control. I need to lock myself up. But leave me the keys so I can free myself when I'm sane. Old Clid agreed at once, adding 4 thick iron chains and tossing Victor the keys. In his experience, a rage-blinded Victor couldn't work a key anyway. He was pure animal then. He'd forgotten Victor's first awakening, when reason and madness coexisted. But this Victor was no longer that Victor, so the past wouldn't repeat. Old Clid's worries were almost settled, only grief over a lost son lingered. The clearest sign of his caution was replacing the underground room's wooden doors with iron ones, reinforced and double-locked. Victor didn't object. He too fretted about the frenzy that followed meditation. An extra safeguard suited him. He no longer wanted to harm Mr. and Mrs. Creed, so when Old Clid reinforced the door, Victor lent a hand. Old Clid found the help odd but didn't refuse or scold. Mrs. Creed welcomed it. For her, peace between the two men she loved most was happiness. Thus Victor's successful escape became a commuted sentence. His range expanded from the underground room to the manor grounds. Change is good, freedom will come, he told himself. With those words he returned below, chained himself, and began the day's meditation. He'd made modest gains in the battle for his mind, no need to meet the beast head-on. Better to redirect than block. Within his mental space he simply outmaneuvered it, whittling away its strength. The longer he held out there, the more the beast spent, shortening the frenzy upon waking. Sometimes he kept his reason entirely. But eradicating the beast remained beyond him, he could only suppress it. Skip one night of meditation and its influence crept back in. Each session wiped the slate clean, yet the constant vigilance disrupted his plans. That reality made Victor cooperate with Old Clid's restraints. He didn't want to lose his family, and flight would bring fresh troubles, no shelter, no food, no identity. Sleeping rough would leave no time for meditation, and a feral life would turn him into the beast he feared. So he stayed, letting reason overrule the thirst for freedom, telling himself, temporary chains secure true liberty later. Neither iron shackles nor the beast within could bind him forever. Days resumed their rhythm, study by daylight, meditation by night, warring with his savagery. As knowledge grew, so did the territory his mind claimed, literally arming his brain with learning. In spare moments he helped with chores, though still forbidden to leave the estate. Victor trusted himself, but Old Clid and Mrs. Creed did not. Outvoted, Victor voiced no insistence. To him the outside world held little appeal anyway. The United States of the 19th century didn't offer many amusements, especially in this godforsaken backwater of Florida. Studying is such fun, why run outside and eat dirt? And rather than worry about that, I should worry about why, after nearly 2 years, I haven't grown an inch. Yes, ever since Victor crossed into this world, his body seemed to have stopped growing. While his strength, intelligence, and memory had all improved across the board, his height and build hadn't changed at all. In other words, his power and wits had increased, but his age appeared frozen at 13, or even trending toward 12. He'd only noticed it when, while helping Mrs. Creed clear the table, he caught his reflection in a mirror. Old Creed and Mrs. Creed scarcely sensed a thing. After all, in parents' eyes their child is always just their child, and the realization left Victor stunned. He began to fear he might shrink all the way back into a baby, and then thought of someone else, Wolverine's son, Duncan. Duncan, likewise blessed with a healing factor, was born in 1946 yet still looked like a teenager when active in the 21st century. A healing factor drastically slows aging, even to the legendary point of immortality. Victor realized he wasn't getting younger, his healing factor was simply so active that he looked far younger than his real age. Fortunately, his healing factor was inborn, unlike Deadpool's, which was acquired later. In the films Deadpool's X gene awakened, making it innate. In the comics, to cure his cancer Deadpool joined the Weapon X program and was injected with Wolverine's genes, gaining a healing factor. As an ordinary human, his body couldn't endure the power of constant regeneration. Without the cancer, the healing factor would multiply until it killed him. And without the healing factor, the cancer would kill him just as quickly. These two lethal forces achieved a bizarre balance that kept him alive, which led to all his later adventures, so Victor wasn't worried his own healing factor would spiral out of control and destroy him. So what if I look a bit baby-faced? So what if I can't grow tall? I'll grow eventually, ugh, but it'll take forever. Clearly he minded more than he admitted, yet he was still very satisfied with his healing factor. It granted him near immortality, letting him swiftly repair damaged tissue or even regrow lost limbs. It also made him immune to poisons and most drugs, good or bad. You could call it the healing factor's pride. I'm the best medicine, I don't need anything else. And he'd inherited Sabretooth's original abilities. Super tough body, skin, bones, and muscle were far stronger than any human's, able to withstand massive damage. The claws in his fingers and steel fangs in his jaw could shred steel. Hyperkeen senses, sight, hearing, and smell far surpassed human limits. He could see farther and clearer, even in near total darkness, hear sounds others couldn't across vast distances, identify people and objects by scent, and track targets through odors time and weather had nearly erased, all backed by lightning reflexes and danger sense. Super stamina. As time passed, Victor found his endurance virtually bottomless, fatigue seemed impossible. Suddenly he understood why Sabretooth and Wolverine in the old comics had so many lovers. Super agility. His agility, balance, and coordination exceeded the finest human athletes. Control of the healing factor, similar to Duncan, who used it to keep his tattoos intact, whereas the original Sabretooth and Wolverine never showed such finesse. Wolverine's control was so poor that his healing factor's self-preservation instinct even caused amnesia. Victor couldn't fathom that, but his rule was simple: if you don't understand, study. So he kept learning. He'd begun teaching himself university courses. Mrs. Creed was surprised, but old Creed just said, as long as he doesn't bite people or wreck the furniture, he can read whatever he likes. Yet this calm, harmonious life couldn't last forever. It was an ordinary night, the moon hung bright overhead, and a breeze stirred the saplings in the garden. Old Clid and Mrs. Clid were discussing how Victor had already begun teaching himself university courses and had mastered several foreign languages. Besides mainstream French and Spanish, he'd even tackled the court dialect of the Qing Empire in Asia and Japanese. On top of that, he'd started reading books on fighting techniques, and merely by studying them and sparring with old Clid he had basically grasped the moves. Of course, our protagonist still couldn't outdo the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles teacher. In one version, Splinter found a ninja manual in the sewers and taught himself, then trained 4 prodigy teenagers, turtles. The combat skills Victor picked up from books were only skin deep, and wrong moves often left him strained, yet such trifling injuries meant nothing. The healing factor mended them before he even felt the ache. In truth, learning to fight wasn't strictly necessary for Victor. With the healing factor he could simply charge in, hardly anyone could kill him. But the reincarnated Victor knew that as time passed the future villains and big-shot heroes would only grow stronger. If he kept relying on the healing factor and rushing in headfirst, he might not even know how he died, especially since he suspected he'd transmigrated into a comic book world. In that world his self-healing was garbage before the star-busting, world-erasing heavyweights. Even lying low was hard. Comic universes rebooted and wiped out worlds on a whim, though maybe this was a parallel world with fewer crises. Yet in the end a sense of crisis drove him to learn more fighting, killing, techniques and every other kind of knowledge. After long study and experimentation he discovered that everything he learned worked inside the mindscape as well. Abilities mastered there carried over to reality, greatly speeding his grasp of certain fighting skills. The reason it wasn't all of them was that fighting people differed vastly from fighting Sabretooth. When it came to tackling large beasts, however, Victor had amassed rich theoretical and practical knowledge, especially in close-quarters brawling. Yes, Victor had solved his rampage problem. He had beaten the mindscape Sabretooth into submission. He had Mrs. Clid gather stacks of books on Sabretooth research and on hunting big game. Through study, summary, practice, and his steadily growing strength and abilities, he finally defeated Sabretooth. One victory led to a second, then countless more. After endless defeats Sabretooth cowered, curling into a corner and yielding the rest of the brain to Victor. That accelerated Victor's learning even further. His knowledge ballooned, and many basic books no longer satisfied him. Some highly specialized volumes were hard to obtain in this era, even for the relatively wealthy plantation-owning Clid family. Hence Mrs. Clid and old Clid were now discussing Victor's studies. Though Victor was 18, he showed no sign of growing up. He still looked like a 12-year-old boy. If he'd grown like a normal teen he could simply attend university, Cambridge in Britain, if necessary. But with the body of a 12-year-old they didn't dare let him appear in public. After years together, now that Victor had fully quelled his bestial side, his relationship with his parents in this life had returned to normal. They accepted his peculiarity and his explanation. He had awakened a special superpower whose side effect was beast-like behavior. His earlier rampages had been his struggle against that wild instinct, an instinct he had now overcome. Rather than Victor convincing Mr. and Mrs. Creed, they had convinced themselves. After all, he was their son. They had already lost one child and did not want to lose another. Poor Luther had become a forbidden topic in the Clid household. They rarely spoke of that day's tragedy, yet they did not forget, they simply tucked the memory away. To the neighbors, the Creeds had lost both sons years ago and so kept to themselves. In truth they had lost one son, while the survivor had grown abnormal, he simply didn't age. Though extraordinarily clever and immensely strong, his age and height had stalled. Therefore, though Victor no longer needed to be locked up, he still could not be allowed in public. Because his failure to age would eventually draw the wrong kind of attention, something Victor himself had asked for. In truth, he wasn't worried about his identity as a transmigrator being exposed. His soul and consciousness had already merged with Victor's. He was a being acknowledged by this universe. Had that not been the case, the Sorcerer Supreme would have come for him long ago. Of course, it was possible this world had no Sorcerer Supreme at all, but since no one had hassled him for being a transmigrator, he wasn't complaining. He was fairly content with his lot. 19th century Earth was still comparatively safe, free of the apocalyptic crises that would plague the future. He could use these years to explore his abilities, fill the gaps in his knowledge and skills, and simply enjoy family life. Yet he had underestimated what it meant to be the protagonist. Trouble needed no invitation to come knocking. He had also forgotten that late 19th century Florida was no paradise. It was a place rife with danger. The war-old Clyd had helped when had ultimately brought Florida into the United States, but the Seminole people, robbed of their homeland, refused to accept defeat. They scattered into small bands and kept fighting to reclaim their land, while U.S. soldiers scoured the swamps with hounds. Any Seminole who was found faced bloody slaughter or forced relocation. Those who could bear it no longer struck back. Deprived of homes and food, the Seminole survivors raided to live, and those raids only sharpened the army's determination to wipe them out. Thus the two most vibrant peoples of the region became mortal enemies. Only the annihilation of one would end this unjust, blood-soaked war. That night, the war's cruelty reached the small town where the Clyde family lived. Days earlier, U.S. troops had attacked a nearby Native American settlement on the grounds that the Native Americans refused to move and surrender their land. At the time, the United States government's policy toward Native Americans was brutal. It compelled them to sell their territories for a pittance and relocate to barren reservations. To enforce this policy, settlers were pressed to join the army in its expeditions against the Native Americans. Consequently, Native American reprisals were no longer aimed solely at U.S. troops but at every settler and the government itself. This time, the Native Americans chose the town where the Clydes lived. The nearest U.S. unit, bloodied and regrouping after a defeat, failed to detect their approach. The townsfolk, unaware that catastrophe was galloping toward them, continued their quiet evening routines. The first to sense something amiss was the town sheriff on his final nightly rounds. Just as he assumed another uneventful night, a faint glow appeared on the distant horizon. The scattered sparks soon merged into a sweeping blaze, racing straight toward the town. A former officer who had campaigned against the Native Americans, the sheriff instantly recognized an impending night raid. Had it been U.S. cavalry, the torches would have been orderly and the advance disciplined, not this chaotic, headlong charge. As the glow drew nearer, he could even hear the war cries Native Americans used to unnerve their enemies on the wind. Realizing the danger, the sheriff fired his pistol into the air and sprinted to the church at the town center. He roused the sleeping priest, told him what he had seen, and bid him ring the bell to summon everyone. "Lord, why visit such calamity upon us poor souls?" the priest exclaimed. Praying, the priest climbed the belfry and began to toll the bell, calling the townspeople together. The gunshot had already startled them. The church bell now sent every man, woman, and child hurrying toward the square, the men grabbing weapons as they came. Hearing the bell, the raiding Native Americans spurred their ponies faster, though they would not reach the town this chapter. It would be a night painted crimson, and the events set in motion would shape Victor for the rest of his life. The townsfolk summoned to the church learned from the sheriff and the pastor that the Native Americans were about to attack their town. The men then organized themselves, took up arms, and headed for the town entrance to build a defensive line. Some chose to return home and stand guard over their own houses. Where there were those who resolved to fight, there were also those who chose to flee, yet anyone who tried to run soon discovered it was already too late. The Native Americans had surrounded the entire settlement and opened the assault. The residents who had gone to barricade the entrance were met with bloody carnage. Shotguns were useless against mounted Native American raiders, and the townspeople hadn't had time to block the roads into town. Riders charged straight into the crowd, killing at will. Once that group was wiped out, they fanned through the streets to wreak further havoc. They slaughtered every living thing that crossed their path, men, women, even dogs. Then they hurled burning brands onto every building in sight, on that dry night the settlers' wooden houses ignited at the first touch of fire. Those who had stayed to defend their homes either burned alive inside or burst through the flames only to be shot or arrowed down. A few tried hiding in underground rooms, but the attackers piled brush over the exits and smoked them to death. The Native Americans often hunted cave game this way, creatures suffocated inside or bolted straight into a ring of waiting weapons. Either way, death was certain. Even survivors lost the will to fight and ended up as food. Now the townspeople were the prey, hunted for sport while the raiders laughed at every kill. The settlers resisted fiercely but hopelessly, ordinary immigrants, a few ex-soldiers among them, armed with little more than old muskets. And the numbers were hopeless. Thousands of Native American warriors poured into a town of barely 1,000 souls, pushing the defenders back step by step. At last every survivor crowded into the only stone building in the center, the church. There they threw up a stout barricade that could hold. Those nearer the center, seeing the slaughter on the outskirts, raced inside and used the time bought with their neighbors' lives to build a rough defensive line. All they had to do now was hold out until the U.S. Army arrived. The pillar of fire rising above the town would surely draw troops from nearby garrisons. Realizing this, the Native Americans massed a large force and hurled it straight at the church. Other detachments split into small bands to mop up any remaining settlers and set fire to whatever still stood, killing and burning. One such detachment reached the house of Old Clid, and by then our protagonist had already sensed that something was terribly wrong. He slipped free of his chains and crept to the underground room door, pressing his ear against it to listen. He heard the whoops and cheers of the Native Americans, the curses and screams of townsfolk, and the stench of scorched meat and timber drifted in. He was still locked below because Mr. and Mrs. Creed had seized their rifles and run for the church at the first sound of the alarm. Old Clid, a former officer and one of the richest men in town, had been elected commander of the church's defense. He could not slip away to free Victor, and sending Mrs. Creed home alone was out of the question. Besides, they reasoned, the sheet-iron-clad underground room door ought to keep Victor safe. The raiders were here for vengeance, not plunder. They would hardly bother breaking into every locked cellar. A padlocked hatch that looked empty would scarcely merit the effort. And their brilliant son was unlikely to draw attention to himself. So both parents stayed in the church to wait for rescue with the rest. Old Clid set men at every window and loophole to pour fire into the attackers pressing in from all sides. The men of Florida were crack shots, the Mexican War was fresh memory, and every spare hour had been spent on the rifle range, so each volley dropped a Native American. As the range closed, the toll on the attackers grew, yet the besiegers had their own sharpshooters. Years of fighting the U.S. had honed Native American marksmen, and generations of hunting had produced a steady stream of deadly archers. After the exchange of fire, both sides had taken heavy losses, yet the situation inside the church was clearly worse. Their numbers were far smaller than the Native Americans outside. Every injury meant one fewer defender. Outside, the dead were instantly replaced. Fortunately, the commotion had alarmed the neighboring town, and its residents immediately sent riders to the nearest U.S. garrison for help. Scouts sent to the outskirts reported nearly 10,000 Native Americans, so the townsfolk abandoned any idea of mounting a rescue themselves. Some of the timid had already packed their belongings, ready to flee at a moment's notice. After all, while the green hills last there'll be wood to burn. As long as one stayed alive, everything could be regained. As for the people in the next town, God be with them. The pious must preserve themselves to serve the Lord, not throw their lives away. Even those with kin inside the church chose to wait for the U.S. Army rather than charge in alone against such overwhelming numbers. Old Clid and the others, however, would never see that rescue. They were about to face a far deadlier threat. Frustrated by the church's stubborn resistance and mounting casualties, and fearing encirclement by reacting U.S. troops, the Native Americans' chief made a decision. He dispatched a suicide detachment with powder kegs to blast open the doors or a wall and end the standoff once and for all. Concentrate fire on the ones carrying the kegs. From his vantage point, Old Clid spotted the plan and ordered everyone to shoot the warriors lugging the barrels. He personally detonated one keg, hurling a cluster of attackers into disarray and forcing a temporary retreat. The Native Americans quickly countered by lighting huge fires, piling on damp wood, and shrouding the church in choking smoke that blinded the defenders. A lucky warrior, already hit 3 times, staggered to an east side window. Though the opening was barricaded, it could not withstand a keg powerful enough to split stone. A thunderous roar and a column of flames signaled that the church's fall was now only a matter of time. The shattered east wall collapsed, the marksman atop it crashed down half dead and was finished off by Native Americans pouring through the breach. With the enemy inside, the fight turned to close quarters. Every townsman still able to stand seized a weapon and fought back. They knew no quarter would be given. To resist meant death, yet so did surrender, so they might as well fight to the finish, perhaps long enough for help to arrive. Help never came. Old Clid fought to the end, revolver in one hand, knife in the other. He fell not to a frontal foe but to a spear thrust from a small warrior who struck from behind. Pierced in the kidney, Old Clid was swarmed and cut down. As consciousness faded, the last image in his mind was the smiling face of his long-dead son Luther, which slowly shifted into another, similar visage. "Victor, may you survive this." Mrs. Creed met better fortune. When the east wall blew she was nearby, knocked senseless and buried beneath a fallen section of masonry. Later the spot was heaped with corpses from both sides, so the Native Americans checking bodies overlooked her. Patrol scouts had spotted approaching U.S. troops, the attackers rallied, let out war whoops, and prepared to withdraw. They had made their point, with blood they had sworn to defend their homeland and soil to the last breath. The instant the kegs exploded Victor sensed disaster. The sharp pang in his heart the moment Old Clid died told him his parents were in peril. Steel claws sprang from his knuckles and he tore at the reinforced basement door. Iron sheathing was no match for his fury. The racket drew a Native American patrol. Just as Victor smashed through and burst outside, 3 arrows thudded into him. He yanked them out. Indifferent to the blood pooling at his feet, he had to reach his parents. He managed only 2 steps before dizziness swept over him and the world went black. When Victor regained consciousness, the Native Americans had long since slipped away, and U.S. rescue troops had already entered the town to search for survivors. They actually tipped their arrows with rattlesnake venom. I don't know which species, but the toxicity was severe. My healing factor needed time to flush it out. Yet this wasn't the moment to fret over arrow poison. Victor's real worry was the fate of his parents. By the time he struggled to his feet, the toxin had completely lost its grip. In truth, the venom had knocked him out for a while. Partly because the rattlesnake venom was so potent, partly because his healing factor had never dealt with poisoning before. And rattlesnake venom isn't ordinary, it attacks the blood directly, causing coagulopathy, cytolysis, hemorrhage, hemolysis, destruction of nucleic acids, mitochondria, other cells. It triggers the release of bradykinin, histamine, and serotonin from damaged tissue, sparking an anaphylactoid reaction. In short, if a hand is bitten, it swells at once. Cut the skin then and you'll find the flesh inside already liquefied. As the blood circulates, the poison spreads, the same ruin overtakes the whole body, nerve fibers are destroyed, and once the toxin reaches the nervous system it can bring on brain death. Consequently, the healing factor spent a fair while cleaning out the troublesome venom, neither long nor short, but just long enough. It made Victor miss the window between the Native Americans breaching the church and their withdrawal from town, so he was able to hurry straight to the source of the earlier explosion, the church. What he found was devastation, Native American and townsfolk corpses packed into every corner of the ruined sanctuary. The stench of charred flesh and gunpowder was suffocating, yet it couldn't stop him from picking out the scent that belonged only to his parents. The first body he recognized was Old Clid's. Though he'd sensed the worst, the sight of his father lying dead blanked his mind. Memories of teenage Victor flooded in, days before everything went wrong, when he and his father still shared a life. Back then Old Clid, though scarred by war, remained a good father, a mountain of strength and reliability in the eyes of Victor and Luther. He was strict yet loving, demanding they follow his rules and punishing them hard when they erred. In quiet moments he told them stories of his army days, urging them to grow into real men. From childhood he had been their idol, the model they strove to match. In town they boasted to other kids of the father they were proud of. Most vivid was the night Victor and Luther asked Old Clid if he loved them. If he did, why did he keep beating them? His answer never left Victor: a man must pay for his mistakes. You too messed up, so I beat you, that's the price. Only this way will you become real men. As for whether I love you, well, I'd give everything for you. Indeed, Old Clid loved them more than anything. Losing Luther cost him half of himself. And as Victor slipped toward Beast, the other half began to slip away as well. Yet the moment reborn Victor showed signs of regaining his humanity, Old Clid risked everything to believe in him. As Victor improved day by day, Old Clid found himself again, set aside the grief of losing a son, and resumed the duties of a father. He had already lost one boy and nearly lost another. This time he would protect his last son at any cost. He buried his sorrow, however forced it felt, and once more gave Victor a normal, warm home. Victor could feel the grief and pain inside him. Both of them kept trying to mend what lay between them. Their shared wounds made them sensitive and awkward, yet each could still sense the other's effort and goodwill. With time the barriers had thinned, they were almost whole again, until this sudden calamity shattered everything. "Damn old man, I didn't really want you dead. Bastard, maybe once I did, but now I want you alive. You were supposed to be unstoppable. You took down a supervillain like me, Sabretooth, without breaking a sweat. How could you die at the hands of a bunch of damn natives? Open your eyes and get up. You swore you'd protect Mom and me. Where's Mom?" Grief-crazed, Victor finally remembered his mother and tracked Mrs. Clyde sent to where she lay beneath a collapsed wall. The young Sabretooth began tearing at the stones covering her just as a squad of U.S. soldiers reached the ruins. The atrocities the natives had committed filled the Americans with rage. Despite frantic rescue efforts, only a handful survived. Most of those survivors had been dragged out of the underground room, half dead from smoke or unconscious. Odds of living were slim. That only hardened the conviction that these accursed natives were a nightmare to be driven off United States soil for good. Only then, they believed, could the people on this land be safe, never mind that the natives were never counted among those people. They forgot they had visited the same horrors on native villages time and again, but humanity has always had a short memory for its own crimes. Both sides repaid blood with blood. The war would end only when one side bled dry. So when the soldiers saw what the natives had done, there was no reflection, only fury and a thirst for collective revenge. Then they spotted a lone child still digging in the rubble of the church, as though trying to pull someone out. Two men peeled off to help, meaning to save whatever family the poor boy had left. Victor sensed the soldiers approaching, but he didn't care. His mother was right beneath this stone, so close he could feel it. At first Mrs. Clyde had been trapped by only a short wall, but during the fight that killed Old Clid the townspeople had stacked powder kegs in the church. In desperation they touched them off. Don't ask why a church had powder kegs. In the Old West every household kept a few. Plenty of unlucky souls hiding in the underground room had been vaporized when the heat set off their own stored kegs. Even some natives setting fire at the entrance were blown apart. Having a few barrels in a sanctuary was perfectly ordinary. The final blast leveled the church and took attackers and defenders alike to the grave. The explosion spooked the natives into a hasty retreat as U.S. troops, drawn by the sound, quickened their march. That last detonation buried the broken wall and Mrs. Clyde under fresh rubble. "Hey, kid, let us give you a hand." The two GIs began lifting stones beside him, but Victor offered no reply. Not because he refused, he was busy caging the beast inside him, the killing rage clawing to get out. Old Clid's death had stripped the leash from Victor's fury, and the animal in his skull had slipped its collar. Every living thing that came near felt like prey, yet a thread of reason still held. So he kept silent and dug faster, ignoring the soldiers' greetings. They found his silence understandable. Chalk did strange things to kids. They bent to the work, never guessing their presence only whetted the urge to kill. Had anyone looked into Victor's eyes they would have seen them drowned in red, though his mind still fought. At last instinct overran thought. He straightened, head lowered, facing the two men who had come to help. Claws slid from his fingertips, fangs lengthened, and the soldiers, mistaking his pause for exhaustion, merely dug harder. They worked faster, pitying the tired boy, while the beast inside Victor coiled to strike. Portions of the eulogy in this text are excerpted from General MacArthur's final speech at West Point. Any similarities are intentional. After all, eulogies are difficult. "Victor, is that you?" Just as Victor was about to launch an attack, Mrs. Clyde's weak voice drifted out from beneath the broken wall. It turned out that thanks to Victor's previous efforts and the help of the two U.S. soldiers, the stones covering the broken wall had been cleared away. And Mrs. Clyde seemed to sense her son's arrival, waking up at that moment and calling out Victor's name. It was this cry from his mother that instantly restored Victor's sanity. He rushed over and performed an action that shocked the two U.S. soldiers. With only the body of a 12-year-old boy, he lifted the entire broken wall and threw it aside, rescuing Mrs. Clyde who was trapped beneath. It must be said that Mrs. Clyde's luck was exceptionally good. She was positioned exactly in the corner of the church's east wall, where the falling debris had formed a low triangle. It perfectly shielded Mrs. Clyde below. When the wall fell, she had already been knocked unconscious by the explosion and wasn't hit. Instead, she was perfectly protected beneath the ruins. During the time she was buried, she remained unconscious and didn't realize she was trapped, so her heart rate didn't accelerate, which prevented a massive consumption of oxygen. Thus, when she was finally rescued by Victor and the 2 U.S. soldiers, almost no serious injuries were found on her body, only a few minor abrasions. However, to be safe, the 2 U.S. soldiers still called for a medic and sent her, along with other survivors, on a vehicle to the nearest hospital. Victor accompanied her as family. Although he hadn't suffered any injuries at all, the concerned U.S. Soldier A and U.S. Soldier B still insisted he get a thorough checkup at the hospital. A few days later, a fully recovered Mrs. Clyde and Victor returned from the hospital to a new home. Their former town had become a ghost town and was naturally no longer habitable. Moreover, Victor did not want Mrs. Clyde to return there. After all, too many heartbreaking things had happened. There, she had lost a son and a husband, while Victor had lost a brother and a father. After getting settled, Mrs. Clyde and Victor attended the funeral held by the military for old Clyde. After all, he was once a war hero who died fighting to protect the people and land of this country. The funeral was not grand, as this was not a bustling city but just a remote southern town. But it was not lonely either. The townspeople spontaneously came to see him off on his final journey, flying flags at half-mast in mourning. They needed heroes like him who stood up in times of danger. The first to arrive were 2 rows of casket bearers, who stood neatly facing each other in front of the church where the funeral was held. Then, the carriage carrying old Clyde's casket arrived. As 6 uniformed U.S. soldiers lifted his casket from the carriage, all the escort personnel raised their hands in a military salute to old Clyde's casket. The townspeople lined along the road also expressed their grief in their own ways. Some stood at attention with their hats removed, right hands holding them over their left chests, while those without hats also placed their right hands over their left chests in respect. For a long time, this man followed this profession and loved this nation so much that his passing leaves me unable to express my feelings. However, this sorrow does not primarily mean a painful mourning for an individual, but symbolizes a great moral code, the code of conduct and quality of those who defend the culture and ancient traditions of this lovely land. When this well-known moral code is brutally trampled upon, someone must stand up, even if it means sacrifice. Now and in the future, it is an embodiment of the American moral standard. This man, this brave man, followed this standard as always, combining noble ideals, evoking pride, while always remaining humble. Duty, honor, country. These 3 hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They will give you a temper of the will, a quality of the imagination, a vigor of the emotions. They will create in you a heart that is courageous when you seem to lose courage, a faith that is rebuilt when there seems to be no reason to believe, a hope that is generated when you are almost in despair. Unhappily, I possess neither that eloquence of diction, that poetry of imagination, nor that brilliance of metaphor to tell you all that they mean. The unbelievers will say they are but words, but a slogan, but a flamboyant phrase. Every pedant, every demagogue, every cynic, every hypocrite, every troublemaker, and, I am sorry to say, others of an entirely different character, will try to downgrade them even to the extent of mockery and ridicule. But this man, with his own courage and his not-so-strong body, challenged the demons who slaughtered our people. He used a feat that is staggering in this tragic era to show us all the inescapable duty, the highest honor, and the greatest nation. This is Sheffield Clyde, my father, the person I respect most, and the family I can never forget. Yes, this was Victor delivering the eulogy at his father old Clyde's funeral. He slightly quoted a speech from a soldier who had not yet been born but would become a legend in the future. That was also an old soldier, a legendary man. As he faded after his peak, he left behind the legend that old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Compared to that legendary old soldier's eventual painful death from gallstones, old Clyde realized an old soldier's dream, to die on the battlefield and be brought home in a shroud. However, he left behind a grieving widow and an ungrown, only son, and what an outstanding child he was. To look to the future, but never ignore the past, to be serious, but never take oneself too seriously, to be humble, remembering the simplicity of true greatness, the open mind of true wisdom, and the meekness of true strength. What an outstanding eulogy. It truly didn't sound like something an ordinary boy could say. How did a rough man like Clyde raise such an exceptional son? As Clyde's former comrade in arms and adjutant, Bagley, who was now a lieutenant colonel in the 5th Cavalry Regiment, thought to himself. In fact, he was even more curious about where old Clyde's other 2 older sons had gone. He didn't know what had happened in Victor's home. Because after Luther died, old Clyde had almost lost contact with his old comrades, which led Bagley to believe that Victor was old Clyde's 3rd son. He had originally planned to approach Victor after the funeral, because a boy who could write such a eulogy would certainly be no ordinary person in the future. But the sudden arrival of a messenger interrupted his thoughts. The boys from the scout unit responsible for tracking those Native Americans and their hounds had found the enemy's trail. The higher-ups ordered him to return to the army immediately after the funeral and mobilize troops to hunt them down. They wanted the enemy to pay in blood. Therefore, as Bagley watched old Clyde's casket being covered with the national flag and moved from the church to the cemetery, he said his apologies to Mrs. Clyde and took his leave early. The other escort personnel remained, accompanying the 6 soldiers carrying the casket to the cemetery. Then, old Clyde's casket was placed above the grave. The soldiers carrying the casket lifted the flag flat from the casket to waist height. Meanwhile, the priest began to recite prayers, and the funeral firing party nearby fired 3 volleys into the air. Along with the gunshots, the bugler nearby sounded taps, marking the beginning of old Clyde's final long sleep. When the soldiers carrying the casket delivered the folded flag to Mrs. Clyde, this strong woman finally shed tears. She then hugged her son, placed the flag in Victor's arms, and whispered in his ear, "No matter what your father once did to you, his love for you never changed, and neither has mine. I hope you can live well. I cannot bear another loss." It must be said that Mrs. Clyde was very perceptive. She keenly noticed the change in her son. After old Clyde's death, Victor's previously vanished animality seemed to show signs of resurgence. In fact, this was true. On the night the funeral ended, Victor found his animality beginning to stir again, so he entered a state of meditation once more and came to his space of consciousness. Upon arriving in the space of consciousness, Victor's image had changed. He was no longer a 12-year-old boy, but a blond young man standing 206 centimeters tall. The animalistic avatar that once seemed massive had now lost its size advantage and had been beaten into submission like a cat in their subsequent struggles. However, today this cat was starting to be disobedient again, wanting to rebel, so Victor prepared to show it some color and let it know who was the master here. Just as Victor was about to strike, the animalistic avatar did not dodge or resist. Instead, it rubbed against Victor affectionately. The moment it touched Victor, he understood what was happening. They were originally one, separated for some reason and manifested into their current forms. And now, Victor's psychological changes perfectly matched the animalistic instinct and killing intent, so he could merge with the animality. But different from before, this time he still possessed calm rationality while strangely holding wild animalistic instincts. Whether the combination of these two would result in mediocrity or a synergistic effect, he would only know after trying. Victor gently stroked Sabretooth's head, then watched as it turned into a cloud of red mist and merged with him. Afterward, the meditating Victor opened his eyes. A red glow flashed through them, and a cold smile played on his lips, revealing his elongated canines as he smiled. The next morning, when Mrs. Clyde went to the underground room door to call Victor for breakfast, she found the underground room door wide open and a letter waiting. The letter wasn't very long. Its contents were as follows. "Dear Mother, thank you and Father for taking care of me all these years. In fact, after that incident happened, I hated him for a time, but in the end, your love and our love for each other allowed us to accept one another once again. I have forgiven him, and I thank him for being able to forgive the irreparable mistake I once made. I thought that after that, I could spend a peaceful life with you both as a son. From the time Father and I reached an understanding until before he passed away, that was the happiest time since I came into this world. You might understand, or you might not, but I must say, I truly regarded you both as my most beloved parents. However, there is no such thing as perfection in this world, which I only realized after Father's death. Actually, he wasn't wrong, I really am cursed by a demon. From the moment that incident occurred, misfortune was destined to entwine itself around me and eventually involve those around me, everyone by my side, those who care for me, and those I care about. Without exception, all will be affected. I didn't realize this at first, but thinking back now, if I had left on the very first night I broke free from the chains, would things have turned out differently? Perhaps you would have left the town to search for me, thereby escaping the disaster? But there are no ifs in life. Disaster has struck once again, so I find myself standing at a crossroads. After much consideration, I have decided to leave. Although the feeling of having a home is wonderful, I yearn even more for the feeling of wandering the world. Well, Mom, the truth is I don't want to lose you again. Just as you don't want to lose me, if I continue to stay by your side, I believe misfortune and accidents will strike again. If you were to be harmed because of me, it would be an unbearable pain. So, I am leaving. Of course, please don't worry about me. You know I am not ordinary or average, so naturally, it won't be that easy for anything to happen to me. Please believe in your son. One day, when I have enough power to face all misfortune and accidents and can protect you properly, I will return to your side and spend the rest of my life with you. For now, I must follow my heart and see the outside world. An eagle's world is forever the sky, and I, your son, am going to spread my wings and soar. Finally, I love you, Mom, and I love my father too. Though I never said it to either of you, I think if I don't say it now, I might not have the chance later. I already missed the chance to tell Father, which has become a lifelong regret. So I want to tell you, I love you, Mom. Don't come looking for me, I will be back. Please believe me, I've grown up. I'm already 206 centimeters tall. Victor. Looking at the contents of the letter, Mrs. Clyde's tears slowly began to flow. After finishing it, she pressed the letter to her chest, her shoulders shaking as she began to sob. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Victor, just as he had said, had grown up, reaching a height of 2.06 meters. Such a height, even among Westerners, is considered massive. Golden bangs half covered his eyes, giving him a wild and unrestrained look. The beard on his sideburns and chin connected, giving him an imposing presence that commanded respect without even being angry. If he were Chinese, you could think of him as Lei Bao played by Su Jinjiang. Well, unfortunately, he isn't, he's a blonde. So, for his specific appearance, please refer to the book cover, forgive the author's inability to describe facial features. All in all, he had grown taller. Ever since he merged with his animalistic nature, he felt that he could grow up. This didn't affect his lifespan, in fact, it was better than before. He could skip a long growth period and directly enter his body's peak state, maintaining it until his healing factor disappeared or he died. The current Victor is 206 centimeters tall. His IQ is unknown, but it's definitely not the 602 from certain comics. Don't get it wrong, 602 doesn't mean an IQ of 602, but rather that his brain capacity is only 602 G. Well, that's only a bit more than a laptop hard drive, not even as much as some readers' seeds. Cough, cough. As they say, growing pains. When Victor grew up, he suddenly remembered he was still wearing children's clothes. As a result, his shirt and pants were ripped apart. Not even his underwear survived. Therefore, when he ran to a neighbor's house to find clothes, he actually climbed through the window bare-assed. For someone with feline instincts, stealing clothes without being detected was an easy task. The embarrassing part, however, was that he was too large. The stolen clothes didn't fit, so he had to make do with a pair of pants and a belt to start his wandering journey. He didn't even have shoes. However, when he appeared before Lieutenant Colonel Bagley 10 days later, he had managed to get a full set of clothes, a cowboy hat, and a horse, with a revolver tucked into his waist. As for the origin of these items, everyone can draw their own conclusions. However, the bloodstains on the clothes might provide some clues. Without further ado, Victor went straight to the guard at the local U.S. military post and told him to inform their officer, Lieutenant Colonel Bagley, that his old friend Clyde's son was looking for him and had brought away to deal with the Native Americans. Yes, after Bagley left the funeral that day, he began his pursuit of those Native Americans, finally cornering them in a forest a day ago. But after entering the forest, the U.S. military's home field advantage shifted to the Native Americans. Hiding in the woods, they used bows and spears to launch sneak attacks, causing significant losses to the attacking U.S. troops. Then, the plan to set the forest on fire failed because the environment was too damp. Consequently, Bagley had no choice but to lead his men to a halt outside the forest, beginning a standoff with the Native Americans. From his conversation with Bagley, Victor learned the origins of this group of Native Americans. Among them were Sioux people. Their actions were not just to retaliate for previous land conflicts but also to avenge two chiefs who had died at the hands of the Americans a year ago. At that time, in order to mine the gold discovered in the Pikes Peak region of northern Colorado, note, this region was a designated reservation area delineated at Fort Laramie in 1851 by Thomas Fitzpatrick, the agent in charge of the Platte River outpost. The United States government devised a very clever plan. They lured the chiefs of two tribes to Fort Lyon under the pretext of a meeting. In reality, it was to force them to give up their land. Naturally, the chiefs disagreed, and as a result, they were killed. Upon learning of their chiefs' deaths, the two tribes immediately went to war with the United States government, which was exactly what the government wanted. Because the underdeveloped Native Americans, though brave, were no match for the modernized and professionalized United States military, and they were forced into a steady retreat. Subsequently, the plight of these two tribes spread widely throughout the Great Sioux Nation, eliciting sympathy from other Sioux tribes. Among them, the son of a Sioux chief was a far-sighted young man. He was extremely handsome and exceptionally strong. White people who had interacted with him described him as looking like a fit Apollo. He realized the decline of his people and hoped for change. He once traveled in disguise to the territory of the white people to learn their knowledge. This time, the suffering of his fellow tribesmen made him finally realize that to fight against the invading white people, he had to unite all the forces that could be united. So, he spent a year traveling across most of the United States, coming from the west to Florida in the southeast. He hoped to contact the local Seminole people, but by the time he arrived, the Seminole people, having just endured 3 Seminole wars, had had their spirits completely broken by the U.S. military. They chose to surrender and accept the United States government's relocation, willing to leave their homes and the land where their ancestors had lived for generations forever. Because they had already shed too much blood for this land, they could no longer hold on. However, he didn't come away with nothing. He finally found one last large tribe that was still holding out on the border of Alabama and Florida. However, as a Sioux, when he first arrived in their territory, he was nearly killed as a U.S. spy. After all, in such an era, it was normal for some Native Americans to work for the Americans and become traitors. Fortunately, he had good luck and ran into the U.S. military coming to enforce the law. After using a bow and arrow to take down the leading American captain, Captain America, he gained the others' trust. After revealing his identity, he, as a future chief, established a covenant between the two tribes with their chief. The Sioux tribe would find a new home for them in the western lands, but in the face of the white invasion, they would set aside tribal hatreds and differences to fight together for the Native Americans' homeland. Subsequently, to boost the morale of the tribe members and increase his own prestige, he and the chief planned the attack on the town where Victor's family lived. It must be said that he was a natural-born military strategist. Under his leadership and distribution of forces, the retaliatory action was unexpectedly successful. Except for a minor setback at the church, there were almost no casualties. Furthermore, in the subsequent withdrawal operation, while leading the elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant members of the entire tribe, he managed to leave Lieutenant Colonel Bagley so far behind that he couldn't even see the dust from the tribe's horses. They split their elite riders into detachments to constantly harass the pursuing U.S. military in turns, while he personally led the rear guard. Ultimately, they covered the evacuation of the entire tribe. But as a result, he was cornered by Bagley in this forest by the river. Yes, only that Sioux man was trapped in the forest. The tribal chief had already led the tribe westward to find a new home, leaving only a few hundred warriors to hold the rear with that Sioux man. This young Sioux had a unique name, Crazy Horse. It is said that at the age of 15, he became a brave and skillful hunter in the tribe. Later, due to his heroic performance in a battle against the Arapaho for land, fighting like a crazy warhorse, his father renamed him Crazy Horse at the victory celebration. But that was 8 years ago. Today's Crazy Horse has become stronger, braver, and is full of wisdom and composure. In fact, these virtues could be foreseen from his childhood. When he was 12 years old, he set out with his brother to find ponies. While they were resting under a cherry tree and leisurely enjoying the delicious cherries, a roaring bear suddenly charged at them. His brother was scared witless. The young crazy horse pushed him up a tree, then mounted their startled horse, struggled to control it, turned back, and brandished a lasso to intimidate the bear. Although the bear initially seemed fierce, after a while, it turned around and left out of fear. Meanwhile, when Victor was 13, he was still playing tooth-pulling games with his father. Today's crazy horse has become a qualified leader and an excellent warrior, but his opponent has changed from Lieutenant Colonel Bagley to a sabretooth burning with the fire of revenge. Actually, the suggestion Victor initially gave to Bagley was very simple: have Bagley send his men to surround the woods so the Native Americans couldn't escape, then he would rush in and kill all several hundred Native Americans. Do you think you're the protagonist of Uncharted 4? Obviously, Bagley wouldn't let him do that. He thought losing his father had made the boy mentally unstable. So in the end, Victor could only follow a detachment of about 100 people to search for the Native Americans' whereabouts in the woods. This was his own request, and after Bagley confirmed that he indeed had good marksmanship and familiar tracking skills, he agreed to let him go along, and instructed the detachment commander to protect him well. However, these tribal warriors had already dispersed under Crazy Horse's orders. They had stayed behind with the determination to die. They needed to delay the United States military here for at least 3 days to ensure the tribe could completely finish their migration. What they didn't know was that the order Bagley received was simply to make the tribe leave Florida, so Bagley wouldn't hunt down their tribe. Staying here was merely to take their scalps for bounties and military merit. The detachment that entered the forest was constantly subjected to cold arrows from all directions, and the trees, not many were shot dead, but quite a few were injured. Having to spare men to look after the wounded made the detachment's situation even more precarious. The detachment commander watched helplessly, sweat pouring down his face, as his subordinates were led in circles by the Native Americans. These damned Native Americans! Why can't they come out and fight us fair and square? Everyone, take the wounded and retreat. Although he knew that running back empty-handed would certainly result in punishment or even a demotion, it was better than the entire army being wiped out and losing their lives. At least they caught a tongue. Well, this unlucky warrior accidentally fell from a tree while shooting arrows and broke his leg, resulting in him being captured alive by the Americans. Soon, this detachment of about 100 men responsible for scouting enemy intelligence fled the woods in panic, leaving behind over a dozen bodies of their comrades. In the end, the detachment commander was still demoted because Victor had disappeared. An exasperated Bagley scolded him and then kicked him out of the office. But it was impossible for Bagley to send more people to find Victor. After all, he was only his comrade's son, not his own. Although he felt regret and heartache, it was currently more important to eliminate these Native Americans. After all, every scalp was worth $100. After learning from the captured Native American that the opponent had dispersed, Bagley had no choice but to order his troops to spread out and surround the woods to prevent the opponent from breaking through and escaping separately. At this time, Victor had finally achieved his goal. The perimeter had been blocked by the U.S. military, so he could start his journey of revenge with peace of mind. He was full of excitement and anticipation for the upcoming slaughter. He understood that this was his bestial nature cheering, but he didn't suppress it further because this was his will. He wanted them to pay in blood. Victor tilted his head to dodge a sharp arrow shot at him from the bushes and casually tossed aside the corpse in his hand. This was a prey who had been very confident in himself. Yes, in Victor's view, all the Native Americans here were merely his prey. Over an hour had passed since he began his killing. Initially, those Native Americans didn't take him to heart, thinking he was just an ordinary lone militiaman. But when he killed a Native American warrior who tried to stab him to death with his bare hands, the opponent realized this wasn't a militiaman, but a murderer capable of killing with his bare hands. But this wasn't enough to make them feel afraid, because this was their home turf. They could vanish without a trace here and launch ambushes from any direction. But soon they found they were wrong again. This was no longer their home turf. The opponent knew this place better than they did and could easily find and kill them through the slightest clues. He could even track them by scent like those damned U.S. military dogs. Most terrifyingly, a warrior who escaped with his life told everyone an even more shocking piece of news: arrows couldn't kill that damned monster. That warrior said 4 of them went together to kill that damned white man, but the other 3 were easily slain, while he hid in the bushes and successfully hit the opponent's knee with an arrow. He saw with his own eyes the arrow pierce the opponent's knee, with blood gushing out. But what happened next left him in disbelief. The opponent nonchalantly pulled out the arrow from his knee, then gave a sinister grin toward his direction, and then he saw the wound on the opponent's knee actually heal automatically. However, his words weren't taken seriously by the other Native Americans because Crazy Horse said, "If that white-skinned devil's wound really healed, why didn't he chase and kill you?" So, his words were treated as hallucinations caused by excessive shock. Instead, they led more Native Americans to think Victor was injured and go to him just to deliver their lives. In fact, Crazy Horse wasn't entirely wrong. Victor wasn't unscathed after taking an arrow to the knee, because that arrow coincidentally shot off a piece of his kneecap. That's why he didn't chase after that Native American archer. He was looking for his kneecap on the spot. But in the end, he didn't find it, so he had to control his healing factor to grow another piece. Bone growth takes a little bit of time, and that fellow had jumped into a river and covered himself in mud. Ultimately, he escaped Victor's tracking. Of course, this was also because Victor didn't care about killing him immediately, as new prey had delivered themselves to his door. These Native Americans' close combat skills were actually not bad. On the contrary, years of hunting and outdoor life made them exceptionally agile and strong. But compared to Victor, who was already a mutant, it was far from enough. In Marvel's data ability values, Sabretooth's strength value is 4, another person with a strength value of 4 is called Spider-Man, and Spider-Man has a grip strength of 25 tons. In other words, the little spider we are familiar with is actually using what he considers a gentle touch every day to deal with those ordinary criminals. Otherwise, with one slap, heads would literally be sent flying. But at this time, Sabretooth didn't have so many concerns. He came to kill for revenge, so he frequently tore and pulled them apart. The scene was once too bloody for me to describe. Later, even he felt it was too unhygienic, being covered in blood and hard to wash, so he switched to snapping necks and the like. He would first kick and shatter a knee, then choke the neck with his hand. With a light application of force, the opponent would go to see their god of death. But his previous bloody way of killing wasn't without effect. A few terrified Native Americans gave up resistance and ran out of the woods. More than half were shot dead by the U.S. military outside, leaving only one to be captured alive and questioned about what happened in the woods. Then Bagley found out that Victor was actually starting a killing spree inside. He had thought the boy had lost his mind from excessive grief. However, this also made him more curious about how Victor actually did it. Although Old Clid was also known as an Indian slayer, back then, even he couldn't remain unscathed against ambushes and assassinations in the opponent's advantageous forest. Not to mention, like Victor, making these warriors who were ready to die break down and flee. But as long as he waits until this is all over, if Victor hasn't died in the woods, he will find out sooner or later. Meanwhile, Victor also encountered a small bit of trouble. After several hours of killing, he finally caught the attention of Crazy Horse. By this time, the number of Native Americans who had died at his hands was close to 100. He was tracking and performing a carnage on the Native Americans hidden in the woods with extremely high efficiency. Eventually, it prompted them to concentrate once again, and finally, Crazy Horse decided on a method to deal with Victor. Multiple expert archers would form a detachment to avoid direct conflict with him and use arrows to cover each other and shoot him dead. It must be said that if this plan could be carried out smoothly, it would indeed be effective, but unfortunately, they encountered Sabretooth Victor. After Victor, with 4 or 5 arrows stuck in him, crushed the head of one of the expert archers with his bare hands, Crazy Horse realized that what the previous warrior said was true. This monster wasn't afraid of arrows at all, or rather, arrows couldn't kill him. However, this didn't mean Crazy Horse would be afraid of him, because Crazy Horse also had his own secret, which was why he dared to stay behind to cover the retreat. "I wonder if you will die when I cut off your head. Oweodata grant me strength." Crazy Horse launched an attack on Victor while shouting the name of the wolf spirit, but clearly his attack was not taken seriously by Victor. As a result, Victor was hammered flying backwards, only stopping after breaking through 2 large trees. This was definitely not the soft, powerless punch he had imagined. Cough, cough, Oweodata. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but for now, I'll deal with you first. It's rare to finally find someone who can actually fight. Sabretooth coughed as he climbed to his feet. Crazy Horse's strike had broken 3 of his ribs, but his healing factor fixed the injury the moment he stood up. However, this strike also proved 2 things. First, he wasn't the only person in this world with superpowers. Second, this opponent was worth taking seriously. If he continued to be careless, he would likely be in big trouble. But, isn't it said that Native Americans all wear bird feathers? Why are you wearing a wolf head? Do you think you're Thrall's dad? Clearly, Crazy Horse didn't understand what Victor was saying, but that didn't hinder his determination to kill the man. This white man had taken the lives of too many of his brothers, and he intended to use the man's head as an offering to the fallen warriors. Crazy Horse believed the strength Oweodata granted him would help him defeat this white butcher, but he was clearly overthinking things. The 2 of them were actually quite evenly matched. Although Crazy Horse possessed fighting skills superior to Victor's, he had no way to land a fatal blow. Even if he pierced the man's heart with a spear, Victor would simply break the spear and counterattack. Sabretooth similarly had no good way to deal with Crazy Horse. Whether using captured Native American spears or his own claws that could rend steel, he couldn't cause significant damage to Crazy Horse, inflicting only superficial wounds at best. Furthermore, Crazy Horse also possessed a certain degree of recovery ability. While not as abnormal as his own healing factor, the man was incredibly tough. If he couldn't be heavily injured all at once, superficial wounds simply wouldn't take him down. In fact, Crazy Horse's abilities shared many similarities with Victor's, though perhaps they were even more like another person, Wolverine Logan. Crazy Horse's identity was that of the favorite of Oweodata, the wolf spirit of the Cheyenne pantheon. He was the hero of the Native Americans, Red Wolf. So why did Crazy Horse, the son of a Sioux chief, receive the favor of a Cheyenne tribe deity? Naturally, it was because his mother was Cheyenne, and his uncle was a chief of the Cheyenne tribe, so essentially, he was a member of the legendary Uncle Party. Oweodata granted him an indomitable will. As a member of a Native American's tribe, he had completely integrated himself with the desire to protect his tribe. It was impossible to deceive or persuade him into doing anything he was unwilling to do or that would harm the tribe. In short, this guy was the nemesis of Professor X. He was immune to telepathic abilities. Through his link with Oweodata, the overall strength and efficiency of Crazy Horse's muscles, connective tissues, and skeletal structure were greatly enhanced. Consequently, he possessed superhuman strength, which was the fundamental reason he could contend with Sabretooth. The 2 were evenly matched in strength, allowing them to trade blows back and forth. Although it wasn't very aesthetically pleasing, they were fighting for their lives after all. We should be serious and not mock them as 2 idiots with muscles for brains just because they fought like street brawlers. Furthermore, Oweodata endowed Crazy Horse with reaction speeds and running abilities beyond human limits, allowing him to keep up with Sabretooth's offensive movements and rhythm, and to counterattack using his fighting skills. Because Oweodata enhanced his muscular efficiency, he also became as enduring as Sabretooth and Wolverine. They could fight like this all day, or even longer, without feeling fatigue. His senses were also enhanced to a non-human level. His vision, smell, and hearing were elevated to levels similar to a wolf's. He could see further and more clearly than an ordinary person. Even in near total darkness, he maintained the same clarity. He could even see into the infrared spectrum, making him the equivalent of carrying an infrared detector. His hearing was similarly improved, allowing him to detect sounds at greater distances and pick up frequencies normal humans couldn't, even infrasonic sounds. Most importantly, he could also use his highly developed sense of smell to track targets. This meant that no matter which side chose to retreat, as long as the other didn't give up, they could be tracked indefinitely. However, neither side understood this yet. All they knew was that they had encountered the first truly difficult opponent of their lives. With a resounding impact, Victor was once again knocked flying by Crazy Horse, slamming into a tree so thick it would take 2 men to encircle it. I must find a way to deal a heavy blow all at once, otherwise this will go on forever. While thinking of how to deal with Crazy Horse, Victor rolled to dodge a spear thrown by his opponent, then extended his claws and lunged at Crazy Horse. Facing Victor's pounce, Crazy Horse could only sidestep, narrowly avoiding the swiping claws. Although he wouldn't be heavily injured, the feeling of being scratched was definitely unpleasant. Having missed his strike, Victor had to pull back his hands to block a punch from Crazy Horse. This guy's fists were heavy and fierce, nearly capable of breaking his bones. Fortunately, such heavy punches only brought pain and minor injuries. The healing factor could easily resolve these issues. Victor had his healing factor to deal with these minor injuries, but Crazy Horse did not. After more than 10 hours of high-intensity combat, Crazy Horse's entire body was covered in dense wounds, almost all caused by Victor's claws. Ordinary knives and spears couldn't penetrate Crazy Horse's skin to harm him, but Victor's steel-tearing claws could. While he couldn't rip him open or disembowel him like he could an ordinary person, slicing through the surface skin was easy. Moreover, if Crazy Horse stood still, a heavy injury could be achieved. And wherever there are wounds, there is bleeding. Having bled for over 10 hours, Crazy Horse was finally reaching his limit. Excessive blood loss had begun to make his vision blur, making him realize the direness of his situation. In fact, the only reason he could still fight was that his indomitable will was supporting him. He had to find a way to retreat. As for this damned white devil, he would come back for him once he grew stronger. However, retreating was no simple matter. After all, the fate of the other Native Americans had already told Crazy Horse that Victor had a strong tracking ability, perhaps no less than the powers Owayo data had granted him. But the method used by the survivor who had first noticed Victor's abnormality gave him an idea. So, after knocking Victor back once more, he seized the opportunity to turn and run. Seeing his enemy attempting to flee, Victor naturally couldn't let him go. He stood up to give chase, but was blocked by a group of Native Americans. It turned out that while the two were fighting, other Native Americans had gathered nearby. Except for the scouts responsible for guarding the perimeter, all other Native Americans had assembled here to watch Crazy Horse and his battle. Originally, these Native Americans had intended to help, but upon realizing that the power of the two combatants was on a completely different level than their own, they abandoned the idea and chose to hide nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, they waited for over 10 hours. During this time, they even went hunting and had a barbecue for lunch and dinner. When Crazy Horse suddenly turned and ran, they were preparing a late-night snack. A hunted roe deer was already roasting over the fire. They hadn't expected these two super soldiers to finish their work so suddenly. Since their super soldier and leader had fled, then as subordinates, they naturally had to have the resolve to cover the retreat. After all, they had come with the determination to die, and Crazy Horse was the only hope for the Native Americans' tribes. As the favorite of the wolf spirit Owayo, only Red Wolf could lead the tribes to prosperity. Therefore, they had to use their lives to cover Crazy Horse's departure. Dealing with these blocking Native Americans' warriors didn't take Sabretooth much time. Instead, it was their roasted roe deer that took Sabretooth nearly an hour to finish. However, when Sabretooth followed Crazy Horse's scent to a rushing river, Victor knew he had lost him. Red Wolf's strong lungs were enough for him to dive underwater for a long time without surfacing. Victor had no way of knowing if he had gone downstream or upstream. Crazy Horse could easily follow the river out of the forest and come ashore at a distant location, which was clearly beyond Victor's tracking range. Upon reaching the edge of the forest along the river, Victor also received confirmation from the U.S. sentinel guarding the woods against escaping Native Americans. No one had been seen coming ashore from the river. Although the leader, Crazy Horse, had escaped, the other Native Americans still in the woods had not. So Victor turned back into the forest to continue his revenge. It wasn't until a day later that he appeared before Bagley, his bare upper body covered in blood, to inform him to send his soldiers in to collect the bodies of those Native Americans. Bagley naturally agreed readily. After all, who wouldn't want free bounty money and military merit? As for how Victor had accomplished it, Bagley was no longer so eager to find out, because his current thought was to recruit Victor under his command. That way, if he encountered such troublesome battles in the future, he would have someone to solve them for him. His thoughts played right into Victor's hands. Victor was already thinking about how he could continue following Bagley to find trouble for the Native Americans. After all, no matter how strong he was alone, the number of people he could kill was limited. For instance, this time, if the U.S. military hadn't been surrounding the perimeter and the Native Americans had scattered, the number he could have killed would surely have been very limited. Thus, the two men, each with their own ulterior motives, hit it off immediately. Victor became a second lieutenant under Bagley's command, and from then on, Victor began a military career that would last for over a decade. And so, Victor effortlessly became a second lieutenant in the army under Lieutenant Colonel Bagley's command. In fact, such occurrences were very common during wartime. When the U.S. military lacked personnel while fighting Native Americans, they would conscript local immigrants as militia to fight alongside them at any time, eventually absorbing some of them as regular soldiers. In fact, the American militia of that era came to be known by a familiar name in the 21st century, the National Guard. Although there are differences in organization and command systems, they were indeed the predecessors of the modern National Guard. Shortly after Victor took up his post, a major event affecting all of America occurred. In truth, this event had been brewing since the Republican Lincoln was elected president 2 years prior. However, the war with the Native Americans caused a delay, but what was meant to happen eventually did. The southern states began mobilizing troops to the borders of the northern states. Although no shots had been fired yet, war was imminent. The 5th Cavalry Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division, to which Lieutenant Colonel Bagley belonged, was an elite unit of the Northern Federation. Due to the Third Seminole War launched by Florida against the Native Americans, they had been deployed to Florida to assist local militia forces in fighting the Native Americans. It was precisely because of the presence of the 5th Cavalry Regiment that the Seminole people's final war of resistance was declared a failure. Before the elite 5th Cavalry Regiment, the Native Americans had almost no power to fight back. Whether in terms of discipline, weaponry, or numbers, the Seminole people were no longer a match for the U.S. military. After thoroughly defeating the Seminole people, although the majority of the 5th Cavalry Regiment withdrew, several thousand men led by Lieutenant Colonel Bagley remained to sweep up the remaining scattered resistance and monitor the migration of the Native Americans. In fact, Lieutenant Colonel Bagley had another secret mission, to observe the movements of Florida's state troops and report any suspicious mobilizations to Washington at any time. And behind this incident of the Native Americans attacking the town, there was actually a background of local Florida official involvement. They needed such an event to distract Lieutenant Colonel Bagley and his troops to achieve their ulterior motives. While Lieutenant Colonel Bagley was leading his men at full speed on the path to hunt down the Native Americans, Florida's army had also completed its assembly and deployment as planned. By this time, over a month had passed since Victor's encounter with Crazy Horse. Although Crazy Horse had successfully escaped with the help of the river, his other subordinates had all been killed by Victor in the woods where they fought, causing his almost perfect plan to meet a crushing defeat in its final stage. Furthermore, with Victor's help, Bagley managed to catch the tail end of the Native American tribes fleeing Florida. They pursued them all the way from Florida across Alabama and Mississippi, reaching as far as Kansas. In Kansas, they had a brief skirmish with the enemy's rear guard. Since neither side intended to fight for long, the Native Americans successfully escaped the battlefield after leaving behind several hundred corpses. Bagley's vanguard also retreated several kilometers to camp and wait for the main force. However, what they eventually received was an order to immediately withdraw and regroup with the main army. It turned out that while they were fighting the Native Americans, South Carolina announced its secession from the United States of America and ordered state troops to launch an attack on Fort Sumter in Charleston. In fact, before the attack on Fort Sumter, the South Carolina government had already declared its separation from the United States of America. Upon receiving the news, the federal garrison secretly evacuated their base that same day. They all fled to Fort Sumter. Firstly, it had complete defensive fortifications, and it was also a port, making it convenient for either fighting or retreating. However, although they slipped away quickly, their boss wasn't quite as efficient. President Lincoln simply couldn't make up his mind on the question of whether to fight or withdraw. He didn't want to take the blame for firing the first shot of the American Civil War, as it might lead to eternal infamy. Although this war ultimately made him famous throughout history, he knew nothing of that now, right? After all, he wasn't some Native American shaman or prophet. So he did something very fitting for his position. He gathered the high officials in Washington for daily meetings to discuss whether to fight or not. Such meetings went on for over a month. Meanwhile, the soldiers in Fort Sumter encountered a major problem while the higher-ups were meeting. There was simply no food prepared for so many soldiers. Due to the massive gathering of garrisons from other places, the food here was only enough for about 40 days. As for going out to find food, that was even more unrealistic, as the outside had already been surrounded by the Southern Army like an iron barrel. After over a month of meetings, just as the soldiers in Fort Sumter were about to starve to death, Boss Lincoln pulled off another bizarre move. He first grandiosely sent a telegram to the rebellious governor of South Carolina, with a general meaning like this: "You kid actually dare to usurp the throne, stealing my territory and wanting to kill my brothers. Do you have no respect for me as the president? I'm telling you, if you dare touch a hair on my brothers' heads, I'll have people level your South Carolina." But then he quietly told the Navy going for reinforcements, "This time you go just to deliver food. If the other side opens fire, then you can launch an attack and deliver the munitions as well, otherwise, just deliver the food." Then he sent a secret report to the commander of Fort Sumter: "Young man, you must hold firm, reinforcements are coming soon. But if you can't hold out, surrendering is also an option." These contradictory orders left the commander of Fort Sumter completely bewildered, and what happened next made him jump with rage. The support the boss mentioned did indeed arrive quickly. They brought a large amount of food and many military supplies, but they were all blocked at sea. The promised food was all a lie. They even watched the Navy eat it at sea, and none of it was delivered into Fort Sumter. As for why this happened, it was because the Southern Army only surrounded Fort Sumter but did not launch an attack. Therefore, the Northern Navy neither dared to attack nor wanted to withdraw. So the commander of Fort Sumter watched that group of Navy men drifting at sea, slacking off, and showing them the food they should have been given every day. "Damn bastards! Are you our Navy or enemy spies?" Though he cursed out of rage, he also understood he was helpless in this situation. At this time, the people sent by the Southern Army to persuade them to surrender arrived again. Considering his boss's character and the current situation he and his men faced, the commander made a very important decision. Furthermore, the Southern Army general who came to persuade him to surrender happened to be his former student, so the two sides hit it off and reached a consensus. First, he righteously told the other party that he refused to surrender and would fight until the last moment before the food ran out. Then he told them that there was only enough food left for about 30 hours. After the other party left, he ordered all soldiers to hide in permanent fortifications and bunkers, because the Southern Army's attack was coming soon. Everyone should take cover in the bunkers to avoid the artillery bombardment before the assault. Then, just as the commander predicted, the Southern Army mobilized a large number of cannons and began shelling Fort Sumter. However, the bombardment lasted quite a while, a full 36 hours. During the shelling, the commander of Fort Sumter organized his officers to distribute the remaining food, telling everyone to eat it quickly and eat more, to prepare for battle after eating. If they didn't eat now, they might not get to eat later once the fighting started. Thus, the soldiers in Fort Sumter finished their last meal there with a sense of tragic solemnity. Then the officers reported to the commander that the food was gone. At this point, the Southern Army's shelling stopped. Just as the soldiers of Fort Sumter were preparing for a desperate fight, the commander told them that according to President Lincoln's orders, when they were out of food and ammunition, they could surrender to the Southern Army, and the Southern Army would guarantee their safety and let them take a ship back to the North. So they surrendered, and the Southern Army kept its promise. After disarming them, they let them take a ship back to the North. And those Navy men on the warships responsible for transporting supplies had just happened to eat quite a bit of the food they were carrying, freeing up plenty of space to transport the men. In fact, such a result was possible only because it was the early stage of the Civil War. The two sides hadn't truly exchanged fire in a meaningful way yet and hadn't become bloodthirsty. Moreover, since they were all former colleagues, such a harmonious situation could occur. By the late stage of the war, it would be completely different. And while the Union and Confederate jokers at Fort Sumter were putting on their performances, the order to mobilize Lieutenant Colonel Bagley's 5th Cavalry Regiment to the North-South front lines also officially reached Bagley's hands. Victor also followed this unit, which would later achieve illustrious military merit, to the front lines, joining this magnificent epic war. Although the occurrence of the Civil War was delayed by nearly 2 years because of his arrival, it still happened, and he ended up joining the Northern Army by a twist of fate. In the movies, Wolverine and Sabretooth also joined the Union Army. That's right, the movie where Wolverine and Sabretooth are biological brothers. One has to say that sometimes fate is just such a coincidence. In fact, Victor didn't initially want to follow Bagley here to fight. However, after a simple analysis, he ultimately chose to follow Bagley. He understood that he could not kill Red Wolf alone while he was under the protection of the Sioux and Cheyenne Tribe Alliance. But the U.S. government and its military could help him. In actual history, the U.S. government almost successfully exterminated the Native Americans. the Native Americans who once spanned the Americas were eventually left with only a few 100,000 mixed-race descendants. All he needed to do was gain enough connections and influence within the post-Civil War U.S. military to use the army against the Sioux and Cheyenne tribe that sheltered Red Wolf. As for Red Wolf himself, he would kill him with his own hands to complete his revenge. And if Victor wanted to use the power of the U.S. government, he needed to gain sufficient military merit and status in this newly ignited civil war. Bagley's unit, having quickly received their transfer orders, completed their assembly and boarded a train bound for Washington at the local station. The situation across the United States was currently a mess. Ever since South Carolina declared independence and attacked Fort Sumter, it was like a drop of water falling into a boiling vat of oil. The American oil vat completely exploded. First, President Lincoln demanded that the northern and southern states immediately form an army to suppress the rebellion. The northern states responded positively, assembling their respective elite forces and beginning a rapid march toward Washington. However, the states on the border between the North and South refused to send troops. Some even rose up in rebellion, broke away from the Northern Federation, and joined the Confederate States of America. The first to rise up in response to South Carolina was Virginia. This state was located at a strategic bottleneck, only a river's width away from the federal capital, Washington. Furthermore, Virginia's secession caused the Federation to lose an exceptionally talented general, the chief commander of the South in the Civil War, Robert E. Lee. He first refused Lincoln's order to serve as the supreme commander of the Federal Army, then turned around to serve as the commander of the local Virginian forces. Under his leadership, the local Virginian forces quickly defeated the federal garrisons in Virginia and seized a significant amount of equipment and supplies from federal munitions factories. These machines were subsequently transported south to produce firearms for the Southern Army. Later, he led men to capture the federal naval base at Norfolk, Virginia, which was the largest naval base in the United States at the time. This time, the Federal Army reacted promptly, burning all buildings and blowing up all ships during their evacuation, which left the Confederate fleet at a disadvantage against the Northern Federation fleet on the seas in the future. However, the Virginian Army's actions scared President Lincoln witless. There was no telling when that man named Lee might lead his men to Washington and successfully make him the last president of the United States. So, he sent out another urgent telegram, demanding that reinforcements from the northern states accelerate their support for Washington, or else the Southern Army might spend New Year's in Washington. It was under these circumstances that the 5th Cavalry Regiment was requisitioned to head to Washington for support. The train they rode almost never stopped, except for essential supplies, heading straight for Washington. The train, which they thought would have a clear path, met with an accident at the border of Kentucky and Virginia. A Virginian guerrilla unit crossed the border and blew up the railway leading to Washington. Finding the tracks destroyed, the train driver had no choice but to slam on the emergency brakes, finally stopping the train just before it could derail. Just as he was feeling lucky that the train hadn't derailed, a bullet pierced his head. As his vision gradually went black, life ebbed away from his body. The train driver was merely the first trophy for the Virginian guerrillas lying in wait on both sides of the tracks. They had been lying in ambush for a long time. As soon as the train stopped, they crawled out from their cover and opened fire on the carriages. Fortunately, machine guns were not yet perfected at this time. They were heavy weapons mounted on gun carriages that long-distance guerrillas simply couldn't carry. Otherwise, Victor's colleagues might have all perished here. But even without the suppressing fire of machine guns, the soldiers of the 5th Cavalry Regiment, caught off guard, were pinned down inside the train carriages, unable to organize an effective counterattack. At this moment, realizing the situation was dire, Victor took the initiative to find Bagley, requesting to lead his soldiers in a charge to disrupt the enemy's attack rhythm and buy Bagley enough time for a counterattack. Knowing that Victor was different from ordinary people, Bagley naturally welcomed Victor's request. However, the soldiers under Victor's command were not quite as enthusiastic. Although they were elites belonging to the 5th Cavalry Regiment, no one liked a mission that was practically a death sentence. Still, out of fear of Victor's fierce reputation, they bit the bullet and went anyway. After all, charging into rifle fire was better than being torn apart by Victor's bare hands. The soldiers previously sent to clear the battlefield in the woods had spread word of Victor's actions throughout the army. Victor paid the price for his bloody behavior in the woods, his reputation was devastated, and his soldiers looked at him as if he were a psychopathic serial killer. However, this wasn't without its benefits. At the very least, there was no legendary scenario of subordinates being defiant, requiring him to show off or slap faces to establish authority. Life is precious, after all. Who would be tired of living enough to provoke a guy known by titles like the Ripper or the Disemboweler? One's life belongs to oneself. Provoking someone over trivial matters was simply seeking death. Even if you weren't torn apart, he was an officer. What if he gave you a hard time once the battle started? Ultimately, Victor successfully controlled his dozens of soldiers through intimidation. At the very least, they were convinced of his personal strength. After all, his reputation was carved out through killing. This time, although Victor had taken on a shitty mission, it wasn't entirely suicidal. Given the rifle fire rates of this era, while a charge would incur heavy losses, it wouldn't be like being mowed down like grass by machine guns in the future. As a junior officer, Victor naturally became the leader of the charge. This fellow took advantage of his physical superiority. He charged directly out of the carriage, instantly drawing more than half of the firepower toward him. After all, he was the first federal soldier to charge out of the train. On his way, he used zigzag movements and rolls to the left and right, leaving the incoming bullets so far behind they couldn't even see his taillights. He even regained the thrill of playing PUBG before he had transmigrated. Now, everyone might ask, doesn't he have a healing factor? Why not just tank the firepower and rush through? With the rifles of this era, getting hit should be like child's play for him. However, Victor had his own considerations. While rushing through would be satisfying, this was an era where superstition and science coexisted. The acceptance of supernatural abilities was very low. If he were treated as a demon and burned at the stake, so be it. He was confident he could escape, but his plan to rise through military merit and use the US military's power to deal with Red Wolf would definitely go up in smoke. By using snakeskin movements and rolling to dodge bullets like he was doing now, he could still pass it off as having extraordinary physical fitness. Theoretically, it was feasible and wouldn't be too shocking to the world. Thanks to Victor's zigzagging and rolling drawing away all the attention, his subordinates were able to rush out of the carriages and begin using leapfrog cover to launch a real charge toward the enemy positions. Thus, two types of charges appeared on the field. One was the leapfrog cover charge of the federal elites, utilizing cover and their rifles to provide mutual support, advancing steadily and gradually closing in on the enemy position. The other was a solo performance by a certain large feline on the battlefield, moving in a serpentine pattern, lifting his feet just a moment before each bullet could hit his heels. As he ran, he left a trail of flying sand and dust behind him, all from craters created by bullets. He would run a bit and then roll behind cover, making a symbolic observation of the enemy position. In reality, he had already used his unique beast instinct to lock onto his primary target, the guerrilla commander. Fortunately, this solo performance didn't last long. After all, in an era where the effective range of a rifle was only 400 meters, running this distance took Victor only about 10 seconds, and that was only because he didn't want to be too startling. Having successfully charged the enemy line alone, Sabretooth was immediately besieged. Several Southern Army soldiers rushed at him with bayonets fixed. The first to attack was a small soldier with brown hair. Wearing a uniform similar to the Federal Army, he crouched and launched a sharp thrust toward Victor's throat with a glinting bayonet. He had developed this move while fighting tall Native American warriors. His short stature, far from being a disadvantage in close quarters, became a lethal advantage for a one-hit kill to the throat. A thrust directed at the throat from below is very difficult to parry. This move was also a mandatory part of Japanese bayonet techniques and worked repeatedly. Even veterans could be caught off guard and meet their end. Even the tall and powerful Soviet soldiers repeatedly suffered in bayonet battles against the Japanese, being beaten soundly. Later, the Russians got smart. Why engage in bayonet fights when we can use fire suppression and crush them with tanks? Ahem, getting off track. Facing the impressive thrust from the small Southern soldier, Victor simply delivered a direct kick to the chest. A brown meteor flashed across the battlefield, knocking away other Southern soldiers who were charging at Victor. The small soldier who was kicked felt as if he had been hit by a speeding horse carriage. His beloved rifle and the ribs in his chest were kicked into several pieces. The broken ribs even punctured his lungs, making it impossible for him to even scream. Well, let's let this fellow fly in the air for a while and talk about the situation of his other comrades. The moment after kicking the short soldier away, Victor used the momentum to sidestep 2 bayonets thrusting at him from behind, then turned and slashed the throats of those 2 soldiers with his own bayonet. After dealing with the 2 ambushers, he smashed the skull of another charging Southern soldier with his rifle butt. Only then did the airborne brown-haired soldier finally hit the ground. The other charging Southern soldiers hesitated for a moment because Victor had eliminated 4 of their comrades almost instantly. Victor seized this split-second opportunity and charged straight for the commander of the Southern guerrillas. The Southern soldiers only then reacted and prepared to stop him. However, none of the Southern soldiers who rushed forward were a match for Victor. They were either kicked away or impaled by his bayonet. Victor had already gone through 2 rifles. He frequently used too much force and snapped the guns while skewering people. Seeing that bayonets couldn't stop Victor, several officers drew their pistols, intending to deal with him that way. They discovered that even when firing pistols at close range, their reaction speed couldn't keep up with Victor's movements. After failing to shoot Victor and instead accidentally wounding one of their own, they abandoned the plan to use pistols. They continued to have the soldiers use bayonets to block Victor while letting the guerrilla commander evacuate. Their blocking mission was already mostly complete. They had blown up the railway and effectively inflicted casualties on the Federal soldiers in the train. There was no need to waste time here with this monster. Moreover, because of Victor's disruption, his detachment finally arrived at the Southern position and engaged the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. The Federal soldiers in the carriages were also closing in under Bagley's orders. Seeing the situation turn sour, the guerrilla commander immediately ordered a retreat and took the lead, fleeing on a horse that had been prepared beforehand. Upon receiving the order, the Southern soldiers began to disengage from the battlefield. Victor had no intention of slaughtering them all. After all, his goal was only military merit, not to become a mass murderer. He embraced his wild nature, but that didn't mean he wanted to indulge in slaughter and lose himself. After defeating the ambushing Southern Army guerrillas, Bagley began commanding his men to clear the battlefield and treat the wounded from both sides. At this time, neither side had been consumed by blind rage yet. They still remembered their past camaraderie as former colleagues. Thus, even enemy wounded would receive medical treatment after the battle. Victor, you're a natural-born soldier. Your way of dodging bullets is very interesting. Did Clyde teach you that? No, I learned it from books. Antelopes on the African savanna use irregular zigzag patterns to escape the pounce of lions. I've found that irregular zigzag movements indeed make aiming much more difficult. Is that so? A very interesting method. Can you teach it to our soldiers? I can try, but this method is quite difficult and places high demands on a soldier's physical fitness. No problem. I'll select a few soldiers with good physical fitness who are quick-witted and obedient to learn from you. I hope you won't hold anything back when the time comes. Then let them come. In reality, Victor's internal monologue was, except for those superhumans and protagonists, people who use this method to dodge bullets are basically turned into sieves. However, Bagley naturally didn't know this. He was hoping that once someone else learned it, he could find Victor to learn it himself. Although his opportunities to personally lead a charge were few now, no one ever complained about having too many ways to save their life on the battlefield. While Victor and Bagley were chatting, the soldiers of the 5th Regiment finished clearing the battlefield. They left the prisoners, the wounded, and the other passengers there to wait for rescue, leaving behind a detachment of about 100 men to protect them and guard the prisoners. The other uninjured officers and soldiers, led by Bagley, began marching on foot toward the train station dozens of miles away. They were supposed to have arrived by train before tonight, but because the guerrillas had blown up the tracks, they were forced to march there on foot and would need to find another train to continue their journey. This was an easy task for Victor, but for the other soldiers, it was not so simple. However, the 5th Cavalry Regiment at this time was at least a Federal elite unit, and their morale was high because they had just successfully repelled the ambushing Southern guerrillas. So they eventually reached the train station that night and caught another train also bound for Washington. This time, no more guerrillas came to blow up the tracks, climb the train, or set ambushes. They arrived smoothly in Washington by train and rendezvoused with the other units of the 5th Cavalry Regiment that had already arrived. Victor was also promoted due to his heroic performance in the skirmish, becoming a proud captain, which meant he was now a company-level officer. After the commissioning ceremony, there was a salon to celebrate his promotion. In fact, within just a few weeks, 35,000 soldiers from the northern states had gathered in the capital of the United States of America. Aside from a few elite units like the 5th Cavalry Regiment, the rest were young volunteers from the northern states. The patriotic fever sparked by the recent Mexican-American War had not yet faded, yet most of the new generation growing up in the Union had never experienced the cruelty of real war. Their understanding of war was limited to a series of victories in history books and the romanticized descriptions in biographical novels. So when President Lincoln issued the call, they responded enthusiastically to the nation's summons and gathered under that fluttering stars and stripes. Rather than saying they came to join the army, it would be more accurate to say they thought they were attending a summer camp. Of course, a summer camp wouldn't make them dig dirt to build bunkers every day. The soldiers spent every day digging dirt, eating dust, and building bunkers, while the idle officers had no choice but to attend the party salons held by local officials every day. Whether they were high-ranking commanders, army leaders, or junior officers, all of them could attend the daily salon parties during their off-duty rotations. As for military prohibition, don't be ridiculous. In fact, aside from the Russians, the U.S. Army was probably the heaviest drinking lot. Back when the United States gained independence, the Continental Congress had even mandated whiskey as a standard army ration. And speaking of social gatherings, one cannot fail to mention the current social butterfly of Washington, Rose O'Neal Greenough. She was practically a textbook example of a female-oriented novel protagonist. Born into a distinguished family, she lost both parents at a young age. She then fell into the position of living under someone else's roof, helping her aunt run a hotel, but through this, she met the State Department official Robert Greenough. She then became Mrs. Greenough. Soon, the clever, lovely, and ambitious Rose made many powerful friends in the political world. And shortly after marriage, she became a widow. After being widowed, an even larger number of high-status men fell for her charms. She spent every day drifting between various parties, spending money like water, captivating countless men, including Victor's superior, Lieutenant Colonel Bagley. So when Lieutenant Colonel Bagley learned that there would be a dinner party attended by Mrs. Greenough that evening, he couldn't wait to drag Victor along with him. After all, Victor was the descendant of an old friend and his own trusted subordinate. He needed to be mentored. Attending more gatherings like this to meet people from high society and build a network would help his future promotions, ensuring he wouldn't become some mysterious outsider who gets suppressed. It was at this gathering that Victor saw Rose O'Neal Greenough for the first time. One had to admit, she was indeed a stunning beauty. Long hair like dark clouds framed her forehead, like the dimming twilight shrouding the western sunset. Those equally moving large eyes sparkled with the light of intelligence. However, Victor lost interest after a few glances. After all, for a mere captain like himself to compete for a woman with a group of high-ranking officials was like lighting a lamp in a latrine, looking for death. Shit. Didn't he see that even Lieutenant Colonel Bagley could only watch from the periphery with envy and jealousy? Rather than focusing on that piece of flesh, it was better to focus on the piece on the table that he could actually eat. Well, this was influenced by the beast instinct. As the saying goes, action is better than mere thought. He then carved up the ham on the table and began to feast. Bagley's plan to bring him along to broaden his horizons was a bust, but the main man himself had gone off to be a sycophant, so one couldn't blame Victor for being greedy, could they? However, while Victor was eating, he overheard some very interesting things. For example, our Miss Rose wanted a young girl named Betty to deliver something to the Southern Army General Bonham, stationed at the Fairfax County Courthouse. Interesting. This Miss Rose is actually a spy for the Southern Army. I wonder what expression this group of high-ranking sycophants will have when they find out. They'll probably execute her with a sense of regret. But in the end, Victor didn't take any action. As for reporting Rose O'Neal Greenough, that was impossible. He'd never report her in this lifetime. Firstly, he had no evidence. Secondly, their statuses were not on the same level. Between a low-level officer and the widow of a high-ranking official, it was obvious who would be believed. Tracking that girl named Betty. That was simple, but the charge of deserting one's post was not easy to bear. He'd likely end up in a military court. Moreover, it was highly likely he'd get no thanks for his efforts. Rather than getting involved in these trivialities, it was better to eat meat now. In a few days, once they were on the battlefield, there wouldn't be such good ham to eat. So Victor continued to focus his attention on the ham before him until finally, a dejected Lieutenant Colonel Bagley dragged him back to the camp. By then, he had already polished off 2 large pieces of ham. At this time, the military camp was as noisy as a bustling market. Tens of thousands of ambitious young men of the United States had gathered here to participate in the Boy Scout summer camp, to participate in the Great War of Unification. Their leader, the commander of the Northern Army, General Irvin McDowell, had as little combat experience as they did. He was racking his brains to design an operational plan. For the past few nights, he had been in Mrs. Greenow's bedroom all night studying the plan. You see, when he submitted his operational plan to President Lincoln this morning, the dark circles around his eyes were still there. What a dedicated commander. In fact, the situation in Washington at this time was very critical. From the upper floors of the White House, President Lincoln could see the Southern Army flags flying across the Potomac River. The term of service for the ambitious young men was only 90 days, and in a few weeks, they could go home. Those who lived nearby might even make it back in time for dinner that day. Furthermore, a Southern army of 22,000 men was stationed at Manassas, 30 miles west of Washington. Once the ambitious young men disbanded and went home, this Southern army could be at the city gates within a day or two. This was why Lincoln and the gentlemen of Congress were losing sleep. So when General Irvin McDowell submitted his operational plan, Lincoln immediately issued orders to take action at once. Although the public opinion was to gather a wave of troops and march straight south to the enemy capital of Richmond, doing so might allow the Southern Army to the west to sneak into their home base via the upper route. So in the end, General McDowell chose to head west to eliminate this Southern Army that could threaten the president and the congressional bigwigs at any time. Though stated this way, the westward strategy was still a wise one. In addition to removing the threat to the capital, it could also capture the transportation hub of Manassas, thereby entering the Shenandoah Valley, the traditional route from the north into Virginia. The situation on the eastern front facing McDowell was, besides his own troops and the enemy at Manassas. At Harper's Ferry at the northern end of the Shenandoah Valley, General Patterson led 18,000 Federal troops composed of Pennsylvania militia facing 12,000 Southern troops under General Johnston. Additionally, at the tip of the Virginia Peninsula, 10,000 Northern soldiers were in a standoff with a small number of Southern troops. McDowell's plan was to attack the Southern Army at Manassas, force them to withdraw, and finally engage in a decisive battle at a location favorable to himself to completely annihilate them. Then he would gather his forces and march to Richmond. However, quite clearly, things would not develop as he had planned. As General McDowell's opposite number, General Beauregard is a West Point classmate. The only difference is that he has fought one more battle than McDowell, the bombardment of Fort Sumter. As for his 20,000-odd soldiers, the only real distinction from McDowell's men is that their enlistment runs longer than 90 days, otherwise they're essentially the same. In short, it's a battle of greenhorns pecking at each other, and when skill and numbers are evenly matched, intelligence becomes the decisive edge. That edge belongs to General Beauregard. Post-war Washington is crowded not only with eager but untrained patriots, but also with Southern sympathizers and spies. Southern spymaster Thomas Jordan scored the greatest coup of his career, recruiting Washington's celebrated hostess Rose O'Neal Greenough. Just after General McDowell set out, Southern officer Bohannon took up position near the Fairfax County Courthouse, tasked with watching the enemy's every move. Monitoring the foe is relentless work, yet everyone needs a break. One day the pickets brought in a girl who had come from the city. Bohannon studied her. Though dressed as a country lass, she was strikingly pretty, clearly a Union spy. He was about to interrogate her and take some quick pleasure when the girl spoke. "My name is Betty. I have urgent intelligence for General Beauregard." Bohannon looked disappointed. Another of his duties here was to receive couriers from the capital. Reading his assent, Betty slipped out her hairpin and let her long hair cascade like a waterfall, leaving Bohannon dazzled and regretful. From the hairpin she drew a silk packet and handed it over. Bohannon dispatched a rider to race it to General Beauregard. Inside the packet was a complete Union battle plan, even the map used by the Senate Military Affairs Committee, showing every Federal route toward Manassas Junction. While General McDowell was enjoying Rose's hospitality and laboring between her sheets, he never guessed his entire plan had been stolen. She had also obtained the committee's map from another good friend, Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts, chairman of the Senate Military Affairs Committee. Thus, from the moment McDowell stepped out of Washington, every move he made was known to the South. After receiving Mrs. Greenow's intelligence, General Beauregard wired the Confederate government in Richmond, McDowell's force is on the march. He asked Joe Johnston, camped in the Shenandoah with 10,000 men, for reinforcements. The reply came at once, Johnston is coming. In reality, Johnston's troops were pinned by strong Federal columns crossing from Maryland into Virginia. Led by General Robert Patterson, these Federals pressed Johnston's Confederates but avoided battle, intent only on blocking any move to reinforce Beauregard. Johnston, knowing he could not defeat Patterson, resorted to trickery. He sent the bulk of his army to help Beauregard while a picked force harassed Patterson. Believing all of Johnston's command faced him, Patterson calmly pitched camp, expecting the Confederate attack. When he finally realized the ruse, Johnston had already slipped away with his main body and reached Manassas. While the South shifted troops and braced for the coming clash, the North presented a very different picture. Commanding the Federals, General McDowell marched from Arlington. Heat, dust, and raw, undisciplined troops reduced the column to a crawl. At every brook the men halted to splash their faces, others wandered off to pick fruit. To onlookers these gaudy uniforms looked like a summer camp outing rather than a Federal army bound for battle. Most were recent volunteers, untrained and in poor condition, exhausted by the slightest exertion. It took them 4 full days to cover 45 kilometers, reaching Centerville, the last town before Bull Run. They were accompanied by crowds of spectators, politicians, merchants, civilians, and journalists, riding in carriages laden with food and champagne, gaily stretching for miles. Everyone believed this would be the only battle of the war. Miss it, and the conflict would be over. Such strategic concerns scarcely touched Victor. A junior officer on a battlefield need only kill, and that was the one thing he did best. Still, he paid for his gluttonous display at the banquet. Some top brass officer said he ate like a backwoods militiaman. As a result, Victor and his men were reassigned to assist the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment that had come to Brooklyn, New York. The order read verbatim, "Militia belong with militia." These Brooklyn militiamen were indeed a singular sight in the Federal Army. The standard-issue Union uniform was a Prussian blue kepi or Hardy hat, a wool shell jacket, or Prussian blue frock coat, and sky blue or Prussian blue all-wool trousers. So the Yankees were the original, German fanboys. Both Southern and Northern troops wore essentially the same blue-gray palette. Minor variations existed, but that was the dominant look. Our Brooklyn 14th, however, sported scarlet kepis trimmed in dark navy, a brass 14 on the front, and company letters on the crown. Their upper garments matched the rest of the Federal Army, Prussian blue shell jackets or frock coats. Below the waist they wore scarlet all-wool trousers, or men's riding breeches, with white canvas leggings, their long red legs a blazing stripe through Union ranks. The ranks of the 14th were a cross-section of life, city workers, clerks, merchants, as well as mountain farmers, hunters, and miners. Some had even been born in the South, a few were foreigners. Every trade in the United States seemed represented, except professional soldiers. Victor and his reinforced company filled that single gap. Now they had regulars, though their commander was strictly an amateur. At that point the Brooklyn 14th comprised 13 companies, A through K. The naming alone screamed militia. Victor received company designation M. For no clear reason the letter made him think of dear old Clyde and those pleasant nights they'd spent in the family underground room. Ahem, militia or not, they drilled year-round and had once helped crush the anti-Catholic, Angel Gabriel, Society. They were battle-tested. Beside them the other newly mobilized volunteers looked painfully green. And they were fiercely patriotic, the moment the Confederate States of America rebelled and President Lincoln called for troops. Men from Brooklyn, Manhattan, and greater New York City crowded the regiment's recruiting office, and the 14th was born overnight. Colonel Alfred Wood wired Washington, his Brooklyn 14th stood ready. The telegram read, "The nation's rise or fall is every man's duty. If static." Colonel Alfred greeted Victor warmly. On the eve of battle no commander complains of extra bayonets. Lieutenant Colonel Bagley of the 5th Cavalry Regiment felt otherwise. Losing a company, even temporarily, stung. Yet he could hardly object. The 5th was one of the few veteran outfits, and seating green units with experienced troops was the quickest way to forge them into a fighting force. Shortly after Victor's attachment, orders came to march. Watching the ragged, shapeless flood of hastily mobilized men spill out of Washington, Victor was reminded of Red Alert 2. Back then he'd loved playing the Soviet Union, cranking out hordes of conscripts, boxing them up, and sending them in one giant zerg. The Union host now looked much the same, a chaotic mass shambling toward its objective. The Brooklyn 14th was the exception, neat ranks, red legs stepping in perfect time toward their tactical goal, Henry House Hill. Their drill won over Victor's men, who had grumbled at being farmed out to a militia unit. And so, unwilling to be outdone by mere militia, the regulars locked their blue-trousered legs to the same cadence and marched smartly in the 14th's wake. Pride demanded it. After several days of long-distance trekking, Victor and the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment arrived at their destination, Henry House Hill. They were assigned to the position of Major William Berry, the Federal Army Artillery Commander at Henry House Hill, responsible for guarding the Federal artillery station there. Their opponents were the 33rd Virginia Infantry Regiment on the left wing of Thomas Jackson's 1st Virginia Brigade of the Southern Army. Then the Union Army's bad teammate syndrome flared up again. Seeing the 33rd Regiment wearing uniforms with dark blue jackets and trousers, Major Berry, the artillery commander, mistook them for allies and ordered his men to stop firing. This allowed the 33rd Regiment to break through the outer defenses of the artillery position without any effort, seizing the cannons belonging to the Federal Army. Realizing he had made a grave mistake, Major Berry had no choice but to request support from the 14th Regiment. At this time, the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, which had just arrived at Henry House Hill, was locked in a fierce battle with Colonel Stewart's cavalry from the Southern Army. Previously, the Southern Cavalry led by Colonel Stewart had already routed the 1st Minnesota Infantry Regiment of the Federal Army. If he routed the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment as well, he could completely crush the Federal Army's flank. Therefore, after receiving Major Berry's request for help, Alfred Wood could only let Victor lead his company to support them first, saying, "The Brooklyn 14th will be there soon, we won't abandon a single brother." Taking the order in a moment of crisis, Victor put on his blue military cap and led his roughly 100 men away from the Manassas-Sudley Road. When he reached the Henry House Hill artillery position, he found his own artillerymen being driven across the hills like sheep by the enemy 33rd Regiment of the Southern Army. The cannons that originally belonged to the Federal Army had already fallen into the hands of the Southern Army's 33rd Regiment. They were turning the muzzles, preparing to fire upon the Federal Army. Seeing this, Victor had no choice but to lead his 100-odd men in a charge up the slope, beginning a fierce assault on the artillery position that had fallen into enemy hands. As always, Victor charged at the very front. The flag-bearer behind him held the fluttering stars and stripes high, indicating the direction of the charge. Caught in a surprise attack, the 33rd Regiment was taken off guard as Victor charged into the enemy artillery position with his bayonet. All the Southern soldiers blocking his path were tossed aside and killed like training straw men, or had their heads smashed by his rifle butt. In such close-quarters combat, Victor's beast instincts and superhuman reaction speed allowed him to easily evade enemy attacks. Under his leadership, M Company quickly tore through the 33rd Regiment's defensive line and retook 2 cannons. The other cannons were destroyed by the 33rd Regiment during their panicked retreat. This was the drawback of being short-handed. Although Victor had broken the enemy's morale, he didn't have enough men to retake and control all the cannons. During the fight, he took several stray shots, which made many Southern marksmen doubt their own aim. They clearly should have hit him, and twice at that. Shouldn't that be double the joy? Why did it feel like they had missed entirely? Why was that? Although Victor had used the advantage of the surprise attack to temporarily rout the Southern 33rd Regiment, he simply didn't have enough troops to defend such a large artillery position. He had no choice but to have his men round up the scattered Union artillerymen and set up the 2 retaken cannons to fire upon the counterattacking Southern 33rd Regiment. Meanwhile, he led the boys of M Company to construct a defensive line at the edge of the artillery position, holding fast while waiting for reinforcements. The disadvantage in numbers quickly became apparent. The 33rd Regiment didn't take much effort to break into Victor's defensive position and engage them in hand-to-hand combat. At this critical moment, Colonel Alfred Wood arrived with the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment. They had already routed Colonel Stewart's Southern Cavalry and left the Manassas-Sudley Road to come to the aid of their Gray Brothers Company, Victor's M Company. During their days of marching together, these young men in red wool trousers had earned the affection of the veterans from the 5th Cavalry Regiment, while the veterans of the 5th Cavalry had gained the recognition of these New York volunteers through their past achievements and stories. This time, the feat of fearlessly charging an enemy that far outnumbered them and successfully retaking their own artillery position completely won over these young men. It also successfully bolstered their morale, and the Southern 33rd Regiment was routed from the front by the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment. During their flight, they were subjected to strafing and shelling by the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, suffering heavy casualties. They even began to collide with the positions of their allies, the 2nd Virginia Infantry Regiment. Victor led his boys in hot pursuit of the 33rd Regiment's routed soldiers, charging right into the Southern 2nd Virginia Infantry Regiment's position. Whether it was an officer or a soldier blocking his way, all were struck down with a bayonet and then given a finishing blow to send them to God, while he himself remained almost completely unscathed. My God, he's just like a saber-tooth, charging through enemy lines, invincible. Colonel Alfred Wood, commander of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, marveled at Victor's bravery. Dragged down by their own allies, the 2nd Virginia Infantry Regiment's position was quickly torn open by Victor's vanguard company, subsequently falling into a rout. It had almost become a law: wherever Victor charged, heavy enemy casualties would immediately follow, a gap would form, and finally, a collapse would be triggered. When he charged these defensive lines composed of ordinary soldiers, it was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, only a one-sided carnage with almost no threat encountered. Through these killings, he was also constantly improving his combat skills. Although it was a one-sided crushing, the practice still served its purpose. For instance, how to maximize killing efficiency and how to target and grasp human weak points could all be improved through practice. After all, even Thanos would die if his head was cut off, right? And so, Victor's first and most famous nickname, Sabretooth, was born on the battlefields of the Civil War. Through the efforts of Victor and the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, the left side of the Southern Army's line actually began to show faint signs of collapse. Only then did General Beauregard wake up from his dream of crushing the Union Army's right wing and began ordering the entire army, including the reserves, to support the left wing. In fact, saying that Beauregard and McDowell were like two noobs pecking at each other wasn't an exaggeration. After all, they were old classmates from the West Point Military Academy. It was one thing for McDowell to be sold out by his own people until he didn't even have his underwear left, but for Beauregard to almost be defeated even when he knew the enemy's strategy only showed that he was indeed unskilled. But unfortunately, his old classmate McDowell was even worse. After the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment had broken through two lines of the Southern left wing in succession, McDowell ordered a 2-hour rest. In his view, he already had the game in the bag. How could he possibly lose? He even said, "The war will be over once this battle is finished." Such a flag-raising statement destined his subsequent tragedy. First, Thomas Jackson finally arrived. He led his troops into the gap left by the Union Army's pause, quickly entering the left line and consolidating the position. The other Southern troops also took this opportunity to get a chance to breathe and reorganize. When the Federal Army launched their fierce assault again, they had already recovered from their exhaustion. In the chaos of the melee, the armies of both sides became a jumbled mess, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Often, soldiers would find themselves following enemy troops, ending up as turncoats. However, the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment didn't have such worries. Their unique red wool trousers made them the most conspicuous presence on the battlefield. Just as conspicuous as their attire was their fierce tactic of constant, fearless charging. Thomas Jackson's subordinates suffered heavy losses in their engagement with the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment. He called these militiamen, who wore scarlet caps and trousers, blue jackets with plenty of gold buttons, and white gaiters, the red-legged devils. Whenever the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment began to charge, he would shout to his subordinates, "Steady, boys. Those red-legged devils are coming again." And at this time, the officer charging at the very front of the red-legged devils was a Federal Army captain wearing blue trousers, Victor Creed. Of his 100-odd men, 11 had been killed, 46 were wounded, and more than 10 were captured or missing. They had almost completely lost their combat effectiveness, so he had no choice but to join the charging ranks of other companies. Colonel Alfred Wood adopted an attitude of tacit consent toward Victor's behavior of leaving his subordinates to go and charge. On one hand, M Company had indeed lost its combat effectiveness, so he had Victor's adjutant lead them back to the rear for reorganization. Victor, who should have gone with them, had actively volunteered to stay, and the reason he gave was one Alfred could not refuse: as long as he was there, the troops could tear a hole in any part of the enemy's defensive line. He and M Company had become the sharpest dagger of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, and he himself was the sharpest edge of that blade. Whenever he charged into the enemy position, it was like driving a resolute iron nail into it, opening an entrance for subsequent allies to storm the enemy line. But this time, the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment encountered an opponent, the 1st Louisiana Special Battalion, Louisiana Tigers. If the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment was the finest militia regiment of the Union Army, then the 1st Louisiana Special Battalion, Louisiana Tigers, was the finest volunteer force of the Southern Army. The collision between these two elite units, as well as the contest between Sabretooth and the Tiger Group, was on the verge of breaking out. Just as the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment regrouped and breached the 33rd Southern Regiment's line again, the men of the 1st Battalion, Louisiana Tigers, charged up the southern slope and raked the Brooklyn militiamen from the flank. Their precise, sustained fire inflicted heavy casualties. Militiamen dropped one after another. Realizing the danger, Colonel Alfred at once ordered the wounded to pull back and personally took command of the rear guard. Victor Creed, naturally, was assigned to keep him safe. By then the Tigers who had bloodied the Brooklyn 14th discarded their rifles, drew their Bowie knives, and rushed in. The Brooklyn 14th, however, were no pushovers. Under Alfred and Victor they countercharged. A savage bayonet and brawl fight erupted between the two outfits, the fearless resolve on both sides turning the melee into butchery. For the first time Victor felt pressure from elite troops. At first he used his superior physique to swat away several Tigers with ease. Then they singled him out. A fire team hemmed him in on three sides, attacking in relays. The moment he lunged at one man, the others slashed at his line of attack. He could still kill, but not at the earlier clip. He had to flip blades away and hunt for openings. Of course, if he exposed himself as a mutant he could wipe them out in seconds, charge straight through the steel. That, however, was impossible. What happened next changed his mind. Colonel Alfred was shot and dropped, and two Tigers seized him. Seeing his commander about to be taken, Victor ignored the knives, grabbed the wrist of the nearest Tiger, and swung the man like a flail. The surrounding soldiers were caught off guard and sent flying. Victor battered his way to Alfred's side and likewise clubbed away the two would-be captors. With the two Southerners sprawling, Victor hoisted Alfred onto his shoulder and yelled for the rest to pull out. The Brooklyn 14th could not win this fight. Yet even in retreat they did not scatter like other Federal units, turning their backs into a shooting gallery. Under Victor's direction they leapfrogged rearward in good order. The Tigers, bled white by Victor, gave up the chase. Some were simply spooked. Victor had been whirling one of their comrades so furiously that the body suddenly tore in half. He stood there holding nothing but an arm. When he reached for a second club, the Tiger's courage broke. Only then did Victor remember the wounded colonel draped over his shoulder and beat a hasty retreat. Alfred would live, pure luck, and, having fainted early, was mercifully spared the memory of what had transpired. En route Victor also bagged a colonel of the 33rd Southern Regiment, whose leg had been shattered. The man, wearing a coat much like Union blue, was scooped up and carried off under Victor's arm. Only after both men were hospitalized and the leg amputated did anyone notice the captured officer wore Confederate gray. He became a prisoner. Alfred, too, lost the limb and, once recovered, was honorably retired. Succeeding him was Lieutenant Colonel Edward Fowler, promoted to colonel. He had long commanded the Brooklyn 14th's brigade, so the appointment raised no eyebrows. Best of all, the regiment's valor earned it a place as President Lincoln's personal guard when it withdrew to Washington. Lincoln declared them well-drilled, dashing young men, perfect for the duty of guarding the president in the Capitol. Had they worn red coats, he quipped, the picture would be complete. Thus pampered by the president, the Brooklyn 14th earned the nicknames Lincoln's Little Pets and Lincoln's Lapdogs from brother regiments. Victor even got into several brawls with other friendly units over it, but in the end all it did was spread his nickname Sabretooth throughout Washington, utterly pointless. The reason was a private audience with President Lincoln, who wanted to meet the finest young man in his favorite Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment. Victor was chosen. Even the tallest president in history looked short beside Victor, but the quick-witted Lincoln reclaimed the height advantage with a towering top hat. I thought you'd enjoy being called Lincoln's Little Pets, yet I hear you've clashed with other troops over it. We're honored to serve as your personal guard, Mr. President, but they shouldn't call us puppies. We're not soft little pets, we're Sabretooth on the battlefield, the finest volunteers in the Union. Very well, Lord Sabretooth. I'm told that while rescuing Colonel Alfred you also captured a senior enemy commander. Is that true? Honestly, I thought he was on our side, so I fished him out on my way back. He's in our prison camp now. Haha, your exploits never bore. And so, after that interview, the name Victor Sabretooth began to circulate, almost eclipsing his real one. What finally made his reputation ring through both North and South was an arrest, capturing the Southern spy Rose O'Neal Greenough. Yes, the famous belle of Washington society was finally exposed. President Lincoln signed the warrant at once, and Victor, as a member of the President's Guard, went along for security. The raid, expected to go smoothly, inevitably went wrong. Rose O'Neal Greenough was a mutant who could hypnotize and control minds through skin contact. A familiar power, isn't it? Exactly the ability of Wolverine's first love, Silver Fox, in the films, which neatly explains why federal officials of every age fell at Rose's feet. Because the warrant came as a secret presidential order, Rose had no forewarning, yet the moment agents knocked she sensed something amiss. She hid her 8-year-old daughter first, then calmly opened the door and, by touch, seized control of several agents sent to seize her. The enthralled agents turned on their comrades, drawing pistols and firing. Caught off guard, the others dived for cover and returned fire. Rose used the chaos to crash through a window and run. Her plan was to lead the pursuers away, then double back for her child. She almost succeeded. After dealing with the suddenly treasonous agents, the raiders gave the house only a cursory search before starting off in pursuit. Victor stopped them. He smelled fear, then traced the scent along the wall into a study. Every bookcase stood open, clearly checked, yet not thoroughly, for he caught the scent of a little girl. With a sharp shove he toppled a cabinet, revealing a small ventilation shaft. Curled inside was Rose's 8-year-old daughter. Well, what have we here? Don't be scared, kid, come with uncle and we'll find your mama. No, you bad men. I won't let you hurt my mommy. The 8-year-old was no match for Victor. He lifted her out like a kitten, claws and threats and all. Keep her safe. That sly vixen won't escape once she smells her kitten. Yes, sir. He could have chased Rose himself, but this was simpler and more certain. Still, her power was troublesome. In the end he convinced the agency to use the girl as bait. Everyone else lay far back in ambush, only Victor stayed inside. If Rose seized control of him, the others would open fire and kill both her and Victor. They would try to spare the child. Some might call Victor hypocritical, but he wasn't worried. He too was immune to telepathy. Perhaps Professor X could sway him, but Rose's level of power couldn't touch him. It seems you're quite confident in your abilities, Mrs. Ross. Or do you think these scrubs can finish me off? Mrs. Ross did come to rescue her daughter, after all, as expected of a woman. With her were several burly soldiers, evidently hypnotized and under her control. She clearly had no intention of chatting with Victor. The controlled soldiers drew their pistols and fired straight at him. Full auto rifles can't even hit me, and you expect those rusty handguns to do the job. Victor dodged the shots effortlessly. He didn't have to outrun bullets, only the speed of the men pulling the triggers. After a few punches and kicks to dispose of the scrubs, Victor once again stood in Mrs. Ross's path, blocking her way to her daughter. Fine, I'll admit you're stronger than I thought. No wonder they call you the legendary Sabretooth. You're worth handling personally. With that, Mrs. Ross extended her flawless right hand, tilted Victor's chin up, gave him a seductive look, and unleashed her power. Just as she thought she'd succeeded, a sharp sense of danger struck. She leapt back, narrowly avoiding the claws Victor slashed toward her. Interesting. Looks like you're not entirely useless aside from your power. Victor was a bit surprised she could dodge his casual swipe. It had been offhand, but still not something a frail socialite should evade. In truth, alongside her psychic gift, Mrs. Ross's physique had been enhanced, turning a once delicate woman into someone as capable as any trained soldier. Rarely did she need to fight, though. Her ability worked on men and women alike, yet it was useless against beasts. As for her combat skills, to Sabretooth they were laughable. In his eyes she was no more threatening than a goose. After a brief warm-up Victor easily seized her. When struggles and escapes failed, she stared into his feral eyes and said, "This round is yours, but if you don't kill me, we will meet again." "Oh, really?" Then I'll catch you next time, and the order might not be, take alive. With that, Victor tightened the hand around her throat until she passed out, then stuffed her into a waiting sack. On Victor's success signal, the surrounding ambush troops exhaled in relief, though they dared not relax completely. What if Victor himself had been controlled? Fortunately, all went smoothly. Victor slung the sack over his left shoulder and carried Mrs. Ross's daughter under his right arm, handing both to the arresting agent. Don't let your men touch Mrs. Ross, or they'll fall under her hypnosis like the ones lying in there. Deal with those soldiers too, they're alive, just knocked out. After briefing them, Victor left. He had a bar date with the militia boys tonight. He planned to drink them all under the table. Ugh. A night of heavy drinking meant a pounding head at dawn. Victor had drunk himself silly, then brawled with the softies of New York's 11th. They dared to call him Kitten, so they all wound up in the stockade together. At least Victor knew he'd only been drunk and no one died. The battered boys would be nursing broken bones, but the lockup lasted less than a day. Victor was released early. The Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment had been ordered to move. They would spearhead the march to Falls Church, 5 miles west of Washington on the Potomac. Their old foe Colonel Stewart now led Southern cavalry holding the ridgelines at Falls Church, Upton's and Munson's Hills, poised to strike the village. If Falls Church fell, only one river would separate them from Washington, unthinkable to Congress and President Lincoln. Fresh off defeat, Union morale was rock bottom. No unit seemed willing to face the confident Southern forces. So the Brooklyn 14th received the urgent order to seize and hold Falls Church, defending the capital. As the regiment's acknowledged fiercest fighter, Victor Creed was made commander of the spearhead platoon. They dragged him from the guardhouse and dressed him in the Brooklyn 14th's trademark gear, bright red long johns included. Still hungover, he accepted the order to rush to Falls Church. Though his superiors worried about his condition, Victor was Lincoln's hand-picked commander, so they had to let him go. Victor and his M Company left Washington the moment the order arrived, marching straight for Falls Church. They had barely arrived and hadn't even pitched camp when the Southern Army's vanguard appeared. A skirmish erupted inside the tiny village. Victor was only half awake, until a bullet struck him in the buttocks. That woke him up fast, cold sweat soaking his back. Good thing it hit my backside. If it had hit the family jewels I'd be in real trouble. It'd grow back, but damn, just thinking about it hurts. Surviving the shot flipped his shame into rage. The humiliated Sabretooth drew his saber and charged straight into the Southern lines the enemy had thrown up outside the village. The men of M Company stared slack-jawed as their commander, sword in hand, stormed the enemy position and carved them up, men and horses toppling everywhere. In Victor's grip the razor-edged sabers sheared through rifles raised to parry, then lopped off heads complete with caps. Most of his troopers were veterans of the 7th Cavalry Regiment, back on duty after healing. Seeing Victor go, the old hands followed. Once the veterans surged forward, the stunned rookies had no choice but to charge too. Led by Victor, M Company of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment routed the Southern vanguard in a single rush, sweeping away the gloom that had clung to the Union Army after its recent defeat. With the enemy scouts scattered, Victor gave no time to rest. He ordered his men to dig in at once, ready for the next Confederate attack. Fortunately, the first reinforcements to arrive were E Company of the same Brooklyn 14th, and soon the entire 14th Brooklyn Regiment occupied Falls Church. Once regimental headquarters was set up, Victor and M Company, after a brief breather, were sent out again to fortify every commanding height around the area. While Victor was away from Washington digging earthworks near Falls Church, the spy he had captured, Mrs. Rose O'Neill Greenough, began her new performance. The Union bigwigs who had dallied with her all tried to disentangle themselves, but it proved no easy task, so they quietly worked to secure her release. Inside her cell and later in court, Mrs. Greenough played to the hilt the part of a frail, persecuted patriot. As one furious lawyer put it, she has turned herself into a veritable Joan of Arc for those damned rebels. And because her 8-year-old daughter was locked up with her, the North's imprisonment of women and children sent shockwaves through the South. To Southerners, Rose became a martyr, hardening their will to fight on. They feared their own wives and daughters might suffer the same fate. In the end the exasperated federal judge released Mrs. Greenough and her daughter, allowing them to return south. When she stepped from the prison waving a Confederate flag and reached Richmond, she received a hero's welcome. Night fell. With her daughter asleep, Rose stood alone at a window, gazing north toward Washington and whispering, I told you we would meet again, Victor Creed, my dear Sabretooth. Achoo. Don't tell me I'm catching cold, impossible. Victor, busy digging fortifications, suddenly sneezed. Months had passed since he came to Falls Church. The Confederates kept trying to seize this early warning outpost for Washington, but each time they were bloodied, their casualties becoming battle honors and hard-won experience for the boys of the 14th Brooklyn. Victor and his M Company lads adopted the regiment's trademark look: scarlet caps, blue jackets heavy with gold buttons, red wool trousers, and white gaiters. Most memorably, Victor was once ordered to trim his conspicuous beard, and obeyed. What emerged was a face still boyish yet set with determination, wild eyes lending it a reckless air, clean-cut, even handsome. He was only 19. But at 6'9", with champion bodybuilder muscle, his frame roared, tiger back and bare waist. So the final picture was tiger back bare waist plus delicate features equals. I think you'd better grow the beard back. Colonel Edward Fowler delivered the verdict, the whole room nodding agreement. From that day on Victor never trimmed his beard again. Just as Victor and the lads of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment were digging, bad news arrived from Washington. Their unit number would be changed from the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment to the 84th New York Volunteer Infantry Regiment. This news greatly angered the boys of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment. They were unwilling to see their long-standing unit number changed and even began to incite Victor to beat up the staff officer who proposed such a shitty suggestion. Finally, Commander Edward stopped his subordinates' nonsense and had them choose a more peaceful method, writing letters of protest, demanding that the unit's designation be restored. So Victor and the lads of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment began writing letters to every high-ranking officer they knew. Of course, the one who received the most letters was our little pet's master, President Lincoln. Ultimately, Victor and the lads' efforts were not in vain. Their designation was restored, and they acquired a motto that could be written into history books. You were called to serve the United States of America and to become the 14th Militia Regiment, known to all in New York State. This name has been baptized by the fires of war, and for this reason, the federal government will never truly have another name to replace you. Along with this motto came an immediate order to deploy to the battlefield. This time, their target was the Southern Army's capital, Richmond. Upon receiving the order, Commander Edward immediately summoned Victor, ordering him to lead his M Company as the vanguard to their offensive target, the Shenandoah Valley, for a reconnaissance mission. The Southern Army commander stationed in the Shenandoah Valley at this time was an old friend of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment and a hero of the Southern Army's Manassas campaign, Stonewall Jackson. This time, the Northern Army commander in charge of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment was Buck, an experienced politician, but only an amateur as a soldier. Newly appointed, Buck led over 38,000 well-equipped Federal Army soldiers to the Shenandoah Valley. His mission was to clear out the Southern Army here and remove their threat to the capital, Washington. Buck, who knew his own limitations, chose the most conservative approach, leading his large army to advance steadily, step by step, crawling towards their destination. But Victor and his M Company, chosen as the vanguard, had already arrived in the Shenandoah Valley and discovered the Southern Army's rear guard. At the same time Victor discovered the Southern Army also discovered them, and the Southern Army commander, Stonewall Jackson, was preparing his delaying tactics. He only had 4,000 men, but he had to delay Buck and his 38,000 elite Federal Army soldiers here. He absolutely could not let them occupy the Shenandoah Valley, because he had realized that once the Shenandoah Valley was lost, the entire Virginia would fall. But he also could not let them bypass this place, otherwise, the Confederate States of America's capital, Richmond, would fall into an unprecedented crisis. Victor's arrival initially made Jackson nervous. His tactical plan wasn't ready, yet the Northern Army had arrived so quickly. However, after a few days of small-scale skirmishes, he discovered that only Victor and his M Company had arrived. The rest of the Northern Army, even the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, had not. Under Buck's orders, they were still dragging their feet on the road. Therefore, after sending a 500-man force to eliminate these sneaking rats, he calmly began to deploy his tactical plan. Apparently, he underestimated Victor and his M Company. The Corps of M Company were veterans from the 5th Cavalry Regiment who had participated in the War of Independence, and the later recruits had gained sufficient combat experience in the protracted battle with the Southern Army at Falls Church. It could be said that Victor and his M Company no longer had any civilians without military experience, they were all seasoned and qualified soldiers. Although the Southern Army sent by Jackson were also elites, the Federal Army had Victor on their side. As soon as the two sides engaged, the Southern Army discovered a major problem: the range of the enemy's weapons far exceeded that of their own rifles. They had not even entered normal firing range when the enemy could already open fire and hit them. Indeed, the entire Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, as President Lincoln's favorite, had been fully re-equipped by the military with brand new breech-loading rifles. The Southern Army, armed with smoothbore muskets, was virtually defenseless against M Company, armed with breech-loading rifles. They could only accelerate their charge with their rifles, hoping to quickly enter their own firing range. Victor then displayed his talent in shooting. His vision, far exceeding that of ordinary people, and his hands, steady as an old dog, gave him unparalleled prerequisites. With each of his shots, a Southern Army soldier would fall, and the adjutant who was originally shooting beside him was completely relegated to being his personal loader. After suffering dozens of casualties, the Southern Army finally brought M Company within range of their muskets, but after several more rounds of exchanges, they finally realized that in terms of range, reloading speed, and firing accuracy, they were completely outmatched. So, all that was left was the most primitive and bloodiest method: bayonet combat. They drew their bayonets from their waists and began a desperate charge. Facing the Southern Army's desperate charge, Victor, of course, chose to charge back. All units, fix bayonets. Sound the charge. Charge with me. At Victor's command, the soldiers of M Company also charged the Southern Army, who outnumbered them several times over, with their bayonet-fixed rifles. As soon as the two sides made contact, the Southern Army was sent sprawling. It turned out that during the days of digging at Falls Church, Victor would grab his soldiers to practice bayonet techniques whenever he had time. In fact, it was less about practicing bayonet techniques and more about him using them to practice. Although he never knew what he himself had learned in the end, the bayonet skills of the others had made significant progress. In this bayonet battle, the effects of the usual beatings became apparent. The untrained Southern Army was simply no match for them. Moreover, they had the cheating Victor on their side. This guy, holding a Southern Army officer by the neck with one hand, used his other hand to wield a bayonet-fixed rifle and stabbed 7 or 8 Southern Army soldiers who came to the rescue. Then, realizing the officer was no longer effective at attracting enemies, he casually snapped his neck and threw him out, knocking down a Southern Army soldier who was about to finish off a fallen M Company soldier. Victor was like a war chariot, rampaging across the battlefield. Wherever he went, the Southern Army soldiers there were quickly cleared out. After their commander sought a one-on-one fight with Victor and was strangled, the Southern Army's morale finally completely collapsed, and they began to flee. Victor did not order a pursuit, but instead commanded his soldiers to clear the battlefield and aid the wounded. He also dispatched a messenger to contact Colonel Edward. He needed an explanation as to why their main force had not yet arrived after several days. If the main force had arrived by then, or even just the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, they could have seized the opportunity to break through Jackson's defenses in one fell swoop, and occupying the entire Shenandoah Valley would not have been impossible. According to Victor's reconnaissance over these past few days, the enemy had only about 3,000 to 4,000 men. Both their firepower and training level were far inferior to theirs. But what was missed after all. Buck and his large army did not arrive outside the Shenandoah Valley until 3 days later. During this time, although Jackson suffered a considerable loss at Victor's hands, losing over 100 men, he did not choose to retaliate, but instead focused on deploying his Shenandoah Valley defense plan. Victor, on the other hand, was even less likely to attack Jackson's main force of over 4,000 men with his roughly 100 men, including the wounded. The belated Buck ultimately did not give Victor an explanation, and Victor's protest was placated by Colonel Edward. He and M Company, along with A, B, C, and D companies, would serve as the vanguard for the upcoming attack on Jackson. If they could successfully take the Shenandoah Valley, Victor would be promoted to major. Blinded by the promotion, Victor was thus persuaded and began preparing for the attack on Stonewall Jackson. In his words, no matter what kind of wall it was, he would turn it into a muddy wall. And he truly delivered on his promise. Within 3 days, under Victor's leadership, the vanguard force composed of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment broke through 11 Southern Army defense lines, squeezing Stonewall Jackson and his troops into the valley floor. Just as Victor was preparing to finish the job in one fell swoop, General Buck issued an order: full retreat. Stonewall couldn't be this fragile. There must be a conspiracy. Then General Buck led his 38,000 elite Federal Army back to Winchester, infuriating Victor to the point where he almost stormed the command post to fight him. However, Colonel Edward ultimately stopped him. The situation this time was indeed a bit unusual. The Southern Army did seem to be luring them deeper. In the end, Victor could only accept Colonel Edward's explanation, and Jackson, who had been planning to use a last stand in the terrain to delay the Federal Army, was also dumbfounded when he learned of Buck's retreat. The news that followed made him even more anxious. After Buck left 11,000 men to defend Winchester, the remaining forces began to move east, preparing to link up with McClellan to attack Richmond. Upon learning this news, Jackson issued the most adventurous and legendary order of his life: lead his army out of the valley and pursue the Northern Army preparing to return to Winchester. He successfully caught up with this Northern Army outside Winchester. Although the enemy outnumbered him 3-1, he and his brave soldiers still charged forward without hesitation. And then they were completely routed by Victor, who was already eager for battle, leading the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, fierce as wolves and tigers. As soon as the battle began, Victor, wielding his saber, charged directly towards Jackson's position. All Southern Army soldiers who stood in his way were cut down into corpses. Under Victor's leadership, Jackson's formation was easily cut in half like butter by the steel blade formed by the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, and the edge of the steel blade, led by Victor, pointed directly at Stonewall's command center. Jackson truly lived up to his reputation as a famous general. His soldiers were fearless in the face of death. Despite having only about 4,000 men, they dared to charge against a Federal army 3 times their size. However, courage cannot bridge the chasm of raw power. Ordinary Southern Army soldiers were simply unable to halt Victor's advance. A roaring Southern soldier, after bayoneting a Federal soldier, spotted a more valuable target: a Federal officer wearing red wool trousers and holding a command saber. He did not know that his opponent was the rising star of the Federal Army, Sabretooth Victor Creed. He only knew that he was fighting for his home and hearth, which meant he would either kill the opponent or be killed by him. Though it takes long to describe, these thoughts only lingered in his mind for a split second before he launched the final charge of his life toward Victor. As Victor's left hand grabbed the rifle the Southern soldier thrust at him, the command saber in his right hand had already sliced across the man's throat. He didn't look back at the Southern soldier kneeling and clutching his throat. Instead, he casually thrust the rifle in his left hand into the chest of another Southern soldier attempting a sneak attack from behind. Having done this, Victor leaned aside to dodge the bayonets of 2 more Southern soldiers, then pinned their rifles with his arm. With a spin, he used the command saber to decapitate their owners. After completing the quadruple kill, Victor cleared this small area, but it was immediately filled again by fearless soldiers from both sides. None of this could stop Victor's advance. With almost every step he took, 1 or 2 Southern soldiers fell. Yet they still did not retreat. Instead, they became even more desperate, charging at Victor in a different manner. They no longer rushed in one by one to be picked off. Instead, they formed 3-man combat teams, thrusting at Victor simultaneously from high, middle, and low angles. In their eyes, Victor should be helpless now. Even if he blocked one path with his hand and another with his blade, wouldn't there still be one path left to stab him? Reality proved they were overthinking. With a flash of the blade, the 3 Southern soldiers felt their hands lighten as all 3 rifles were sliced through. After another flash of the blade, the 3 Southern soldiers felt a chill at their throats, and their vision plunged into darkness. In this way, Victor slaughtered the Southern soldiers on the battlefield with extreme efficiency. The command saber in his hand had long since been discarded because its edge had curled. The rifle he now held was seized from a Southern soldier after he had crushed the man. This wasn't the first rifle he had seized. A rifle in his hands could only withstand stabbing 7 or 8 soldiers before snapping under his immense strength. Mainly, this fellow liked to impale people and then fling them out to hit others. No rifle could withstand such abuse. Fortunately, until the Southern Army was wiped out, rifles were available in unlimited supply and delivered right to his door. Victor didn't need to worry about having no weapons. Besides, Victor was most dangerous when he had no weapons. His claws and fangs were his most powerful armaments. However, judging by the scene, he wouldn't need them, because no Southern soldiers dared to charge him anymore. They only dared to form a semicircle around him, retreating as he advanced. This was only because Victor had charged so fast and so far ahead that only Southern soldiers remained around him. As the front lines shifted, the boys of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment soon caught up to Victor's pace and arrived at his side. Under the double blow from Victor and the boys of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment, the Southern Army's morale finally collapsed. They began to turn and retreat in panic, which quickly turned from a retreat into a rout. They dropped their weapons and equipment, fleeing toward the Shenandoah Valley regardless of everything. Stonewall Jackson was also swept up by his officers and soldiers, retreating back to their camp in the Shenandoah Valley. The battle finally ended with 500 casualties for the Northern Federation and 700 for the Confederate States of America. The Federal Army, having successfully repelled the Southern Army's attack, did not pursue the advantage. Instead, they immediately contacted General Banks, who was heading east to join McClellan. Although Jackson lost this battle, strategically, he achieved an almost perfect victory. The impact of this raid on the entire Eastern Theater was profound and long-lasting. On the day he received news of Jackson's raid on the Federal Army, Lincoln telegraphed General Banks to return to the Shenandoah Valley immediately to continue clearing out the Southern Army led by Jackson. At the same time, he also ordered McDowell's Corps, which was supposed to move south from Washington, to stay back and defend Washington to prevent an attack from the Southern Army. The cause of Lincoln's series of orders was precisely Jackson's decisive but failed attack, which led the Federal Army to judge that he had at least 10,000 troops under his command. This would seriously threaten the safety of the capital, Washington, which was something President Lincoln and the members of Congress in Washington would absolutely not allow. So, President Lincoln and the members of Congress followed their fears and had two elite Federal armies stay back for defense, making Washington as solid as a fortress. But this also resulted in the three Federal armies that were supposed to converge on Richmond becoming a lone force under McClellan. McClellan expressed that he was also in despair. It was agreed that everyone would go to Richmond together to have fun, but then you all followed your fears and went back to Washington. What could he do? He was also in despair. So he also followed his fears. He ordered the entire army to camp where they were and hold their ground while waiting for reinforcements. In fact, he just sent telegrams every day, telling General Banks to hurry up. As for Our Excellency General Banks, his actions in the Shenandoah Valley fully embodied what it meant to have a snail's pace and be startled by every rustle of grass. He required his Federal soldiers to carefully search every tree and every bush. Jackson's previous attack had given this old fox a massive psychological shock, making him feel that a Southern soldier was hidden behind every tree in the valley. Meanwhile, Jackson took advantage of General Banks's slowness to seize time for rest and replenishment. At the same time, he sent engineers to survey the valley roads. He had a grand plan. Most people in this world live out their lives according to the tracks laid by heaven, but many also struggle tenaciously against fate. Some fail, but others rely on opportunity and effort to successfully change their destiny. Thomas Jackson was born on January 21, 1824, into a Scottish immigrant family in Western Virginia. He was another heroic figure who rose because of the Civil War. Like most protagonists on Gideon, he lost both parents in his childhood. He grew up on his uncle's farm, had only 4 years of elementary education, and became self-taught while doing farm work every day, successfully joining the county's security force. After working in the security force for 2 years, he gained the favor of a local congressman, who wrote a letter recommending him for the United States' most famous military academy, West Point Military Academy. Although his written exam scores were poor upon entry, he studied every night by the light of the fireplace. The last person to do that was the great Western Han writer Quang Heng. Ahem, although old Quang's later years were less than honorable, his attitude toward hard study is still worth learning from. Heaven always favors those who are diligent and talented, so Jackson eventually ranked 17th among the 59 graduates of West Point's class of 1846. One of his roommates at the time evaluated him this way: no one could focus more than him without being disturbed by the surrounding environment. Just after graduating from West Point, Jackson caught the Mexican-American War. He was assigned to the artillery and experienced 3 bloody battles, earning a Medal of Honor personally presented by General Scott for his bravery and fearlessness. After the war, Jackson's military career fell into a slump. He retired in 1851 and became a teacher at the Virginia Military Institute. He went through 2 marriages, both times marrying the daughters of ministers. Although his first wife died in childbirth, both marriages were very happy. It seems my childhood idol, Chicken, also married a minister's daughter. If not for the Civil War, this cold, sickly Virginian and devout believer would have spent the rest of his life as a military academy instructor. Although war brings suffering, war also creates heroes. Some people are born destined to be heroes. As long as humanity has wars, such people are destined to become famous. Some people's success depends on opportunity, on being in the right place and participating in the right war. Jackson was such a person. As a Virginian, he was drafted to the northern end of the Shenandoah Valley at the start of the Civil War, and thus finally became world famous. This is probably what is called the right time, the right place, and the right people. At this time, the skies over Virginia were already thick with the clouds of war. McClellan led 100,000 troops, advancing cautiously step by step, and finally halted before a fortified city, bitterly waiting for reinforcements. But his superior, President Lincoln of the United States of America, had other plans. Jackson's last attack had made him put the safety of the capital first. Besides McClellan's forces, there were 3 other northern units in the Eastern Theater, all of which received orders directly from Lincoln. They were McDowell's Corps, which was supposed to attack Richmond from the north but was now arranged to linger between Manassas and Fredericksburg. The more than 30,000 men led by Banks were ordered to drive Jackson out of the Shenandoah Valley, while the troops led by General Fremont in West Virginia, west of the Blue Ridge, were responsible for providing support. President Lincoln thought that in this way, he could ensure the safety of the capital while driving the Southern Army out of the valley and finally encircling Richmond. Unfortunately, this plan, which looked beautiful on paper, had one fatal flaw: Stonewall Jackson. While President Lincoln's imagination was running wild, General Lee of the South also devised a plan with a wild imagination. He wanted to send reinforcements to Jackson, so Jackson could gather over 10,000 men, counterattack that old fellow Banks, then threaten Washington, scare away McDowell, and finally join him at Richmond to encircle McClellan and reach the pinnacle of life. It must be said that this imagination was indeed quite wild. However, when General Ewell, who was ordered to lead 8,500 men to reinforce Jackson, arrived at Jackson's camp, it was already deserted. Only a few messengers remained to convey a short order to him: take over Jackson's defensive line and deal with Banks if necessary. General Ewell stared at the empty camp in stunned silence, complaining incessantly, "Where on earth has this madman gone? How long has it been? More than a year since I enlisted. I wonder if Mother is doing all right." When Victor isn't fighting, he often thinks of his mother and the days of his childhood. Sometimes he even wonders, if he'd never awakened his mutant power, would he still be living quietly with his parents and brothers on their estate? But the thought never lasts. This civil war sweeping across the U.S. would have drafted him and Luther into the Southern Army, and even their father, Old Clid, would have been called up. There's no point dwelling on it. Better to focus on the present. The army has been stuck in the Shenandoah Valley for days with nothing to show for it. As the thought crossed his mind, Victor's aide, Tom, pushed open the door. "Victor, it's been 3 days. We haven't seen a single shadow of the Southern Army, yet we've advanced only a tenth of the way. What are the brass thinking?" "Orders are orders. You heard what Colonel Edwards said when I spoke to him: finish the mission." "Didn't you tell Colonel Edward there are no enemies left in the woods ahead? Why are we still crawling?" "Because General Buck doesn't trust the word of a mere captain. This decision affects tens of thousands and could decide the whole war." "Fine, I'll send the boys out to sweep again. By the way, have you been drinking on the sly? I smell liquor." No, go arrange the patrol. I've got things here. Move." "All right, I'm going." Thinks being Sabretooth makes him royalty. Yet from the look on the aide's face as he left, he clearly thought Victor's nickname was the coolest thing ever. After all, even President Lincoln himself had endorsed it. The moment the door shut, our dear Sabretooth pulled a bottle from under the desk, took a long pull, sighed with satisfaction, and slumped back in his chair. He'd learned to drink soon after joining the 5th Cavalry Regiment, homesick and brooding. Lieutenant Colonel Bagley taught him. Turned out Victor was a born alcohol processing machine, 1,000 cups and still sober didn't do him justice. His healing factor shrugged off any damage, and his frantic metabolism broke alcohol down in minutes. But he liked staying half drunk, so he'd throttle the healing factor and enjoy the buzz. Bad idea, since he fought like a maniac every time. Still, he kept enough sense to avoid real trouble. At worst a few drinking buddies ended up with cracked ribs. The habit got worse, so Bagley banned him from alcohol. Then he transferred to the 14th Brooklyn Regiment and relapsed, so hard that in Washington he brawled while drunk right in front of President Lincoln. He earned the nickname Sabretooth, but the 14th's officers were terrified and banned alcohol again, ordering his aide to watch him like a hawk. Victor's beloved bottles were confiscated and redistributed among the staff officers, and he gained a shadow whose sole job was to keep him sober. On the battlefield Victor is brutal and cold, yet to friends and men he's loud, wild, and generous. He never pulls rank, he trains with the troops, mostly thrashes them, and eats with them, mainly to mooch their booze. Colleagues only have to wave a bottle and he'll do anything for them, a fact his aide curses daily. Where's your dignity? Your integrity? All for a 500 milliliters bottle of whiskey. You carried ammo crates for M Company. I had nothing else to do. You'd finished the plans. Sitting in the office bored me, so helping neighbors felt right. Idiot. You did it for M Company's captain and that whiskey. Hand it over, action's about to start. No drinking. Come on, Tom. I just got it, haven't even warmed it. Let me taste. Hey, don't grab it, you'll break. The real culprit is still General Buck. For Victor, sizing up the Shenandoah Valley takes a single glance. His beast instincts told him there were no Southern Army troops anywhere near, but his rank was too low for anyone to listen, and General Ross was set on marking time. After reporting to Colonel Edward and getting nowhere, he dumped everything on his aide Tom and devoted himself to figuring out where he could scrounge a drink. Luckily, Tom, an aide Colonel Edward had assigned specifically to Victor, was one of the few officers in the 14th Brooklyn Regiment with a proper military academy background, so the daily paperwork was easy for him. To be honest, when Tom first arrived in M Company he and Victor couldn't stand each other. Tom saw Victor as an unlettered brute, while Victor figured Tom had been sent by Edward to keep him sober. A short conversation was all it took for Tom to realize that, though Victor looked rough, he was practically a scholar. Fluent in several foreign languages, he was equally at home with astronomy, geography, military science, politics, or culture, and many of his tactical ideas were decades ahead of anything Tom had ever heard. Had he not known Victor was only 19, Tom would have sworn some priceless European professor had wandered out of a university. What finally won Tom over completely, though, was Victor's performance in battle, truly worthy of the name Sabretooth. With every casual movement Victor claimed an enemy life, his hands could crush a throat without effort. Tom personally watched Victor grip a small Southern soldier by the neck, lift him into the air, and casually collapse his larynx and cervical spine. Victor's iron fist terrified him even more, once Tom saw him smash a tall Southern soldier, rifle and all, in half. And yes, after snapping the rifle he also shattered the man's spine. A punch from Victor was lethal enough, but if he kicked you there was simply no surviving it. Tom witnessed a Southern trooper who tried to ambush Victor get kicked so hard his liver shot out of his mouth, followed by great gouts of blood. His heart had clearly burst as well. After seeing that, Tom's mind was a string of expletives. After all, just before the battle he'd confiscated Victor's whiskey, practically snatched it. Still, Colonel Edwards' orders were orders. Even if Victor flattened him, he had to keep the man sober, because if Victor got drunk the rest of the company would be in even greater danger. So the day after the fight he went to seize the whiskey again, dressed in full uniform, took 3 deep breaths outside Victor's office, and barged in with his eyes wide. "Major Victor, hand over the whiskey you've hidden, now." "Hey, what's with that look? You're scarier than I am." "All right, stop glaring, I give in. It's here, take it all." Tom stepped back outside, whiskey in hand, utterly bewildered, a strange feeling of having just cheated death rising in his chest. He had no idea that, the moment the door shut, Victor pulled a fresh flask from a hidden drawer, swallowed a mouthful, and narrowed his eyes in bliss. After several repeats of this routine, Tom finally realized Victor was, at heart, a lazy house cat. Ferocious in combat and toward the enemy, but with comrades he was more like a whiskey-loving feline, sneaking drinks in the office or dozing whenever he could. Tom never guessed he was meditating. In time Tom settled into the arrangement, handle all the company trivia, and Victor would happily play along with the prohibition charade. Victor, after all, needed time to probe the secrets of the consciousness space inside him. With Tom clearing the chores he could meditate far more. Whether it was the pinpoint control over every part of his body granted by his healing factor or his immunity to telepathy, both came from that mysterious inner space. When Mrs. Rose had tried to influence him, he could feel her power reach toward his mind, only to vanish like a clay ox in the sea the instant it touched that space. Partly it might be that her ability wasn't strong enough to show obvious effects, but it also proved how peculiar the consciousness space was. This realm, revealed through simple meditation, seemed to serve a purpose beyond being a battlefield between him and his beast nature. So Victor resumed his daily meditation to explore its wonders. One day, after dumping the day's trivia on Tom, Victor settled into meditation as usual, only to be interrupted before he'd even begun by his aide bursting through the door. Emergency mission. Victor's meditation was broken when he took the telegram from his aide, Tom. The orders were clear: assemble the troops at once and, under General Shield, march for Richmond. Has our snail buck finally thrown in the towel? Yes. Reliable reports say Jackson and his men have taken the train south to Richmond, so we're to support General McClellan there immediately. Then let's move. As he spoke, Victor pulled on the red kepi that had lain on the desk. In an instant his calm bearing turned razor-sharp, Sabretooth bared his fangs. While Victor prepared for Richmond, Stonewall Jackson had already completed the first stage of his second legendary campaign. Taking advantage of General Buck's dithering in the Shenandoah Valley, he left the supporting General Ewell behind and struck west alone, reaching Staunton. There he linked up with Johnson, who had held the position. Without pausing, Jackson ordered the army forward 25 miles straight at the camp of Fremont's Federal vanguard. The brigade was led by Federal General Milroy, who, on hearing of Jackson's approach, ordered a single word: attack. Early in the war everyone's generalship was amateur hour, classic, select all, right-click, charge, tactics, whoever ran out of men first lost. Milroy was one such commander. Outnumbered, he chose attack over defense, hurled his motley troops at several times their number, and opened the valley's first act of northern defeat. He struck during a torrential downpour while Jackson's column was on the march. Jackson had to fight in haste, raw Southern troops milled in confusion, but the attacking Northerners were little better. Stand fast. Follow my voice. Close ranks. Push together. Take the high ground. If any man retreats, I'll shoot him. If I retreat, you may shoot me. Stonewall never yields. Forward for the Confederacy. Jackson's voice rang through the canyon in the rain, heartening the South. Both sides fought savagely for the high ground. Though Jackson outnumbered Milroy, the narrow ground let him commit barely 4,000, Johnson's 2,000 could only watch from afar. Milroy had every advantage of weather and terrain, yet Iron Head still shattered itself against the stone wall. At a cost of 500 men Jackson routed Milroy's vanguard. Milroy lost only 250 but retreated pell-mell until he reached Fremont's main body. After sweeping the field Jackson summoned the idle Johnson. Gather your men. We're heading back to the Shenandoah Valley. Time to teach old Buck a lesson. Johnson joined Jackson's command, swelling the ranks, and the reunited force set off again in a forced march to catch Buck before he could withdraw to Winchester. While Jackson prepared to strike Buck, Victor and the boys of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment were fighting Southerners at 7 Pines outside Richmond. Kill those damned Rebs. Led by Victor, the Brooklyn 14th grappled with attacking Confederates in a bloody brawl of mud and trees. The ground was forest and swamp, and some Federal genius had split the army across both banks of the Chickahominy. Even in the best season the river bordered marshes, May's rains had turned it into a raging riptide. A recent cloudburst had already half washed out the 4 bridges that alone linked the 2 wings. Floodwater now lapped 20 centimetres above the planks, the Federal lifelines hung by a thread. Confederate Commander Johnston seized the moment, flinging 2/3 of his strength against the Union right. But orders were verbal. The plan required 3 divisions to advance from 3 directions, too complex for his green, understaffed headquarters. Some brigades lost their way, others tangled with friends. What should have begun at dawn started piecemeal in the afternoon. The Brooklyn 14th was among the targets. The men had barely finished lunch when the first Confederate skirmishers burst from the woods. Under Victor they beat the probe back, but the main assault that followed hurled the regiment into a desperate fight. Victor gripped a Southern Army rifle he'd picked up and bayoneted one charging Southern soldier after another. The forage cap he'd worn was long gone, his gray-blue coat had turned into a beggar's rag, and the scarlet wool trousers were caked with mud and blood. "Hold fast. Our reinforcements will be here soon. For the Union." Only Victor still had the breath to shout. The other boys had sunk into numbness. They fired numbly killed the oncoming Southern troops, or were numbly killed themselves. The only thing keeping them from breaking was the big blonde they called Sabretooth, still on his feet. He was their banner and their measure. As long as he stood and fought, M Company, and every man of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, would not step back. The enemy could kill them, but they would not give ground. When the slaughter was almost done, Victor's eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer limited himself to saber or bayonet. Like an enraged Sabretooth he stormed the position. Anything he seized became a weapon that dealt death to the Southern soldiers. Once, 7 or 8 of them threw themselves on him, trying to drag him down and finish him. Victor's claws ripped them open, he tore free, and every one of those soldiers died beneath his talons. He was learning that no weapon felt as right as his own claws. Against his 25 tons of strength, a struck Southern soldier flew as if hit by a train and was dead before he landed, sometimes taking a few of his own side with him when he crashed down. This time Victor's comrades did not fail him. Under Major General Edwin Sumner, 2 corps of the Army of the Potomac raced to the field and plunged straight into the fight. Sumner, a veteran of 42 years' service whose skin bore old scar lace, would not wait. Though Chickahominy waters rose to his knees, the stubborn old bull forded the river. He got every gun and man across, his lead division slammed into the Confederate attack, and by dusk the Union line stood firm. There was a small sideshow. Just as Sumner marched up, the Southern Army's top commander, Johnston, rode forward to see the front. He came at the worst moment. The rebels facing the Brooklyn 14th had been broken, and Victor, now armed with a fresh rifle, was hunting stragglers. Spotting a knot of officers around one figure across the field, Victor guessed he'd found someone important. Figuring he had nothing to lose and a jackpot to win, he aimed and fired in one breath. Without pausing he snatched the rifle from his passing aide Tom and squeezed off a second shot. Both bullets struck Johnston, one in the arm, one in the chest. Johnston crumpled, blood soaking his coat. Frantic Southern officers threw him onto a stretcher and bore him to the rear. Johnston's wounding shook Southern morale and blunted their drive, and with Federal reinforcements on the field the next Confederate assault felt to Victor like sheep charging tigers. The attack shattered at first contact. When Victor slit the assault commander's throat, the whole force broke and ran. Led by Victor's M Company, the Brooklyn 14th countercharged. The fleeing Southerners were slaughtered, many wounded drowning in the marshes. Their dying cries drew no pity from the Union troops. Once brothers in arms, the two sides now marched further down the road of hatred. Afterward Victor looked over the corpse-littered field and felt no revulsion. Slaughter was in his nature. Yet he felt no thrill. Killing common soldiers had become routine. He fought for the flag, not for sport. Perhaps only a worthy opponent could stir him now. The bloodbath did not daunt Victor, nothing could, but it did shake one man, the Union Army's own commander, McClellan. Gazing at the shredded bodies and the smoke-hazed plain of corpses, McClellan's spirit faltered. That day he wrote in his diary, "The cost is so frightful, such a victory has no glory." While Victor and the Brooklyn boys clinched their hard-won triumph far away, in the Shenandoah Valley, Stonewall Jackson struck the killing blow at Old Buck. Retreat, retreat, every damn day. Some militia of volunteers, McClellan's turned us into a bunch of soggy dumplings. Victor snarled, flinging his cap onto the table. General McClellan is our supreme commander, after all. Slander like that could land you in front of a court-martial. And have you heard? Stonewall Jackson's shown up as well. Victor's adjutant, Tom, unwilling to back Victor's criticism of a superior, changed the subject to a name he knew would catch Victor's ear. "You mean the Stonewall Jackson who calls us the red-legged devils? Shouldn't he still be playing hide-and-seek with that old fossil Banks?" Victor clearly hadn't expected Jackson to reach Richmond. In his mind, Stonewall should still be chasing Banks around. The very one. He's already a Southern legend. 48 days of lightning marches, beat our General Fremont in the West and General Banks at Winchester, captured mountains of supplies and gear. Tom relayed the briefing he'd just picked up from the officers' meeting. Victor was supposed to attend himself, but he always dozed off and snored so loudly that Colonel Edward finally let Tom go in his place. Which was why Victor, for all his battlefield exploits, was still only a company commander. He found these nutrition-free meetings unbearable. So the old snail, Victor's pet name for Banks, is finished. What a pushover. Victor felt no surprise at Banks's defeat. In his view, the Union High Command were all tactical muppets, nothing like the superpower they would one day become. Exactly. Word is he spent most of his time running scared. Even with superior equipment and the advantage of waiting on the defensive, he kept saying, "If they outnumber us 2-1, how can one man fight two?" But you have to admit our General Banks is great at arithmetic. Courage, not so much. Tom's tone showed he was just as disgusted with Banks, something he rarely voiced unless truly angry. Understandable, given the recent string of defeats. Though Victor's men had beaten back the Southern assault at Seven Pines, having the ever-cautious McClellan as supreme commander meant every follow-up engagement ended in Union defeat. Despite overwhelming advantages in men and material, the good general did nothing but retreat, dig in, and beg for reinforcements. Like some hysterical matron, he wired the Union Secretary of War. "Because my force is too small, this battle is lost. The government cannot and should not hold me responsible. Seeing so many of my comrades fall, I can only feel the government has failed this army. If I do save the army, I tell you plainly I will thank neither you nor anyone in Washington. You have done your utmost to sacrifice it." Under such leadership, Union reverses were inevitable. The army fell back all the way to Gaines' Mill before it could reform and dig in again. Victor's own 14th Brooklyn Regiment was ordered to hold Rappahannock Station as an escape route. They'd barely occupied the position, thrown up a barricade, and lit the cigarettes they considered post-battle bliss, when, the moment Victor parked the cigarette between his lips and reached for a match, a bullet sheared the tip off and, miraculously, lit it. "Contact front. Take cover." Roaring the warning, Victor grabbed his rifle with one hand, his still gaping adjutant with the other, pitched the man into the trench, and began scanning for muzzle flashes. This Southern force was different, disciplined, fearless, knowing exactly how to charge while keeping losses low, Stonewall Jackson's pride and joy. But this time they'd met their match, the old familiar foe their own commander called the Red-Legged Devils, the 14th Brooklyn Regiment. Among the Confederates, the 14th Brooklyn was already infamous as a regiment of vicious brawlers. Rumor claimed one of them, a blonde demon, was bulletproof. He could snap rifles bare-handed, lift cannons, and once took a musket ball that merely shredded his coat while leaving his skin untouched. In truth, he healed so fast no one noticed. But when they came face to face with the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, they discovered the whole fierce thug battalion reputation was a lie. These boys from New York were handsome lads, neat and pretty young men, yet the fury they unleashed fit the fierce thug label perfectly. Under Victor's influence, the whole Brooklyn 14th fought with raw aggression, never flinching when the enemy charged. They hugged the parapets, passed ammo hand to hand, and poured out a frantic fire to butcher the attackers before they reached the line. When the enemy finally crashed in, they still didn't waver, meeting the Southern army with leveled bayonets in savage close quarters. The most striking figure was Victor Creed, nicknamed Sabretooth. Among those youngsters his towering frame looked like a lion among cubs. A scarlet kepi crowned his head, wild, murderous eyes glinted beneath golden bangs, and enemy blood flecked his golden beard while a cold, reckless smile curved his once lean face. His gray tunic had soaked up so much gore it had turned a strange, dark crimson, though nearly all of it belonged to the foe. An ordinary rifle in his grip seemed alive, flicking aside attacks from every angle and, almost as an afterthought, claiming lives. Ask why he no longer carries a saber. He'd already snapped and dulled so many that the sight was too gruesome. When a bent blade lodged in bone, he'd kick the corpse away, yank the steel free, and out came a wet, ripping, well, you get the picture. In the end he became the only officer armed with a pistol but no blade. Dress swords for ceremony were fine, yet those weren't sharpened for killing. For Victor, though, the weapon made no difference. He could slaughter these ordinary Southern soldiers bare-handed. Not everyone could ignore bullets the way he did. Most of the Brooklyn 14th still needed trenches and parapets. The regiment had turned the original station building into a semi-permanent redoubt and ringed the open plaza outside with ditches and log fences. Sharpshooters occupied the high ground atop the depot, firing down on the attacking rebels, while the big, brawling lads held the outer works, ready to meet the enemy blade to blade. From their mottled hides the Brooklyn marksmen knocked down Southern soldiers like turkeys, earning the nicknames, the Mottled Chasseurs and the Brooklyn Chasseurs. After being outshot and outfought, Stonewall Jackson decided to play his trump card, infantry guns, to silence the deadly Brooklyn Chasseurs. He meant to smash their works with point-blank fire from light field pieces. Those riflemen were cutting his assault columns in half before they even closed. The survivors who reached the works were butchered by that damned giant of a captain and his men. If men couldn't finish the job, he'd let artillery do it. Sound reasoning, except he forgot about Sabretooth Victor. The instant Southern gunners hauled their pieces into view, Victor guessed their plan and resolved to stop them cold. The depot wasn't the reinforced concrete fortress of later wars, but neither were Jackson's popguns the legendary Armstrong cannon. So, with bombardment imminent, Victor prepared for another one-man spectacle. Time to show some real skill. With that cryptic remark he vaulted out of the trench under Southern fire, casually knocking out his aide Tom, who tried to restrain him. "Look after him, if I die, he's in command." Flinging the unconscious aide at a startled private, Victor sprinted toward the Confederate battery in a way no ordinary man could match. "Good God, what is that thing? Open fire. Machine gun on him, bring him down." Watching Victor charge on all fours, dodging and ricocheting off walls while volleys and machine gun bursts missed, Jackson wondered if he was fighting a demon. After a futile volley of fire, the Southern Army finally watched Victor crash into their artillery position, and then the carnage began. Sabretooth went berserk. The wooden fence in front of the infantry gun shattered like matchwood under Victor's charge. Splinters shot outward and dropped several Southern soldiers who tried to bar his way. "Your resistance is pointless." A bloodthirsty grin curled Victor's lip. His words ignited fury in every Southern soldier present. They leveled their rifles and opened fire or charged. Bang, bang, bang. A staccato of shots rang out, kicking up nothing but dust. Victor had already vanished into their ranks. "Help me. My arm, aik." In an instant severed limbs spun through the air. The shrieks of the maimed and dying echoed across the battlefield. Yet Victor hadn't forgotten his real goal: wreck the Southern infantry guns and keep the Federal fortifications at the railway station from being shelled. Grabbing a soldier by the neck, Victor vaulted skyward, burst through the encirclement, and landed in front of the first field piece. For such a light gun he chose the simplest, crudest method: a single kick that sent it flying straight into the oncoming mass of men. 25 tons of force detonated where boot met barrel. The steel tube folded into a U and whirled away. The swept ground became a butcher's shambles, more men screamed, and many would never rise again. The grievous losses did not break the Southern line. They surged forward again, hurling themselves at Victor without a thought for death. They knew this was war: kill this monster or die. Worse, if Victor destroyed every gun, the price of the assault to come would be unbearable. For all these reasons the men of the Southern Army kept hurling themselves at Victor in a do-or-die attack, yet it was doomed to fail. Victor snatched a rifle thrust at him, snapped its owner's neck, and advanced toward the next gun one-handed. To Victor the soldier's rush looked like slow motion. He slipped through the gaps and skewered each man with lethal, economical jabs. To Stonewall Jackson it seemed the blonde devil raced through his stalwart lads, rifle in one hand, felling them like wheat as he made for the second gun. "Spread out. Gunners, traverse. Blow that demon to hell." Seeing blades and bullets useless, Jackson seized on his heaviest weapons to send the cursed blonde fiend where he belonged. But hitting a fast, Gene King target with an 1860s field piece was fantasy. If rifles and revolvers couldn't touch him, how could those relics? So Victor paid for his arrogance. A shell caught him head-on, hurled him through 2 walls, and dumped him inside a cottage. Only his iron frame saved him, otherwise the round would have cored him like an apple instead of carrying him along. Then the shell burst, an explosive shot. The flimsy house collapsed, burying Victor beneath beams and rubble. Old proverb proved true: if you don't court death, you won't find it. Victor had courted it, and still wasn't dead. Hurt, yes, but whose fault was that? After smashing 5 guns and watching the Southern will break, he had strolled toward the 6th and last. He assumed the crew would bolt at the sight of him. If they didn't, he was happy to send them to their maker. Truth was, teenage theatrics had kicked in. He wanted to look cool. Head lowered, eyes slanted at the trembling gunners, he dropped his voice to a gravelly baritone and said, "Tremble. struggle, then die. The terrified young artilleryman's hands shook, the muzzle flashed straight at Victor, and the damned, blonde demon was blasted backward. He crashed through 2 broken walls and into a low house. After the blast, the blonde demon was buried beneath the rubble. Did we get him? The gunner asked the comrade beside him, the very question his commander, Stonewall Jackson, was asking himself. Did our artillery boys kill that devil? I'll pin medals on them. God, we finally did it. The damned blonde demon is dead. Southern troops cheered their victory. No one could survive that, they thought. They thought wrong. Stones on the heap that had buried Victor began to slide, then more and more, faster and faster. The last few big chunks flew aside. A figure blackened by powder yet streaked white with plaster rose from the ruins. I have to admit, you surprised me. I haven't been hurt like this in ages. Got careless. Won't happen again. Victor tore away the tattered gray tunic and white shirt, revealing muscle that knitted before their eyes, wounds closing like magic. My God, what is he? Facing this, Stonewall Jackson cried out in despair, wheeled his horse, and ordered the retreat. With the commander gone, the rest of the Southern Army followed. The last field piece was abandoned where it stood. Dragging a gun while running is suicide. The weapon that almost earned glory became Victor's trophy. Done already? How dull. He cut down a few stragglers, then let the rest flee. One man can't slaughter a stampede, and he's no butcher. Still sore about the gun that hit him, he kicked its right wheel off. The falling barrel smashed his toe. Tch. Hissing, he shoved the gun aside, sat on it, and reached into his trousers for a smoke. Nothing beats a cigarette after battle. But his underwear was shredded. The tobacco and matches had died in the blast. Only then did the boys of the Brooklyn 14th Militia, longtime spectators, rush in to cheer their hero and scour the field. They'd thrilled as Victor carved through the enemy, never guessing he was this strong. A man who punts field guns like footballs is a first. When the shell hit him, even Colonel Edward felt the 14th's, sabretooth, was finished. No one survives that. Yet the miracle stood, scorched black, clothes in ribbons. Victor was untouched. Even the slowest now knew he was no ordinary man, and who cared? A super soldier on your side is cause for joy. While Victor and his comrades celebrated, far to the north, in British Canada, a family drama was unfolding. Logan Howlett, newly nicknamed Wolverine, had just accidentally killed the girl he'd loved since childhood while fighting his half-brother dog Howlett. Bone claws still out, he cradled her body, left dog unconscious, and howled into the forest. He was heading south, toward the war-torn United States. Following the 7 days of purgatory, Victor and the boys of the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment participated in the Maryland campaign. During the bloody day at Antietam, they fought alongside the 6th Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry, achieving a better record than any other federal regiment. But correspondingly, they also paid a heavy price. According to the memoirs of Major Rufus Dawes of the 6th Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry, the Brooklyn 14th Regiment, those handsome boys the rebels call the red-legged devils, came to our line and filled that terrible gap in our position. These boys from New York and Wisconsin merged into a common front, firing with frantic effort. Everyone was loading their rifles with tears in their eyes, crouching low to move ammunition, passing guns, and shooting to carve out a path of blood. And I witnessed firsthand the legend of the Brooklyn 14th, Sabretooth Victor, a hulking fellow with blonde hair. He was invincible on the battlefield. No enemy could survive within 3 meters of him. Many times the rebels charged our positions, but they were all repelled by the boys of the 14th led by him. Subsequently, under his lead, the soldiers charged into the Southern Army positions at Dunker Church. Their spirits were high as they frantically loaded and fired, screaming and shouting hysterically. The entire battlefield was filled with rebels fleeing for their lives. After the battle, the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment was given a rare opportunity to rest and recuperate due to their heavy losses. After all, no matter how well Victor could fight or how invincible he was on the battlefield, the power of one man is ultimately limited. He could not kill all the attacking Southern Army soldiers alone, nor could he give others a healing factor like his own. So in the end, although the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment achieved final victory in the bloody day of Antietam, it came at the cost of over half their numbers in casualties. Therefore, in the current Battle of Chancellorsville, only a few uninjured soldiers were selected to form an elite Jaeger detachment led by Victor, responsible for battlefield reconnaissance and ambushing enemy forces. Victor was highly proficient in both, no less so than in his skills for frontal combat. Thus, under Victor's leadership, this detachment went deep behind enemy lines, meeting no resistance and achieving extremely brilliant results. The greatest gain among these was intelligence captured from Frederick. This intelligence was extremely important, as it contained the complete campaign plan of Edward Lee of the Southern Army. This plan was known as Special Order 191, issued by General Lee to all his commanders, including Stonewall Jackson. Make a copy of this plan and have Jerry deliver one to General Hill. Out of caution, Stonewall Jackson had his soldiers copy the plan to send to General Hill, who was originally his subordinate. However, Jerry, the soldier responsible for delivering the message, was captured halfway by the detachment led by Victor's adjutant, Tom. Through severe torture and interrogation, Victor obtained Jackson's location and this vital piece of intelligence. The intelligence was then quickly passed to McClellan through Colonel Edward. McClellan was overjoyed to learn that Lee currently had fewer than 20,000 men. If McClellan had acted decisively, this war, which both Americans and many readers find deeply painful, would have ended within 24 hours. But he actually took 16 hours to make a decision. Within those critical 16 hours, Lee learned that the plan was lost and immediately moved all available troops to defend the mountain passes, while the rest concentrated at Antietam Creek. So this war will continue for a few more chapters. By the time McClellan finally decided to act the next day, he found the passes blocked. After a day of hard fighting, the Union Army finally made it through. Even though McClellan had no idea where Lee was located, he still sent a victory dispatch to Lincoln. Lincoln, upon receiving the dispatch, was skeptical. 1. It's more believable to say he's a Southern spy. To be honest, after McClellan retired, he even ran for president against Lincoln. His most famous statement during that time was, "I will end the war, even if the price is Southern independence." While Lincoln was receiving McClellan's victory dispatch, Lee, who was planning to retreat across the Potomac River, also received a victory report. The general who sent the report was nicknamed Stonewall. While McClellan was attacking the passes, Stonewall Jackson led his 20,000 men to take Harper's Ferry almost without bloodshed, setting a U.S. military record that would stand for nearly 80 years. Over 11,000 soldiers surrendered. Victor and the others, who had been tracking Stonewall Jackson all the way, watched in surprise and pain as more than 10,000 Federal Army soldiers became enemy prisoners without even a skirmish. The record set by these surrendering soldiers was not broken until the Japanese landing in the Philippines during World War II, by which time the scale of the American military and warfare was vastly different from this era. In addition, Stonewall Jackson's troops captured a large amount of munitions and clothing. The Southern Army soldiers who had followed Jackson since the Valley finally put on new uniforms. I think if this Stonewall Jackson doesn't die, and our commander is still that old snail McClellan, then the Federation is finished. Watching the Southern Army soldiers cheering their victory in the harbor below, Victor spoke expressionlessly to his adjutant. Tom had no response to Victor's words because, in his heart, he agreed. However, his character and professional ethics made him unwilling to slander his superior, so he ultimately chose to remain silent. But his lack of response didn't mean Victor would let him off. Victor put an arm around his shoulder and added, "How about it? Should we find a way to take a shot at him? For instance, you guys open fire on the mountain to draw their attention, and I'll sneak in during the chaos to snap that Stonewall's neck." Ultimately, Victor's plan was scrapped due to strong opposition from Tom and the others. What kind of international joke is this? You can rush in and slaughter your way in and out 7 times without a scratch, but what about us 100 or so guys? By then, we probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the tens of thousands down there. While Victor was complaining about McClellan being an old snail, McClellan did not disappoint him, truly making one blunder after another in this decisive battle. After McClellan, leading 75,000 men, finally managed to catch up with Lee, he started second-guessing himself again. He thought perhaps the intelligence Victor sent was fake, and that Lee might actually have 120,000 men. So he decided to camp in place and wait for other units to arrive, especially artillery and supplies. He then spent an entire day in his tent preparing a battle plan. Ridiculously, by the time everyone had arrived, he hadn't provided even a single battle plan to his subordinates. When the battle finally began, McClellan used the most conservative, piecemeal, tactics, feeding in one corps at a time. The thin Southern Army forces were unable to advance, and the Federal Army, determined to defend, focused solely on feeding in reinforcements. In the end, with one-third of McClellan's troops never even firing a shot, this ridiculous battle ended with Lee withdrawing across the river overnight. Although the result was actually a draw, McClellan believed he had won, so he sent a victory dispatch to Lincoln. Lincoln then used this occasion to issue the famous Emancipation Proclamation. This move not only won the North countless accolades internationally but also completely changed the nature of the war, transforming it from a Southern struggle for independence into a Northern war to abolish the corrupt system of slavery. Then, shortly after having finally achieved victory, McClellan once again displayed his snail-like nature. He spent a full 3 weeks preparing, and then took 9 days just to lead his 120,000 men across the Potomac River. By this time, Lee, whose troops had been fully replenished and rested, easily blocked his path. Lincoln finally lost his patience with the snail-like McClellan. He immediately relieved him of his post and appointed General Burnside, who had specialized in capturing bridges in previous battles, as the commander of the Federal Army. As it turned out, while this fellow reorganized the army and was a man of action, submitting his plan to Lincoln that very day, "I've gathered the troops and am ready to attack straight to the enemy's home base." Lincoln, whose nerves were frayed by McClellan's procrastination, approved Burnside's plan on the principle that as long as you can move, anything goes. It must be said that Burnside and McClellan were truly opposites. Compared to the planless McClellan, he formulated a very orderly plan. I call it the plan to line up one's own troops for execution. His plan was, while the enemy was waiting in readiness, first cross a large river, then launch an attack on the high ground. Furthermore, he believed McClellan's forces were too dispersed, so he required the attacking Union army to concentrate and charge shoulder to shoulder. Then the cruelty began. The Southern army stood behind a stone wall, 4 ranks deep. One rank would fire and then swap with another, like a machine gun. The brave Union army fell one after another on the battlefield. By the end of the day, over 6,300 Federal Army soldiers lay dead before the stone wall. Standing in the distance, Burnside still earnestly ordered the attack to continue according to plan until the generals refused to execute the orders. By nightfall, Federal Army casualties reached 13,000, while the Southern Army suffered only 5,300. In the end, Burnside naturally lost both the battle and his post. Lincoln began to have a headache again looking for a qualified supreme commander. Eventually, he promoted General Hook. Hook had seen Victor's performance in a battle once and was deeply impressed by him. So, after accepting the appointment as supreme commander, his first act was to summon Colonel Edward and Sabretooth Victor. He ordered them to form a lean and powerful detachment led by Victor. The detachment had only one mission: to infiltrate the enemy's rear and, in the upcoming battle, seek an opportunity to assassinate Stonewall Jackson or the Supreme Commander of the Southern Army, Edward Lee. After receiving orders from General Hook, Victor and Colonel Edward immediately returned to the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment and began selecting candidates capable of joining this detachment. In the end, after a series of sudden crisis drills and careful scrutiny, only one man met the requirements. The harsh conditions, successfully assassinating Stonewall under every possible emergency and still escaping alive, meant that, apart from Sabretooth Victor himself, any other soldier would simply be marching to his death. It looks like no one else can pass. To be frank, this mission is a secret order personally issued by the President, and he has named you as the operative. Of course, if you feel it's too risky or beyond your ability, you may refuse. Under these circumstances, Edward decided to tell Victor everything, including that the order came directly from President Lincoln and that the true target was Stonewall alone. To confuse Southern intelligence, however, Edward still reported that an elite squad was being formed to carry out the operation. Because the plan was highly classified, only Hook, Lincoln, Victor, and Colonel Edward knew the details. Everyone else remained completely ignorant of both the operation and the detachment carrying it out. Even the earlier selection of candidates had been conducted under the guise of routine military tests. Thus the operation was code-named Project X, and its detachment dubbed X Squad. In mathematics, X stands for the unknown. In the U.S. military it also carries a special meaning: experimental hardware. usually a prototype or limited-run piece of equipment. The creation of X Squad was, in short, the Federal Army's attempt at unconventional warfare, and it went ahead largely because Lincoln wanted it. The exposure during the earlier capture of the Southern spy Mrs. Rose O'Neal Greenough had made the young government, and its president, realize the world was not as simple as it seemed. Besides, when fighting the Native Americans they had occasionally encountered warriors with strength beyond the ordinary, yet, being only moderately enhanced, those warriors were still cut down by massed muskets and artillery. In this era when ancient gods lurked in the shadows, alien powers had not yet turned their gaze to Earth, and most native powerhouses were still unborn, the supernatural forces visible to mankind were not yet overwhelming, the world still belonged to ordinary people. That did not mean the government could ignore the impact of such forces, sometimes they could prove decisive. Had Mrs. Greenough's activities in Washington gone undetected and had Victor not captured her, the South might indeed have won its independence. Victor's battlefield performance, especially the combat power he displayed at the Rappahannock train station, was also secretly reported to Lincoln. Under the influence of these two events, Lincoln finally decided to use Hook as his proxy and ordered Victor to form this still one-man X Squad. Although Edward Lee was listed as an assassination target, from beginning to end the squad's real objective was Stonewall Jackson alone. Toward this Southern legend who had repeatedly defeated Federal armies and even threatened the Federal capital, Lincoln had run out of patience. Until Stonewall was dead, neither he nor the congressman could sleep easy. After accepting President Lincoln's handwritten sealed orders, Victor packed his few belongings and set off. Once Victor had departed, Hook began his own campaign. He wanted not only Stonewall Jackson's life but also to crush Stonewall and his superior, Edward Lee, on the main battlefield. As the two top commanders wrestled on the front, the tide of war unexpectedly began to tilt once more in favor of the Southern Army. Yet it was not all bad news. Stonewall Jackson had launched another of his bold, risky maneuvers, circling with his troops to the rear of the Federal forces. At that moment Victor was hidden nearby, mingling with the men of the Federal 11th Corps. This unit, composed of German immigrants, was nowhere near as valiant as their Hessian forebears and had already been routed several times by Stonewall Jackson. The 11th Corps camp was wreathed in cooking smoke, soldiers pitched their tents and idled in clusters of 3 or 5, gambling, smoking, and boasting. Suddenly a chorus of animal cries burst from the swamp, and the creatures charged straight into the 11th Corps camp. The men decided hunting season had arrived and eagerly set about snatching the wild game. But Victor caught the scent of danger in the animals' terrified cries and erratic behavior, just as he was about to shout a warning. Stonewall Jackson's Southern Army had arrived. The Federal Army, caught completely off guard, could muster no effective counterattack. Yet they did not flee in panic. Fighting as they fell back, their shattered lines were finally driven from their own camp. At last spotting his target, Victor began his move. He withdrew with the men of 11th Corps, but as the sun set he slipped away under cover of darkness. Free of the main column, Victor reached the edge of Stonewall Jackson's camp, just as he prepared to slip inside and assassinate Stonewall Jackson. To his astonishment, the target rode out of the camp alone, heading straight for the direction 11th Corps had retreated. Jackson had decided to pursue the Federal 11th Corps, to keep them from reforming. Their fighting retreat had won his respect. By then the sky was pitch black and the Southern Army knew nothing of the terrain, so Stonewall Jackson had ridden out to scout in person, his love of risk no small factor. He never imagined that ride would cost him and his escort their lives. Stonewall, Stonewall, heaven itself wants you dead. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime chance, Victor sprinted through the forest and quickly overtook Jackson's small mounted party. Ahead of them he found a tree thick enough to need 2 men to encircle it. He climbed, unslung the custom-made breech-loading rifle from his back. The prototype, built in a Federal arsenal, could place a bullet with extreme accuracy at 600 yards, nigh impossible for the day, yet child's play in Victor's hands. Hoofbeats approached. Stonewall Jackson and his men appeared in Victor's sights. A quick aim, and Victor fired. A crack and a flash of fire, and the legendary Southern general who had humbled the Federal Army time and again, Stonewall Jackson, toppled from his horse. Ambush. Over there. Open fire. Dismount the rest. Protect General Jackson. The instant Jackson fell his escort reined in, splitting into 2 groups, one pouring fire toward Victor, the other leaping down to form a ring around their fallen commander. The moment Jackson hit the ground, Victor knew half his mission was done. The rest he must finish himself, make certain Jackson never returned south alive. Last time I let Mrs. Ross ride back. This time I won't give you the chance. Stonewall Jackson. With those words Victor hurled the prototype rifle Edward had stressed it must be brought back intact, like a javelin into the chest of the obvious escort officer. Then he extended his claws and sprang from the high branch straight toward where Stonewall Jackson lay. By now the escort realized there was only one attacker, and he had rashly charged out. They made their decision at once. Those on foot would rush Jackson back to camp for aid. Those still mounted would kill this sharp-shooting but reckless assassin. The men sent against Victor soon discovered how wrong they were. This was no foolhardy killer. It was a monster. He dropped from the sky to gut the foremost rider, then smashed the second soldier and his horse to the ground beneath the animal's own momentum. The killing aura and reek of blood pouring off him panicked the other horses. They reared, refused to advance, and delivered their masters to Sabretooth's slaughter. Though dispatching the mounted Southerners cost some effort, Victor never lost sight of his goal. He overtook the party carrying the wounded Jackson. Realizing their comrades must be dead, the escort left the strongest to haul Stonewall Jackson onward while they turned back, resolved to buy time with their lives. Camp lay only a little farther ahead. Thomas Jackson, former artillery instructor at the Federal Virginia Military Institute, now Major General of the rebel forces, nicknamed Stonewall Jackson, has repeatedly led rebel armies to victory against the Federal Army. Now, for treason, I sentence you to death, execution to be carried out immediately. With that, Victor tossed aside the execution order personally signed by President Lincoln and charged toward the last guard still carrying Stonewall Jackson. General, I'm sorry, it seems I can't bring you back. I'm a sinner of the Confederacy. Realizing escape with Stonewall Jackson was impossible, the tall Southern Army guard choked back tears, laid his general on the ground, turned, and faced his fate. Ahem, it's all right, Frank. Perhaps this is God's will. Before Stonewall Jackson, leaning against a large tree, could finish, the guard named Frank had his neck snapped by the charging Sabretooth Victor. So you're Sabretooth Victor? That fight at the Rappahannock train station, magnificent. It seems this is my destiny. I won't live to see the Confederacy's independence. I can't accept it. The very moment the Confederate States need me most, I fall. Watching Federal Army Captain Sabretooth Victor approach step by step, the doomed Stonewall Jackson began his final words. Indeed, General Jackson, you were an outstanding commander, legendary, even. But your fate was sealed the instant you betrayed the Union. Time to go, General. As he spoke, Victor bent down, knelt before Stonewall Jackson, and clamped his left hand around the man's throat. Southern Army, forward. At the instant Victor was about to crush his neck, Stonewall Jackson drew the bayonet he'd hidden in his coat and drove it clean through Victor's kidney. Impressive, Stonewall, but it's all for nothing. Without flinching, Victor pulled the bayonet from his kidney. Under Jackson's stunned, horrified gaze, the wound stopped bleeding, closed, and healed, leaving not even a scar. What kind of monster are you, Urk? One of the Confederate States' supreme twin heroes, the legendary General Stonewall Jackson, died. Your war is over, time to go home. With that, Victor closed Stonewall Jackson's eyes, took the general's saber as proof of the kill. He'd thought of taking the head, but that felt too profane and impractical. He didn't fancy stinking of gore. North and South fought over belief and position, but desecrating a corpse after death is simply small-minded, especially when both once served under the same flag. To keep the guards' bodies from scavengers, Victor dug a grave, buried them, and planted their bayonets blade down before the mound. As for Stonewall Jackson's body, Victor laid it across a horse, led it within sight of the southern camp gate, slapped the mount, and let it carry its master home. Halt! Who goes there? Stop or I fire. As the horse approached, a Southern sentry spotted it. After an unanswered warning, he fired. Startled, the horse bolted into camp. Only then did the sentry realize the rider was a corpse. General Jackson. When the animal reached him and he saw the face, his mouth fell open. He seemed unable to breathe or speak. What's wrong? Just a body, seen a ghost? Ah, General Jackson. His cry drew others. Soon the whole southern camp was in uproar, but none of it concerned Victor. His mission was done, time to claim his reward. Yet fate loves coincidence. The day after Jackson's death, his successor General Hill was shot by Victor, hidden among the 11 corps. The arrogant general, fury blazing, had led the charge on horseback, an irresistible target. With Hill down, command passed to the cavalry chief, Stark. Yes, that Stark. Once in charge, he showed no brilliance. After all, he could only ride, no flying armor, right? However, his artillery proved as precise and deadly as someone else's missiles. On the very day he took over from General Hill, a shell fired by his gunners in a skirmish with the Federal Army flew too far and smashed squarely into the Federal headquarters. Hook had just stepped inside to recommend Victor for a commendation after hearing the good news of the assassination. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the shell came down from the sky. Then everything went black, and he knew no more. Leaderless, the Federal troops fought while falling back, edging toward the river. Unaware that Hook lay unconscious, Edward Lee divided his forces again, ordering Stark to keep watching Hook's main host. He himself marched to relieve Fredericksburg, while the Federal commander who had just taken the town, General Sedgwick, learned of Hooker's wounding. 90,000 Federals waited for his 24,000 to save them. By the time Sedgwick rallied his corps and turned back, the revived Hook had already ordered a general retreat. Abandoned, Sedgwick was smashed by Lee. The battle ended amid the cheers of all Richmond. Confederate citizens ran through the streets spreading word that they had once more saved their capital, a miracle for the Confederacy. When the cheering faded, unprecedented funeral rites began. They had forever lost their hero, Thomas Jackson, the famed Stonewall Jackson. Church bells across the South tolled for Old Jack, while the North felt only relief. One of Jackson's West Point classmates spoke for President Lincoln and the Federal generals. "At last we are no longer afraid." Even as the South buried Stonewall, a decoration ceremony was underway in Washington's White House. "Congratulations, Sabretooth Victor. You are the pride of the 7th Cavalry and the Brooklyn 14th Militia." Smiling, Lincoln pinned the medal on Victor's chest. The new decoration was a permanent honor created to reward conspicuous bravery and merit. The statute establishing it had been signed by President Lincoln and could be awarded only by the nation's supreme commander. Not bad, an expert-level lifetime meal ticket. "As long as the federal government doesn't go bust, I'll never starve." Recipients would draw a special pension of $200 each month for life, and the medal could be inherited by their children. Victor beamed when he heard the details. What pleased him even more was that his X-Squad had been formally attached to the president as a special unit inside the White House. In an era when neither the FBI nor the CIA yet existed, the federal government possessed only a loose military intelligence apparatus, yet Victor's unique status had won him this exceptional charter. His rank jumped straight to major, and for staff he was given one petite female secretary, nothing more. A one-man band, he mused, but with authority to recruit more special persons, like myself, provided they swear absolute loyalty to the president and the Union. Interesting. Leaning back in his chair, Victor leafed through the files of his new office and propped his boots on the desk. "Major, sir. Confidential orders from the president." Just as Victor tossed the folder aside and pulled a bottle of whiskey from under the table, his petite little secretary walked in. She carried the prized whiskey out again under Victor's pained stare, leaving only the president's sealed orders. "Victor, your target this time is our old acquaintance, Mrs. Ross. I'm sure you remember her well. After her expulsion from Washington she was welcomed like a hero in Richmond and even published a book. She then became a Confederate envoy to Europe, pleading their cause for foreign support. The recent Emancipation Proclamation has stalled her efforts. Now our agents abroad report she will soon sail from North Carolina back to the South. Your mission is simple: go there and ensure she never speaks again. Assistance will be provided. Report to the Federal Navy tomorrow. Burn after reading. For the Union. Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States." After committing the orders to memory, Victor struck a match and set the paper ablaze, then lit a cigarette from the flame and let the smoke veil his expression. "Good day, Lieutenant Colonel Victor. My name is William Smith, Captain of the Federal Navy's San Jacinto. I'll be coordinating this operation with you and your men." The man waiting for Victor at the Navy Department turned out to be a ship captain, and a young one at that, barely 30. "Pleasure, Captain William. Looks like we'll be spending quite a while together. let's hope we get along. Victor's knowledge of seafaring was purely theoretical, so making friends with the man who would soon hold his life in his hands at sea could only help. After all, a certain Wolverine had once taunted Magneto and ended up skewered on rebar, tossed into the river, and fished out by Stryker for the kill. Drop him in the ocean and he'd probably feed the fish. If Victor himself fell overboard it would be a nightmare. Swimming back to shore could take forever, assuming the sharks didn't get him first. Once at sea they would all share the same hull, so there was no point playing dirty. Of course. I'm fascinated by the legends you've forged on the battlefield, I hope you'll share a few pointers. William was clearly delighted by the courtesy. Right now the name, Sabretooth, Victor carried almost as much weight in the Northern Federation as Stonewall Jackson did in the Confederate States of America. The tale of the super soldier who had killed Stonewall Jackson was already circulating on both sides. Only Victor had survived the clash. How the story had leaked was a question for federal propaganda. Fortunately information didn't travel fast in this era, so only vague half-truths were making the rounds. After all, X-Squad was still a classified unit. Is that so? Then we'll have plenty of time to talk, long days ahead of us. By the way, how about we call this operation, Fox Hunt? Our enemy, after all, is the wily Mrs. Rose. Seeing that the obliging Captain William Smith was already on the same page, Victor made the suggestion. No problem. I hear that in that distant eastern realm the fox also stands for a bewitching beauty. Fox Hunt, excellent. Ha ha ha. Captain William was evidently well-read and quite a character. Life aboard ship might not be so tedious after all. While Victor and William settled into mutual admiration, Mrs. Rose on the far side of the Atlantic finally began her journey home. Good day, ma'am. Honored to meet you. I'm Kane Jones. My ship, the San Juan, will escort you home. The Confederate States clearly valued their heroine. They had dispatched their newest ironclad commerce raider, the San Juan, as escort. Then I shall rely on your care, Captain Kane. I believe this will be a memorable voyage. With those words Mrs. Rose rested her hand on the captain's proffered arm and, under his guidance, boarded the powerful if unlovely San Juan. Weigh anchor. Start the engines. Helm hard over, prepare to get underway. At Kane Jones's command, the San Juan carried the Confederacy's heroine across the Atlantic toward home. Meanwhile, deep in the forest that straddled the border between the Federal North and the grading Empire's colonial territory of Maple Leaf, a wolf howl split the night as Wolverine Logan Howlett led his pack across the frontier into Federal territory. Farther back in the woods, a hunter who bore a faint resemblance to Victor tracked the pack with a rifle in hand. He was Logan Howlett's half-brother, Doug Logan. He had survived their last clash when Rose's death let him escape, but he had not given up. He still hunted his brother, the Wolverine. Tormented by grief and guilt over Rose's death, Logan blamed himself. Rather than fight Doug again he simply led his wolves south, hoping to outrun the pursuit, ever imagining Doug would follow him across the border. After a grueling train and carriage journey Victor finally reached the Federal port in North Carolina. There, at last, he laid eyes on the Federal Navy's newest ironclad, the San Jacinto, his ride for the campaign ahead. Ironclads, newborn to this era, possessed neither the graceful lines of sailing ships nor the savage majesty of later steel behemoths. These toddling, iron tortoises were merely the embryonic form of the sea monsters that would one day rule the seven oceans. Riddled with flaws, they nevertheless held crushing superiority over the fading wind-powered fleets. One side could barely scratch the other, while a handful of hit sent wooden hulls to the bottom, a fight no longer between equals. Ironically, the first to field an ironclad was not the industrially stronger Northern Federation but the Confederate States of America, already choking under the Federal naval blockade. The world-famous Marine Corps of later years was at this time only a naval auxiliary, split in two by the Civil War. The half that served the South was wiped out in its first action and never reformed before the Confederacy fell. Yes, during First Bull Run the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, charged by Victor, was casually crushed in its own assault. Victor had even wondered why sailors were fighting on land with rifles and why they were so pitifully weak, practically offering their heads. Ahem, I digress. Back to the South's first ironclad, a vessel not even built by the Confederate Navy but cobbled together from the captured wreck of the Federal cruiser Merrimac. Thereafter this magically refitted ironclad thrashed the hapless Federal Navy in a string of battles. Wooden Federal sailing ships stood no chance against the iron-plated monster. Smarting from the losses, the Federal Navy hurriedly launched its own ironclad, the Monitor, and the two bizarre-looking ships, really bizarre, look them up, fought their legendary duel at Hampton Roads, a celebrated clash of rookies in naval history. Neither managed to pierce the other's armor. When their ammunition ran dry, the epic engagement ended in a draw, yet strategically the South had lost, for the blockade remained unbroken. Faced with the might of the Federal blockade, the Confederate Navy turned to the same tactic the Third Reich's fleet would use in World War II, commerce raiding on the high seas. Mrs. Rose's ship, the ironclad San Juan, was born of that strategy. Uniquely, she was a purely steam-powered ironclad, the South's secret weapon. A steam-driven heart gave her tremendous power. The latest breech-loading rifles made her firepower unrivaled, and steel armor rendered her defenses impenetrable. Ugly she might be, yet she was one of the mightiest ocean-going warships of her day, her maiden voyage sent to Europe to bring the South's heroine home. Victor's vessel, the San Jacinto, was a steam-assisted sailing ship. Though fitted with engines, she still carried sails, and only her wooden hull was sheathed, from 2 meters below the waterline up to the main deck level, with 110 to 120 millimeters of wrought iron plate. While theoretically proof against any naval gun of the day, the San Juan was not included in that. Victor and William had no idea their quarry was such a monster, their intelligence merely reporting that the South had dispatched a new warship to collect Mrs. L. Initially the Federal Navy meant to send an unarmored steam sail corvette to intercept, but memories of the last Southern Iron Tortoise, and recent secret dealings with the Britons suggested more mischief might be afoot. In the end, caution and President Lincoln's insistence won out, and the Navy dispatched the San Jacinto, already one of the most advanced ocean-going ironclads, for the pure ironclads then lacked the power and size for anything beyond coastal work. Thus Victor and William, wholly ignorant of the true balance of power, used William's experience to plot the San Juan's return route and successfully lay an ambush at sea. What in hell is that thing? A warship built entirely of iron. Like the rest of the San Jacinto's crew, they stared in stunned silence at their target. William was awestruck by his first sight of an all-iron ocean cruiser. Victor was simply appalled by the ugliness. He had pictured sleek steel dreadnoughts of the future, not this long iron slug. But after the shock wore off, the battle had to go on. William and Victor were both men who had seen the world. They couldn't let a mere ironclad turn their knees to jelly in terror, could they? Trial shot ready, fire. The sailors who had come with William were, without question, an elite crew. Their very first ranging shot struck home. The effect, however, was, "Officer, we hit them." A shell from the USS San Jacinto traced a graceful arc through the air and smacked square into the enemy's flank, then ricocheted off without so much as a burst. "Shut it, I saw. That thing shrugged it off like a baseball. Shift bearing, keep firing." Had William been playing a game, his screen would have been spammed with, "Our shell failed to penetrate enemy armor. It seems we have uninvited guests. I wonder, did they stumble upon us by chance, or is their target the lovely lady herself?" For the ones being ambushed, the moment the Federal warship San Jacinto, stars and stripes flying, appeared on the horizon, Captain Jones and Mrs. Ross felt a flutter of nerves, enough to interrupt the romantic interlude they had been enjoying. "My beloved Captain, now that they're here, whether by coincidence or to hunt me, you will keep me safe, won't you?" As she spoke, Rose O'Neil Greenough rested her hand on the captain's neck and melted into his arms. "All hands, stand to. Loggers, record every datum. This is our first fight aboard the San Juan, our first crack at breaking the North's stranglehold. We cannot afford to lose." Though he gave the order to engage, Jones did not immediately open fire. He let the San Jacinto pound away at them. It was a reckless gamble, but he trusted his ship to be indestructible, and he needed hard combat data. If she proved worthy, this vessel would become the Confederate Navy's trump card. "Officer, we've been hit." Federal shells soon struck the San Juan, yet she emerged from the barrage unscathed, just as Jones had hoped. "I know, but like a kid hit by a baseball, right? Time to bite back." At Jones's word the San Juan bared her fangs, gunport snapped open, cannon rolled out, and a rapid staccato of fire followed. "Officer, we scored hits." Even as the Confederate gunners cheered, explosions and smoke bloomed, the San Jacinto vanished inside a fireball. When the smoke cleared, the blasts had merely scorched her iron skin, no penetration. Still, Several Union sailors had been wounded by the blasts. That punch felt a bit light, log it. Tell the ordnance boys to fix it when we're back in port. The San Juan's fangs, it seemed, weren't yet sharp enough. She had chipped a tooth on the San Jacinto's steel hide. Yet if the duel dragged on, Victor's side would be the first to crack. The San Jacinto was not taking the punishment unscathed. We've got to crack that shell, or we'll face a court-martial, maybe even a rope. Or we wait till their ammo runs dry, then board her. William quickly saw the disadvantage and offered Victor a sober assessment. Half their shots were bouncing off that iron turtle, even the ones that burst barely scuffed the paint. The enemy guns had yet to pierce their own armor, but continued hits would tell, and crew casualties were mounting. Say, if we combined sail and steam, could we ram that thing and rip her open with the prow? While William conned his men through evasive turns and counterfire, Victor noticed the San Jacinto's iron beak. Theoretically, yes, but I doubt it'll do much good. She's solid steel, we might open a small gash and cripple ourselves in the bargain. William clearly misread Victor's intent, and his tone was skeptical. A gash is all I need. You tear the hole, I'll dive through and kill every soul inside. William shot him a look that said, "Are you out of your damn mind?" Then, under Victor's murderous glare, he turned and shouted, "Helmsman, hard over. Light the boilers. Ready to ram." At William's order, the San Jacinto first used steam to claw upwind a short distance, then swung her bow about, every sail sheeted in as she charged full tilt at the San Juan. Are they pulling out? Why head upwind? No, they're turning again. They're coming straight for us. Helmsman, hard a lee. Victor's plan was plain to Jones a heartbeat later, but by then any evasion was impossible. With shells from the San Juan crashing around her, the San Jacinto drove for the enemy's port quarter and struck before the wheel could answer. Boom! A grinding crash rang out as the iron beak of the San Jacinto punched deep into the San Juan's flank. The blow cost the San Jacinto dear, her own hull split, and bluejackets died at their guns. No time for grief, the brutal business of boarding had begun. Victor Creed was always first through the breach, and, heartened by his example, the rest poured after him. Savage steel rang below the San Juan's deck. In truth it was less a fight than Sabretooth Victor's one-sided slaughter of the Southern sailors. Mrs. Rose, I was too proud, underestimated their resolve. Yet the Confederate States Navy has courage to match. For your safety, go to the launch. I'll lead the lads and drive these damned Yankees back. After ordering men to escort Mrs. Rose to the boat deck, Jones wheeled and strode toward the gaping wound in the San Juan's side. By then Victor had carved a crimson corridor, racing toward yet another, godlike, tally. In the cramped passageways a flick of his blade ended lives. Those who tried to ambush from corners met the same fate, kicked dead or hoisted by the throat and discarded. Jones arrived just as Victor snapped the first officer's neck and tossed the corpse aside. The bosun lay split from collar to hip at the hatch, a pool of matter best left pixelated spreading across the planks. More Southern officers and seamen sprawled everywhere, their blood lapped ankle-deep along the short corridor. Sabretooth Victor Creed, so the federal government thinks highly enough of Mrs. Rose and me to loose you. Aren't they afraid I'll sink your ship and feed you to the fishes? Jones knew the file on Victor, the butchery around them left only one possible name. You know who I am? Then you're no small fish. Give me your name, though I kill nameless men, you've earned a place in my memory. After all, you nearly sent me swimming with the sharks. A shell from the San Juan had burst at Victor's feet moments before the collision, hurling him across the deck. Only a desperate grab at the rail had kept him out of the sea. Jones delayed Victor only briefly. Soon the man stood outside the cabin where Mrs. Rose had been. She had already lowered away with a handful of seamen, the cutter not yet far astern. The instant Jones turned to face Sabretooth, Mrs. Rose seized the sailors with her power, forced them to the boat, and cast off. Just as she thought herself free, William, stunned earlier by the same blast, came to his senses. He spotted the cutter, had a gun dragged aft, aimed with a calm eye, and fired. The shot struck true, claiming first blood and the day's glory, leaving Victor only the sight of his curling hair as William turned away. Days later, Rose O'Neal Greenough's body washed ashore near the South Carolina coast, bleached and bloated, another Confederate legend dead by Victor's hand. Far away, at the edge of a western forest, a wolf pack bade farewell to its leader, Logan Howlett, after long years among them, turned his face toward the world of men, partly to spare the pack from the feud between himself and his brother, Doug Logan. A werewolf? Someone who can talk to wolves? What the hell? Tina, we're a legitimate agency, not some rumor-busting reality show. After wrapping up Mrs. Rose's affair, another report, this one from the Western frontier, landed on Victor's desk. What's walking into science? Anyway, our department is literally in charge of the supernatural, so this stuff gets funneled to us. By the way, officer, your nickname Sabretooth, can you turn into some kind of tiger-headed man? Secretary Tina didn't get Victor's pop culture reference, but she was fascinated by the legends swirling around him. At first she balked at being assigned to a man rumored to tear enemies apart without blinking. She was young and didn't want to be devoured by Sabretooth and tossed aside. Once she arrived, though, she discovered Victor was surprisingly gentle with his own people. When she caught him sneaking a drink in the office and confiscated the bottle, he actually obeyed. He'd looked like a kid whose favorite toy had been snatched, strangely cute. Still, she suspected he kept sipping on the sly. A faint whiff of alcohol always clung to him. Tiger-headed man? And we're supposed to chase every campfire tale? Makes us sound cheap. Victor had no desire to get dragged into this. He still needed recruits, being a one-man band was getting old. After the Rose incident, headquarters had fast-tracked him a rapid response unit, basically handing back his old M Company. Its commander was his former lieutenant, Tom, and the M Company boys were thrilled to serve under Victor again. Better pay, better perks, double win. It's not just hearsay, there are photos and eyewitnesses. Look, this guy's hands sprout long claws. You can do that too, right, officer? Show me. The moment Tina finished, the photo vanished from her fingers. Sabretooth Victor studied the blurred image of the clawed man, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Where did this come from? Local hoax to drum up tourism. Victor already suspected who it was, but he needed details, like why Wolverine had been caught on camera. There's more than photos, plenty of witnesses. A local reporter snapped that one while the werewolf fought a bear. Tina bridled at his skepticism. She loved the supernatural and dearly wanted to see whether Victor would shift into a tiger-headed man when he met the werewolf. Tina, book train tickets and tell Tom to muster the unit. We're going to meet this so-called werewolf. When will we get our own transport? Forget it. Hope it's you in the photo, Wolverine, Logan. Victor sighed at the thought of rattling west by rail. He already envied the X-Men's future Blackbird and SHIELD's flying carrier, but in an era before even gliders, the train would have to do. Budgets were tight. Missions meant buying civilian rail tickets while military rolled south to support the Federal Army. Victor heard the Union had won at Gettysburg, throwing back the Confederate States of America's invasion, though General Hook, his old patron, hadn't commanded. General George Meade had. None of that mattered now. Victor answered directly to the president and wouldn't see the front again unless a new crisis erupted. After Gettysburg the South's spine was broken, just a matter of bleeding them dry. Victor knew he should celebrate imminent victory, yet he felt he'd forgotten something important. When memory failed, he shrugged and focused on how to recruit Wolverine. This wasn't some wish-fulfillment novel where the hero radiates imperial aura, and idiot crush halos, yells, "Brother Wolf, we've finally found each other," and Wolverine kneels in brotherly devotion so the two can carve through the Marvel Universe side by side. Victor felt the mental image was more absurd than beautiful, and he couldn't bear to look. Right now, Wolverine was still far from the superhero he'd later become. He wavered between beast and man, facing the same choice Victor once had. At this point, Wolverine was downright dangerous, a huge threat to ordinary people. Once enraged, he killed without batting an eye. Victor's task was to find Logan before the carnage began and recruit him, at the very least, keep him under control so no one else could use him. Some people close their eyes for a moment, and a day passes. Others close them and never open them again. A lifetime is gone. Victor blinked a few times before the snail-paced steam train finally delivered him to his destination, a border town on the edge of Federal Army territory. The town was a melting pot of Native Americans, British descendants, Americans, and immigrants, with fugitives possibly hiding among them. Given the volatile mix, Victor had Tom form ranks and march the others to the nearest Federal Army camp. They'd appear only when he needed them. Victor himself changed into civilian clothes, draped a mink scarf over his shoulders, clamped a cigar between his teeth, and swaggered into town with little secretary Tina, also in plain clothes, tucked under his arm. "Officer, are you sure this is okay? What if someone recognizes us? I don't even have a boyfriend yet." Victor ignored her completely. To the townsfolk he was just another newcomer showing off his girl. No one grew suspicious, though a few unsavory types felt curiosity and greed. If only he'd had shades, then he'd look truly cool. Soon after entering town, Victor hunted for lodging. He'd meant to grab a hotel room, but little secretary refused to share, and separate rooms would look odd. He ended up approaching the local snakehead. After little secretary gave the man and his lackeys a moral education session, Victor bent the fellow's prized pistol into a horseshoe with his bare hands, and Mr. Creed became the town's new boss. "Kid, quit playing with that thing. Round up your boys, we're heading to the biggest saloon in town. Drinks are on me." With that, Victor tossed the crumpled revolver back into the ex-snakehead's lap, slipped an arm around little secretary despite her glare, and headed for the saloon. Where did those monsters come from? That little girl looks young, but she dropped a dozen of us without breaking a sweat. And the guy, he can't be human. Remembering how Victor had crushed his gun like putty, and recalling recent werewolf rumors, ex-snakehead Brock shuddered and ordered his men to follow their new chief. The lackeys were delighted by their new boss's generosity. Sure, getting thrashed by a girl was humiliating, but she was the boss's woman, so of course she wasn't ordinary. Men at the bottom of the heap could only comfort themselves this way and keep surviving. Victor sensed Brock and company trailing behind. The former snakehead seemed smart enough. Victor resolved not to kill them, just ship them off to prison labor, provided they'd never murdered innocents. With Brock's familiar face smoothing the way, Victor blended effortlessly into the saloon crowd and began the serious drinking he'd been craving. "Says we're here on a mission, clearly he just wants to drink. And he's groping me. When we get back, I'm confiscating every last bottle in his stash." Victor, still happily chugging, didn't realize he'd infuriated his secretary. By the time they returned, every vintage in his secret cache would be history. He'd already drunk 5 brawny locals under the table. In a saloon, nothing wins friends faster than a man who can hold his liquor and pay for rounds. Victor was soon one of the gang, and the information he wanted flowed freely. A stranger answering Victor's description had indeed arrived not long ago, name of Logan. He kept to himself, daily slung a hunting rifle over his shoulder, and vanished into the woods beyond town, tracking something. Someone once tried to rob him. The would-be thief's corpse turned up in a gutter the next morning. Given the town's reputation, the sheriff chalked it up to a drunk who'd stumbled and drowned. Toting a rifle into the woods every day. What's he after? "Tina, move." After learning Logan's address, Victor murmured instructions to Tina and sent her out of town to find Tom. He had no idea the stranger who looked just like him, the besotted drinker mentioned, was a literal description. After dismissing little secretary Tina, Victor told Brock to take the boys back to their lair. He wasn't worried about any of them running off. Then, alone, he headed toward the cabin where his drinking buddy said Logan lived. The closed door told Victor its master wasn't home. That didn't stop Victor from tracking him. Under Victor's beast-like senses, the man's trail had nowhere to hide. Soon he followed the trail deep into the forest and caught up. A tall, broad-shouldered figure appeared in his sight. The instant he spotted the man, the stranger seemed to sense him too, suddenly speeding up and swerving to shake Victor off. The attempt was useless. The gap shrank until Victor was within 3 meters. Bang! A sharp gunshot cracked through the forest. Just as Victor reached for him, the man spun and blasted Victor with a hunting rifle. Caught off guard, Victor took the shot square in the chest and was hurled backward, his torso a bloody mess. The hunting rifle turned out to be a trench shotgun, better known as a scattergun, or simply a boomstick. At long range it's trash, but up close it's the undisputed king of raw damage. Cough. Damn it, who are you? Shooting from ambush isn't Wolverine James Logan Howlett style. The man's cloak and hood hid his face, so Victor slowed his healing factor and played half dead to fish for answers. "I'm the one asking questions, freak. How do you know that damned beast's name? And what the hell is wrong with your face?" While Victor puzzled over the words, the man pulled off his hood, revealing a face 80% identical to Victor's own. "Oh, shit. Are you Doug Logan?" Realizing who stood before him, Victor felt 10,000 alpacas stampede across his fragile heart. "You know my name? Now I'm curious who you are, but first, die." As Doug raised the shotgun for another blast, Victor sprang, tackled him, and sent the weapon flying. Doug hit the ground hard and saw Victor's wounds vanish as bone claws sprang from his knuckles. I knew it, another monster. I'll kill you. Doug didn't stay down, he scrambled up and counterattacked like a man possessed. Expecting an ordinary human, Victor was caught off balance and ate a flurry of punches that floored him. Damn. I knew this wouldn't be simple. Shaking off a heavy blow, Victor knocked Doug back and started treating the elder half-brother of Wolverine as a real threat. In truth, Wolverine's healing factor didn't come solely from his mother, it was the fusion of both parents' genes. The Hudson bloodline gave him superhuman recovery, while his father passed down beast instinct and raw strength. Years later Doug could still track Logan because he'd inherited that same beast instinct and strength. He'd even pinned and pummeled Logan once, only falling when the enraged Wolverine's healing factor outlasted him. Against Victor, Doug now found himself outclassed, equal in strength, but no match for Victor's battle-honed technique. Once Victor turned serious, every strike was parried or punished, any hit Doug landed healed in seconds. When Doug tried to flee, exhaustion betrayed him, Victor seized the opening, slammed him down, and locked an arm around his throat. This time no childhood friend would burst in to save him. Victor snapped his neck from behind, then, just to be sure, applied the Bear Grylls head removal method, minus the eating part. And so ended Doug Logan, elder brother of Wolverine. Phew. If Doug Logan's here, then Wolverine must be close by, but with Doug's skills there's no way he still hasn't found him. The truth is, Doug lost Wolverine's trail for a good reason, because Wolverine Logan had run into a very troublesome enemy, Wendigo. After saying goodbye to the wolf pack, he'd been ready to start a new life, only to stumble in the snow-covered forests along the border between Maple Country and the States into the monster of Native American legend, Wendigo. This vicious, white-furred creature, at least that's how Wendigos look in the Marvel Universe. Interested readers can check out X-Men Blue feeds on human flesh. In a parallel universe Wolverine's son Hudson once met one and managed to kill it. The one Wolverine faced, however, was bigger and stronger, which naturally meant it had eaten more people. For weeks the two of them tangled in the woods, foiling Doug's repeated searches and finally forcing him to hole up in a nearby town. Wolverine would have been happy to stop the fight, but Wendigo wouldn't let him go. The reason lay in the day they first met. After a week-long blizzard, the starving Wendigo finally saw the snow stop. He hadn't gone far before he spotted a meal the human called Wolverine Logan. He crept up, planning an ambush, but was spotted. No matter, he'd simply overpower the puny human. The clash nearly cost the beast his life, yet he discovered this human was a treasure. After he bit off a chunk of the man's flesh and swallowed it, the wound healed instantly. Wasn't this exactly what humans called a leek field? Harvest one crop and another springs up. If he could drag this prey back to his lair, he'd never lack meat again. Dreams are plump, reality bony. Wendigo quickly found they were evenly matched: strength, reflexes, agility, stamina, all equal. The 3 bone claws that shot from the man's fists could pierce his hide, and the human healed as fast as he did. If Wendigo couldn't restore himself by devouring flesh, he'd already be riddled with holes. Wherever they fought, the ground was left a wreck. When one began to lose, he'd pull back, only to return and resume the feud. Usually the one retreating was Wendigo. Wolverine Logan was sick to death of the creature yet could never land a killing blow. Each time he came within a hair of it, the monster escaped. After finishing Doug Logan, Victor looked at the body on the ground and felt a pang of pity. The man's first love hadn't loved him back, and now no one alive even remembered or cared about him. In fact, the only person left who truly knew Doug was Wolverine Logan's grandfather, Old Howlett, and even he treated Doug as a mere servant. His sole kin, his brother, Wolverine Logan, had become his sworn enemy, yet he'd brought that fate on himself. As the saying goes, the pitiful must have something hateful in them. After a sigh, Victor chose to give Doug a proper burial. The man was dead, the past buried. He had tried to kill Victor and had paid with his life. Interring him so he would not end up beast fodder was Victor's final respect for a worthy opponent. When Victor, having buried Doug Logan, returned to town, Snakehead Brock and his men had already been sent off for re-education through labor by Tom. When Tom's men arrested them, Brock had nearly wet himself, convinced the army had come for him because he'd helped that southern rebel spy slip across the border. The town was placed under martial law. Victor's plan had been simple: recruit Wolverine if possible, if not, subdue him and drag him back for gentle persuasion. Until adamantium entered the picture, numbers could still hold Wolverine down. In the end Victor captured no one, so he ordered Tina and Tom to withdraw with the unit while he himself headed into the vast forest outside town. He could sense Wolverine was there, not far off. The feeling was uncanny, though he had never experienced it before. He knew it was Wolverine, Logan. It was the scent of a kindred. Wendigo. From a distance, Victor heard the roar of the Wendigo, but from the sound of it, the creature's situation seemed quite bad. Looks like I need to pick up the pace. At the thought that Logan might kill the Wendigo and then vanish without a trace, Victor quickened his steps. Fortunately, when he arrived at the scene, the two were still fighting vigorously. One scratched, the other stabbed. They were trading blows, though the Wendigo's condition was clearly worse. Its originally snow-white fur was nearly stained red by its own blood, while Logan appeared completely unharmed, still energetically launching attacks at the Wendigo. Although he didn't have adamantium yet and could only use his bone claws for piercing attacks rather than cutting, his great strength and swift movements allowed him to repeatedly stab the Wendigo with his bone claws. Moreover, the speed at which he dealt damage had already surpassed the Wendigo's self-healing rate, which was why the Wendigo was now covered in wounds with its fur soaked in blood. As it lost blood, the Wendigo's speed and stamina gradually declined, making it harder to hit Logan. Since it couldn't bite Logan, it couldn't recover by devouring flesh. It could be said that the Wendigo was now trapped in a vicious cycle. An enraged Wolverine would fight more bravely as the battle progressed, while the Wendigo grew weaker. It was only a matter of time before it was completely defeated. It wasn't dead yet only because Logan hadn't found a way to deliver a killing blow. Victor's arrival brought a turning point to the scene. Both the Wendigo and Logan felt a sense of danger from the intruding Victor, so they stopped attacking each other and stepped back, resuming their standoff while diverting part of their attention to Victor. When Logan saw Victor's face, which bore some resemblance to Doug Logan, he was visibly stunned. The Wendigo clearly had no intention of letting this opportunity pass and immediately lunged forward. In fact, the Wendigo had already intended to flee after falling into a disadvantage. The fact that the intruder Victor was also human only reinforced its decision to run. However, it knew that if it turned and fled now, having already consumed most of its stamina, it would be impossible to escape the pursuit of the enraged Wolverine, Logan. It had tried before, which was why it had been entangled with Logan here for so long. Its only chance to escape was to seize an opportunity, heavily wound the opponent in one go, and simultaneously recover some strength by devouring the opponent's flesh. As for killing the opponent after wounding them, it had tried that too. It was impossible. Under the opponent's frantic counterattack, it would definitely be the one to die first. After all, its self-healing was limited. It could still die from fatal injuries to the heart or head, whereas the opponent was completely different. He could recover no matter where he was injured. And the moment Logan was stunned, the Wendigo seized the chance. It tackled him to the ground, and its bloody maw snapped down toward his neck. But the Wendigo's bite was cut short because both its kidneys were pierced through by Logan's sharp claws. Immediately after, its head took a heavy kick from Victor. Being hit by a kick from Victor delivered with full force was no different from being struck by a truck traveling at full speed. The poor Wendigo was sent flying, blood spraying from its waist, and only stopped after crashing through a tree as thick as a bowl. Having taken a heavy blow to the head, the Wendigo felt its ears ringing and its vision blurring. It tried to crawl up from the ground several times but failed. Naturally, Logan and Victor weren't going to let it off like that. In short, after Logan and Victor performed an exceptionally bloody series of maneuvers on it, the Wendigo, covered in wounds and missing its heart, finally breathed its last. "My name is Victor, Victor Creed, a lieutenant colonel in the Federal Army and the person in charge of X Squad. I think you might need this." Before Logan could speak, Victor introduced himself and tossed his coat to Logan. As it turned out, because Logan had lived with wolves for a long time, eating raw meat and drinking blood, the clothes on his body had long since rotted away. In other words, the young adult, Wolverine, Logan standing before Victor was wearing almost nothing. It was lucky he was a mutant, otherwise, he might have frozen to death long ago. "Victor? Fine, I thought you were someone I knew. You should know, even without your help, I could have handled that monster alone. Hey, these clothes are really uncomfortable to wear." Logan, who hadn't worn clothes for a long time, felt awkward and uneasy after suddenly putting them on. But even being destitute enough to have no clothes to wear didn't change his pride. Tsundere nature. I know you didn't need it. I have a feeling you can take care of yourself. Much like me. However, have you ever thought about joining us? Victor expressed his agreement with Logan's words and then took the opportunity to extend an olive branch to recruit him. Us? What do you mean by that? To be honest, I'm quite curious about you, both yourself and your ex-squad. Clearly, Logan wouldn't follow Victor just because of one sentence, even if he felt a kindred aura and goodwill from the man. After all, the world had been far too unkind to him. Tragedy and disaster always followed him, some natural, some born of the malice of others. Well, I think you've sensed it, we are kindred, and our abilities are so similar, almost as if we were brothers. As for X-Squad, it's responsible for gathering people like us to deal with monsters like that one just now, which ordinary people can't handle. Victor wasn't surprised that Logan didn't agree immediately. As long as the other party was willing to communicate, there was hope. It was better than him immediately baring his claws to fight, though Victor wouldn't back down even if it came to that. If I refuse, will I be dealt with like that monster? After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, people like us aren't much different from monsters. And if I join your X-Squad, will I have to follow your orders? I wonder if you have the capability. With that, Logan extended the sharp claws on both hands and lunged. Clearly, living like a wild animal for so long made the current Logan more like a beast than a man. If Victor wanted him to listen, he'd have to beat him first. Interesting. Then let's let the outcome decide who listens to whom. Actually, Victor was well prepared for a fight with Wolverine, and he even had a bit of anticipation. At this time, there were truly not many who could be his opponent. Red Wolf was one, Doug Logan was half of one, and most others didn't count. Now, Wolverine Logan was being added to the list. Back in the army, he could still go on killing sprees on the battlefield. After forming X-Squad, such opportunities became much rarer. To date, X-Squad had only had 2 missions, this was the third. Although Victor could now control himself, such a life was still quite dull for him, which was why he thought of ways to sneak drinks and such. Now, finally having an opportunity to fight Logan legitimately, Victor felt very happy and excited. As soon as they started, Wolverine fell into a disadvantage. Although Wolverine had experience in underground boxing and had survived life-and-death struggles with wolves in the wild, he had never systematically studied combat techniques. In other words, he was self-taught and unrefined. Victor was different. Victor had systematically studied various combat knowledge from books and then put that knowledge into practice on the battlefield. He had also taken advantage of being in the army to systematically learn various military-specific combat and killing techniques. At first, Wolverine was a bit hesitant, worried he might stab Victor to death. After Victor intentionally left an opening for him, let him get a stab in, and demonstrated his self-healing ability, Logan began to let loose. It took only 10 minutes to go from a methodical exchange of offense and defense to both sides abandoning defense to focus entirely on damage. Then, it quickly turned from mutual injury into a one-sided beatdown of Wolverine by Sabretooth Victor. Hey, enough, Logan. Neither of us can truly kill the other like this. How about it? Consider coming back with me. I can spar with you every day. And when I go to punch someone else, you can come help me, just like we handled that Wendigo together today. After Victor knocked Logan to the ground once more, he issued the recruitment invitation again. This time, Logan didn't refuse. Instead, he retracted his claws without a word. Let's go. We need to get you something to wear first. It wouldn't be good to head back to Washington with me like this. Seeing this, Victor understood that the other party had agreed. He looked the man over carefully and spoke. Looking at Logan's strong and well-proportioned muscles, especially those well-defined 8-pack abs, paired with that young and handsome face, he truly was the lady killer, who would have a crowd of girlfriends and lovers in the future. Victor wouldn't admit he was actually a bit jealous, especially when Secretary Tina's eyes almost lit up the moment she first saw Wolverine. Great, another young girl fallen under the charm of Wolverine, Logan. But little girl, you're blonde, and Logan has a thing for redheads, you have no hope. Stop looking. Have you no shame? Go get a set of clothes for Logan. Logan, it seems your charm is quite significant. I'll introduce you to everyone properly once you're dressed. Victor tapped the head of the little secretary, who was still peeking at Logan through her fingers with a flushed face, and told her to hurry and get clothes. Then he turned and teased Logan. Victor didn't know that the little secretary wasn't just peeking at Logan's physique. His own shirt had been torn to shreds during the fight with Logan, so she had seen him too. The main reason for her blushing was that she was comparing the two in her mind and concluded that Victor was stronger. Perhaps following this man won't be so bad. Watching Victor skillfully greeting the people around him, Logan thought to himself. He could see that the surrounding soldiers and the young girl from earlier all held heartfelt respect and trust for Victor. Officer Victor. There's an urgent dispatch. After hurriedly finding a set of military fatigues for Logan, Secretary Tina turned and handed an urgent dispatch to Victor. Return to Washington immediately. Victor, upon receiving the urgent dispatch from Washington, immediately ordered Secretary Tina to prepare the train tickets for their return, while Tom was left behind to handle the aftermath of the Wendigo. It seems your department is quite busy. Or is it because you're capable, so you have to do more work? Watching the little secretary and Tom leave quickly, Logan spoke to Victor. Clearly, he hadn't fully adjusted to his change in identity. First of all, it's not your department, it's our department. Secondly, while we are indeed capable, we've been quite idle before, which is why we had the time to deal with this small matter. However, judging by that dispatch just sent by the War Department, there might be real trouble this time. Victor first corrected the error in Logan's words, then briefly explained the current situation. However, it was clear that Logan wasn't really listening. Oh, trouble? What kind of trouble? Like the Wendigo? I like trouble, because I'll let them know who the biggest trouble really is. Listening to the slightly Chianibio-like speech of the newly adult Logan, Victor suddenly felt a headache coming on. At the same time, he inwardly agreed with Logan's words. An immature Wolverine was indeed a big trouble. But now he was one of his own. No matter how much trouble he was, he had to look out for him, right? After all, there were so many similarities between them. They were practically like brothers. Especially seeing the current green Logan, Victor was reminded of his former self, though Logan's situation wasn't as bad as his own had been. Logan, whose wild nature had been fully released, was not as full of hostility as the abused Victor had been. Fortunately, Victor, through family and love, had ultimately avoided the path of becoming a complete beast and a killing machine. And now, he also wanted to prevent Logan from taking that path. Because whether it was their immortal lifespans or their powerful combat abilities that made killing as easy as slaughtering chickens, they were easily targeted and exploited. So they had to be like brothers, supporting each other and remaining inseparable. They both had to become strong so that no one could exploit them, so they could eliminate all who stood in their way, and so they could survive in this treacherous world. Officer, what's wrong? Little Secretary Tina, returning with the tickets, found her superior dazed, which was a rare sight. As for Wolverine, he was still constantly twisting his body, struggling with the military uniform he had just put on. Having run naked among wolves for years, suddenly wearing clothes made him feel uncomfortable and restricted. The originally crisp and well-fitting uniform looked like a hobo's outfit on him. It's nothing, I was just thinking about some things. Are the train tickets ready? Let's leave immediately. Hey, Logan, stop squirming, will you? You look like you're covered in lice. After stopping Logan from squirming further, Victor, Logan, and the little secretary boarded the carriage Tina had already prepared and headed for the train station. They would take the train that night back to Washington. Meanwhile, far away in Mississippi, a conspiracy against the federal president was taking shape. With Jackson's passing, the Southern Army led by Robert E. Lee found its situation on the battlefield increasingly difficult. The South, lacking industry, couldn't even provide shoes for its army. Many Southern Army soldiers went to the front lines barefoot. Diplomatically, after losing Mrs. Ross, coupled with Lincoln's excellent political wisdom, Britain and France could never find an excuse to intervene in the war. Moreover, Lincoln's policy of issuing new currency had seriously affected their interests. Combined with the insightful people among the Native Americans in the West who were being oppressed and squeezed by the Federation, a United Nations composed of federal opponents emerged. They had plotted for a long time and finally made up their minds amidst the steady retreat of the Southern Army and the setting sun of the Confederate States of America. Lincoln must die. However, before the assassination, they had to eliminate all factors and people that could affect its success, and they also had to find a suitable assassin and the right timing. The first to be dealt with was Victor, the sabretooth, known as Lincoln's house cat. This dangerous big cat was Lincoln's sharpest claw and tooth. Whether it was the Confederate war hero, Stonewall Jackson, or the secret weapon Mrs. Ross, both had fallen at his hands. His level of danger was self-evident, especially when the reports of Victor splitting rifles with his hands and kicking infantry cannons on the battlefield were placed before the Southern leaders. They all fell into silence. Was this guy even human? However, while the representatives from Britain and France looked serious, they were not surprised. If we can't draw him away from Lincoln, the Confederate States of America could send a whole regiment and still might not be able to kill Lincoln. This was the conclusion the Southern leaders reached after analyzing Victor's abilities. This guy was simply too fierce. Besides being powerful, he might also be invulnerable. Records showed he had once taken a direct hit from artillery but could still stand up and continue fighting. This guy was like a god descended to earth. Thor, I'm the one who's a god descended to earth. Ultimately, they decided to use a pawn that had been latent in the Federal High Command for a long time, and then, with the cooperation of their Native American allies in the West, strangle the biggest variable in their plan. The one responsible for dealing with Victor was the new great chief of the Sioux, Red Wolf, Crazy Horse. This time, I have become even stronger. I will definitely not lose to him again. However, the planners clearly didn't know that another huge variable had appeared, Wolverine, Logan. This was perhaps the limitation of the era. Whether it was the transmission of intelligence or the deployment of personnel, it was all desperately slow. Therefore, while they were plotting this plan, Victor had already gone north to investigate the werewolf incident. By the time they decided to execute the plan, Victor had already recruited Logan into his service. Then, due to the hurried recall, Victor didn't have time to create a detailed secret file for Logan. Consequently, Logan was registered as a new member of an ordinary rapid response detachment. After completing the registration, he was dispatched to the west along with Victor. Victor was looking forward to this mission with great anticipation because their target this time was his old friend, Red Wolf. He had left home, joined the army, and fought bloody battles for years on the battlefield, all for the sake of one day being able to personally kill this guy. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived, and he would not miss it. Moreover, the person he was cooperating with this time was also an old acquaintance, Bagley, who had become a colonel. With the improvement of the Southern war situation, the original 5th Cavalry Regiment was transferred back to the west. After reorganization and expansion, it became the new Federal 7th Cavalry Regiment, commanded by General Custer. At this time, Brigadier General Custer was young and proud. Facing Victor, who was equally distinguished in the Civil War, he wasn't entirely convinced. Therefore, he wanted to prove through this war to suppress the Native Americans that he was stronger than Victor and more deserving of the Medal of Honor. Consequently, after arriving in the West, he did everything in his power to maneuver against the Native Americans, ambushing and massacring those tribes that resisted fiercely, while winning over those that were weak and submissive. Then, after dealing with the tough nuts, he would deal with these weak moderates. His actions led to a final result. An unprecedented great alliance of Native Americans appeared. All the Native Americans had realized that whether they submitted or resisted, Custer intended to completely annihilate them. The commanders of this great alliance of Native Americans were Crazy Horse, the great chief of the Sioux, and Sitting Bull, the great shaman of the Cheyenne. Because of his uniqueness, Crazy Horse became the supreme military leader of this Native American alliance. He was invincible on the battlefield. Under his leadership, the Native American cavalry was like a pack of wolves, sweeping across the plains and devouring the lives of Brigadier General Custer's subordinates. After conducting several ambushes against Crazy Horse, Brigadier General Custer finally discovered that this guy was simply not someone ordinary people could deal with. After all, ordinary people couldn't charge into a position and massacre infantry and artillerymen while facing concentrated rifle fire. The one who finally confirmed that Red Wolf was not an ordinary person was a Federal Army officer. While lying on the ground pretending to be dead, he ambushed the opponent with a pistol. However, the bullet merely broke the surface of the skin before being squeezed out by the muscles. Then, the wound stopped bleeding and began to recover slowly. This was the secret of why Crazy Horse was always covered in blood and wounds on the battlefield yet could still continue to fight. Ultimately, at the suggestion of his staff, Custer submitted a report on Crazy Horse and a request for reinforcements to the Washington headquarters. But he didn't know that all of this was a conspiracy against Lincoln and Victor, arranged by the Confederate States of America, the Native Americans, the British, and the traders within the Federation. Thus, upon receiving Custer's request for help, the Federal Secretary of War immediately recalled Victor, who was still in the North, and ordered him to the west to assist the 7th Cavalry Regiment of Custer's 1st Cavalry Division in dealing with Red Wolf, Crazy Horse and his Native American alliance. The Secretary of War knew Victor would never refuse this order because, having reviewed Victor's file, he knew of the past grievances between Red Wolf and Sabretooth. And Victor, as he expected, readily agreed to the mission. He also had Secretary Tina notify Tom to head straight to the west to meet him after handling the aftermath of the Wendigo. After giving Tina her instructions, Victor couldn't wait to take Logan and board the train to the west. "You seem to have some history with this guy called Crazy Horse." It must be said that Logan's intuition was very sharp. He sensed the subtle change in Victor's emotions, so he voiced his doubt. "There are indeed some grievances. I can tell you the details on the train. Now, let's get going." From the way Victor emphasized the word grievances, Logan could tell that the history between Victor and Crazy Horse was likely more than just a little complicated. Therefore, he chose to keep his mouth shut and follow Victor onto the train first. Just as Victor and Logan boarded the train, Logan seemed to sense something. He looked back but found nothing. Huff, huff. Who is that guy? His senses are so sharp. I was almost discovered. I must immediately notify John. Sabretooth has left the nest. The subsequent actions can begin. In this world, things rarely go as planned. Those conspirators who wanted to assassinate Lincoln didn't expect the Confederate States of America to fall so quickly, so much so that before they could make full preparations, the Confederate States of America had already announced its surrender. Damn it, how could Robert surrender? We haven't failed yet. As long as Lincoln is dead, we still have hope. Clearly, the conspirators felt extremely angry and helpless regarding Robert E. Lee's surrender to the Union Army. In fact, after the capital of Richmond fell, Robert E. Lee continued to lead the Southern Army in resistance for a period of time. But the current Southern Army had seen its stars fall, lost all logistics and 3/4 of its comrades, and its morale had almost completely collapsed. They truly could not fight any longer. In fact, there wasn't much suspense about this war from the beginning. Before the war started, the Northern Federation far surpassed the states of the Confederate States of America in terms of population, economic strength, and industrial capacity. The only advantage the Confederate States of America had was that they were fully prepared for war, their army was of higher quality, and they received aid from countries like Britain and France, so their idea was a quick war for a quick resolution. However, although the Southern Army achieved a series of victories under the leadership of famous generals like Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, they ultimately failed to deliver a decisive blow, and the Northern Federation's powerful war potential allowed it to make a comeback time and time again. Finally, after Stonewall Jackson was killed by Victor, the Federal Army defeated the Southern Army again at Gettysburg, wiping out nearly 1/3 of the Southern Army's forces in one fell swoop. From then on, the life of the Confederate States of America had entered its countdown. Accept reality, we have failed. But Lincoln must die. Even if the Confederate States of America no longer exists, he must be buried with it. Ultimately, the Confederate States of America, unwilling to accept defeat, decided to continue the assassination plot. They wanted to use this method to achieve their revenge. And their collaborators within the Federation were clearly even more pleased to see this happen. After all, they already had conflicts with Lincoln, and now that the threat of the Confederate States of America no longer existed, if someone got rid of Lincoln, they would become the biggest beneficiaries. Just like that, this vengeful ghost from the failed Confederate States of America cast its shadow over Federal President Lincoln, who was still completely unaware of it. At this time, Victor, Sabretooth, and Logan, Wolverine, who should have had the chance to protect Lincoln, also encountered no small amount of trouble. To ensure the success of the assassination and to prevent Lincoln from recalling Victor on a whim, the frantic remnants of the Confederate States of America actually attacked the train Victor and the others were riding. To this end, they also hired a bandit who was well known in the West at the time, the man known as the fastest gun in the West of the Federation, Sundance Kid. In this era where information was not as developed as in later days, there was a group of people who used various means to successfully steal large amounts of gold, silver, and jewelry, and successfully escaped various pursuits to become famous bandits. Sundance Kid was one of them, and a top performer among them. His marksmanship lived up to its reputation. A revolver in his hand was as if it had come to life. Damn it. Everyone get down. Logan, follow me. Let's go meet these uninvited guests. Hey, damn it. Put your claws away, we have to use revolvers. We can't let too many ordinary people discover our uniqueness, or it will cause a lot of trouble. Victor, who realized the train was about to be attacked, immediately shouted for the passengers in the train to get down to avoid harm, and then called out to Logan to prepare to deal with these overconfident thugs. But he found that Logan had already extended his sharp claws and was ready to jump off the train to kill his way out. He had no choice but to pin him down while no one had noticed Logan yet, telling him he couldn't do that. After all, the vast majority of people on the train were ordinary civilians. If Logan revealed his sharp claws in public like this, he would likely be on the front page of the local newspaper the next day, and it might even spread across the country. This would be a significant trouble for both Logan and Victor. Therefore, Victor stopped Logan's behavior and then handed him a revolver. Fine, but how do you use this thing? Am I supposed to throw it and hit them to death? Victor had obviously overlooked the fact that Logan didn't know how to use a handgun at all. Previously, because Logan killed his biological father when he was young, he was traumatized and lost part of his childhood memories. After fleeing with his first love, Rose, he had been working as a miner and fighting underground boxing matches, with basically no chance to come into contact with firearms. After Rose died, he lived with a pack of wolves until Victor brought him back. He had never touched a handgun, of course. He might have used another kind of handgun, cough, cough. Then watch how I do it. Saying this, Victor stood up, cocked the hammer, and pulled the trigger, shooting a bandit who was already very close to the train carriage. This caused the other bandits to retreat in a panic, but they immediately reacted and fired back. Logan, who tried to stand up and fire in imitation, was shot in the face, scaring him into quickly ducking down again. Next time, pick the right moment before you go out. It's a good thing you're like me and aren't afraid of mere handgun bullets, but you still have to be careful. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't show our uniqueness in front of too many ordinary people. Seeing Logan get shot and duck down, Victor had no choice but to give a few more instructions. After all, since he brought the man back, he had to take responsibility, didn't he? Fine, I get it. Then you handle these guys, your way. Clearly, Logan was a little unhappy that Victor wouldn't let him use his abilities to kill to his heart's content. However, remembering the fearful and disgusted looks of the people around him when he first revealed his bone claws, he somewhat understood Victor. But he was still feeling stifled. He finally had a chance and thought he could have some fun skewering a few bandits, only to be stopped by Victor again. However, he soon found an excuse and an opportunity. Victor was shot. A bullet entered from the window at the front side, shattering the glass and hitting Victor's right shoulder, knocking him to the ground. It proved that Kid's reputation as the fastest gun in the west of the Federation was indeed not for show. You can tell an expert as soon as they make a move. However, Kid shooting down Victor infuriated Logan, Wolverine, who was already feeling stifled. Logan vaulted over the train seat and pounced out of the window. What the fuck? Who is that guy? The other bandits, seeing a companion pounced on and thrown off his horse by Logan, cried out in amazement. It was their first time encountering someone jumping off a train to steal a horse. Usually, when they hijacked a train, they would catch up to the locomotive and then threaten the driver to stop the train. Daring and skilled bandits could jump onto the train to perform this operation. But jumping off a train to kill someone and steal their horse was a first for them. Moreover, the method of killing wasn't with a handgun. It seemed to be stabbing with a dagger or some short weapon. Because they didn't hear a gunshot, they only saw the person whose horse was being stolen stop struggling after a series of convulsions and then get thrown off the horse. How do you ride this thing? I shouldn't have let a sentient animal bounce up and down between my legs. Clearly, Logan, who didn't know how to fire a gun, had also completely forgotten the horse riding he had learned as a child. He was now a novice out of touch with society. Then, the horse under Logan's crotch lost control and carried him away from the group, gradually moving away from the bandits and the train. I knew it, if only it were that simple. Logan, you really are a little expert at causing trouble. While thinking this, Victor also jumped off the train, snatched a horse, and chased in the direction Logan was heading. Ah, damn it. How do I make this damn four-legged animal stop? Can I kill it? Still bouncing on the horse, Logan felt like he was going crazy, but his excellent physical fitness and balance kept him from falling off. Was this what they call riding a horse and being unable to get off? Bang, bang. With 2 gunshots, Logan turned around and found that the 2 bandits who had split off from the group and were chasing him had been shot dead. Ha ha ha, I knew it. You would definitely come. Quickly make this damn animal stop, but you should know, even if you didn't come to help me, I would have found a way. Victor's figure appeared in his line of sight, which made Logan feel a slight sense of relief, and then he immediately spoke up to say that he could actually handle it. I know, so, let's speed up. These bandits are coming for us. We have to lead them away from the train so we can take care of business and avoid the people on the train getting caught in the crossfire. After saying that, Victor whipped the rump of the horse Logan was riding hard, and then chased after him amidst Logan's curses and shouts. Not far behind the 2 of them were the following remnants of the Confederate States of America and the bandits they had hired. Hey, Mike. We need more money for this job. The train is gone, and we won't make much money just killing these 2 guys. Besides, I've already lost several brothers for this. Clearly, the bandits and the remnants of the Confederate States of America were not a monolithic group, they were only in it for the money. But now the Southerners wanted them to give up the wealth they had in hand to kill people, and dissatisfaction naturally arose. No problem. If you can take out those 2 guys, I'll give you $50,000, no, $100,000 as a reward. Enough for you to live in style for a long time. Deal. The generosity of the leader of the Confederate States of America remnants was met with cheers and whistles from the bandits. So they began to pursue with renewed vigor, firing forward from time to time, trying to knock Victor and Logan off their horses. Wait, did they stop? As time passed, the train had long since disappeared from everyone's sight, and the distance between the pursuers and Victor and Logan grew closer and closer. Then, they found that their targets had suddenly stopped, turned around, and dismounted, seemingly prepared to face them directly. Were they scared witless? Can we kill to our heart's content this time? Of course. Remember, leave no survivors, or there will be trouble just the same. In the end, Victor and Logan left 1 survivor, the Honorable, the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, Sundance Kid. The reason was that the 2 brothers realized they had run too far and were deep in the desert, unable to find their way back. So, they kept Kid, a clever man familiar with the terrain, to lead them out. In fact, it wasn't that they couldn't find their own way out, but Victor had smelled something unusual from this attack. Therefore, they needed to get out of the desert as quickly as possible. Because of this, Sundance Kid's role became prominent. He could lead them out of the desert rapidly. His reward was a brand new job and a clean slate for his past criminal history. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to lose his life like the others. Damn it. I shouldn't have taken this mission in the first place. These guys aren't ordinary people at all. I've really done it this time. Kid's heart was filled with regret for taking the mission out of greed. If Victor hadn't appreciated his marksmanship and needed him as a guide, he would likely be feeding the vultures alongside the southern remnants and other bandits. I don't think this thief named Kid is of any use. Why don't I just finish him off? I can get out of the desert on my own. Logan didn't quite understand Victor's decision to stop at the last moment and spare the thief's life after hearing Kid's flowery words. Since the man had tried to kill them, he should have been prepared to be killed. We need to get out of the desert quickly right now, and he happens to be able to do that. At this juncture, time is of the essence. It seems we need to return to Washington as soon as possible. Hearing Victor say he was useful, Kid quickly voiced his agreement and gave Logan a cheeky look. Logan snorted and turned his head away, ignoring him. Why go back to Washington? Aren't we going to the west to settle scores with Red Wolf? Hearing Victor suddenly say they were returning to Washington, Logan was very confused. After all, he had learned about the grudge between Victor and Crazy Horse on the train. For Victor to say they weren't going west anymore meant something extraordinary must be happening. Remember the news we heard on the train? The Southern Army surrendered a few days ago, yet we were still attacked. This shows someone doesn't want me to reach the West, and even less do they want me to return to Washington. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so eager to find a way to lure me out. Logan was actually indifferent to Victor's analysis. He just wanted to follow Victor, have fights to win, and someone to claw. He truly lived up to being a future X-Man. On the contrary, Kid, as a prisoner, was impressed by Victor's analysis because when he was working with the Southern remnants, he had vaguely heard them mention their plan, which was to ensure Victor couldn't return to Washington. However, for the sake of his own life, he decided to just lead the way honestly. As for what would happen after Victor returned to Washington, that had nothing to do with him. After all, his relationship with those Southern remnants who were already in hell was just a matter of doing business for money. Even his fellow bandits were just in a relationship of mutual exploitation and cooperation. For people like them who lived with their heads on the line, there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Today you might lead a group to make a fortune together, but tomorrow infighting might break out over an uneven distribution of loot, with the winner taking all and the loser's corpse left in the wilderness. It would be a lie to say Kid never regretted taking this path, even though he had built a great reputation and acquired considerable wealth. But the wealth he gained would soon be squandered. Such a precarious life destined him for a lifestyle of instant gratification. Until this time, Victor gave him 3 choices: first, to die; second, to go to a federal prison for a few days of room and board, then stand trial and go to the gallows. The third was to join his command and become an agent, loyal to the Federation, to atone for his past deeds. Obviously, Kid chose the third option. Logan expressed his disdain for this behavior but didn't say much out of respect for Victor. Instead, once Kid confirmed his safety, he began to court death by teasing Logan, only stopping after a warning from Victor. While Victor was trying to find a way back to Washington, Secretary Tina, who remained in Washington, received another telegram from Tom. They were attacked by unknown armed forces on their way to the west, but fortunately, they had equipped the latest magazine-fed rifles and grenades, so they successfully repelled the enemy. The enemy's target seemed to be the Wendigo's corpse, but they didn't succeed. Therefore, they decided to send the Wendigo's corpse back to Washington first before heading to the west. In fact, it must be said that the Wendigo is a rather strange creature. It didn't rot or smell after death but remained in its original state, which saved Tom the headache of preservation. They stuffed it directly into a box, loaded it onto a train, and Tom and the others set off on their journey back to Washington, the federal capital where a storm was brewing. After receiving Tom's telegram, little Secretary Tina fell into another headache because she found she couldn't contact her officer, Victor. In fact, the last contact between them was a telegram Victor sent her while passing through the previous train station, asking about Tom's movements. After that, she could no longer reach him. The only news she received was that the train Victor was on had been attacked. After Logan and Victor jumped off the train to stop the bandits, no one had heard from them again. The Secretary of War of the Federation also received this news. After the day's meeting ended, he passed the news out on a slip of paper through his servant. It seems our attack plan was successful. Sabretooth and his companions are missing, likely feeding the desert vultures. However, our attempt to seize that strange creature's corpse failed with heavy losses. Thus, the remnants of the Confederate States of America still lurking in the federal capital of Washington soon obtained this supposedly classified information. That corpse isn't very important. If we failed, we failed. The priority now is to assassinate Lincoln. Since that Sabretooth isn't coming back, notify John immediately. He can prepare to act. So who was this John mentioned by the leader of the Southern remnants? Why was he chosen by the desperate Southern remnants to be the executioner for Lincoln's assassination? In fact, this fellow named John Wilkes wasn't even an agent, he was just an actor, and his family had been actors for generations. Initially, he had actually supported the Northern Federation, but later, who knows what went wrong in his head, or perhaps he had a bout of Chiyanibu, he started supporting the Confederate States of America. During the early days when the Southern Army achieved a series of victories, he would brag in taverns about the South's inevitable victory and the Federation being trash, and he had even been arrested and warned by the military police. After being released, not only did he not repent, but he became even worse. However, the situation on the battlefield later changed. After the death of Stonewall Jackson, the Southern Army retreated steadily. While Federation supporters in the bars were toasting to the Federal Army's victories, he was still praising the Confederate States of America. "Yo, isn't this South blower, Tom? Here again. I heard the Southern Army lost another battle." This led to him earning the nickname, South Blower, in the bar, and he was subjected to the harassment and ridicule of all the Federation supporters. A glass of whiskey, make it strong. At first, he wouldn't respond to this, just drinking with his head down. But obviously, the Federation supporters didn't want to let him off that easily. Yo, brothers, did you know the Southern Army lost another battle? To celebrate the Federation's victory, cheers. They began to deliberately celebrate the South's defeat and the Federation's victory in loud voices. What do you know? That's not a defeat. That's a strategic relocation. John's eyes widened as he retorted to the crowd. What strategic relocation? According to my cousin in the army, those Southerners were beaten so badly they were pissing themselves and didn't even have shoes to wear. Ha ha ha. John's face flushed, and the veins on his forehead stood out as he argued, if that damn Victor hadn't assassinated Stonewall, why would the Southern Army need to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack? Besides, the South is just relocating. Next came illogical phrases like, relocating 1,000 miles just to find shoes, and, how can you relocate without shoes, which drew roars of laughter from the crowd, filling the tavern with a cheerful atmosphere. Thus, the tavern patrons teased John day after day, building their happiness upon this poor Southern supporter. John, however, showed a unique persistence. No matter how they insulted or struck him, they couldn't change his faith and support for the Confederate States of America. Instead, in such an environment, it became even firmer. Such days continued until one day. Have you heard? General Robert E. Lee of the Confederate States of America has surrendered. The Confederate States of America is finished. The news of the Southern failure spread like the wind throughout the Federation, naturally including this small tavern in the federal capital of Washington. Just as the Federation supporters were cheering loudly and celebrating the Federation's victory in the tavern, John pushed open the door and walked in. Yo! South Blower is here. The Southern Army has surrendered. Did you know? John, they can't relocate anymore. Ha ha ha. The Federation supporters began their customary ridicule, but this time, John did not retort. He simply drank a large glass of strong whiskey in one gulp without a word. Then he turned and left the tavern, and from then on, no one ever saw him again. History prefers legends over ordinary men. It prefers the sublime over atrocities, and passionate speeches over quiet deeds. History records battles but forgets the bloodshed. Whatever history remembers of me, if anything at all, it is only a fragment of the truth. Whether I was a husband, a lawyer, or a president, I see myself as a man who fought against the darkness. Abraham Lincoln. As the saying goes, when a man drinks far beyond his limit, he is either out to chase a girl or out to kill someone. And clearly, as a loser actor and Southern sympathizer, John was never going to get the girl. He was destined to be a single dog for life. Therefore, he drank that much only to kill someone. And the person he intended to kill was just a little bit special. His name was Abraham Lincoln, the current federal president, commander-in-chief, and the great emancipator. After days of planning and practice, John finally got the assassination opportunity he had dreamed of. Tomorrow night, President Lincoln and his wife, Mary Todd, would be heading to Ford's Theater to watch a play, and that happened to be where he worked. As a star famous across both the North and South, John Wilkes Booth could easily enter and exit all the boxes and passages of the theater, which provided convenience for his upcoming assassination. In fact, this fellow's plan was to take out the president, the vice president, and the Federal Army commander, Grant, all at once. If he succeeded, the Confederate States of America might still be revived, as Joseph Johnston of the Southern Army still had 30,000 troops who hadn't surrendered to the Federation. However, by that evening, Grant's wife chose to decline the invitation because she feared the jealousy of Lincoln's wife, Mary Todd, and thus did not go to watch the play. It must be said that Mary Todd was a true oddity in American political history, even though her father and brothers all served in the Southern Army. Her vanity and jealousy continued to swell excessively. While her husband was exhausted and sleepless over the war effort, she was focused on shopping, attending balls, starting inexplicable arguments with him, and insulting officers or the wives of secretaries on any occasion. Sometimes, one couldn't help but suspect she was actually a spy for the Southern Army. She was on bad terms with almost all of her husband's capable subordinates, refused to let any lady walk ahead of her at meals, and even noted down the name of every lady who spoke with her husband for more than 5 minutes. It was precisely this behavior and personality that ultimately saved the life of Grant, then Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army, and ruined the triple-kill plan of the Southern assassin, John. Actually, Lincoln was reluctant to go to the theater to see the play at the time, but Mary Todd uncharacteristically demanded that he go no matter what. Thus, out of safety concerns, Lincoln requested the Secretary of War to dispatch Victor to lead X Squad as bodyguards to protect him, because he already had an extremely ominous premonition before even leaving the house. But the Secretary of War informed him that Victor and his X Squad had already been dispatched to the west to deal with a leader named Red Wolf who had suddenly appeared among the Native Americans. Ultimately, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton successfully persuaded Lincoln to let him arrange the security for that evening. The result of those arrangements was almost no security at all, except for a John Parker who was supposed to be guarding the passage but snuck off to drink. The path from the corridor to the president's box was completely unobstructed. Relying on his status as a famous actor, Booth successfully passed through the outer security perimeter without being searched, and then he quietly arrived outside the door of the president's box. As the play reached its climax, the laughter of the actors and the audience echoed through the theater, and Booth chose this exact moment to fire his gun. He fired a total of 8 shots, and Lincoln was hit 6 times. 5 of those shots struck vital areas of his head, which effectively pronounced Lincoln's death sentence. After firing, Booth pulled out a sharp blade and began to slaughter in all directions. He first slashed a guard who tried to capture him, then jumped from the 12-foot-high box onto the stage, raising his hands and shouting, "Thus always to tyrants. The South is avenged." Afterward, he fought his way out of the theater with his knife and, under the cover of certain individuals, escaped the pursuer's sight and vanished into the vast night. In fact, less than a minute after Lincoln was assassinated, a doctor rushed into the president's box, attempting to provide emergency aid to President Lincoln. Because he had seen the assassin rush out waving a blade, he thought Lincoln had been stabbed. He first had others cut open the president's coat and shirt to look for a wound, only to find it was a gunshot wound. Lincoln had been hit several times in the back of the head, sustaining fatal injuries, and was already unconscious. Ultimately, the doctor chose to give him some brandy diluted with water. He then requested that Lincoln be moved to a nearby house. Because of the distance, there was simply no way to send the injured Lincoln back to the White House. Bringing him to a nearby house would at least allow the president to rest comfortably for a while, rather than lying on the cold floor of the theater. The clock on the room's wall ticked away, and the flickering kerosene lamp cast the shadow of Secretary of War Edwin Stanton. The latter roared, demanding the pursuit of the suspect. Soon, the hysterical First Lady was also escorted out of the room. At this moment, Lincoln could see nothing and hear nothing. Not until the dawn light spilled into the room from the window did the most famous politician in modern federal history suddenly let out a sigh, his soul departing to the God he believed in. On the very morning Lincoln breathed his last, Victor and Logan had just rushed back to Washington, accompanied by the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, Kid. To avoid having their movements tracked, the 3 of them had hidden in a livestock carriage to return to Washington, eating and drinking inside for the entire journey. From this, one could see how wretched the trio looked. Passers-by covered their noses and mouths to avoid the smell on them and the path they took. "We must contact Tina as soon as possible and then find a way to see President Lincoln. There's definitely a Southerners' conspiracy behind this." After leaving the train station, Victor took Logan and Kid onto a carriage. After using a stack of US dollars to shut up the disgusted driver, the carriage began to speed towards X Squad's base in Washington. "Oh my God, officer. What did you go through? Why did we lose contact? Go change your clothes quickly. Something huge has happened. President Lincoln has been assassinated, and the situation is currently unclear." Before Victor, who had just met the little secretary, could even open his mouth, he was hit by a bombshell. Lincoln had been assassinated. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Shortly after the Civil War ended, Lincoln was assassinated and died. As Victor's direct superior, Lincoln was a cat lover who loved cats more than his wife, so he was quite good to Victor, a subordinate with a feline-themed nickname. He had let Victor establish X Squad as a department to handle supernatural humans and events. In a way, wasn't this providing a place for abnormal people like Victor to belong? Furthermore, after X Squad was established, Lincoln became the department's biggest benefactor. Whether it was the latest weaponry or privileges independent of other departments, they existed because of Lincoln's approval. It must be said that this federal president who freed the slaves had an inclusive and compassionate heart. His willingness to accept and trust, dangerous and uncertain, people like Victor and the others was ahead of his time. And Lincoln's death would inevitably cause the situation for Victor and the entire X Squad to become much less flexible. After all, when X Squad was first established, many people wanted to get their hands on it. It was only because X Squad was defined as the president's direct or rapid response force that they finally backed down. Initially, the establishment of such a force that bypassed the military and reported directly to the president immediately met with strong opposition from the military. Ultimately, Lincoln made a compromise. X Squad would belong to the military, but only the Commander-in-Chief and the Secretary of War could deploy them. Furthermore, a deployment by the Secretary of War required a clear report of a supernatural event before the Secretary of War could issue orders through the War Department to mobilize them. In fact, this was actually more beneficial for the survival of X Squad. As president, Lincoln's term was limited. If his successor did not like Victor and X Squad, then its disbandment would be inevitable. But once they belonged to the military, it meant their resources were shared with the military, and the military also had priority call-up rights for the latest equipment they possessed during wartime. Moreover, it would be a lie to say the military wasn't interested in those supernatural items and creatures. After X Squad came under the military, most unimportant supernatural items would be open to them. A very small number of dangerous goods would require secret orders from the President, Congress, and the Supreme Court to be unlocked, though clearly no such things existed at this time. However, out of awe for legends, since people like Victor existed, then those legendary things that could destroy the world might also exist. This kind of directive was established. After all, being prepared is the best way forward. Now, Lincoln's assassination made Victor smell the scent of an impending storm. For the recently established X Squad, Lincoln's assassination could be considered a major blow. Furthermore, they also bore the responsibility for protecting the president's safety. Although they were away on a mission this time, being caught in the fallout was already inevitable. If exploited by those with hidden agendas, major punishment or even disbandment was possible. Throwing out a department that had lost its backing as a scapegoat was what politicians were best at doing. The only thing they could do was to catch the killer as soon as possible and uncover the real culprit behind Lincoln's assassination. Only then might they have a chance to escape this disaster. Soon, the news of Lincoln's death spread throughout Washington and the entire Federation. Southern supporters and remnants celebrated, while the Northern Federation was plunged into grief. If Washington was the founder of the Federation, then Abraham Lincoln was its savior. He prevented the country from splitting into two parts. However, none of this had much to do with Victor, though his personal relationship with Lincoln was quite good. Back when he was in the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment, he was one of Lincoln's personal bodyguards, and Lincoln was also the creator and primary benefactor of X Squad. Therefore, for both public and private reasons, Victor was not prepared to let the conspirators behind Lincoln's assassination go. Moreover, he didn't just want to take down the assassin and his accomplices, he also wanted to find and eliminate the mastermind hidden behind them. It must be said that after the president's assassination, the federal intelligence agencies, operating at full capacity, were very efficient. They quickly found traces of the assassin Booth and his associates. Fall in, everyone. Our target this time is the assassin who killed President Lincoln. I don't think I need to say more about what should be done. Move out immediately. After obtaining the whereabouts of Booth and his accomplices, Victor immediately assembled the rapid response force belonging to X Squad and left the city to pursue them. But not long after they left the city, they were attacked by unknown forces. After a fierce gunfight, the other side fled in panic, leaving behind a dozen corpses. Although they successfully repelled the attackers, it allowed Booth to temporarily escape their pursuit and vanish into the night. Having temporarily escaped pursuit, Booth and his accomplices fled south overnight back to his hometown, Maryland. They then acted as guerrillas in the forest, planning to find a way to smuggle themselves to Europe once the heat died down. As it turned out, they had underestimated the tracking abilities of certain felines and canines. Victor and Logan tracked Booth's footprints all the way to Maryland. They flushed Booth and his partner out of the forest where they were hiding and surrounded them in a farm warehouse. In fact, Victor could have directly killed Booth in the forest from the start, but he didn't. Instead, he adopted a cat-and-mouse approach. He had the best marksman among them, the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, himself, Lord Kidd, constantly drive and terrify them with bullets. He never hit them, but each shot was only a hair's breadth away. In this way, Booth and his accomplice Harold were kept in a constant state of fear that they were about to be killed as they fled in panic. Eventually, the two were cornered in a warehouse. Just as Victor was about to step in personally to interrogate Booth, a bullet fired from the forest pierced Booth's carotid artery. "Damn it! Someone's in the forest. Logan, go and bring him back for me." Realizing he had been played, Victor immediately chose to send Logan to pursue the shooter. He was quite confident in Logan's abilities. Although Booth had been taken out, Harold was still there. Just as Victor was about to find a way to pry Harold's mouth open, Booth, who had been lying on the ground in a pool of blood and was supposedly shot dead, suddenly opened his eyes, bared his fangs, and bit toward Victor's heel. Harold, who had been huddled in a corner of the warehouse, also attacked at the same time, pouncing toward Victor with a hideous expression. "My God, what are these monsters? Why is my pistol useless against them?" Kidd, who had entered the warehouse with Victor, fired 6 shots from his revolver the moment the enemy rose. Every shot hit a vital spot, but it was all for naught. "Are these vampires? Kidd, get out. Unless you have silver bullets, a pistol is no different from a toy in front of these guys." In fact, Victor didn't even need to say it. Kidd had already perfectly executed his retreat plan. After realizing his bullets couldn't kill them, Kidd had already scrambled out of the warehouse window. God knows how he climbed up to such a high window and then flipped out, but judging by the scream upon landing, his touchdown wasn't very successful. As for the ambushed Victor, he didn't panic at all. He grabbed Harold by the neck with one hand and lifted him up, while his foot stepped on Booth's back, crushing his spine into several pieces. Then, with his other hand, he pulled a silver pocket watch on a chain from his pocket. This was a commemorative gift President Lincoln had given him when they first met. "I've heard that to deal with a vampire, one needs silver tools. I wonder if it's true." As he spoke, Victor spun the pocket watch, wrapping the chain around his hand to form a simple set of brass knuckles, and then punched through Harold's chest. It seems vampires aren't such difficult monsters to deal with after all. But Logan, he might be in trouble, considering he hasn't returned after so long. While wondering if Logan had run into problems, Victor finished off the still struggling Booth using the same method he used for Harold. "It seems that wretched fellow Dracula has also meddled in this assassination. I'll have to prepare for a trip to Romania in Europe." When speaking of vampires in the Marvel Universe, 2 people must be mentioned. One is Spider-Man's best buddy, Blade. The other is our lovely and charming model villain, Count Vlad Tepes Dracula. This fellow is a staple of Western horror films and also holds a place in the Marvel Universe. However, this version of Dracula is no longer the first progenitor of vampires. Of course, the first progenitor wasn't Cain either, but a great sorcerer from Atlantis named Varney. This fellow used a certain magic from the Darkhold to transform himself into a vampire. He was the first vampire in the Marvel Universe and the origin of all vampires in this universe. After becoming the vampire progenitor, Varney lived for a very long time and experienced many things, such as watching Atlantis sink to the bottom of the sea. Finally, having lost all his loved ones and interests, Varney had lived long enough. He stood in the sunlight and committed suicide, but the last thing he did before he died was give all his power to Dracula. From then on, Dracula began to rule the vampire race. Gradually, through time and some less than savory means, he became the de facto ruler of his homeland, Romania. Thus, Romania became almost a paradise for vampires, but soon, someone would be coming to cause them trouble. "You two, set fire to this place and burn it down. The rest of you, follow me to find Logan." After arranging for 2 soldiers to handle the aftermath, Victor led the others toward the forest Logan had entered, beginning to worry if Logan had encountered any trouble. And indeed, Logan had run into a bit of a problem. He had encountered several vampires, and he had no silver weapons on him. Able only to use his bone claws, he couldn't cause effective damage to the vampires. Without adamantium, he couldn't perform decapitations either, as he wasn't a head-pulling enthusiast like Victor. Fortunately, the vampires had no good way to deal with him either. In terms of fighting skills, strength, and agility, they were completely outclassed by Logan. Logan couldn't kill them, but upon realizing this, he didn't feel frustrated. Instead, he grew more excited. He could finally stab them to his heart's content. "Have you played enough, Logan?" Just as Logan was pinned on top of one of the vampires, frantically stabbing its chest with his bone claws, Victor's killjoy voice rang out again. The other vampires had their spines and limbs broken by Logan and were hung from tree branches, unable to recover for the time being. That was why Logan could so peacefully ride the strongest one and stab away. When Victor found Logan and saw such a scene, he knew immediately that his wolf brother was being naughty again. After casually dealing with those vampires, Victor had the thoroughly satisfied Logan bring one live vampire survivor back to Washington with him. "Tina, create a new file for Logan. The security clearance can be the same as mine. Also, arrange for boat tickets, we need to take a trip to Romania." When Victor reported to his superiors that vampires had assassinated Lincoln, besides a slight unnaturalness in the Secretary of War's expression, everyone else looked like they thought he was joking. But once Victor had Logan drag out the captured vampire and show it to them, they were forced to accept the reality. Actually, at first, that vampire fellow was quite cunning. He pretended to be an ordinary person, and after being stabbed in the chest by Wolverine, he deliberately let his blood spray onto the faces of several of Victor's superiors before rolling his eyes back to play dead. The high-ranking federal military officers were first startled by Logan's bone claws, and then their faces twitched at the bloody sight of a person being killed on the spot. "Why did you have your subordinate, Logan, kill this poor ordinary man? Didn't you say he was a vampire? Why has he stopped breathing and hasn't turned into a vampire yet?" Clearly, being sprayed in the face with blood made the Secretary of War very unhappy. Thus, upon seeing the vampire start to play dead, he immediately began to challenge Victor. "Officer, there's no need to worry. Look, isn't he waking up now?" As he spoke, Victor pulled out a silver coin and stuffed it down the throat of the dead vampire. Amidst a burst of black smoke and a piercing scream, the vampire, who had become a corpse, was indeed reanimated. Ultimately, this meeting between Victor and his superiors was classified as one of the X-Files of X Squad. The result was that Victor, Logan, and Secretary Tina would head to Romania in Europe together to continue investigating the mastermind behind President Lincoln's assassination. Victor, Logan, and Secretary Tina arrived for the first time in the largest city on the European continent, Paris, the romantic capital of France. 19th-century Europe was the golden age of artistic development, and during this time, the French academic school, encompassing neoclassicism, romanticism, and realism, rose to prominence. It played a vital role in the artistic prosperity of all Europe and even in the birth of modern art as an anti-academic movement, making Paris the world's artistic center during this unique historical period. As Hemingway said, "If you are lucky enough to have lived in Paris as a young man, then wherever you go for the rest of your life, it stays with you, for Paris is a movable feast." Victor and the others experienced the charm of Paris for the first time. On weekends, the fashionable men and women here would flock to the banks of the Seine to drink, flirt, and seek pleasure together. This was exactly the kind of life Logan loved most. The passionate and hot French girls also took a great liking to a handsome, strong, and charismatic man like him. At this time, Paris was full of temptation. The rebellious passion of hot-blooded youth breaking social conventions and the surging hormones in the air resulted in one-third of the newborns on the streets being illegitimate. "Where is Logan? Go find him and bring him back. We came here to find traces of the mastermind behind President Lincoln's assassination, not to pick up girls." Given Wolverine's Canon King attribute in the original timeline and his current status of having illegitimate children everywhere, Victor began to worry that Logan would end up knocking up some French girl here too. "I've already arranged for people to look for him. But officer, don't you feel anything at all for those beautiful French girls?" Secretary Tina expressed 120,000% disdain and contempt for Logan's behavior. At the same time, she felt a trace of secret joy at Victor's completely unmoved performance. "Those little tricks don't work on me. I'm only interested in finding the mastermind right now, but the result is that I have to help the French government solve missing persons cases in Paris." In fact, Victor wanted to head straight for Romania as soon as he got off the ship, but he discovered that Romania had only just been born at this time. It wasn't until 1859 that the United Principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia merged to become Romania, and the whereabouts of Dracula became even more of a mystery. But one thing was certain: the vampires under his command had already infiltrated every class of every country in Europe. Therefore, Victor ultimately stayed in Paris at the joint request of the American ambassador and the French government. Of course, he also wanted to obtain more information about Romania through the French government. After all, although Romania still belonged to the Ottoman Empire as a vassal state, France, as an established European power, certainly had plenty of valuable intel. If Victor wanted to obtain this information, he had to show his sincerity, helping the French government solve the frequent missing persons cases in Paris lately. As of today, 12 men, 6 women, and 4 children have gone missing, and a significant number of poultry and 3 goats have been killed. Looking at the report handed to him by Secretary Tina, Victor already had a premonition that the situation for these missing people might be grim. The poultry and goats that were found had been bitten into a bloody mess, with almost all the meat eaten, leaving only fragmented bones. This looks like the work of a Wendigo, but the size seems to far exceed a 2-meter-tall Wendigo. An extra-large Wendigo. The reason this job ultimately fell to Victor was also because the relationship between the US and French governments was currently in a honeymoon period. This could be seen from the fact that 10 years later, the French sent a large statue to the Americans as a centennial gift for independence, which the Americans then erected in New York State, remaining one of the local landmarks until the 21st century. It's the one in the movie where Magneto grabs Rogue and prepares to cause trouble. Furthermore, some high-ranking members of the U.S. government did not want Victor to solve President Lincoln's assassination case too quickly and return home to become a supporting force for Lincoln's successor. In fact, Lincoln's successor didn't want Victor back either, as he didn't trust this confidant who had been elevated by his predecessor. Especially since he held a relatively moderate stance toward the Confederate States of America, while Victor was a famous war hero known throughout the Federation for slaughtering Southern Army soldiers. Including Stonewall Jackson, the number of Southern Army soldiers and officers who died directly at Victor's hands exceeded 4 digits, and the number of Southern Army soldiers who died indirectly at the hands of the 14th Brooklyn Regiment he led was even more countless. Thus, Victor and his ex-squad became an awkward existence that no one cared for. With his father Lincoln assassinated and his mother, the U.S. military, having to tuck their tails and listen to the new president, Victor could only helplessly stay in Paris to play the great detective. In any case, the document the U.S. government gave to the French government read, "Our Lieutenant Colonel Victor has solved such monster cases before. He has rich experience and sufficient ability for this. Please trust him, my friend." The French were initially dismissive, feeling the Americans were mocking them and trying to fool them with some nonsensical talk of a monster. It wasn't until they saw the archival photos of the Wendigo sent with the documents, as well as the remains of animals and people bitten and eaten by a Wendigo, that they began to believe there might truly be such a monster. However, this didn't mean they were willing to accept Victor's help. They still hoped to solve this monster through their own army and police. If the Americans could handle it, then we certainly can too. Speaking of which, one must mention the tragic state of Marvel France. Whether it's Britain, the United States, or the former Soviet Union, they all have their own superheroes, or villains, in the Marvel universe, but France, well, actually there is one, Captain France in the Ultimate Universe, a man who only has one shot in the entire comic of him drinking from a mineral water bottle. Ahem, so counting on the French to solve this monster themselves was less reliable than counting on God to send an angel to help them. In fact, God really did that later. After being rejected by the French, Victor had no way to leave because his orders from home were to stay in Paris and assist the French government until they solved the case. Actually, he had thought about quitting and wandering the world with Logan, but looking at the cute little Tina and the members of the Rapid Response Force, who had been sent to Japan with Tom as military instructors, plus the substantial monthly departmental funding, Victor ultimately followed his heart and chose to be obedient. Indeed, money and beauty are tempting. He thought this as he lay lazily in his chair, putting his feet up on the desk and crossing his legs. And so, he contentedly sipped his wine, waiting for the French government to fail and come to him to solve the problem they couldn't handle. "Officer, you're drinking during work hours again. Fine, we're not back home, and there's no work for you to do, but this still sets a very bad example." The result was a bout of nagging from Secretary Tina. As for Logan, he was already lost in the embrace of passionate French girls, forgetting all about home. Of course, with him was the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, Kid. It turned out that when 3 guns were equally fast, even if he was more handsome than Logan, he still wouldn't be as popular as Logan with his infinite stamina. While Logan and Kid were working hard in the fields and Victor was tasting fine wine while teasing Secretary Tina, the dedicated French police finally found traces of the suspect terrorizing Paris. It was a rather dingy street, the air thick with a light mist brought by industrialization. Both sides of the street were lined with tacky hotels, low-end restaurants, and shops selling cheap goods. Yes, this was a commoner's district in Paris, a place where the art and prosperity exclusive to nobles and great merchants would never descend. The storefronts here were crowded with people, women of different nationalities and children in rags, all working hard for their livelihoods. Patrolman Yano patrolled this street as usual, ensuring the order and tranquility of the area. But this was destined not to be a peaceful night. He soon heard screams coming from a side alley. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a cruel act of violence. A giant, over 3 meters tall, bare-chested, was trampling a poor woman. The giant dealt a severe beating to the poor woman, repeatedly trampling her body with his massive feet. The sound of breaking bones mixed with the victim's painful groans made it unbearable for Yano. "Hey, big guy, put your hands up. This is my turf, no one can act recklessly here." Yano pulled out the pistol at his waist and spoke to the other party. But in his heart, Yano had no confidence at all as to whether the power of a police pistol could kill the opponent. However, that didn't stop him from preventing the atrocity. As he said, this was his turf, and he had a responsibility to protect the order and tranquility here. "Ha, little Mr. Policeman, I surrender. But do you really think that little pistol in your hand can hurt me?" Seeing Yano pointing the pistol at him, the giant first playfully raised his hands, pretending to surrender, then suddenly lunged forward with a face full of ferocity. Bang! The moment Yano pulled the trigger, the gunshot rang out through the night sky of the street, and the French military and police, who were already on full alert, quickly swarmed toward the source of the sound. But what awaited them would be. When the military police rushed into the alley where Patrolman Yano was, the scene they expected, Patrolman Yano fighting a ferocious monster hand-to-hand and eventually dying a hero's death, did not occur. Although he looked quite disheveled, Yano had not been torn apart by the giant. Instead, using his familiarity with the terrain and his agile movements, he wove through the complex alleyways. "Everyone run. The monster is here. Get out of the way. Make way." He was seen easily leaping over various obstacles in the alley, scaling walls and buildings as if on level ground. He was still shouting at the top of his lungs to warn those around him to flee for their lives. In short, it looked like he was putting on a street parkour show. In fact, the people nearby didn't need his reminder at all. After seeing the giant's height of over 3 meters and his hideous face, they had long since screamed and scattered. Of course, those who scattered did not include the brave France military police. Although their legs went a bit weak with fear when they saw the tall and hideous figure of the giant charging toward them behind Yano. But their pride as Gallic roosters would not allow them to take a single step back. Thus, the trembling France infantrymen formed 2 rows at the intersection and began to aim at Yano and the giant behind him. "Damn it! They aren't planning to take me out along with that monster, are they?" Yano quickly realized the soldiers' intentions. While he was willing to sacrifice himself for the people and freedom of France, it didn't mean he would just wait for death like this. His father had once told him that one must never sit still and wait for death when faced with trouble. And he did not disappoint his father, successfully finding a way to survive in a desperate situation. Just moments before the rifles fired, he leaped through the window of a shop by the roadside, successfully avoiding 2 volleys of fire from his own side. The giant fellow, however, was not so lucky. If Yano relied on his familiarity with the terrain and his quick movements throughout the chase, the giant relied on his robust physique and unparalleled strength. Whether it was goods, walls, or anything else blocking his path, he simply crashed right through them. With his size and strength, nothing in these slum alleys could stop him. This resulted in the streets that Yano and the giant had rampaged through being left in a state of complete mess, with not a soul left untouched. However, this time, facing the rifle volleys from the France military police, his tall stature became a disadvantage. With such a large frame, he was far too easy to aim at, or rather, aiming was hardly necessary. One only needed to point the barrel at him to hit him with ease. In fact, the Gallic rooster's rifle bullets did hit the giant, but after penetrating the skin, they became stuck in his powerful muscles. As the muscles writhed, the bullets were squeezed out, and the wounds caused by them immediately stopped bleeding and began to heal. It takes long to tell, but from being hit to the wounds healing, the giant took less than a second in total. And these unlucky infantrymen also successfully pulled the boss's aggro, which was originally on Yano, onto themselves. The cleverer ones among them were already quickly reloading for a second round of fire. The even cleverer ones began to turn and flee, while the stupidest were the few who stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Roar! With a roar from the giant, he raised his arms in a cross to shield the front of his head and then crashed into the infantry phalanx at the intersection. The poor infantry phalanx was like a set of bowling pins hit by a ball. In an instant, all the soldiers were knocked every which way, and several soldiers at the point of impact were even sent flying. With just one strike, a whole platoon of soldiers lost their fighting capacity, with the entire platoon either dead or injured. Compared to the soldiers who died instantly, the groans of the wounded who were now rolling on the ground with only mangled limbs left were clearly more terrifying and unsettling. Machine guns. Get the machine guns over here. Since rifles can pierce his skin, then machine guns can definitely kill that damned monster. The heavy casualties of the infantry did not make the Gallic rooster officers retreat. Instead, they accurately identified the opponent's weakness. Since rifles could penetrate the skin, would more powerful machine guns be able to penetrate the muscles and kill him? Officer, the machine guns are here, but there are still our own wounded soldiers around that monster. Without orders, we don't dare to fire. Although the machine guns were quickly deployed, the gunners did not dare to fire at will because their wounded comrades were still struggling and groaning at the monster's feet. Damn it! France will remember their sacrifice. Aim at that monster and take it down. Just as the commanding officer was prepared to make a hard decision and sacrifice the struggling wounded soldiers in exchange for victory, a hand reached out from behind and rested on his shoulder. Let me do it. I'll go attract the monster's attention. You go to the open square at the end of the street, evacuate the crowd there, set up an ambush, and then notify me with a signal flare. I'll lead the monster there. This way, we kill two birds with one stone. We won't have to sacrifice those poor wounded soldiers, and we can eliminate that monster. It turned out that Yano had somehow blended back into the group and approached the commanding officer. Initially, the officer refused Yano's suggestion, but after a staff officer whispered something in his ear, the officer agreed to Yano's request. Hey, big dummy, look over here. That's right, it's me again. What are you doing, big dummy? Looking for your mommy. Saying this, Yano fired another shot at the giant with his pistol. After this double act of verbal and physical forced aggro pulling, the giant's hatred for Yano finally reached its peak. He wanted to tear that damned basketball rat to pieces. Yes, in the eyes of a giant, Mr. Hyde, Yano, who darted through the alleys, was as troublesome as a sewer rat. Master Splinter protested, "Sewer rats have rat rights too. Author, if you portray sewer rats like this, you're going to get a beating. And a beating from 4 turtles at that." Whether the author would get a beating was unknown, but Yano felt like he was about to get one, the kind that wouldn't end until death. Mr. Hyde, successfully enraged by Yano's taunts, displayed a physical agility that was completely inconsistent with his massive size. Relying on his great strength and swift movements, he easily leaped between the rooftops on both sides of the street, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Yano. Just as he was about to catch up with Yano, a red signal flare burst in the sky. Upon receiving the signal, Yano instantly stopped in his tracks, then turned and ran toward the open square at the end of the street. Mr. Hyde, who couldn't brake in time because of Yano's sudden turn, crashed headlong into a shop by the road. After a series of clattering and banging sounds, the shop's door flew out. Mr. Hyde, with a salted fish still hanging off him, rushed out of this dried goods store. He had almost been choked to death by the smell inside. There were actually cans of surströmming imported from Sweden in there. Ever since the Emperor of France, Napoleon, ordered Nicholas to invent canned food, this was the first time someone had turned what was originally military rations into something on the level of a biochemical weapon, which would continue to be passed down for over 200 years. Probably only the Swedes could be so unique. After successfully escaping the biochemical weapon attack, Hyde shook his large head, which was a bit dazed from the stench of the surströmming, found the direction Yano had fled, and gave chase. Meanwhile, Yano was already nearing the end of the street when he noticed there seemed to be no movement behind him. Just as he stopped and turned around to see what was going on, the giant's hideous face emerged from an alley not far behind him. "Little rat policeman. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to take shortcuts. Die." Clearly, having suffered a biochemical strike, Mr. Hyde had learned his lesson and was no longer playing at heroic leaps on the rooftops. Actually, he was just afraid of crashing into another dried goods store and being attacked by surströmming again. Instead, he chose to take shortcuts through the alleys. When he was jumping in the air earlier, he had already taken in the terrain ahead. Although he looked tall and clumsy, his running speed was not slow. On the contrary, his speed far exceeded that of a normal human. It was precisely because of this that he successfully closed in on Yano by taking the alleys. If it hadn't been for the bit of time he spent getting lost and crashing through a wall, he might have already caught up. "Aha, big dummy. You're here. I thought you'd fallen into a toilet." Seeing the giant reappear, Yano once again activated his taunt mode, and this time, he hit the bullseye. As soon as Hyde heard toilet, he thought of the equally foul-smelling surströmming, and his stomach began to churn. "Damned little rat policeman. I'm going to kill you. Tear you to shreds. Roar." Under such provocation, Hyde became even more furious. His eyes turned blood red, and his movement speed became even faster. Fortunately, the end of the street had arrived. As Yano dove toward a pre-prepared military barricade, a total of 5 hand-cranked machine guns began to pour their firepower toward Mr. Hyde. Although the machine gun bullets could indeed penetrate Hyde's skin and wound him, but killing him was not that easy. Moreover, Yano and the officer also overlooked one thing: Hyde actually had a brain, and his IQ was not low. Caught off guard, Hyde quickly knocked down a wall and ducked into a roadside room. While the machine gunners poured their fire toward that building, turning the wall into a honeycomb. The roof of that house suddenly exploded, and Hyde leaped out from it, landing in the machine gunner's position. What followed was another bloody carnage. After completing the carnage, Hyde, whom no one dared to pursue anymore, disappeared into the Paris night. At this moment, Victor, who was tasting some so-called France wine, suddenly sneezed. The wine in his mouth sprayed all over the face of Secretary Tina, who was sitting opposite him with a silly grin. Startled, he quickly grabbed a napkin from the table to wipe Tina clean. "Humph. Don't even think about drinking in the office ever again." After the first failed attempt to capture Mr. Hyde, the French government made several more tries, each ending with heavy casualties. After several failed pursuits, each leaving them humiliated, the French government finally decided to accept help from their American allies, allowing Victor to assist them in hunting down that damned giant. "Well then, first let me take a look at the crime scene. Also, find me a witness who can describe in detail exactly what that so-called giant looks like." When Victor arrived at the chaotic crime scene, he began to wonder if he had wandered onto the wrong set, perhaps somewhere the Hulk had gone on a rampage. The witness the Gallic Roosters found for him was a former patrolman, now a specially recruited 2nd Lieutenant, Yano Dorian III. "Let's put it this way, that damn monster is about 3 meters tall. His body is incredibly powerful, house walls are like paper to him, completely fragile. And guns don't do much against him, though his movement speed isn't much faster than an ordinary person's." Recalling his several encounters with the giant, Yano couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Although he was confident in his own skills, he still felt a sense of helplessness and fear when facing such nearly unstoppable power. About 3 meters tall? Shouldn't he be only about 2 meters? Is his skin green? Does he refer to himself as Hulk in the third person? Hearing Yano's description, Victor's first thought was whether the Hulk had somehow intruded from some point in the future. No, his skin isn't green. He's a white man, always with a big cigar in his mouth and a top hat on his head, though his behavior is anything but gentlemanly. By the way, who is Hulk? Is he another one of those monsters? Yano's answer dismissed the possibility of it being the Hulk, but it provided a brand new clue and line of thought: a destructive maniac wearing a top hat with immense strength. Could it be that guy? But isn't he active in London? Why did he come to Paris and cause such a high-profile scene? Yes, just as Victor suspected, the man he was hunting was Henry Jekyll, or perhaps calling him Dr. Jekyll would be more appropriate. Henry Jekyll used a secret formula he developed to separate the evil from his humanity, and this evil manifested as an independent personality. This evil personality called himself Mr. Hyde, a hedonist with no moral compass who instinctively wanted to hurt and destroy everything. And he possessed the power to do so. While the potion awakened the personality of Edward Hyde, it also greatly enhanced his physical strength and durability. In a state of extreme rage, he could even unleash nearly 100 tons of force. It was no wonder Yano said Stonewall was no different from paper in front of Mr. Hyde. However, his other abilities weren't as exceptional. While his powerful physique allowed him to jump further and run faster, he hadn't reached a level of agility beyond human limits. Furthermore, his methods of attack were relatively simple, just smashing and throwing things with no real technique or strategy. Of course, with his strength, he didn't need any technique. Although he had roughly guessed the target's identity and abilities, Victor couldn't tell the French government directly because he couldn't explain how he knew. What a headache. I still have to investigate step by step. These Gallic roosters are really incompetent, letting him escape every time and losing his trail. While Victor was worrying about how to explain things, he followed the trail of Hyde's destruction all the way to a riverbank. Looks like he escaped by jumping into the water. It makes sense. After jumping in, he could revert to Henry Jekyll by undoing the transformation. That way, no one would suspect that a refined, frail gentleman climbing out of the river was the same Edward Hyde who had caused such chaos in Paris. After analyzing the escape route, Victor felt that no deduction was even necessary. Since he already had all the information on the target, he just needed to work backward. The rest was even simpler. After questioning the patrolman responsible for the river area, he learned that a figure had once been seen climbing out of the river downstream. Victor headed downstream to the spot the patrolman mentioned. Although that officer had briefly suspected the person's identity, the difference in physique was simply too great, and the man looked like a gentleman of status and position. So the patrolman only questioned him briefly. Upon hearing that the man had merely fallen into the water by accident and having his offer to take him to the hospital declined, he let him go. I think the person you let go is our target. Fortunately, I have a way to catch up to him. Victor ignored the French policeman's suddenly panicked expression. Instead, he knelt to carefully examine the marks where Henry Jekyll had come ashore, picking a blade of grass and sniffing it. Then he turned and sprinted in one direction, leaving the others behind. Among them, the only one who could barely keep up with his pace was the specially recruited second lieutenant, Anno Dorian III. As I thought, this guy isn't an ordinary person either. To be able to run this fast, he must have exceeded the limits of what a human can achieve. Yano thought while struggling to keep up with Victor's pace. Victor was also somewhat surprised that Yano could manage to follow him. Although the man was suspicious of taking shortcuts across rooftops, being able to do so was still impressive. But he soon put that surprise behind him because he had reached his destination, a decent-looking clinic. Is anyone there? Victor knocked on the clinic's closed door, completely indifferent to the fact that it was late at night and long past closing time. Yano, considering himself a French gentleman, felt he couldn't bring himself to act so abruptly. Typical Americans, so rude, knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night. Even for a suspect, it would be better to wait until the next morning. He didn't seem to consider the possibility of the suspect fleeing overnight. However, as a habitual offender, it was unlikely Henry Jekyll would flee immediately. But clearly, Yano hadn't heard the saying, a clear conscience fears no knock at night. And Henry Jekyll clearly wasn't the type with a clear conscience. However, it wasn't the frail Henry Jekyll who opened the door for Victor. In fact, the door didn't open at all. The door and Victor flew out together. That's right, they were kicked flying by Edward Hyde. Whoa, that rude guy didn't just kick the bucket, did he? Anno Dorian III, who had been watching Victor from a rooftop, was absolutely shocked and dumbfounded. The flying door panel and Victor were embedded into the wall of the building across the street, making it look as if a door had suddenly appeared on that wall. Finally, the door opened, but it opened downward. And the person who stepped out wasn't Henry Jekyll, but the anger-filled, saber-toothed Victor. Victor extended his claws, and his canines began to grow larger and longer. This meant he was truly enraged. His feral nature was roaring, wanting to tear the opponent apart. Then, like a baseball, he was hammered away by Edward Hyde. Judging by the force, Hyde probably hoped Victor would fly as far as possible. In reality, after crashing through 4 walls and breaking 5 ribs, Victor finally stopped and launched another attack. This time, Victor got smart. He shouldn't try to compete in strength. It proved that his 25 tons was nothing compared to the other's 100 tons, he was completely outclassed. But the massive size eventually limited the opponent's flexibility, which was exactly what Victor excelled at. At the same time, Victor was a combat master who understood human weaknesses. Once Victor changed his fighting style, it was Edward Hyde who became uncomfortable. He found that his fists could no longer hit his opponent. Moreover, that little rat on the rooftop kept harassing him with a pistol. He remembered that little rat, it was the patrolman from when he was first exposed. He hadn't expected him to be a French army officer now. "Hey, little rat officer. We meet again. I didn't expect you to be a second lieutenant now. Is it because of me?" In fact, Edward Hyde wasn't just a big brute in the traditional sense. On the contrary, his brain was as developed as his muscles. First, he distracted Yano by shouting, then used a piece of rubble from a wall he tore down to successfully destroy the man's foothold. Then, while Yano was falling after losing his footing, he successfully traded injury for injury and sent Victor flying again. After finishing these 2 moves, his body began to shrink rapidly like a deflating balloon. He then stuffed something strange into his mouth and jumped into the sewer. This scene happened to catch the eye of Victor, who had just climbed back up. Without hesitation, Victor jumped down after him. Then, a foul stench hit him. This stench would be unbearable even for an ordinary person, let alone Victor, whose sense of smell far exceeded normal limits. The moment he smelled that odor, every healing factor in Victor's body sent out a frantic alarm, rushing toward his nose. "It looks like that guy got away again. But what the hell is this thing? Why is it so stinking?" In the end, Victor had to climb back out. He simply couldn't stand the stench. It must be said that after Mr. Hyde himself suffered the biochemical attack of surströmming, he successfully added another victim. Damn it. Why am I the only one suffering like this? Next time, I'm definitely bringing that guy Logan along. First, thanks to the book friends, Ishuo, Forgotten Wombat, nickname costs 100 each time no longer exists, and Starry Sky of the Gods for their donations. As always, asking for collections and recommendations. Finally, the book friend group, 597340339. I managed to update before 12 o'clock, hahaha, double updates for today achieved. In short, when Logan finally returned to the United States Embassy, he was dragged back by Victor. Dragged back along with him was the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, Brother Kid. Of course, Logan had been beaten down by Victor, while Brother Kid was simply exhausted, which you could tell from his severely malnourished complexion and the dark circles under his eyes. Regarding joining the X Squad, Kid's initial regret had now transformed into the belief that this was the greatest stroke of luck in his life. After all, back when he was a great bandit, although he could act willfully, he had to work with his life on the line. It was never as happy as it is now. Of course, this happiness only lasted until the moment he met Mr. Hyde. He felt that if given the chance, he would rather go back and face the sheriffs of the West. The sheriffs are so cute, they just carry a crappy revolver, or a rifle at most. What the hell is this, lifting a car like a toy and throwing it? This was the inner voice of Kid after dodging a car-throwing attack from Mr. Hyde, and the one who missed his past life just as much was our Yano Dorian III. Although his grandfather had once told him that he was destined not to be ordinary, he thought that meant he would stand out, marry a white, rich, and beautiful woman, and reach the peak of life. He never expected he would have to fight a giant, who was 3 meters tall, threw cars like toys, and ignored bullets, becoming a great hero who saves Paris. He's not David, he can't handle Goliath. Fortunately, he didn't need to confront Edward Hyde head-on. That task was to be completed by Victor and Logan. Damn, how is this monster so strong? Logan could no longer remember how many times he had been hammered away, but fortunately, he had his healing factor, and his body was durable enough to take a beating. He didn't get beaten into a puddle of mush like those unlucky French Allied soldiers, but it still hurt every time he was hit. I won't die, but being hit still hurts. Bastard. Logan thought this as he lunged forward again. Victor couldn't handle Hyde alone. He heard that the last time Victor went to hunt Hyde alone, he ended up beaten and battered. Humph, as expected, he just can't do it without me. Watch out. Just as Logan was lost in self-admiration again, he took another slap from Hyde and was swatted into a shop on the side of the street. However, with the healing factor, no matter how many such beatings Logan took, there wouldn't be a problem. So Victor didn't bother to say much to him. His only curiosity was whether it hurt Logan to be beaten. In any case, it hurt Victor a lot to be hit, but the pain instead further stimulated his wildness, making him faster and stronger. He liked this feeling, using his power wantonly, letting his wildness be released, and taking the defeat of his opponent as the best proof of his wild strength. Although what he most often said to Wolverine was, "We are humans, not beasts. We must learn to control our animal nature. Let it become a part of us." Yet every time a real fight started, he was much wilder than Wolverine. Of course, that was Logan's view. As for Secretary Tina, these two were two of a kind. After all, you could tell from their nicknames, there are only wrong names, never wrong nicknames. These two, one, Wolverine, and one, Sabretooth, were clearly guys who had killed countless people. Of course, Wolverine, Logan was not yet famous, while Sabretooth, Victor's reputation had already spread throughout the Federation. After all, he was the fierce man who changed the course of the war. But besides the healing factor and wildness, these two brothers were also exactly the same in one other regard: they were completely unconcerned with their personal lives. In other words, without Secretary Tina taking care of every aspect of their lives, they would certainly make a mess of things. This can be seen from the fact that after Logan lost the childhood sweetheart who took care of him, he could only live with wolves, and although Victor had brilliant military achievements in the army, he could never get promoted. After all, no one dares to let a guy who does nothing but drink and kill all day hold a high position. When the X Squad was established, the reason Victor was always able to handle things with ease was due to Secretary Tina's abilities. She handled almost all external communications and logistics arrangements for the X Squad, which could be seen from the fact that all missions were handed over to Victor by her. Victor often didn't need to do these trivial things. He only needed to sit in his office drinking or in meditation, and then when a mission came, he would go do what he was best at. She is more like the boss of the X Squad than you. You're just a reckless man who only knows how to fight and kill, a hands-off manager. Just as Tom had joked with Victor before, Victor indeed had the potential of a hands-off manager, and the reason was that Secretary Tina always did the things he instructed very well, and even considered more. Of course, what Tom didn't know was that the strategic direction of the X Squad was still arranged by Victor, while Tina was the person responsible for its implementation. As for which corner Lincoln had found Tina in, Victor had no idea. All he knew was that he could trust her, and that was enough. If you asked him why, he would probably only tell you, "Based on my beast-like instincts, I can smell no malice from this woman." However, Tina had always been dissatisfied with one thing, which was that Victor never took her along whenever he went on a mission. Consequently, she had not yet seen how the legendary war hero, Sabretooth, Victor, fought. This pursuit of Edward Hyde finally gave her the chance to observe. She was arranged to observe the battlefield through binoculars from a high tower along with French military personnel. Then she finally discovered that when facing a truly powerful enemy like Hyde, Victor and Logan's fighting style was not as pleasing to the eye or blood-pumping as she had imagined. On the contrary, Logan and Victor were more like two beasts hunting prey, taking turns to attack Edward Hyde and then covering for each other. Then, with the help of harassment from Yano and Kid against Hyde, they wore down the opponent's stamina and will step by step. Yes, both the French government and the United States government wanted to capture Edward Hyde alive, because they were extremely interested in Henry Jekyll's transformation serum. It could turn a weak and frail doctor into a 3-meter-tall monster with immense strength who ignored rifle bullets. If deployed on a military battlefield, the value of this serum would be immeasurable. Therefore, although they did not know at this time how Henry Jekyll had become like this, it did not stop them from joining forces to block information, still only conducting a secret hunt for Henry Jekyll himself, and only mobilizing on a large scale when Hyde appeared. After all, as long as Victor and Logan were there, Henry Jekyll, who was just an ordinary person, would have nowhere to hide. He could escape for a while, but not forever. And Victor had his own plans. He did not want the United States government and the French government to obtain this serum, because this thing was simply too dangerous. It could be mass-produced, and after the effects wore off, the user would return to being an ordinary person. Although there would be side effects of split personality, the transformation could not be completed without the serum. In other words, it possessed a certain degree of controllability. Then once it leaked out, the world would likely become a mess. On the battlefields of the future, crowds of muscle-bound men brawling would become the norm. The destruction they would cause would be unprecedented, and they might even become tools for certain ambitious people to realize their careers. As for what the effect would be, one only needs to refer to the Hulk gang in Old Man Logan to find out. This was also the reason why, after Victor realized where the problem lay, he let Edward Hyde escape at the end of every hunt. Fortunately, this era did not yet have the advanced genetic technology of the future. No one could analyze the serum's formula from Hyde's blood. However, by the time that technology existed, the effect of this serum would no longer be so powerful. After all, the rifles of this era could already harm it. In the face of the even more powerful fully automatic weapons of the future, it would pose almost no significant threat, likely only reaching the level of being able to bully the police. The greatest effect of this serum was the enhancement of physical strength, while the enhancement of the body itself was actually quite limited. It only gave the user the most basic physique capable of withstanding that immense strength. In other words, if he was injured, he would still bleed, and if he bled too much, he would still die. Weapons made of steel, as long as the force was great enough, could still harm him. This could be seen from the fact that rifles could penetrate his skin but could not penetrate his muscles. It wasn't that his muscles were harder than bullets, but because the lead bullets of the rifles in this era were not enough to penetrate his muscles. But the bullets of a hand-cranked machine gun could, which was why he had to avoid machine gun fire before. In fact, there was a misunderstanding here, which was that the serum Hyde used in this universe was actually only effective for Hyde alone. Victor had made an error of empiricism, while the French government and the United States government completely lacked information on the opponent. This lack of information symmetry caused such a blunder. And so, with one chasing and the other fleeing, plus Victor intentionally holding back, this matter dragged on for nearly a year without being resolved. Paris, originally the city of romance, was almost turning into the city of ruins under the tossing of this group of people. In fact, the first to discover that Victor was holding back was Logan, but he didn't say much. At this time, Logan did not yet have the superhero-like values of the future. As long as he could fight to his heart's content, Victor could play however he wanted. Anyway, he listened to Victor. The second to notice something was wrong was Tina. There was no helping it, because she participated in the planning of every capture, but every time some small problem would occur on Victor's end, leading to the opponent's escape. After she talked with Victor, she also chose to remain silent on this issue. It was only the poor French government that was finally reaching the limit of its patience. If this continues, His Majesty the Emperor will put us all on next month's execution list. Are those Americans useless? Just as the French military officer in charge of capturing Hyde was flying into a rage, a turning point finally came. A person, or rather an angel, arrived in Paris. In truth, Edward Hyde's sudden flight from London to Paris wasn't without cause. He'd been hunted through London until heaven and earth seemed to close their doors to him, and the worst of it was that only a single pursuer drove him to such desperation. So who was this man? Certainly not Thor, but the illustrious demon hunter, Van Helsing. Van Helsing was no freelance demon hunter, he belonged to an official body. He served the Vatican's Holy Knights of the Order, charged with purification and redemption. Of course, he had another identity, the left hand of God, Gabriel, yes, a fallen angel. Once a blazing seraph, lofty and exalted. But he clashed with God over the matter of the Egyptians. Egyptians, what did we ever do to deserve this? And the two parted ways. His wings were stripped bare and he was cast into the mortal world to undergo trial, though in practice he was simply sent to sweep away heretics and creatures of darkness for God's worshippers. Then came poor Dracula, originally the son of the Transylvanian knight Valerius, a pious believer and member of the knightly order. While he was away campaigning, his wife, believing false reports of his death, took her own life. Maddened by grief, he railed that while he fought and bled for God, the Almighty had failed to protect even his wife. His anguish turned to hatred, and that hatred led him to betray the Church, raising an army against the Holy See. Since little Drac had turned traitor, Gabriel, as God's earthly executor, naturally became his foe. The two led their armies into a bitter war, and in the end Gabriel triumphed, slaying Dracula and seizing his knightly ring as a trophy. Yet the pain of losing his wife and the humiliation of having his ring, the emblem of knightly honor, torn from him made Dracula refuse to accept death. And so the Dracula who absolutely refused to die met the Varney who absolutely refused to stay dead. The two hit it off and struck a bargain. Meanwhile, clueless Gabriel naively prayed to God, "Boss, I've offed the traitor, can I come home now?" But God saw that the traitor wasn't dead at all, he'd become immortal. So he erased Gabriel's memories and added a modest chastisement for good measure. At last the half-dead Gabriel was dumped at the church's door. The clergy, forewarned, picked him up and gave him a new name, Van Helsing. With his memories wiped, Van Helsing had forgotten every combat skill. The church needed to retrain him, so they sent him to Kunlun in Western Cathay, where masters there would instruct him. Behind Kunlun stood the celestial court, behind the church stood God. Both were members of the Pantheon Council, old comrades who had once fought the Celestials together. Thus, as earthly executors, the two sides kept relations, and Van Helsing's unique status earned him the chance to study at Kunlun as an exchange student. Naturally, the church's public version was different, and when Van Helsing returned, the most powerful demon hunter in history was born. Put in Marvel stat terms, a superhero whose 3 core stats averaged 4 and whose fighting skill reached 6 had arrived. He mastered virtually every weapon of the age, discounting those not yet invented. That was more than enough, otherwise he could never have driven Hyde across the sea from London to Paris. He could have killed Hyde at any time, and easily. But the church judged that the human side of Hyde could still be saved, so he always held back. To his surprise, Edward Hyde fled all the way to Paris and ran amok here, causing massive casualties and property damage. Van Helsing felt it was all his fault. After disposing of that hypocrite Dorian Gray, he came straight to Paris. The city he saw was no longer the romantic capital of memory but a wasteland with ruins in every district, a capital of ruins. The sight filled him with rage and shame, and he resolved that even if the church ordered him to take Hyde alive, he would make the monster pay for his crimes. To Van Helsing, Hyde was an old acquaintance. Tracking him was easy. "See that gorilla-like figure bounding in the distance, there he is. Hyde. Your surprise is here, hope you enjoy it." With those words Van Helsing raced toward Hyde, while Logan, who had been hunting Hyde alongside Victor, suddenly paused and glanced in Van Helsing's direction. "What's wrong? Something feel off?" Victor sensed Logan's movement and halted his own pursuit of Hyde, turning to Logan. "I'm not sure how to describe it, just a strange feeling. Someone, or something, out there is connected to me." The sensation was quickly explained when a face 99% identical to Logan's appeared before both him and Victor. "Tell me, what's going on in this world? Why are there so many lookalikes running around?" Victor was quietly startled. For some reason, the memory of Doug Logan's almost identical face flickered through his mind. "Who are you people? Why are you here? What business do you have with Edward Hyde?" Van Helsing was equally astonished by Logan's mirror-image face. Having lost his memories, the sight of his own reflection in a stranger sent a surge of emotion through him. But when he saw Logan's bone claws slide out and Victor's fangs and talons, he opted for questions befitting his present role. "We're with the U.S. military's X-Squad, assisting the French government in taking the suspect Edward Hyde into custody. And when you ask someone's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" After a moment's thought, Victor answered Van Helsing's question, and had already guessed the man's identity. "I am Van Helsing, of the Vatican's Holy Knights Order. You may never have heard of us, but we guard humanity from the shadows." Victor had, in fact, heard the name Van Helsing, one of the French government's wanted fugitives, rumored to be a killer who left bodies wherever he went. Yet he also knew Van Helsing's true calling as a demon hunter. The details, however, weren't worth dwelling on. "Very well, Sir Knight, what brings you here? Don't tell me you came to Notre Dame on pilgrimage to pray." Van Helsing ignored Victor's quip and stated his purpose outright. "By order of the Vatican's Holy Knights Order, I am to judge Edward Hyde and bring Henry Jekyll back. Father believes he can still be saved." Victor found their goals perfectly aligned. Both parties wanted Hyde alive. "Seems we share the same objective, stopping Edward Hyde's rampage through Paris. How about we work together?" Van Helsing's arrival was exactly what Victor had hoped for. Just as he'd wondered how to handle Hyde, the knight showed up like a pillow for a sleepy man. Victor trusted the Holy Knights, fanatics like them would never stoop to Hyde's serum, an item that would defile their god, and they actively sought to erase such abominations. Our goals may match, but who gets custody of Hyde once he's caught? I know how you government types operate. Van Helsing's distrust was understandable, given his personal history. Being hunted across Europe spoke volumes about his experiences. Let's settle custody after we catch him. We can seek common ground while reserving differences. Look, Hyde's charging into Notre Dame. If we don't move now, either the cathedral comes down or he slips away. What say you, Sir Van Helsing? The thought of Hyde tearing apart Notre Dame unsettled Van Helsing. If the cathedral fell, the priests would tear him apart in turn and make him answer to God. Seek common ground while reserving differences, an interesting phrase. Fine, we catch Hyde first, afterward, may the best man claim him. And you with the 3 bone claws, when this is over, I'd like a word with you. In the end, Van Helsing agreed to Victor's proposal, hoping to speak with Logan once the crisis passed, something Logan desired as well. That conversation will need his consent, though I doubt he'll refuse. You two should have plenty to talk about. Logan certainly wouldn't refuse. He needed answers, especially since he recalled Victor's striking resemblance to his estranged half-brother, Doug Logan. As for their target, Edward Hyde, he was still wondering why Victor and Logan hadn't pursued him. But when he climbed Notre Dame's bell tower to survey the area, he spotted another man, someone he never wanted to see again. Van Helsing. When Edward Hyde saw that figure, the terror of being hunted through London by this man flooded back into his mind. It was he who had pursued him relentlessly, driving him until there was no road to heaven nor door to earth. In the end he had fled across the sea, escaping to Paris. He had barely enjoyed himself in Paris before the French government set 2 beasts on his trail. Fortunately the pair did not seem of one mind with the French. They often held back, deliberately or not, and each time he slipped away. Today his good days ended. Van Helsing had arrived. He had planned one last night of revelry before leaving Paris. He had not expected Van Helsing to follow. Perhaps sensing what was coming, Edward Hyde, for once, allowed himself to remember the past. Back then his name was still Henry Jekyll, a rising star of London's medical world. In London's medical circles he was known for talent, warmth, and a cheerful disposition, and as a famous philanthropist whose good deeds filled the papers. He held doctorates in medicine, civil law, and jurisprudence, and was a Fellow of the Royal Society, preeminent in pharmacology, until a joint project with his friend Nathaniel Essex. Together they sought a drug to unlock humanity's hidden genetic potential. In a way they succeeded, in another, they failed utterly. Along with potential, the deepest malice buried in the mind was awakened. The moment Henry Jekyll drank the serum mixed from his own genes, a line surfaced in his mind: when you stare into the abyss stares back. The most evil, most savage part of his nature seized his body and became a new persona. Dr. Jekyll was gone, Edward Hyde was born. The laboratory he shared with Nathaniel Essex was destroyed. The name Henry Jekyll faded from public view, replaced by the moniker of the transformed Dr. Edward Hyde. Nathaniel Essex, co-creator of the serum, was implicated. His earlier claims, that Earth would soon see a great wave of mutants, led to his denunciation and imprisonment by the whole of London's academic world. While Hyde lingered in memory, lightning split the sky, the thunder hauled him back to the present. His enemies, Demon Hunter Van Helsing, Sabretooth Victor, and Wolverine Logan, had arrived, forming a loose semicircle around him. Hyde knew he might not survive the night. He would at least go down fighting. He tore the great bell from Notre Dame's tower and hurled it like a weapon. Victor and Logan, who had fought him many times lately, sensed the shift in his spirit at once. Interesting, Van Helsing's arrival has rattled him more than I expected, Victor thought. Dodging Hyde's strike, Victor watched the transformed Edward Hyde and grinned with excitement. With the worry of the serum spread resolved, Victor could finally fight all out, and Hyde's aura showed he wanted the same. Hyde's fury was aimed chiefly at Van Helsing, but Victor cared only for a good fight. Wolverine Logan felt the same. He was glad Victor had dropped the habit of holding back. Now he would show Hyde what he could do. Only Demon Hunter Van Helsing remained unmoved. Every foe threw life and limb at him. He answered in kind, except he was always the one left standing. Training from Kunlun had taught him most combat arts, and his bloodline gave him strength beyond the common man. Yet his recovery was nothing like Victor's or Logan's. Grave wounds needed tending, and severed limbs did not regrow. Still, each mission saw him risk life without hesitation, perhaps for faith, perhaps for love of ordinary people. Cold words of indifference often crossed his lips, yet he never failed to try to save every innocent victim he met. God had granted him the power to sense sin in every creature, yet even the guilty, if redemption remained possible, he would try to save. In London he had spared Hyde time and again, hoping to save the other half, Henry Jekyll, once nearly dying for that mercy. Now he accepted, the gentle Henry Jekyll was gone forever, and the man would not stop drinking the potion to become Edward Hyde and harm the innocent. What remained was simple: deliver Hyde to God's judgment. It was the last kindness he could offer. Now that he had murderous intent, Van Helsing's entire demeanor changed. A thing called killing intent began to coil around him. This guy, interesting. Victor and Logan were again the first to sense the shift. The moment Van Helsing released his murderous aura, their beast instincts screamed warnings. Here stood a powerhouse who could end them, fortunately on their side, sharing a common enemy, Edward Hyde. This time they'd reached another consensus: take Hyde's life. Victor wanted to keep the serum secret, Van Helsing wanted the man judged. Though they'd never fought together, the trio moved with uncanny coordination. After dodging Hyde's hammering blow, each launched a lethal strike in his own way. Victor extended his claws to their limit, then dropped to all fours, rear coiled like a spring before he launched himself at Hyde's back. Logan bared all 6 bone claws, arms wide, and leapt high, aiming for the temples on either side of Hyde's head. Van Helsing drew his favorite close-quarters weapon, a rotary skinner. Thanks to skill and looks, the chainsaw-like tool looked cool, not crazed. He targeted Hyde's legs, low stance, so together the 3 assaulted upper, middle, and lower zones at once. A normal man would panic under such an onslaught, blocking 1 or 2 strikes at most while the third landed home. But the good doctor was no normal man. He solved the problem with brutal simplicity, stomped and shattered the floor beneath him. As the ground collapsed, Hyde and Van Helsing dropped into the room below, while Victor, his lunge missing, remained on the roof. Logan, having jumped too high, overshot and tumbled off the bell tower rim, face-planting on the paving before Notre Dame's doors. Huh. Logan trying to kill himself? Ouch, his pretty face is ruined. Humph, already healed. Once the fight began, the long-range support, Anno and Kid, finally reached the rooftops of Notre Dame's outer buildings. For men only slightly above average, 1 hit from Hyde meant death, so with their good aim they were assigned overwatch. Yet rifle rounds merely tickled Hyde, even the extended mags Victor brought did little more than annoy. Neither dared close in, that would be suicide, so they settled for commentary. All the talk of Victor being smashed into walls or Logan grabbed and slammed then planted headfirst into the roof came from these two. Ahem, back to Victor. After he missed and Hyde fell with Van Helsing into the room below, Victor leapt through the same hole. Inside, he found Van Helsing sealed inside the 2-man bronze bell. Ha ha ha, Van Helsing, you're finally mine. Never thought you'd fall this low. Giddy, Hyde hammered the bell, the thunderous peals left Van Helsing, inside and trying to cut through the floor, seeing stars and nearly dropping his skinner. Victor intervened. Claws that shredded steel could just as easily part Hyde's skin and muscle. Facing Victor's full-force pounce, Hyde chose to dodge, hard-won wisdom from their last mutual maiming bout. A ripping of wood told Hyde something was wrong. He yanked the bell up to find only a neat round hole in the floor. Van Helsing had cut through the timber and escaped. Furious, Hyde hurled the bell at Victor. But Van Helsing hadn't fled far, he hung from the ceiling below. Spotting Hyde's opening as the man lifted the bell, he severed one of Hyde's arms. Caught off balance and bleeding, Hyde was struck by Victor and flung out the attic window, crashing onto the square before Notre Dame. Back first. Just as Logan, bones reknit, stood, Hyde dropped in front of him. From nearly 100 meters, plus his massive weight, even Hyde was dazed, blood streaming, unable to move. Then the cruelty began. Logan bared his bone claws and advanced on the helpless Edward Hyde. Edward Hyde was dead, his once bulging, fearsome corpse had reverted to the original form of Henry Jekyll, a handsome, slender young gentleman. This poor soul, forever wandering between good and evil, had finally gone to face his own judgment. Yet the living still had to carry on with their separate lives and the paths they had chosen. In the end, Van Helsing took the whole blame for killing Edward Hyde. He was already carrying so many debts that one more hardly mattered. Besides, the real top brass of the French government knew his background, they wouldn't make things difficult for him over this. The officers who'd been in charge of the manhunt, however, couldn't avoid disciplinary action. The only one to profit from the misfortune was Yano, the former beat cop. Not only did he escape punishment, he was spotted for promotion and entered the officer corps of France. He had basically been slacking the whole time, yet the other French soldiers hadn't even qualified to slack. That alone showed how different he was, and in truth every one of his attributes had already surpassed ordinary human limits. After taking part in the Hyde pursuit, he'd made great strides in every area. As for Victor, though he hadn't obtained Hyde's formula, he'd stumbled on intelligence about its other inventor, Nathaniel Essex, and that was enough to report a success. He also received a brand new assignment. Once the Dracula affair was settled, he was to head immediately to Britain for a black operation, extract Nathaniel Essex alive from prison. Tom would take a quick reaction unit to back him up. With Hyde dealt with and before they left for Romania, Victor and the others were granted a few rare days of leave. The French government needed time to collate the relevant documents before handing them over. Taking this opportunity, Victor kept his promise to Van Helsing. He chose a decent Parisian restaurant and, along with little secretary, Logan, and Van Helsing, prepared to sample the fabled French feast and give Logan and Van Helsing a good long chat. Since for the French dinner is the most formal meal, Victor ended up treating them to the romance of candlelit dinner. I can't believe there are two people in the world who look so alike yet aren't related at all. Little secretary Tina marveled at the resemblance between Logan and Van Helsing, though she'd seen plenty in her time. Logan himself was unfazed. He'd already witnessed the likeness between Victor and Doug Logan. Van Helsing's reaction went beyond surprise. With his memories gone, the appearance of someone who might be connected to him felt vital. The matter ended in disappointment. Once he learned Logan's background, he realized they merely shared looks and, to some extent, temperament. The conversation also touched on Victor's uncanny resemblance to Logan's older brother, but no conclusion was reached. His mind finally at ease, Van Helsing didn't linger. After the lavish dinner he bade Victor's group farewell. He had to return to the Vatican for new orders and to explain Edward Hyde's death to the Holy Knights and the Church's upper ranks. He was used to the Church ordering him to bring someone back alive and him delivering a corpse, but the paperwork still had to be filed, and he was nearly out of money. It was time to head home and restock. Shortly after Van Helsing left, the French government passed the documents Victor needed to the U.S. ambassador, who in turn delivered them to Victor. Transylvania, still part of the Kingdom of Hungary? Interesting, though Romania itself is still an Ottoman vassal. Let's go see what this so-called Transylvania is really like, Victor mused. He was surprised to learn that Transylvania didn't belong to Romania but to Hungary, or rather, to the recently formed Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yet as early as the 14th century, the Principality of Transylvania had been called Romania alongside Wallachia and Moldavia, now united as the Kingdom of Romania. The famed, Impaler Prince, once Dracula, was a Romanian national and crusading hero who repeatedly led outnumbered armies against the Ottomans. Renowned for valor, he aided the Christian West by thwarting Turkish invasions. After each victory he skewered captives on sharpened stakes and left them to bleed to death. The delicious blood of those prisoners drew the previous vampire lord, and after apostatizing, Dracula inherited his throne. Using his local prestige, Dracula then converted his followers and subjects into vampires, until nearly all of Romania became a realm of the undead. That ambition swelled until he resolved to turn all humanity into vampires, starting with Europe. His scheme, however, soon drew the Church's watchful eye, and under its banner a war between mankind and the undead erupted. The details of that war are lost, but mankind did prevail. Gravely wounded, Dracula was forced to cower in a crumbling town in Transylvania. Europe paid for victory with nearly half its population, the dead quietly blamed on the Black Death. Legend says a multiverse-level deity, God himself, dealt Dracula that mortal blow, yet even he paid a price and could not finish the kill. It explains why, centuries later, when Gabriel begged absolution, he was punished instead. He never realized the newborn vampire progenitor was the very Dracula he had slain. Because he failed to end the monster, the first vampire Dracula lived on, and everything that followed was set in motion. Botch the job, make your boss clean up the mess, then ask to flap back into heaven as a glorified courier with wings? Hardly. And so Van Helsing was created, God's gambit, a minor bargain with the celestial court of the East. Since your blunder birthed Dracula, you will unbirth him. Though the vampire cannot be erased, he can be slain. The task fell naturally to Van Helsing, Gabriel, honed in Cumlin and seasoned by the hunt of countless horrors until he could match Dracula blow for blow. The dossier Victor pried from the French told none of this. Its only useful line read, "The Vampire King is in Transylvania." For Victor, the place name was enough. After loading up on silver, crucifixes, and garlic, he set out for the Carpathian backwater. Achoo! In his castle keep, Dracula paused mid-sip, startled by a sneeze, something he had not done in centuries. Had his heart stirred, he might have wondered if he was alive again. Battered by God, Dracula still clung to his dream, a world ruled by vampires. First he claimed 3 vampire brides, Marischka, Aelera, and Verona, then settled into a patient, centuries-long campaign of spawning. After hundreds of years he had, by dint of legendary industry, produced a legion from 1 male and 3 females. There was a flaw, as undead, the brides and he could only bequeath their death. Every child emerged stillborn. From the first corpse babe onward the problem haunted him, and for centuries he labored night and day to breathe life into his brood. Relief came at last in the person of a brilliant mortal scientist. Dr. Victor Frankenstein, raised in Geneva, burned to unravel the origin of life and cheat death itself. His research caught Dracula's eye. What better key to the vampire's own obsession? Bankrolled by the Count, Frankenstein stitched a towering 8-foot frame from stolen cadavers. All that remained was to wait for the perfect moment and bid the creature open its eyes. While the doctor toiled, an Englishman named John Fursworth crossed into Dracula's domain. A fanatic devotee of the undead, he received the dark kiss from Dracula himself and was dispatched to Britain with a Wimborne mission: seed vampire power in the Americas. Europe lay stifled under church control, but the thinly watched New World offered fertile ground. Plantation masters with hordes of slaves were ideal converts, cattle and servants in one, a vampire paradise. Thus Baron Blood John Fursworth returned to Britain and began funneling vampires to the American South, determined to carve a new homeland for the night on that distant shore. It was the Blood Baron's actions that turned many southern plantations into playgrounds for vampires. There, they could do as they pleased, for they were the masters of land and slaves. But everything changed when a man named Lincoln became federal president. The new president called for freedom and the emancipation of all black slaves, though in truth to supply the northern factories with labor. It was still intolerable to the vampires and southern planters. Thus war erupted. Early on, the Southern Army marched from victory to victory, yet in the end they ran out of steam. When retreat followed retreat, the vampires tried to intervene in person, but their plot was exposed and federal silver bullets sent them fleeing in terror. Finally, on the eve of the Southern commander's surrender and the collapse of the Confederate States of America, they resorted to the desperate act of assassination. Everyone knows how that ended, and the consequences of that murder are now unfolding. Federal officials who had colluded with them over the assassination were forced, by evidence Victor presented, to drop their cover and allow Victor to travel to Europe for investigation. Yet the prejudiced Victor never imagined these vampires served the Blood Baron. Instead he went straight to the master of their master, the progenitor of vampires, Count Dracula. This winter in Transylvania, deep in eastern Romania, was colder than any in memory, as though foretelling events that would soon unfold and alter the fates of many. My Lord Dracula. All preparations are complete. We only need lightning to awaken him. Although Dracula had learned from the Blood Baron's letter that the vampire conquest of the Americas had failed, another piece of good news cheered him greatly. After centuries, his child was about to live. Learning that Frankenstein's monster required lightning for life, he left his frozen lair and came to the ruined castle of Dr. Frankenstein. If the doctor had to wait for a stormy night to use lightning, for Dracula, who could command the local weather, bolts would fall as abundantly as he wished. I hope your experiment succeeds, Doctor. My patience has its limits. With that, Count Dracula began his display. Under his magic, a clear night sky was swallowed by black clouds. Lightning flashed within them like serpents of thunder. Boom! A thunderclap split the heavens as bolts struck the lightning rod energy collector Dr. Frankenstein had built. The surge powered every device, converting lightning into life for Frankenstein's monster. All readings stable. He's about to live. We've done it, my Lord Dracula. We've proved it isn't only God who can give life to man. As the conversion continued, the tremendous energy was stored inside the monster's alchemical heart. Green bolts symbolizing life sparked within the transparent core, and Frankenstein's monster awoke. He's awake, my Lord Dracula. We truly succeeded. Hey, Frankenstein. I'm your creator and father, Victor Frankenstein. Call me father or dad. Seeing the creature open its eyes, Dr. Victor Frankenstein was overcome. He had fulfilled his lifelong dream, to create life, a life born of science, not God, to place human achievement above the divine. He never realized his patron, Dracula, had deceived him. Dracula claimed he funded the work because it blasphemed God and therefore deserved unconditional support. The bookish Frankenstein believed him. Though he knew bargaining with Dracula was like bargaining with a tiger, he would risk anything, even his soul, to realize his obsession. Dad equals carrot carrot smiley face. Just as Frankenstein opened his eyes and uttered his first cry of life, a long serpent of torch-bearing, weapon-carrying townsfolk appeared around the castle. They were villagers come to destroy the body-desecrating Dr. Frankenstein. Every limb of Frankenstein's monster had been stolen from their cemetery. Once they learned the quiet, seemingly harmless Dr. Frankenstein had robbed their ancestors' graves, they formed a mob to burn the freak who had defiled the dead. All of this had, in truth, been orchestrated by Dracula. He knew Dr. Frankenstein would never allow his son, Frankenstein's monster, to become a living battery for resurrecting a vampire army. So he devised a scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. He deliberately leaked word that Dr. Frankenstein had stolen corpses from the graveyard, letting the furious mob murder the doctor. Then, at the monster's most helpless moment, he would descend as a savior. The newborn creature, nursing hatred for humanity, would be his to command. There he is. Break the door down. While Dr. Frankenstein watched the castle perimeter through a window, one of the mob's leaders spotted him. At the leader's rallying cry, the crowd grew even wilder, ramming the door faster. It seems your enterprise is about to fail just as it nears success, Victor. Seeing the doctor's plight, Dracula had no intention of helping. He looked positively delighted. Of course, this was his plan. No. I must take him away from here, to a place no one can find him. I won't let these people harm him. But the doctor's decision was no surprise to Dracula. As expected, he meant to flee with Frankenstein's monster. A small hitch arose, those fools still hadn't broken the door. Dracula had to buy time himself. You want to take him away? No, now he'll serve my purpose. Then he realized he had blurted too much. Giving up, he spilled the entire plot and prepared to kill Dr. Frankenstein with his own hands. He had talked too long. Frankenstein's monster had already torn free of the leather straps. With effortless strength he lifted the metal operating table he had lain on and smashed Dracula, just as he was about to strike, into the blazing fireplace. Get me out of here. After hurling Dracula away, the monster, at Frankenstein's command, hoisted the doctor onto his shoulder and slipped out the postern gate. Under the doctor's guidance they fled into the forest behind the castle. The peasants who burst in found no Frankenstein, only Dracula, furiously clawing his way out of the hearth. After Dracula killed a few of the ringleaders, the rest scattered like startled hens and ran home. You think you can escape my grasp? Impossible. In his rage Dracula transformed into a bat and returned to his lair, ordering goblins and vampires to hunt down Dr. Frankenstein and the monster. As long as they had not crossed the border of Romania, everything remained under his control. There was no need for him to act personally. Meanwhile, far away in the holy city of Vatican, a demon hunter knight of a sacred chivalric order faced censure. When we told you to bring someone back, we didn't mean a corpse. It was only a reprimand. The church knew Van Helsing's results were good, merely excessive. A few centuries-old stained glass windows shattered, nothing to fret over. This time we send you east to destroy a dark being centuries old, the sovereign and progenitor of all vampires, Dracula. No. Van Helsing refused at first, but when the priest hinted the mission touched his lost memories and origins, he accepted at once, gathered his gear and support staff, and set off. The story splits like twin blossoms. As Van Helsing begins his journey, Victor's party nears its destination. Hard to believe a place like Romania can have dry thunder, lightning without a drop of rain. As he spoke, Kid realized something was wrong. Could this lightning be Dracula's doing? This isn't natural lightning, it's magical. The scope and frequency don't match any normal storm. Victor quickly confirmed the suspicion. How did he know? He had studied natural science in the underground room. That black cloud was man-made. In an age without cloud seeding, only magic, or a certain white-haired girl, could achieve this. Since her father wasn't even born yet, only Dracula could summon a storm of this scale. Hold on, someone's approaching up ahead. While Victor explained the magic, Logan suddenly heard movement ahead. The moment Logan finished speaking, a 9-foot-tall figure burst from the trees in front of them, a white-robed man slung over his shoulder. Run! There's a monster behind me! The giant waved frantically at Victor and the others as he sprinted toward them, warning of the creature on his tail. Victor, looks like we're close to our destination. Logan said again. The dark couldn't veil his eyes. He'd recognized the face of the oncoming Frankenstein's monster, so he extended his bone claws, ready to teach this would-be deceiver a sharp lesson. Listen, someone really is chasing him. And with a build like that, if he wanted to ambush us he wouldn't need tricks. But the instant he stepped forward Victor stopped him. Night couldn't hide Victor's sight either, and in that glance he already guessed who the giant was. Coupled with the fact the man was being hunted, Victor pretty much knew what had happened. So he blocked Wolverine and let the stranger come to them. No sooner had the giant reached them than the pursuers appeared, over a dozen dark goblins led by several vampires. Seems the big guy shares an enemy with us. Come on, Logan, warm-up time. Vampires are mine, goblins are yours. With that Victor cracked his neck and charged the oncoming vampires and goblins. Logan, not to be outdone, flashed his claws and followed. These vampires were far stronger than the two the detachment had met in the Federation. After all, they were Dracula's royal guards, not common bloodsuckers. In strength, speed, and skill they outclassed those earlier cannon fodder by miles, though against Sabretooth and Wolverine they were merely bigger cannon fodder. Victor went straight for the lead vampire, the strongest of the hunters. Bang! The shockwave of their clash burst outward. Victor stood unmoved while the vampire leader was hurled away. Now we're talking. Victor's mouth twisted in a grin of excitement, then he pounced after the flying vampire. The instant they'd met, the vampire leader realized his opponent's strength was superhuman. Shock widened his pupils before he was sent tumbling. One blow and he snapped 3 of my ribs. Can't trade punches with him. The vampire leader shrieked, calling his underlings to gang up on Victor, but no one answered. A glance left and right showed them all entangled with the stranger's companions. Logan's slashing claws knocked the minions down one by one, and Sundance Kid finished them off with silver-loaded revolver shots to the head. As for the dark goblins, once Frankenstein's monster had handed Dr. Frankenstein to Secretary Tina for safekeeping, he uprooted a tree thicker than a man and chased the goblins in every direction. Who gave you the nerve to daydream while fighting me? A voice cold as frost sounded beside the vampire leader's ear. In a blink Victor was in front of him, seizing his throat and lifting him high. Clawing at the hand around his neck, the vampire leader shifted to his true form, only to find his claws useless. His captor could heal just as he could. A fist wrapped in a silver watch chain punched through the vampire's heart. Victor tossed the lifeless body aside like trash, and it crumbled to ash, gone from the world. Ugh, sorry, still dizzy. Who are you people? Dr. Victor Frankenstein, set down after his son the monster had carried him jostling for miles, promptly threw up last night's dinner. Still, he forced out the question burning inside him. He had, after all, just watched Victor swat the vampire leader who'd hunted him. Trusting the strangers, he'd had the monster set him down and join the fight. They hadn't disappointed. Apart from a few fleeing dark goblins, every pursuer was slaughtered. We're with the U.S. military, here to settle accounts with Dracula, for ordering his underlings to assassinate our federal president, Mr. Lincoln. Dr. Frankenstein hadn't imagined Dracula would go so far as to kill the president across the ocean. In truth, even Dracula had only learned of his subordinate's deed through a letter from the Blood Baron. Even if Dracula did find out, he wouldn't care. Killed is killed. Could the federal government really trace it back to him and send killers across the ocean? Even if they did, they'd have to be able to finish the job. If agents sent by the U.S. government actually managed to kill him, he might as well change his name. Forget Dracula, call him Dracula from now on. U.S. military, hello. My name is Victor Frankenstein. I'm a scientist, a doctor of biology. This is my son, he's called Frankenstein. After Dr. Frankenstein introduced himself, Tina and Kid stared at the doctor and his son, Frankenstein's monster, as if they were looking at freaks. Clearly they'd misunderstood something, actually wondering how the doctor and his wife had managed to produce such a unique-looking son. Ahem. Doctor, I'm also Victor, Victor Creed, commander of this detachment. I hope you can share some intelligence on the vampires. After all, they're our common enemy, aren't they? Victor's cough snapped them out of their wild speculation. Obviously, they were here on a mission. Wasting energy on some doctor or lady monarch was out of the question. Dr. and monster family drama wasn't part of the assignment. As for Logan, he was still interrogating a vampire they'd kept alive. He found himself liking the species more and more. As long as you avoided silver, you could stab them any way you liked and they wouldn't die. They wouldn't die, but they'd hurt. Perfect, wasn't it? Mr. Victor, I'm afraid I don't know much about Dracula myself. All I can tell you is that he is master to all vampires, fears no sunlight, and cannot be killed. The gypsies and their king have tried for generations. They've hunted him endlessly yet never found a way to kill him. Instead, their own royal line is nearly extinct. Dr. Frankenstein laid out what he knew, though he doubted these people could actually kill Dracula. Still, if they'd wiped out the pursuers Dracula had sent, they clearly had some skill. Let them make trouble for Dracula while he slipped away with Frankenstein's monster. The Gypsy King, you say? Doctor, your information is valuable. Could you arrange an introduction? Just as Dr. Frankenstein planned to use Victor's group to slow Dracula's hunt, Victor was already calculating how he and Frankenstein's monster might be useful to him. A man like Dr. Frankenstein was a rare talent in any era. Apart from necromancers who raised corpses, he was the only one who built people from dead bodies through science. And his son, Frankenstein's monster, currently a total loser only because he was a blank slate. With strength far beyond any humans, a bit of training would turn him into a first-rate killer. Victor was already picturing the monster lugging tons of machine gun ammo across a battlefield, hand-cranked gun roaring. I'm really not close to that king. His people almost killed me. Still, I'll give it a try. At first Dr. Frankenstein wanted to refuse. Running was the smart move. But when Victor's expression began to shift, memories of the man's instant slaughter of the pursuers flashed back, and raw survival instinct made him choose compliance. Maybe he really can kill Dracula. So, consoling his rattled heart, Dr. Frankenstein set off to guide Victor and the others. As for Frankenstein's monster, whatever Dad says, he does, no questions asked. Logan, you done playing? Let's move. After walking a while they realized someone had been left behind, so Victor shouted for Logan to wrap it up. Realizing playtime was over, Logan curled his lip and drew a silver-plated Tonto from his belt. Steel flashed, the tormented vampire, eyes full of relief, crumbled to ash and scattered. Logan jogged to catch up, looking thoroughly satisfied. Victor, on the other hand, was getting a headache. He seemed to have corrupted the good kid. Back at Professor X's place Logan had been obedient and gentle. How had he turned so wild and bloodthirsty under Victor's watch? Clearly the man who preached harmony while out bloodying everyone never considered looking in the mirror. Lord Victor, we've arrived. Ahead lies Gypsy territory, ruled by their king and his children. It's Dr. Frankenstein, the corpse-desecrating demon. The monster he created is here too. Burn them quickly. Clearly, the villagers quickly recognized the old acquaintances among the newcomers, the grave robber Frankenstein and his son, Frankenstein's monster. They began to gather again, picking up various weapons, seemingly prepared to finish what they had failed to do last time, burn him to death. Doctor, it seems you're quite popular here. This is quite a scene. Sundance Kid, calm them down. Seeing the villagers gradually surrounding them, Victor didn't take their threat to heart. However, considering he was here to find someone, there was no need for unnecessary conflict, so he let Sundance Kid use his own way to remind these irrational peasants and the local ruler. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the peasants who were gradually surrounding and approaching Victor and the others hurriedly retreated a few steps, but they still showed no intention of dispersing. Find someone who's in charge. My time is precious. Victor took the opportunity of their startled retreat to state his demand, and his request was met. Hello, Excellency. I am Viken Valerius, the ruler of this land, and this is my sister, Anna Valerius. I don't know what purpose you and Dr. Frankenstein have for coming here. Prince Viken appeared with his sister and subordinates, all armed. Although he saw the notorious Dr. Frankenstein and his creation, he chose to communicate with Victor first out of caution. Hello, Prince Viken. This is Lieutenant Victor from the Federation. They are here to investigate the assassination of His Excellency Federal President Lincoln by vampires sent by Dracula. He heard that your family has been enemies with Dracula for generations, so he hopes to discuss cooperation with your father, His Majesty Boris. It was Dr. Frankenstein who answered Prince Viken's query. This was also something Victor and the others had agreed upon on the way, to let the more familiar Dr. Frankenstein test the waters first and see how things stood. My father has been missing for a year. Although you are immersed in your research, Doctor, I heard you were once associated with Dracula. How could you not know this? Viken's answer was clearly beyond Dr. Frankenstein's expectations. He looked at Victor with some embarrassment and difficulty. He hadn't told Victor on the way that he had once been associated with Dracula, but fortunately, Victor actually knew what his situation was all about. We are sorry for what happened to your father, King Viken. But as for Dr. Frankenstein, he has now turned over a new leaf and was even being hunted by Dracula. He and his son were rescued by us from the hands of the vampires. Seeing that Victor didn't intend to hold him accountable and instead explained on his behalf to Viken Valerius, Dr. Frankenstein couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and felt a slight sense of gratitude toward Victor. He felt that Victor wasn't as heartless as he appeared. Even though you say so, we still cannot trust you. Therefore, we must ask you to leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. As Viken finished speaking, his sister Anna and his subordinates all pointed their weapons at Victor's group. Did I ever mention that I really hate it when people point guns at me? Just as Victor was about to lose his temper because Viken and his subordinates dared to threaten him with weapons, a tall werewolf lunged out of the forest directly onto his back, making him fall flat on his face while sliding several meters across the snow. At that moment, the only thought in everyone's mind was, this scene was simply too beautiful to behold, far beyond the reach of words. In fact, Victor and the others shouldn't have been so careless. It was just that Viken's sudden hostility had focused everyone's attention on the impending conflict, and the werewolf's stealth and tracking abilities were quite formidable, leading to this current scene. Compared to people pointing guns at me, I definitely hate people interrupting me more. Having lost both face and dignity, Sabretooth was clearly humiliated and angry. He took less than a second to scramble up from the ground. Then came the direct collision between Victor and the werewolf. As the air waves from the impact scattered, the two became entangled, beginning a contest of pure strength. However, Victor was at a bit of a disadvantage in one area. His mouth wasn't as big as the werewolf's. While roaring face to face, he was sprayed with foul breath and saliva. Fortunately, this werewolf's brain wasn't very flexible. Instead of biting down, it focused entirely on competing with him in arm strength. It was probably the first time it had encountered someone whose arm strength could rival its own. Just as the scene fell into a stalemate and others were about to help, the werewolf's reinforcements arrived. Another group of vampires and dark goblins rushed into the town. The group of peasant onlookers immediately vanished, closing their doors and windows tightly, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would become food for these dark creatures. All units, on alert. Commence combat. Eliminate these damn dark creatures. If Viken could sit idly by while the werewolf and Victor, two intruders, fought each other, then these damn vampires and dark goblins were beings that had to be eliminated, or they would severely threaten the townspeople. As the lord and ruler, protecting the lives and property of his subjects was his responsibility and duty. Thus, he began to call his subordinates to fight the invading dark creatures. To Viken, these dark creatures might be quite a trouble. But to Logan, they were nothing more than small fry. For certain reasons, Logan didn't use his bone claws. Instead, he held the silver-plated Tonto Victor had prepared for him in a reverse grip. Clearly, silver weapons were more effective against dark creatures. Wherever Logan's blade flashed, only severed limbs turning to ash and the dying wails of dark creatures remained. In fact, Logan didn't know any Japanese swordsmanship. He was simply relying on his vastly superior physical attributes to perform simple slashes and stabs. But even so, every move he made where he passed was a killing blow. This also drew the enemy's attention to him. It was no longer ordinary vampire grunts and fodder dark goblins rushing at him, but elite vampire squad leaders. However, the only difference was that they could withstand a few more slashes. As for Secretary Tina's side, she was protected by the joint efforts of Frankenstein's monster and Sundance Kid. Tina's marksmanship was also quite good. Only Dr. Frankenstein, being unable to help much, was responsible for reloading Tina's and Sundance Kid's pistols. It must be said that Frankenstein's monster had a lot of potential. With his immense strength, grabbing a vampire was as simple as holding a broken sack. Then, he grabbed a vampire's neck in each hand and swung them wildly like a windmill, knocking away anything that tried to get close to them. Meanwhile, Tina and Sundance Kid found openings in the gaps of Frankenstein's monsters, vampire dance, to fire silver bullets from their revolvers, eliminating any that slipped through. Although the scene had fallen into chaos, the most intense battle still belonged to the contest between Victor and the werewolf. This was the first time Victor had encountered such an opponent, one whose speed, strength, and recovery ability were all on par with his own. Even though Victor had rich combat skills and experience, the werewolf's combat instincts kept it from falling behind at all. On the contrary, because of the opponent's non-human physique, some of Victor's killing moves couldn't be used. Fortunately, his healing factor could instantly resolve the scratches and curses from the werewolf, which gave Victor the capital to trade injuries with his opponent. Both sides possessed claws and strength that could easily tear through steel, yet neither could deal a fatal blow to the other. Luckily, Victor's head, which had been clouded by anger, cleared just in time. Against a werewolf, shouldn't he also use silver? You damn cheater. My handsome face. Didn't we agree not to hit the face when fighting wolves? This was probably what was going through the werewolf's mind as it flew backward with smoke rising from its face after Victor's fist, wrapped in a silver watch chain, struck it. The werewolf, its face severely injured, clearly realized it was no match for Victor. After getting up, it didn't attack Victor again but let out a loud, long howl and fled into the forest. Following the werewolf's long howl that echoed over the town, the remaining dark creatures retreated into the forest like the ebbing tide. Although the dark creatures didn't leave corpses after dying, the still burning bodies of dead soldiers and the mess in the town reminded everyone that they had just been rampaging there. It seems we need to have a good talk. The arrival of the dark creatures brought death and misfortune, but it also changed Viking's attitude toward Victor's group. It was the first time he had seen someone who could fight a werewolf hand-to-hand without falling behind. More importantly, this person was completely unafraid of the curse from being bitten or scratched by a werewolf. The latter was crucial for those like them who were dedicated to opposing Dracula. For many years, werewolves had been a vital combat force under Dracula. Besides being powerful, they could also turn those they bit or scratched into their own kind, which was truly a massive headache. But Victor's appearance gave Viking hope for dealing with the werewolves. Although they still hadn't found a way to deal with Dracula and his father was missing, they finally had a chance to take the first step, didn't they? A bunch of useless trash. You can't even catch Dr. Frankenstein properly. This time, my brides, you shall go in person. Take the werewolf with you. You must bring back the hope of resurrecting our children. While Dracula prepared to send his subordinates to capture Frankenstein's monster, Van Helsing, who had set out from the Vatican long ago, had already crossed the sea and arrived in Transylvania. After receiving Dracula's orders, the brides did not set out immediately. Instead, they had the werewolves bring more vampires and dark goblins to test the strength of Victor and his group. After all, to them, such cannon fodder was available in endless supply. After all, powerhouses capable of facing werewolves head-on posed a great threat to them as well. One must remember that they were not like their master, Dracula, immortal and indestructible. If their hearts were pierced by silver weapons, they would die just the same. Furthermore, even the holy water from the church could cause them harm. Therefore, they would not personally make a move until they had thoroughly gauged the background and capabilities of Victor and the others. Though we repelled their attack this time, I don't think Dracula will let it rest here. Moreover, such large-scale invasions never happened before, they only began after my father went missing. These dark creatures have started constantly raiding and harassing the villages and towns in our territory, with the scale and numbers increasing every time. After collectively repelling the attack from the dark creatures, Victor and his group gained the preliminary trust of Prince Viking. After all, powerhouses who could face werewolves head-on were worth winning over, especially during this period when his father was missing and the morale of his subordinates was wavering. However, Viking still couldn't be certain whether Victor and the others were spies sent by Dracula. After all, Dr. Frankenstein, who was part of their group, had once been Dracula's lackey. This suggests your father's disappearance is likely linked to Dracula. He might have already fallen into Dracula's hands. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that Dracula began frequently attacking your family's lands right after your father went missing. The increasing scale each time is likely to test the limits of your territory's defenses. While Victor was solemnly discussing the disappearance of Viking's father and territorial defense issues, Logan was attempting to flirt with Viking's sister, Anna. Originally, Kid wanted to try as well, but after being threatened by the middle bone claws extended from Logan's left hand, he decisively chose to give up, fearing for the safety of a certain body part. "Hey, beautiful princess, would you be interested in having a drink with me after your brother and the others finished talking?" As it turned out, the enthusiastic Wolverine met a cold shoulder from the red-haired Princess Anna. In truth, Anna had a good impression of Wolverine's face, but her woman's intuition reminded her that he was not her destined one. Clearly, Van Helsing, who had just set foot on the soil of Transylvania, did not know that Mr. Logan, who looked almost exactly like him, was preparing to trade his black hat for a green one. Having met a cold shoulder, Wolverine did not choose to give up. In his view, her silence was likely a form of tacit consent. And even if she resisted and refused, as long as he could initiate negative distance contact, he was confident he could persuade her. After all, he had used this move in France with great success. Didn't those young girls and noble ladies who said no at first end up missing him dearly when he left? However, this time Logan truly hit a brick wall. Just as he reached out, intending to get touchy-feely, Princess Anna, with a cold face, pinned his hand to the dining table with a silver dinner knife. In an instant, the originally harmonious atmosphere became tense once more. However, Viking and Anna felt a secret sigh of relief. The silver knife did not react with Logan's blood, proving that he was indeed not a dark creature in disguise. "I think I need an explanation from you, Your Highness Viking." Seeing Logan, who was usually the one pinning others, being pinned by someone else today, Victor felt like laughing while also feeling a bit of anger. This foolish brother of his could only be bullied by him. How could he let him suffer at the hands of others? Even if it was a woman he liked, it wouldn't do. Besides, this was Van Helsing's girl. Let us temporarily ignore the protagonist's inner drama. Anna's action was actually a result of a tacit understanding between the siblings. After all, the bloodthirsty ferocity and beast-like fighting style displayed by Victor and Logan during combat forced them to remain cautious. Victor, in particular, had been scratched by a werewolf yet seemed completely indifferent to the werewolf's curse. And facts had proven that he could indeed ignore the curse's effects. He didn't even have a scar left. "Respected Victor, although my sister was somewhat impolite, it seems this was brought upon by Mr. Logan's own actions in trying to offend her first." Clearly, while Victor felt Logan was being bullied, the sister-complex-ridden Viking also felt his sister had almost been harassed. Thus, he was sharp in his words, not backing down at all. "Victor, it was indeed I who moved first. It has nothing to do with Miss Anna. Besides, this little injury is nothing to me." Whenever he met a woman he was interested in, Wolverine's head was always ruled by his lower half. Thus, after uttering words that made Victor want to slap him dead on the spot, he pulled out the silver knife pinned to his hand. The wound on his hand healed the instant the knife was removed. The moment Logan's wound healed, Viking and Anna glanced at each other. Seeing the slight contraction of each other's pupils from shock, they knew the same stormy waves of surprise were crashing in their hearts. Combining this with Logan's previous performance in slaughtering vampires, they concluded that Logan's strength was not inferior to Victor's. Furthermore, like Victor, Logan did not fear the werewolf's curse. Since Logan has said so, let us continue discussing how to deal with Dracula. Let the young people settle their own matters. What do you think, Your Highness Viking? Though Victor internally cursed Logan's behavior, he couldn't lash out in such a setting. He had to change the subject and try to keep the conversation going. "Since you put it that way, Victor, let's continue discussing my father's disappearance and the matter of countering Dracula's invasion." Having witnessed Logan's strength, Viking was also unwilling to dwell on the matter. Firstly, it was he and his sister who wanted to test them, and secondly, the opponent's strength clearly exceeded their expectations. If conflict could be avoided, it was for the best. Moreover, he still hoped to use their strength to deal with Dracula. As Victor and Viking resumed their discussion on how to handle Dracula, Logan started flirting with Princess Anna again. However, having just been stabbed with a knife, his behavior was somewhat more restrained and remained within the limits of Anna's tolerance. Yes, even though Logan had just spoken up for her, it only made Anna dislike him more. Victor was clearly defending him, yet he chose to defend the enemy simply because he lusted after her beauty. Such a man was definitely unreliable. Tina, who had some inkling of Anna's mindset, chuckled inwardly and began trying to engage Anna in some girl talk. The effect was unexpectedly good. The two hit it off quickly and became like best friends, occasionally shooting glances at Logan as if looking at a scumbag. Failing in his flirtation, a frustrated Logan vented his annoyance on the former master thief, Kid, who had no status or presence nearby. Under the pretext of helping him share the burden, he took the largest piece of ham from Kid's bowl. Having lost both the girl and his food, Kid felt incredibly wronged but could only prepare to get another piece of ham. However, just as he was about to move, Frankenstein's monster took the entire plate away. Kid then watched as Frankenstein's monster ate his beloved ham along with the plate, while the monster's father, Dr. Frankenstein, smiled and told him to eat more. Ultimately, the dinner ended in a relatively pleasant mood and atmosphere for most. Aside from Kid, who kept staring at Wolverine and Frankenstein's monster with eyes full of grievance and resentment, only Logan looked a bit dejected. After the banquet, Victor and Viken reached a consensus on dealing with Dracula. The group was arranged by Prince Viken to stay in the castle's guest rooms. Dr. Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster were assigned to one room, with the castle guards and servants staying nearby. Viken arranged a separate room for Victor's little secretary, Tina, because she needed to send telegrams to contact the United States Embassy and report their mission progress and receive updates from home. It must be said that the telegraph cable across the Atlantic Ocean, completed and put into use in 1866, made it much more convenient for Victor and the others to stay in touch with their home country. It's nothing. It's nothing. You lose your brain the moment you see a red-haired woman. As for Logan, he was naturally assigned to the same room as Victor. As soon as he entered, he was lectured by Victor, who had just finished bathing and hadn't dressed yet, for his, thinking with his lower half, behavior during dinner. Logan was obviously not one to sit and take a beating. Showing no weakness, he bared his bone claws, and the two began to spar in the room. Fortunately, they knew they were guests and didn't go all out or make a mess of the room. This resulted in the stronger and more combat-experienced Victor quickly pinning Logan to the floor, proceeding to lecture this stupid brother, who couldn't move his feet when he saw a red-haired woman. Tina, don't go. It's not what you think. While Victor was teaching Logan a lesson, Secretary Tina, having received a telegram from home, intended to hand it directly to Victor and pushed open the unlocked door. She then saw a bare-chested Victor pinning Logan to the ground. Blushing, she said, "Sorry to disturb you," then closed the door and ran off. After Victor and Logan stared at each other for a moment, Victor quickly threw on his coat and chased after her. Logan, meanwhile, sat in the chair by the fireplace, pulled a cigar from his clothes, and began to smoke silently. After Victor chased her out, he found Tina looking at him with a mischievous smile. He immediately realized he had been played by the little secretary. "All right, if you've played enough, can you give me the documents in your hand?" As he spoke, Victor reached out his hand, preparing to take the documents the little secretary was holding. Just then, he suddenly heard a slight movement. Victor casually changed the action of taking the documents into a heavy palm strike. After pushing Tina to the ground with one hand, he just happened to dodge a sneak attack from a werewolf. "You guys really are persistent. Since you're here, don't even think about going back." His claws flashed as Victor pounced toward the werewolf. As for Secretary Tina, she had already pulled out her revolver and opened fire on the dark goblins rushing over with the werewolf. The little secretary's gunshots quickly attracted the attention of others. The guards responsible for protecting the castle immediately joined the fray, and the situation was soon brought under control. But this was merely a trap. While the guards and Victor, the strongest fighter, were pinned down here, those vampires began to strike the others one by one. Of course, because their chosen targets were different, their respective fates varied as well. The first fellow who crept to Wolverine's room window met eyes with Uncle Wolf, who was smoking a moody cigarette. He was then grabbed by the neck and dragged inside. Seeing their captain being dragged in by the enemy, his teammates behind him had no choice but to speed up their climb to support their captain. Here, the difference between ordinary vampires and Dracula became evident. Dracula could transform and fly, while this group of pathetic vampires still had to climb walls. Although they already placed great importance on Logan, these vampires were clearly still only enough to be a snack for Wolverine. They were soon dealt with by Logan as easily as chopping vegetables. After dealing with the vampires attacking him, Logan immediately ran toward Princess Anna's room in his memory. Since he had been attacked, could she also be in danger? Meanwhile, Kid, the fastest gun in the west of the Federation who lived right next door to Logan, was completely forgotten by his colleague and superior. Fortunately, he was no pushover either, and the enemy didn't value him enough, thinking a mere human could be handled by a few goblins. Therefore, it wasn't vampires attacking Kid, but a group of dark goblins. Although these creatures were short, they were exceptionally fierce and strong, with power not much less than an adult human male. It's high noon. Just as this group of little monsters wearing breathing masks climbed through the window into the room, preparing to tear Kid apart and eat him, they suddenly heard the opponent say such a mysterious phrase. This was followed by a burst of rapid gunshots, and only darkness remained before their eyes. Officer Victor's new model revolver is indeed easy to use. There's no need to cock the hammer, I can just pull the trigger to shoot. This way, the biggest obstacle limiting my shooting speed no longer exists. Thinking this, Kid twirled his gun and holstered the revolver back at his waist. He prepared to head outside the castle to where the gunshots were coming from. Judging by the sound, it seemed to be Miss Tina's lady's revolver. He remembered that the caliber used by that seemingly petite but violent woman was 9mm, completely outclassing his 7.65mm small revolver. But he still had to go. After all, she was his true superior. As for Boss Victor, he was purely a reckless man who didn't care about anything. While Kid was complaining and rushing toward Tina and Victor, Dr. Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster were attacked by even more vampires. Yes, except for the few that went to Logan's place, all the other vampires came to capture Frankenstein's monster. After all, he was their most important target at the moment. Frankenstein's monster was good at bullying brainless dark goblins like himself, but facing the cunning vampires, he was soon beaten down. Then, he and his father, Dr. Frankenstein, became prisoners of the vampires and were carried howling into the woods. It was also thanks to the gunshots and a werewolf with a louder voice than Frankenstein's monster howling to provide cover for the vampires, otherwise, they would have been discovered long ago. As for why the werewolf was howling so loudly, it was naturally because he was being dealt with by Victor. After the opponent escaped last time, Victor had decided that the next time they met, he must make him stay. For this reason, he had specifically asked Viken to prepare a silver-plated weapon for him, but it seemed it wouldn't be needed now. Because just as Victor was entangled with the werewolf, Logan, who hadn't found Princess Anna, had already run over. In his hand, he held the silver-plated Tonto Victor had prepared for him. The werewolf, who originally held his own in a duel with Victor, soon fell into a disadvantage under the joint siege of Sabretooth and Wolverine, constantly being wounded by the silver-plated blade and the silver watch chain. Finally, when he realized something was wrong and prepared to escape, it was already too late. Soon, he lost his mobility under the barrage of blows and was finally captured alive. Logan had originally intended to kill the werewolf, but he was ultimately stopped by Victor. Victor remembered that Van Helsing seemingly needed to turn into a werewolf to deal with Dracula. Regardless of whether that was actually the case, given how troublesome Marvel's Dracula was in his memory, any possibility had to be explored. Ultimately, through everyone's efforts, except for the few fish that slipped through the net and captured Frankenstein's monster and Dr. Frankenstein, the other dark creatures that came to attack, including the werewolf, were either dead or captured alive. The victorious group was unable to celebrate, however, because they finally discovered that Dr. Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster had been taken away. But sometimes one really has to say that luck determines the direction of many things. For example, this group of vampires who captured Dr. Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster barely managed to escape from Victor and the others, only to run head-on into the demon hunter Van Helsing, who had just arrived in Transylvania. Obviously, they were dealt with just like that. "Excuse me, do you know the address of the rulers of Transylvania, the Valerius family?" Then, when the successfully rescued Dr. Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster thought Van Helsing would destroy them along with the others, they found that he had no intention of harming them. Instead, he also began asking them about the Valerius family. Are you also here to find trouble for Dracula? Thank you very much for saving us. I can take you to the castle where the Valerius family currently lives." Regarding Van Helsing also looking for the Valerius family, Dr. Frankenstein expressed a bit of surprise, which was clearly noticed by Van Helsing. Could there be others coming to find the Valerius family to deal with Dracula together? Although Van Helsing didn't ask it out loud, his assistant, a certain genius apprentice priest named Karl, asked the question for him. "It's like this, Father. A few days ago, a group of soldiers claiming to be from the United States saved me and my son from the vampires. Then they told me they were here to find the king of the Valerius family to deal with the vampires together. I took them near the castle where the Valerius family lives, and they ultimately reached a cooperation agreement with the family. But on the night the agreement was reached, we were again attacked by dark creatures sent by Dracula, and then my son and I were captured again. Fortunately, we met your excellency, otherwise we might have been dead for sure." After listening to Dr. Frankenstein's description, Van Helsing suddenly thought of a group of people, and from Dr. Frankenstein's occasional glances at his face, he also had a general guess. Is the leader of that group of US soldiers called Victor, and is he followed by a man who looks very much like me, with bone claws growing from his hands? Dr. Frankenstein was not very surprised by the information Van Helsing spoke. Because of Van Helsing's face, which looked exactly like Logan's, he had already guessed that the two sides must have some complicated relationship. However, he didn't expect that these two really didn't know each other before. If it weren't for dealing with Mr. Hyde's matter together in Paris, they might never have met. Regardless of the process, Dr. Frankenstein had guessed the result. Therefore, he confirmed what Van Helsing said and asked back about the relationship between Van Helsing and Victor's group. "Actually, it's not a very close relationship, consider us comrades in arms who once fought together. But I'm still happy to have such powerful teammates helping when dealing with Dracula." Clearly, Van Helsing also had a good idea of Victor and Logan's strength. Although he claimed not to be weaker than them, having three strong men dealing with Dracula together meant he wouldn't have to fight alone, which was always a good feeling. Moreover, he always had a feeling that this time, Dracula would not be as easy to deal with as the previous dark creatures, and he might be entangled with his opponent for a long time. With Dr. Frankenstein leading the way for Van Helsing, they soon arrived near Prince Viking's castle and encountered Victor's group, who were tracking the trail of the captured Dr. Frankenstein. "Aha, Van Helsing. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here again. This time, we must have a good drink. Then, we'll have a great time playing with Dracula." Although Victor already knew Van Helsing would definitely come, he was still quite surprised and delighted by his appearance at this moment and the fact that he had just happened to save Dr. Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster. Although the first half of the night had been quite chaotic, the second half was much more stable. After settling Van Helsing and his assistant Friar, everyone else went to rest. The night passed without incident. "I knew it, you'd definitely come, Van Helsing." The person being so enthusiastic was clearly not Victor, much less Logan, but a certain gunslinger, the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, Kid. He had some understanding of Van Helsing's strength. After all, they had dealt with Edward Hyde together before. The impression that big guy left on him still made him feel a lingering fear. However, even a powerful figure like Edward Hyde couldn't last 10 moves against the combined efforts of Van Helsing, Victor, and Logan. Now that they were about to face Dracula, someone who had lived for hundreds of years and sounded very difficult to deal with, having such a powerful ally like Van Helsing was naturally a cause for celebration. "How did you know I was coming? Before returning to the Vatican, even I didn't know I would be assigned here." But Van Helsing noticed the information revealed by Kid. How could he have known he was coming to Romania to deal with Dracula? Of course it was Officer Victor who said so. "Wait, didn't you tell him?" "That's right, Officer Victor, how did you know Van Helsing was coming?" Hearing the gunslinger's words, Victor really wanted to slap this big-mouthed guy to death. But for now, he had to find a way to fudge his way through this. "I was just guessing. As a demon hunter of the church, how could they let an enemy of God like Dracula live so comfortably for so long? Watch out." Obviously, Victor's explanation didn't satisfy Van Helsing, but now was not the time to probe further, because Dracula's vampire brides had finally made their move in person. The biggest difference between them and ordinary vampires was that, like Dracula, they could transform into demons with wings capable of flight. Moreover, they were far stronger than ordinary vampires, not at all inferior to werewolves. This was evident from how they threw cows around like toys to smash into Van Helsing. And our Van Helsing had finally upgraded his equipment this time. To deal with these flying monsters, he obviously couldn't pull out his rotating peeler again. Instead, he held a pneumatic repeating crossbow. Its rate of fire, comparable to an automatic rifle, and its powerful penetration made Victor and the others look on repeatedly. Kid even whispered that it would be great if his revolvers could be that powerful. However, while the pneumatic repeating crossbow had a fast rate of fire and strong penetration, this only meant it was lethal to ordinary people and average monsters. For beings like the vampire brides who possessed super regenerative abilities, being shot just meant having a hole punched through them that would heal almost instantly. Compared to the tickle-like damage of the pneumatic repeating crossbow, the silver watch chain in Victor's hand and Logan's silver-plated katana were actually a greater threat to them. But these two short-range melee fighters didn't have many options against the flying vampire brides. They climbed onto the roof several times trying to pounce and kill, but were easily dodged and took quite a beating instead. However, the vampire brides didn't dare engage them in close combat either, because even the werewolves couldn't beat them. At their level, going in close would just be like serving themselves up on a platter. Van Helsing used the holy water. Fortunately, there was still a smart person among this group, but judging by the way he threw the holy water toward Van Helsing, he wasn't actually that smart. Luckily, Victor, who was well prepared, reacted almost at the same time as the vampire bride Marischka. One man and one vampire pounced toward the bottle of holy water simultaneously. In the end, Victor grabbed the holy water first, while Marischka pounced directly into his arms. She caught Victor squarely and flew up into the air with him and the holy water. Logan. Carrying Victor, the vampire bride Marischka completely lost her agility during her struggle with him, and Logan, summoned by Victor, successfully pounced from the roof onto Marischka's back. Ah! With a loud scream from the vampire bride Marischka, Logan clamped his legs around her waist and then used the bone claws on both hands to repeatedly stab her back, tearing her wings apart in the process. Even more unfortunately, as she wailed and plummeted, Victor bit off the cap of the holy water bottle. Actually, he bit off the neck of the bottle along with it. He then shoved the entire bottle, mouth first, into the vampire bride Marischka's throat. A full 500 milliliters bottle of holy water went straight down her throat and into her body. Subsequently, the divine power contained within the holy water instantly spread throughout her entire body. After struggling and rolling on the ground in agony for a short time, her skin began to crack, with glimmers of golden holy light flickering within the fissures. Finally, the vampire bride turned into a pile of ash in an explosion. No. The three vampire brides shared a psychic connection. Almost the instant Marischka died and turned to ash, the other two brides felt the same pain. They abandoned their original targets, Prince Viken and Princess Anna, and rushed out of the castle, wanting to kill Victor and Logan to avenge their sister. But they found Van Helsing enchanting his pneumatic repeating crossbow with holy water at the church entrance, while Victor waved a fist wrapped in silver chains at them, a murderous sneer playing on his lips. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the two brides didn't bother to call out to the subordinates who had followed them and simply spread their wings and flew away. Since they weren't strong enough to avenge Marischka, they should go back and find their master, Dracula, and let him avenge Marischka. Because he was strong enough and wouldn't be killed by humans like they could be. After the remaining two brides fled, the vampires and dark goblins they had brought were quickly cleared out by the castle guards, Victor, and the others. During this time, Princess Anna was nearly injured by a vampire leader, but she was saved by the demon hunter Van Helsing, who was holding his successfully enchanted pneumatic repeating crossbow. And when she saw the face of the man who saved her, although he looked almost exactly like that frivolous Logan, his steady gaze and temperament told her that this was her man of destiny. Though he also possessed a sense of wildness and unrestraint, it was a completely different temperament from Logan's greenness. That mature sense of having weathered many storms was almost fatally attractive to someone like Princess Anna. And so, when the situation temporarily came to a close, Logan found to his frustration that his target seemed to have been won over by Van Helsing. If it were anyone else, even that thief kid, he would have felt a bit better. But it just had to be Van Helsing, who looked exactly like himself. In terms of looks and strength, Logan believed he was not inferior to Van Helsing, unfortunately, as someone still appearing quite green, he lost out to the other in terms of temperament and steadiness. Victor soon noticed Logan's gloominess. He took out a cigar and handed it to Logan, then gave him a consoling pat on the shoulder, telling him, "My condolences, you can't force matters of the heart." Logan helplessly took the cigar Victor handed him, then lit it for both himself and Victor. He took a deep drag and then exhaled all his troubles and depression along with the smoke. "If she doesn't like me, there will always be women who do." Wolverine was never one to hang himself from a single tree. There were plenty of forests out there waiting for him. Feeling that Logan had preliminarily stepped out of his post-heartbreak gloom, Victor also stood up. He was going to have a good discussion with Viken and Van Helsing about how to deal with Dracula. Since the attackers this time were already Dracula's brides, it was basically certain that Dracula would come in person next time. So, should they wait for the prey to come to them and take him out at their leisure, or should they take the initiative, gather manpower and resources, and strike directly at the heart of the enemy while their werewolf was captured and one of their brides was dead, leaving their strength depleted? These were all things Victor and Viken needed to consider. After all, as an opponent, Dracula's strength and persistence were beyond doubt. "Oh, my dear master, Marischka is dead. Please avenge her. Kill those damned humans." X2. The two vampire brides who returned to the castle collapsed at the feet of their master, Dracula, recounting their grief and anger over their sister's death. And they begged their master to avenge their fallen sister, Marischka. "I felt it, Marischka's passing. But, I will soon have a new bride." However, Dracula's answer was beyond their expectations. He didn't feel grief or anger because of Marischka's death. Instead, he was considering finding a new bride. "Master, do you have no heart?" The two surviving brides were saddened and surprised by Dracula's words and actions, but it was indeed the truth. Dracula had no heart and no soul, so naturally, he would have no love. Ultimately, under Dracula's cold gaze, they pressed into his embrace and then together transformed into a mural on the wall, returning to their true lair. While Victor and the others were discussing how to deal with Dracula, Dracula also needed to go back and prepare. He was going to personally set out to kill those who dared to murder his bride. And then he would bring back Dr. Frankenstein's masterpiece, Frankenstein's monster, as a tool to resurrect his vampire army. But things would never happen exactly as he planned, because under the guidance of fate, Van Helsing, after finishing his discussion with Victor and the others, came to the dungeon in the castle where the werewolf was imprisoned. As a demon hunter, it was his duty and obligation to eliminate dark creatures of this kind. Furthermore, he wanted to see what kind of creature could trade blows with a monster like Victor without being disadvantaged. Ultimately, before Victor and the others could devise a suitable offensive plan, Dracula had already led his brides and subordinates in a full-scale assault to seek revenge and capture Frankenstein's monster. After all, they didn't even know where Dracula's lair was. Discussing an offensive plan was pointless. It would have been a miracle if they had reached any conclusion. But Dracula was different. He was all too familiar with the location of the castle where the Valerius family resided. After all, he had grown up there, lived there, fought there, and eventually died on the battlefield outside that very castle. He was as familiar with it as his own home. However, the long-heartless Dracula was not a sentimental vampire. Upon reaching the outskirts of the castle with his subordinates, he didn't waste words or actions and immediately ordered the attack. His command was to leave no one alive except for Frankenstein's monster. Although Prince Viken had already ordered high alert, the castle guards were still caught off guard by the sudden assault. Moreover, this time, the dark creatures did not just attack the castle, they didn't even spare the small towns and villages surrounding it. The villages they pillaged were left as nothing but piles of burning ruins and human corpses. There were no survivors. The entire village fell into an eternity of silence, turning into a lifeless wasteland. The families of the castle guards lived in these very villages. Watching their homes go up in flames while being unable to leave the castle to check due to their duty was an immense torture for the guards. Some among them with weak wills began to flee secretly. They were truly terrified of the opponents they were about to face, while other guards fled because they couldn't abandon their families. Their departure made the already stretched castle defenses even more precarious. Fortunately, Victor, Logan, and the others arrived in time, allowing the front line to barely hold. In fact, when Dracula attacked, Victor, Van Helsing, and the others were still in a meeting in the castle discussing how to attack Dracula. As it turned out, before they could finish their discussion, the enemy had already come knocking. It was, quite ironically, a significant blow. However, their discussion wasn't entirely fruitless. At the very least, they had agreed on a spend money to avert disaster weapon upgrade plan. They melted down a batch of silver coins to plate the castle guards' cold weapons with a layer of silver. This made their weapons no longer useless against vampires, but rather lethal instruments of death. These weapons played a major role in resisting Dracula's attack. Although they had previously used silver stakes to pierce the hearts of vampires to kill them, they had never considered that simply coating the blades of their weapons with a bit of silver could achieve the same effect. This was partly because past technology wasn't up to par and partly due to a lack of thinking in that direction. But after this attempt yielded such successful results, expensive pure silver weapons might well be replaced. Even though the guards had switched to silver weapons, the enemy's numbers were still too high. They continued to gradually retreat. After all, they were only ordinary humans who felt fatigue and suffered injuries. As for Victor and the others, Dracula himself took action. As Dracula's first appearance and given his status as the vampire progenitor, he swept through the battle, crushing Victor's group. He first caught Victor off guard, attacking him from behind while Victor was busy dealing with 3 minor leaders. Taking a heavy blow, Victor was sent flying out of the castle window by Dracula, soaring over 100 meters before falling into the moat. As for Logan, he underestimated the enemy too much and was bitten by Dracula when the opportunity arose. Subsequently, the vampire's curse and his healing factor clashed violently, leaving him collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Van Helsing, on the other hand, didn't even trade blows with Dracula. The moment the vampires invaded, he thought of the werewolf imprisoned in the castle dungeon. As it turned out, when he and Princess Anna reached the dungeon, the werewolf had unsurprisingly already been released by the vampires. I knew this would happen. I should have stuck to my guns and finished it off from the start, instead of agreeing to let Victor take it back to the United States to research some werewolf cure. Seeing the released werewolf, Van Helsing spoke to Princess Anna with a massive headache. His response, however, was a roar and a frenzied pursuit from the werewolf. Awooh! Van Helsing calmly dodged the werewolf's claw strikes. He even had time to pull out a revolver loaded with silver bullets and, with Princess Anna's cooperation, kill the vampires who had come to release the werewolf. Van Helsing's contemptuous behavior completely enraged the werewolf. The berserk werewolf became faster and stronger, but it was still within Van Helsing's ability to handle, at least, that's what he thought. Using himself as bait, he dodged the werewolf's killing move by a hair's breadth at the moment it pounced. He then had Princess Anna use the revolver filled with silver bullets to fire all 6 rounds into the werewolf's body. The werewolf, hit by the silver bullets, quickly lost its life, its massive body collapsing onto Van Helsing. Then, its fur began to shed and retract, eventually transforming into a gray-haired old man. Father. When Van Helsing pushed the werewolf's corpse off himself, Princess Anna recognized the identity of the body, the missing King Boris. Ugh, it seems. I'm injured. Van Helsing, who had originally thought he would be fine, now discovered a shallow claw mark left by the werewolf on his chest. Though it wasn't deep, in a certain sense, it was fatal. The werewolf's curse had taken effect. Van Helsing would transform into a werewolf on the first full moon after being scratched. Furthermore, because a werewolf's strength is tied to its original human form strength, the werewolf Van Helsing would be extraordinarily powerful. While Dracula was dealing with the wolf and tiger brothers and Van Helsing was dealing with the werewolf, Prince Viken was playing the hero, rescuing our little secretary Tina from dire straits. Despite the protection of a certain top gunslinger of the Federation, and Prince Viken specifically arranging 2 guards for her, their strength was still somewhat meager against the aggressive vampires and dark goblins. Fortunately, Prince Viken remembered they might be in danger immediately and personally brought a guard unit to rescue them. By the time he led the guards to clear out the vampires and dark goblins attacking Secretary Tina, a certain Frankenstein's monster baby had already been taken by Dracula. His father had also died tragically under Dracula's fangs, failing to escape his destined end, just as Van Helsing had still been scratched by the werewolf. Carrying Frankenstein's monster, Dracula flew out of the castle. After tossing the struggling monster to his subordinates to pack up, he flew back to his lair alone. He planned to use these few days of preparation time to add a few more members to his soon-to-be-resurrected vampire army. Splush. A soaking wet Victor finally crawled out of the water. With a crab and seaweed on his head, Sabretooth walked into the hall under the strange gazes of the castle's remaining guards, where the others had already been waiting for a long time. Even the deceased Dr. Frankenstein was there. His body was laid out not far from the dining table. His wide-open eyes had already been closed by Van Helsing, and a gold coin was placed on his chest. Lying next to Dr. Frankenstein was the werewolf, the corpse of the missing King Boris. However, because he was unclothed, he was covered with a white cloth, leaving only his face exposed. It was based on this face that Victor, who had seen photos of the king, recognized his identity. "Sorry, I don't know why, but I got lost in the moat for a bit. But the crabs in your moat taste pretty good." Crunch. As Victor spoke, he took the crab off his head and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it with a loud crunch. From this abnormal behavior, it was clear that he was very, very angry about being sent flying. As for Logan, he finally recovered from his shivering state. His healing factor had ultimately overcome the vampire's curse. But his condition wasn't much better. He looked completely drained, like a husky that had just finished being an idiot and was now admitting its mistake. "We don't have much time left. We must find the path to Dracula's lair as soon as possible, or a great disaster will befall humanity." Van Helsing was still the first to speak. Through Dr. Frankenstein's words, everyone had already learned the significance of Frankenstein's monster to Dracula. With Frankenstein's monster now in Dracula's hands, if they couldn't stop Dracula quickly, human disaster would truly arrive once the vampire army was resurrected. And one thing he kept hidden was that he himself was running out of time. Having been scratched by the werewolf, if he couldn't resolve Dracula quickly, his only choice would be to take his own life before the transformation. Transforming into the very dark creature he had dedicated his life to eliminating was something the Knight Templar and demon hunter Van Helsing could not accept. "Then let's quickly think of a way. I can provide all of our family's records regarding Dracula to you. Let's find a way to resolve this crisis together." At this moment, Prince Viken finally showed his mettle as an heir to the throne. He did not dwell in the shadow of losing his kin or his failure, but went all out to find a way to break the deadlock. "I think I might have discovered something to tell you all." The one speaking was Van Helsing's assistant, a certain novice priest and genius inventor, Karl. As if guided by fate, Karl was the one who ultimately found the path to Dracula's lair. Of course, this was originally part of his and little secretary Tina's job. While the others were discussing how to deal with Dracula, the two of them had been leafing through the materials collected by the Valerius family. Look, according to the records of the Valerius family, the original Dracula was actually the son of the Valerius family's ancestor. After he apostatized, he was killed by a man known as the Left Hand of God. The reactions to the information Karl found were varied. The two descendants of the Valerius family looked slightly embarrassed, while Van Helsing and Logan had zero interest in such gossip. However, Victor stole a glance at Van Helsing when he heard the title, Left Hand of God. That's right. Although this mysterious person known as the Left Hand of God left no other relevant information, it can be confirmed that he likely didn't kill Dracula completely. This led Dracula to make a deal with a demon while on the brink of death. Following Karl's words, little secretary Tina introduced the rest of the situation. But the others were already very impatient by this point. Furthermore, Frankenstein's monster had already been captured, making the situation extremely urgent, so Van Helsing interrupted. "Get straight to the point. Time is tight. We didn't come here to listen to you two give a science lecture on Valerius family history." Karl and Tina inwardly expressed their disdain for Van Helsing's lack of interest in learning. However, understanding the urgency of the situation, they skipped directly to the key point. The ancestor of the Valerius family couldn't bring himself to kill his own child, so he imprisoned him in a place where humans could not reach on foot. But he didn't expect that the demon would also give Dracula wings and magic. "Well, the key to going to that place is that fragment the priest gave you back then." After Karl combined Van Helsing's fragment with the map in the Valerius family castle, he recited the incantation to open the door. The map gradually transformed into a portal that looked like a wall of ice. Then, Tina placed her hand on the ice wall, and something magical happened. The part of the ice wall she touched began to shatter, and her hand passed through it. "It seems a bit cold over there. Since we've found the passage, let's get ready and set off as soon as possible. However, we might need to arrange for 2 people to stay here and guard this spot." In the end, the task of guarding the door unsurprisingly fell to Wolverine, Logan and Kid. The others began to prepare various equipment and the items they would need. By the way, what do you think of that Van Helsing? Even though you look pretty much the same, the girl ran off with him, he. With nothing to do, Kid started teasing Logan again. However, Logan, who was in a bad mood, clearly didn't want to deal with him. He only looked up at him once and didn't answer. Alright, why have you become such a silent gourd today? This isn't your usual style. Could it be that a broken heart really changed your personality? Kid, refusing to give up, continued to provoke Logan's emotions. The gunslinger continued further and further down the path of seeking death. Finally, when everyone had packed their things and arrived before the portal, no cliché events like vampires invading through the portal occurred. However, a certain gunslinger was squatting in a corner with a bruised face, wiping a nosebleed, while the other guard, Wolverine, stood expressionless by the door. If everyone is ready, let's go. I've already warmed up and can hardly wait for the upcoming battle. With that, Logan was the first to pass through the portal. Although he wasn't wearing thick winter clothes, this bit of wind and snow was nothing to someone who had once run naked with wolves in the Canadian snowfields. His self-healing ability also allowed him to handle any sudden attacks that might occur after crossing the portal with ease, rather than being caught off guard like an ordinary person. However, no sudden attack occurred after crossing. Following Logan through the door were Victor and Van Helsing. Subsequently, everyone passed through that portal. After passing through the portal, the group arrived at a high mountain with 3 peaks. Except for the gate embedded in the mountainside at the end of the path, the surroundings were all 90-degree vertical cliffs. No wonder it was described as such. Wow, it's really high here. I think I'm running out of oxygen. Do we have a plan? Back when I worked, there was always a plan: who's responsible for the interception, who's responsible for opening the crates, and so on. Kid, who had forgotten the pain as soon as his scars healed, started playing the fool again, incidentally blocking the path of the apprentice priest, Carl, who was preparing to sneak back. We go through that gate, kill every creature that stands in our way, and stop Dracula's plan. Also, if possible, we kill Dracula along with them. Van Helsing replied to Kid while walking toward the gate embedded in the mountainside. Just as he was trying to figure out a way to pass through the door. Hey, could everyone please step aside? I have something good to show you all. Military imports. The latest technology, TNT explosives, good stuff created by the Prussian, J. Wilbrand. Then, the group watched as Tina stuck several palm-sized explosives onto the door, inserted the detonator, and pulled the wire all the way back to the portal. Hey, everyone come over, the show is about to begin. With a deafening roar, the castle gate, which was dozens of meters high, was blown down. The entire mountaintop shook from the explosion. Well, it seems I used a bit too much. The power was quite significant. Stop looking at me, I'll be more careful in the future. The door is open. Are those guys left for you to deal with? While the TNT blew open the gate, it also announced the arrival of Victor and the others to Dracula. He was currently presiding over the imminent resurrection ritual, and the vibration of the explosion caused a small stone to hit him on the head. Though angry, he understood what was more important. At Dracula's command, the dark creatures in the castle swarmed out. Besides the vampire minions and fodder dark goblins, the statues in the castle also transformed into gargoyles and flew out of the gate. This is a bit different from the scene I imagined. Oh well, I guess I'm just born to work hard. Looking at the dark creatures swarming out of the gate and recalling the loser villain Van Helsing faced in the movie, Victor couldn't help but sigh. After sighing, Victor bared the sharp claws on his hands, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Along with the others, he charged toward the swarming dark creatures. As the tallest among them, he bore the brunt and became the primary target of the enemies, just like on the battlefield years ago. It really brings back memories. After effortlessly sidestepping a vampire's claw strike, he grabbed the opponent's arm, used them as a weapon to knock away a bunch of dark goblins rushing at him, and then decapitated the vampire. It turned out that while ordinary fodder vampires whose heads were removed weren't edible, they would indeed die. My condolences to Bear Grylls. He won't be able to add vampires to his luxury menu. Bear Grylls, they've all turned to ash. How am I supposed to eat them? Eat dirt? Although he could still use the silver watch chain wrapped around his hand to deal with these vampires, it was, after all, a gift from Lincoln. Constantly using it as a weapon and getting it all bloody wasn't good. It definitely wasn't because he used too much force and snapped it or anything. That didn't happen. After discovering a new solution, the cruelty began. We have to be thankful that vampires turn to ash after death and don't leave corpses. Otherwise, the entire castle entrance would have turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Victor was like he was pulling radishes, grabbing one and ripping it apart. Hey, can't you be a bit more elegant? Priest Carl considered himself a man of experience, but facing Victor's bloody and brutal way of killing, he still felt severe discomfort. Although dead vampires turn to ash, they still bleed before that. Thus, the scene Carl saw was one humanoid fountain after another falling and turning to ash. Elegant? Like you, holding a crucifix like a woman, sprinkling holy water and praying. After being criticized by Carl, Victor naturally mocked him back, earning himself a dissatisfied look from little secretary Tina and a glaring stare from Princess Anna. Give it a rest, Victor. In terms of combat, he's even worse than a woman. Of course, that's only in combat. His brain is a precious asset to our church. Many of his inventions are era-defining. For example, this. Van Helsing, unable to stand by, spoke up for Carl. Well, it wasn't exactly a compliment, but it had to be said that Carl's inventions were indeed effective. A flash of light comparable to the sun surged, and all the fodder vampires turned to ash in the light. The previously crowded battlefield was instantly cleared. Once the vampires were dealt with, the remaining dark goblins and gargoyles were like grasshoppers in autumn. They wouldn't be jumping around for much longer. Except for the gargoyles, which took some effort because they could fly, the dark goblins were basically massacred. Are these all? After dealing with the dark creatures at the entrance, the group arrived in the castle's main hall. Looking at the dense layers of vampire stillborns huddled together and hanging from the ceiling, even Victor felt his scalp tingle. I think there are more inside. After answering Carl's question, Victor turned and was about to head deeper in when Van Helsing suddenly bent over and let out a roar like a wolf's howl. His werewolf curse was beginning to take effect. If he couldn't find the cure soon, he would lose his mind and transform into a werewolf on the night of the first full moon. It seems we'll have to split up. Prince Viken, please go with Logan to rescue Frankenstein's monster. Van Helsing and I will deal with Dracula first. As for you, Princess Anna, please take Carl, Tina, and the others to find the werewolf cure. Due to the sudden situation, Victor changed the original two-way split into a three-way plan. He sent those with weaker combat strength to find the werewolf cure, while he and Van Helsing would stall Dracula and wait for the others to complete their tasks and provide support. Clang! Just then, a door inside the castle leading to the hall suddenly swung open. What ran out of the portal wasn't the army of dark creatures everyone imagined, but a deformed human, Dr. Frankenstein's former servant and now Dracula's lackey, Igor. This man, whose appearance was more deformed than a monster's, had an equally deformed heart. Fortunately, he was very afraid of death, and since he feared death, Victor had a way to make him behave. Alright, now you have someone to lead the way. He's a bit ugly, but at least it's better than searching aimlessly without a clue. As soon as Igor pushed open the door, he saw the mess, a hall strewn with the corpses of dark creatures and the group of invaders he thought had been eliminated, Victor and his party. He froze for a moment, then turned around to close the door. He thought he had probably slept too little lately, resulting in hallucinations. Yo, isn't this Igor? Where do you think you're going? But no matter how hard he pulled, the iron door didn't budge. It turned out Victor had already placed his left hand on it, stopping Igor's attempt to close the door. You can't kill Igor. Igor is still useful. Before Victor could even speak, Igor cowered. Even so, he still needed to be taught a profound lesson. Victor reached out and grabbed Igor by the neck, lifting him up and pulling him close, revealing Sabretooth's two iconic canine teeth. Behave and lead them to find the werewolf cure. Otherwise, I'll make you regret coming to this world. Princess Anna, if he doesn't listen, you know what to do. After saying that, Victor threw Igor at Anna's feet. Just as Igor was bracing himself to get up, Victor flicked a dagger, slicing off one of Igor's fingers. If he doesn't listen or stalls for time, cut off another one. One by one. If he still doesn't listen after they're all gone, just kill him. Victor's cold words made Igor swallow the wail he was about to let out, though Igor swore in his heart to get his revenge twofold. But for now, he could only lead the way honestly under the threat, praying that the guards of the werewolf cure would kill these guys and set him free. After a reluctant farewell with Van Helsing, Princess Anna finally set off with the captive Igor and the others. She was going to bring back the werewolf cure for her man of destiny. Meanwhile, Victor and Van Helsing temporarily continued to move with Prince Viken and the others until they found the specific whereabouts of Frankenstein's monster and Dracula. Moving together was much better for communication and safety than splitting up. The path Princess Anna and her group took was in a completely different direction from Victor's. According to Igor's confession, the werewolf cure had been placed by Dracula inside another mountain. They had to brave the lightning Dracula summoned with magic and cross the bridge spanning the two mountains to reach their destination. The only silver lining was that because the bridge was perpetually shrouded in lightning, it was too dangerous for any dark creatures to guard. The group only needed to avoid the lightning as they crossed. This is what you meant by, just some insignificant little lightning, no guards, very safe. Watching bolts of lightning thicker than himself continuously striking the stone bridge leading to the other side, Karl still vented his fire at Igor in frustration, even though there were indeed no guards. He, don't cut Igor's fingers. Igor didn't lie to you, there really are no guards. You just need to dodge the lightning to pass. Igor can lead you across. Igor had originally intended to mock the cowardly Karl, but the dagger gripped tightly in Anna's raised right hand made him change his tune immediately. Igor, I advise you not to play any tricks. Of course, don't even think about running, or the fastest gun in the west of the Federation will blow your head off with the revolver in his hand. Secretary Tina threatened Igor while signaling the former great thief with her eyes to give Igor a warning to crush any thoughts of escape. It's time to show some real skill. Since the real boss had spoken, Kid naturally complied. He pulled out a can of beef from somewhere and tossed it into the air. Following a series of gunshots, the can flying outward had its trajectory changed by Kid's bullets. Every single one of his shots hit the can, yet in the end, there was only one bullet hole on it. Having finished his display, Kid blew on the still warm muzzle and glanced at Igor's head, which was much larger than the can, making Igor shudder in fear. Princess Anna saw that Kid's warning was effective, so she had Igor continue leading the way. After witnessing Kid's quick draw, Igor temporarily abandoned any thoughts of escape. He led the group across the stone bridge, stopping and starting, weaving left and right, narrowly avoiding the falling lightning every single time. Everyone finally understood that the seemingly dangerous lightning actually struck the bridge according to a certain pattern. That was why lackeys like Igor and other dark creatures under Dracula could move freely across this bridge, while others, unaware of the pattern, would be charred by the lightning from above. Led by Igor, the group crossed the stone bridge without further incident and arrived at the mountain castle on the other side. Without the threat of lightning, guards reappeared. Although Victor and the others had killed many at the castle gates earlier, they were only a fraction of the dark creatures inside. As Dracula's lair, there were naturally many dark creatures here. Without strong fighters like Victor and Van Helsing, Princess Anna's group began to show their own unique abilities when facing these creatures. First among them was Princess Anna. Having received various swordsmanship and combat training since childhood, she was never weak. It was only the presence of people like Victor and Van Helsing that made her seem less remarkable. In their absence, Princess Anna displayed combat skills no weaker than her brothers, her silver blade easily reaping the lives of the dark creatures that rushed forward. Unlike the broad and powerful fighting style of men like Victor, she favored a quick and agile approach. The blade in her hand was like a blooming silver cherry blossom, brilliant and deadly. Every flash of Anna's blade took a dark creature's life, and another who performed brilliantly was the former great thief, Kid. As the fastest gun in the west of the Federation, his individual brilliance had been completely overshadowed by spending so much time with monsters. But now, he once again demonstrated the caliber and style of a Western gunslinger, using a revolver to achieve the fire rate of a submachine gun and the precision of a sniper rifle. After every burst of gunfire, a vampire would be shot and killed. However, the inevitable downside of a high fire rate was that he burned through nearly a third of his ammunition in just a few minutes. Fortunately, there weren't many vampire guards to begin with, and they were soon cleared out by Anna and Kid. Tina and Karl didn't even need to fight, they just had to keep an eye on Igor. But the sounds of their battle soon attracted guards from other areas, so the group had to forego resting and continue toward the location of the werewolf cure. Princess Anna was responsible for dealing with enemies from the front, Kid handled the pursuers, and Secretary Tina took care of anyone who slipped through their net. As for Carl, he was in charge of reloading and watching the captive Igor. As they got closer to the storage site of the cure, more guards gathered. Fortunately, because the ceremony Dracula was holding was very important, he had pulled away 90% of the vampire guards from here. Thus, as they went further, even though the guards increased in number, vampires mostly stopped appearing, replaced entirely by dark goblins. These short, ugly little monsters lived up to their reputation as cannon fodder and were easily dealt with by Princess Anna and the others. However, because their numbers were so vast, they still caused quite a bit of trouble. By the time they finally reached the room where the werewolf cure was kept, almost everyone had sustained minor injuries. "I really didn't expect this, little Anna, you actually came." The speaker was Aelera, one of the two remaining vampire brides. She seemed to enjoy talking to and teasing Anna. And Aelera's presence also meant the presence of the other vampire bride, Verona. This was the final line of defense Dracula had prepared for the werewolf cure. After withdrawing most of the vampire guards, he had the two vampire brides, who were grieving for their sister, stay here to recover their spirits while guarding the werewolf cure. "Well, it looks like we're in big trouble." Facing two vampire brides and several dark goblins guards simultaneously without Victor and Van Helsing was far too dangerous for Anna and the others. But now that they were here, there was absolutely no reason to give up. Van Helsing was still waiting for her to bring back the cure and save him. At this thought, Anna became even more determined. No matter what, she had to bring the cure back to Van Helsing. As soon as they engaged, the vampire brides used their favorite tactic and extinguished all the lights in the castle. They had eyes that could see in the dark, while Anna and the others, being ordinary humans, were left completely blind. Using the cover of darkness, the two vampire brides separated Anna from the group. Aelera went to deal with Princess Anna alone, while Verona took care of the remaining three, small fry. As for Igor, the moment the lights went out, he broke free from Carl's grip and fled into the darkness. "Little Anna, did I scare you? Perhaps, I should give you something more intense." Vampire brides Aelera distracted Princess Anna with words while observing Anna's movements using dark vision, preparing to seize an opportunity to attack. Anna originally wanted to discern Aelera's location based on the direction of her voice, but the voice seemed to come from all directions simultaneously, fluctuating and elusive. Clearly, Aelera used magic to confuse Anna. Having lost her sight and with her hearing also confounded, Anna was completely helpless against Aelera. Aelera continuously grabbed and threw her around. She didn't kill Anna, she wanted to torture her, making her feel pain to release the anguish over her sister's death. Just as she finished playing and prepared to kill Anna, her heart suddenly felt a violent spasm of pain. The last time she felt this kind of pain was when vampire bride's Marischka was killed. "No, Verona. Ah, damn it. I'll kill you all." Yes, the other vampire bride's Verona had been dealt with, and the one who killed her was neither a certain quick shooter nor an apprentice priest, but little Secretary Tina. After Anna and the trio were separated, Verona used a similar method to Aelera's approach with Anna. Through a combination of threats and attacks, she drove the trio further and further away from Anna. Although Tina and the others were surrounded by darkness, they at least had 3 people. By standing back to back, they didn't have to worry about sneak attacks from all directions. In reality, however, they had no way to independently face the attack of a vampire brides. They could only serve to warn and remind each other to dodge. This was why Verona was able to drive them away. When Verona felt they were far enough, she finally began her serious attack. The first person she targeted was Kid. Although the quick shooter was glib, he gave her a sense of threat. Therefore, she chose to eliminate him first. Using the cover of darkness, she swiftly ambushed Kid from above and to the side of the trio, dragging him into the darkness before the other 2 could react. After a burst of chaotic gunfire, Kid went silent. Carl was so startled by the sudden attack that he couldn't even hold onto the cross in his hand. Although the holy silver cross could not kill high-level vampires like the vampire brides, it could drive them away and injure them. Clearly, this time, the cross couldn't save him. He was also quickly dragged into the darkness by Verona. The last thought he had before losing consciousness was, "Thank goodness she didn't bite me." In fact, Verona did not kill Kid and Carl. She preferred drinking the blood of living things, so she merely knocked out the two men. She intended to use the woman's blood as an appetizer first. As a result, the unexpected happened. After her two male companions successively went missing and potentially met misfortune, little secretary Tina did not fall into a panic. Instead, she became even calmer. Yes, Verona sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Tina, a threat level no less than that of the two men who killed her sister Marischka. I truly thank you for taking care of those two useless men for me. Since everyone else is gone, I don't need to keep up the pretense anymore. Verona was confused by the words little secretary Tina suddenly spoke. However, this did not stop her from continuing her attack. Verona decided to bite through the woman's throat to punish her for suddenly speaking such baffling words, but her attack was dodged by the opponent. Oh, that was dangerous. If you had caught me, I probably would have died instantly. After easily dodging Verona's attack, little secretary Tina actually had the leisure to continue teasing the vampire brides, which made Verona feel uneasy. Are you starting to feel scared, feeling like you've turned from a hunter into prey? I'm very good at hunting animals, and bats are one of them. Tina walked through the dark hall, holding a pistol in both hands, while continuing to speak words that made Verona uneasy. Yo, found you. Just as Verona couldn't hold back and prepared to attack from Tina's rear flank, she realized the opponent seemed to have anticipated it, turning around and aiming the pistol at her. Following a burst of gunfire, the flying pistol bullets hit the stone wall, kicking up a lot of debris. Although Vampire Bride's Verona successfully changed her flight path at the critical moment, the pistol bullet still struck her wing. Damn it! It's a silver bullet. The Vampire Bride's hit by the silver bullet performed a crash landing, face first. She then reverted to her human form, intending to use close-quarters combat to deal with the woman who dared to injure her wing. However, once the two engaged in combat, Verona realized things were not at all as she had expected. The opponent's strength was no less than hers, perhaps even slightly superior. Furthermore, her fighting techniques were exquisite, better than hers, in fact. For a vampire bride who had lived for hundreds of years, the fighting techniques she possessed were merely a pastime during her long life. Yet, it was the accumulation over a long period that resulted in her current skill level. After all, if you gave a sow hundreds of years to learn how to climb a tree, the sow would probably manage it, wouldn't she? But an amateur is ultimately just an amateur. Facing a professional fighting expert, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Every one of her attacks was either blocked or seen through by the opponent, who then used their highly flexible body to dodge. What kind of monster are you? Immediately after Verona asked that question, Tina struck her waist with a side kick, sending her crashing into a stone pillar, followed by a silver dagger piercing her heart. I'm no monster. If anyone's a monster, it's you. After dealing with Vampire Bride's Verona, Tina tossed her brilliant blonde hair and turned to look for her two unconscious, useless male companions. After all, there was still the little Princess Anna waiting for them to rescue. As for why she knew the two men were still alive, it was naturally because she sensed that Verona had no killing intent when attacking them. But how should I explain this? Should I say I ran out onto the stone bridge and killed Verona with lightning? No, that's too unrealistic. What a hassle. While Tina was troubled over how to explain to the two men how she had eliminated the vampire brides, Anna finally launched her counterattack. Anna seized the opportunity presented by Vampire Bride's Aelara's intense pain over her sister's death and successfully ran into a room near a window in the castle. The lightning constantly flashing outside the window brought her light, meaning she was no longer in the absolutely disadvantageous situation of being completely blind. Am I the only one left? I'm going to suck every drop of your blood dry. And then those three peoples. I will avenge them. Recovering from the pain, Vampire Bride's Aelara flew into Anna's room, finally fully revealing her appearance as a female demon. Her ugly and pale face was covered in ferocity and wickedness, and her wide-open mouth was full of sharp teeth. Her fleshy wings, like those of a bat, were fully spread out, nearly 3 meters long. She pounced directly onto Princess Anna, pinned Princess Anna against the castle wall, and then sprayed a large mouthful of bad breath toward the princess's face. Princess Anna, choked by the Vampire Bride's bad breath, stabbed the silver stake she had hidden in her hand into Aelara's body, her face filled with disgust and nausea. She had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The opponent had consistently avoided close face-to-face contact with her, so she had to keep running while searching for an opening. Finally, Aelera went berserk under the stimulus of the other vampire bride's Verona's death, pinning her against the stone wall, which created a perfect opportunity for a one-hit kill. And she successfully seized this chance and killed her opponent. But speaking of which, how did those three manage to kill Verona? Forget it, I won't think about it. I'll just ask them when I see them later. After dealing with the vampire brides, although Anna was curious about how the other three had killed Verona, she knew she had a more important task, retrieving the werewolf antidote needed to break Van Helsing's werewolf curse. She certainly didn't want to give birth to a wolf cub later on, like that person named Logan. Thinking this, Anna's face suddenly flushed, and she quickly cast that dangerous thought out of her mind. She lit a torch that had fallen on the ground and started heading back the way she came to the room containing the werewolf antidote. She believed that Tina and the others would certainly go to that room after defeating Verona. At that point, whether they arrived first or she arrived first, they could find a way to leave a mark or simply wait for the others to arrive. Meanwhile, Tina finally found the two men piled on top of each other in a corner of the hall. Specifically, Kid was face down, resting on Carl's butt. However, Tina had no intention of admiring the scene. The man she wanted to see wasn't here. She simply extended her foot and kicked the two useless fellows awake. Seeing Tina's unpleasant expression, the quick shooter, who still relied on her for his livelihood, wisely chose to shut up. As for Carl, since Kid didn't ask, he certainly wouldn't open his mouth. After confirming Verona's death, the trio lit a few torches and prepared to return the way they came to the werewolf antidote room, and then assess the situation. If Anna needed help, they would go assist her. If she had already dealt with the vampire brides, she should be waiting for them there. Of course, if she had been killed, they would have to go back to retrieve her body and exact revenge. In the end, the two groups, sharing an unspoken understanding, returned to the werewolf antidote room almost simultaneously. Seeing each other battered but safe, they felt joy and relief deep within their hearts. Well then, since the antidote is acquired, we should go help the men who are still working hard. When Princess Anna said this, Carl and Kid secretly wanted to argue, "We aren't women." But ultimately, they chose prudence and silently followed behind the two women, preparing to go help the men. Just as Anna and the others obtained the werewolf antidote, Victor and his party finally broke through the dark goblin's encirclement and arrived before Dracula. "You're too late, my friends. My children are about to be reborn. The end of humanity is at hand." To Dracula's cringeworthy villain monologue, Victor's group offered no reply. They simply split up according to plan. Viken and Logan would head to the roof to rescue the prisoners, while Victor and Van Helsing kept Dracula busy so he couldn't interfere. "You will not stop me." Dracula quickly realized their intent. He soared into the air to block Viken and Logan, only for Victor to leap up and tackle him around the waist. The two slammed into the resurrection machine's huge power conduit, triggering a chain of short circuits and fires. Scores of dark goblins maintaining the equipment were caught in the blaze, becoming living torches that dashed about the chamber. Seizing the chaos, Viken and Logan burst out of the room and reached the cage on the rooftop. Yet Frankenstein's monster wasn't inside the cage. He was spread-eagled on a frame, a massive iron spike driven straight through his chest. "I'm in agony, help me." Spotting Viken and Logan, Frankenstein's monster knew they had come to save him and immediately cried out, "Be grateful, pain reminds you you're alive." Logan stepped up first, drew the Wakaizashi at his waist, and in 3 swift cuts severed the straps binding the monster. But the right ankle shackle proved troublesome. The little Wakaizashi couldn't slice through a chain as thick as a man's arm. Of course, if he were the future Wolverine Logan armed with adamantium, the chain would part with a casual flick. Phew, amazing stamina. Don't you ever tire. What, the chain won't break? Try my sword. In the end, the late-arriving Viken solved the problem. His two-handed sword was the heirloom of his line, forged by his ancestors from a strange meteorite, supple yet incredibly hard and sharp. Clink. With a clean sweep of the blade, Frankenstein's monster was freed. He scrambled away from the torturous device. "Nice blade, what's it made? BZZZT." As Logan handed the sword back to Viken, his hand brushed the machine. A bolt of lightning struck the apparatus, channeling Logan's life force through every part of the device and into the fetal vampires. "Ha ha ha, I still succeeded. You can't stop me. I knew it. Seeing the machine activate, Dracula was ecstatic. Though it sparked and exploded and clearly wouldn't last, it was working, wasn't it? But what followed defied his expectations. The rebirth of his little vampires never came. Instead, a gory fireworks display erupted. The packed dead fetal vampires detonated like firecrackers. Disgusting yellow-green flesh and slime splattered across the castle. Even Van Helsing and Victor, unfazed by death, blanched and ducked into a corner. No, no, impossible. Why? Damn you. I'll kill you all. The sight nearly shattered Dracula. He had sensed the deaths of his other two brides, but their uselessness left him unmoved. After all, once the little vampires revived, numbers would suffice, he could always find more brides. Now, the very brood he'd counted on was reduced to shredded pulp, utterly unacceptable. In truth, the catastrophe stemmed from the wrong life energy coursing through the machine. Both werewolves and Frankenstein's monster are creatures of darkness. The latter, born from corpses, embodies death yet can transmute it into life. Logan, by contrast, possesses the purest, most vigorous vitality imaginable, life energy diametrically opposed to the death force of the fetal vampires. His earlier rejection after Dracula's bite had already proven that. The clash of two energies had taken even Wolverine Logan, possessing a healing factor and tremendous vitality, quite a while to recover. These little vampires, nothing more than stillborn fetuses to begin with, had no chance of enduring that force and simply exploded. Help me. As the saying goes, get shocked once, feel good for a moment, stay shocked, stay feeling good, then off to the crematorium. The problem was that Logan obviously wouldn't die from it, so he just kept getting zapped. Fortunately, Frankenstein's monster finally had enough. He swung a wooden club and sent Logan flying, sparing him from an endless cycle of electrocution and service as a living battery for gore bombs. Still blackened by the electricity, hair standing on end, Logan dropped from the roof straight into the room and landed at Dracula's feet. Ugh, shit. What is this sticky stuff? Disgusting. No, my hair. My soul. Damn it, I'll kill you. Finding himself turned into an Afro-sporting Wolverine, Logan felt as though he'd lost his soul. He extended his claws and began madly stabbing the Dracula in front of him. Still dripping with slime and gore, and momentarily dazed after his own roar, Dracula let Logan stab to his heart's content. After all, he couldn't be killed that way anyway. Have you stabbed enough? Then his frame began to swell, the human guise faded away, leaving him a full-fledged vampiric demon. What the hell are you supposed to be? Looking at the monster now over 3 meters tall, deathly pale, with batwing membranes and jagged spines down its back, Logan couldn't help asking. Dracula offered no answer, he simply slapped Logan away. Logan crashed through several pieces of equipment and wound up buried under a pile of debris. Clang, clang, clang. Just then the first stroke of midnight rang out. Without an antidote, Van Helsing of course transformed into a werewolf. This really isn't good. No sooner had Victor spoken than the newly werewolfed Van Helsing beside him swatted him aside. He fared slightly better than Logan, at least no heap of equipment came down to bury him. Having sent Victor flying, werewolf Van Helsing ignored him. A bigger, stronger target had caught his eye, the vampire king, Dracula. If Boris's werewolf form stood about 3 meters and counted as fairly strong, then Van Helsing's was the legendary Wolf King. Jet black, sleek fur, wild, bloodthirsty beast eyes, a height surpassing 4 meters, claws that could tear metal like paper, all proclaimed his savage might. Excellent, Gabriel. We've both become players in this grand game, fated to oppose and slay one another, so come. Roaring, Dracula spread wings that spanned 6 meters and launched himself at the werewolf Van Helsing. The wolf crouched, coiled, and sprang, crashing into the vampire's chest. Their claws sank deep into each other's bodies. Locked together mid-air, vampire and werewolf clawed and bit with everything they had, their tangled combat sending them careening wildly. While tearing at each other they slammed through the already battered machinery, reducing it to scrap. Dark goblins and lesser vampires who had meant to aid Dracula took one look at their fellows burning in the flames or crushed by the two titans, and retreated. I knew it, you're nothing but trouble, Logan. Every time, I have to fish you out. If I weren't here, who knows what would happen to you. Victor hurried to where Logan lay buried, grumbling as he began hauling away the debris atop the unconscious Wolverine Logan. Luckily it was only machine parts, not stone and timber. Victor simply tossed them aside rather than doing any real digging. He managed to drag the still unconscious Logan out before Wolf and Vampire demolished the entire room, hauling him into the castle corridor. By now the dark creatures here had been cleared out by Viking and Frankenstein's monster, though their own headlong flight had helped. What do we do now? Prince Viking voiced the question. He could feel that his strength was no longer enough to join the fight inside. What else? We watch the show. We wait for your sister to bring the antidote, or go meet her. Either way, that brawl won't end anytime soon. As he spoke, Victor pulled a tin box from his coat, took out a cigar, sat on a stair, lit up, and savored a long puff. Just as he opened his mouth to say more, his ears twitched. Hearing something, he stood and turned to look behind him. As expected, it was Anna and the others returning with the werewolf antidote. Seeing them all in one piece, they clearly hadn't run into any danger. The happiest of all was Prince Viking, while his sister had been gone fetching the cure he'd been on tenterhooks. But the first words Anna spoke when she got back froze him in heartbroken stone. Where's Van Helsing? Did we make it in time? Is he all right? Victor looked at the grief-stricken, petrified prince and shook his head, sighing inwardly about how times had changed and daughters outgrew their families. Out loud he delivered the news that Van Helsing had already turned into a werewolf. The moment Anna heard Van Helsing had become a werewolf, she clutched the antidote and tried to dash inside. When her brother blocked her, she even tried to hit him. Enough. Going in like this, you'd only get in his way, not help. A werewolf Van Helsing doesn't recognize friend from foe. Only Dracula's keeping his attention off us right now. In the end Victor stopped her, but Anna clearly wasn't ready to give up. She still wanted to save Van Helsing. Give me the antidote. Logan, who'd more or less guessed her plan, suddenly spoke up. Anna glanced at him in surprise but didn't hand it over. Van Helsing can't kill me, even as a werewolf. Victor and I will go in, find a chance, and use the cure on him. After Logan explained again, Anna realized doing it herself was next to impossible. Reluctantly, after a long hesitation, she passed the antidote to him. Victor silently called Logan an idiot little brother, rolled his neck, and signaled they should get ready to go help. The others, unable to offer much, were left in the corridor to hold off any dark creatures or vampires who might come to Dracula's aid. Then let's get in there. With that, Victor charged in first. Just as Logan was about to follow, Victor came flying back out even faster, slammed into the corridor wall, and slid to the floor. Ahem, just a small mishap. Let's go, Logan. Logan, where'd you go? Recovered, Victor rushed in again. Logan waited. Only when Victor didn't reappear and called from inside did Logan extend his bone claws and follow. The room that once housed massive equipment was unrecognizable. 2/3 of the machinery lay in complete ruin. Two hulking monsters had torn the poor devices into assorted scraps of metal, hurling them at each other as weapons. Victor's first flight had come from the werewolf hurling a transformer at him, sending him soaring. Though Logan had said Anna's group was too weak to help, the truth was that, faced with the chaotic brawl, he and Victor couldn't do much for Van Helsing either. In his current state, werewolf Van Helsing couldn't tell friend from foe. He attacked anything that came near and seemed a threat. Dracula, on the other hand, retained his reason and could distinguish enemies, but he was still the foe, and might use the two newcomers to draw the werewolf's attacks. In short, Victor and Logan had merely switched viewing spots, from the corridor outside to inside the room, dodging falling debris. After this went on a while, Victor decided to intervene, otherwise the fight could drag on forever. The pair might even bring the crumbling room down and vanish somewhere in the rubble, so Victor resolved to break the stalemate. He recalled one of Dracula's weaknesses: a wooden stake through the heart would suppress his regeneration. Strike while that held, and surprises might follow. Acting at once had always been Sabretooth Victor's virtue. He told Logan his plan: work together, create an opening, and drive a stake into Dracula's heart. Logan, now. The chance came quickly. Dracula was once more seized by the werewolf and slammed to the ground. As the beast prepared to pounce and finish him, Logan extended his claws, spread his arms, and leapt straight onto the werewolf's face. Logan's powerful legs clamped around werewolf Van Helsing's ribs while his bone claws raked the creature's face. He'd meant to stab but settled for slashing to avoid real harm. Blinded by the sudden assault, the werewolf found Wolverine Logan's claws more than he could bear. The enraged beast charged around the room like a headless fly, desperate to dislodge the infuriating human with those razor claws clinging to its head. Victor seized the moment, leaping up to drive a wooden stake through Dracula's heart before the vampire could rise. The instant the stake pierced skin he met tremendous resistance, but his strength held and he rammed it home just before being flung away. Impaled, Dracula lost his power at once and reverted to human shape, yet the stake began to slip out. Victor scrambled up, rushed back, and, meeting Dracula's hate-filled stare, shoved the stake firmly in again. "Logan, huh?" With Dracula dealt with, Victor shouted for Logan to lure the werewolf over. No answer came. At the same instant his beast instinct screamed of deadly danger from behind. He didn't turn to look, he dove and rolled. Sure enough, the werewolf, Van Helsing, had struck at him from the rear. As for the pup who was supposed to keep the monster busy, he lay nearby, neck limp, looking very dead. When two wolves clash, one must lose. This time it was Wolverine Logan. Van Helsing, ever his nemesis, had first wounded his heart, then snapped his neck, another lethal blow. A broken neck can't kill Wolverine, only leave him senseless for a while. Logan needed time to heal, and that let the werewolf creep up on Victor unnoticed. Foiled in its ambush, the beast did not press the attack. It caught a familiar, hated scent from the human pinned by the stake through his heart, the reek of the damned vampire Dracula. With little reason left, Van Helsing's werewolf chose the simplest test. One bite would tell him exactly what this thing was. He bared fangs wide, clamped them on the slender human neck of the staked Dracula, then tore. The ancient vampire split in two. Dracula's blood burst like cherry petals in bloom, a sight lost on the mindless werewolf Van Helsing. With Dracula dead, the monster turned to finish the two mice, Victor and Logan, only to find they had struck first. Now, Logan. Victor sprang. He had matched the last werewolf, but against Van Helsing he poured every ounce of strength and still began to lose ground. That was enough, he only had to hold the creature a moment, Logan would handle the rest. And Logan did not fail. While Victor grappled with the beast, Logan vaulted onto its back and plunged the werewolf antidote into Van Helsing. Under the delighted gaze of Victor and Logan, the wolf threw back its head in a long howl, then shrank into a naked human, his clothes shredded by the earlier transformation. Another pair of eyes watched with equal joy Dracula's. He had never died, he had sensed Victor and Logan's arrival and, sly as ever, guessed their intent. So he played along, offering the werewolf an opening. Just as he hoped, after a flurry of daring moves the pair used Van Helsing to kill him, then cured the man of lycanthropy. Now, with Van Helsing stripped of wolf power by the serum, even with Victor and Logan beside him he was no match for Dracula. Rejoice in my brilliance. In the end, the last vampire standing is I. Gloating over his triumph, Dracula rose to spring his surprise, only to freeze in bewilderment. Why was Van Helsing transforming again? Oh shit. What the hell is going on? As Van Helsing's body continued to swell and expand, he once again transformed into a werewolf several meters tall in front of Logan and Victor. He then let out a roar toward Logan, spraying him with saliva and other messy things in the process. Roar. How about that? Were you scared? Victor and Logan watched speechlessly as Van Helsing transformed back into his human form. The werewolf cure was indeed a werewolf cure, but its effect seemed a bit different from what they had expected. Without much effort, Victor and Logan learned from Van Helsing's explanation about the cure's effect. It hadn't removed the werewolf curse from Van Helsing's body, but had instead turned the curse into a power he could control. Now, Van Helsing could choose to transform into a werewolf or return to a human body according to his own will. Rather than calling it a curse now, it was more like a power. In the end, Van Helsing successfully convinced Logan and Victor to help him hide the fact that he was still a werewolf. After all, he had to consider many other factors and issues, such as his status and Anna's opinion. As for a certain vampire who was originally planning to get up from playing dead, after seeing Van Helsing transform again, he decisively chose to continue being a coward. However, Victor and the others did not intend to let him off so easily. They collected Dracula's remains, met up with Anna and the others, and returned to the castle of the Valerius family. As for Dracula's subordinates, after learning of Dracula's death, they had already fled without a trace. Therefore, Victor and the others were able to return to Anna's family castle without any hindrance. It's already dawn. Perfect, our top priority is to deal with Dracula's body. I always feel like things aren't that simple. Let's take this opportunity to give him a sunbath. As soon as Van Helsing entered the door, he proposed an unusually sinister idea, because his habit of hunting dark creatures for many years and his sharp intuition told him something was wrong. Victor and Logan shared the same feeling. After the three of them discussed it, they decided to bring Dracula's corpse back. They wanted to grind Dracula's bones and scatter his ashes, ideally, completely molecularizing him before they could feel at ease. Wow, it really is a bit strange. He's smoking from the sun. But he should be dead, right? He's smoking and still not moving. He's way too good at enduring it. Watching Dracula's corpse under the sun, which was emitting wisps of blue smoke and constantly festering yet constantly recovering, not just Sundance Kid, but even Victor began to wonder if this guy was actually playing dead. But if so, he was far too patient. Finding that sunbathing wasn't very effective, they soaked his corpse in holy water and then continued to place it under the sunlight, planning a two-pronged approach, unafraid that Dracula wouldn't show a weakness. As it turned out, they still underestimated Dracula's capabilities. Dracula simply shut down his senses and let them mess with his body. Even if he was completely destroyed, leading to a temporary death, he could quickly resurrect in his coffin. Throwing Dracula's corpse into the holy water was like pouring a ladle of water into a boiling pot of oil. The holy water instantly began to boil and evaporate. Combined with the effect of the sunlight, it looked like a fire scene, with thick smoke billowing, only without the flames. Even so, it was still all thunder and no rain. A lot of holy water was consumed, but Dracula's remains still didn't change much, lying there like two slabs of a dead pork. There's definitely a problem, but where the problem lies is worth thinking about. How about this? We've just been through a big battle and have been busy for so long since coming back, everyone must be exhausted. Van Helsing, Logan, and I will stay, everyone else go rest first. Ultimately, Victor took into account that everyone had just been through a major battle and was physically and mentally exhausted. After coming back and being so busy, he estimated that except for himself, Logan, and Van Helsing, the others definitely couldn't take it anymore. For instance, a certain novice priest had already fallen asleep in a chair on the side. So, he let the others go back to rest first, leaving those who could still persevere to continue finding a way to deal with Dracula's remains, and to keep watch, just in case Dracula wasn't completely dead. Sure enough, as Dracula saw everyone starting to leave, his heart began to stir again. But he found that the three most critical people were still there, and it looked like they wouldn't rest until they completely destroyed this body of his. And so, Dracula and the Victor trio began a contest of patience. Victor and the others tried every method and used all sorts of props, but they still couldn't destroy Dracula's remains. Time passed like this, the sun rose and set and rose again. Those who had gone to rest came by to check on the situation, offered some ideas, found they had no effect, and left again. The trio who had been persistently messing with Dracula's remains began to feel tired themselves, so they started taking turns resting and working on Dracula's corpse. In this way, it took less than a day to kill Dracula, but dealing with the corpse took several months. During this period, Carl even suggested cutting Dracula's body into 8 pieces and sending them to different continents on Earth. Dracula was so scared by this news that he almost committed suicide to return to his coffin. Fortunately, in the end, Victor and the others didn't do it, because they were worried it wouldn't be good if these remains were discovered and exploited by people with ill intentions. Victor knew how much trouble those crazy scientists could cause in the not-too-distant future. Never mind such a large piece of living meat, if you gave them a vial of blood, they could create a bunch of monsters for you. In the end, it was Dracula who got bored first. He understood that with Van Helsing, who could turn into a werewolf, around, he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of force. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well return to his coffin and lie low for a while, say, 100 years or so, to outlive these people. Then he could have a Dracula, the legend returns in 1997 moment. Later, when he actually woke up, he discovered that none of those 3 guys had died either, and he still couldn't make a comeback, but that's a story for the future. For now, with the intention of outliving Victor and the others, Dracula melted into a batch of specially formulated, enhanced holy water prepared by Carl. Finally, the group of people who had come together because of Dracula reached the moment to bid each other farewell. All good things must come to an end. After attending the farewell banquet prepared for them by Princess Anna, Victor, Logan, and the others chose to leave first. As for a certain Van Helsing, he stayed behind under Logan's jealous gaze. He had to stay to confirm a few things before returning to the church to report for duty. While Victor and the others were still messing with Dracula's remains, Secretary Tina had already begun sending the latest news back home via telegram. The letter written by Blood Baron to Dracula eventually fell into Tina's hands. She had discovered it in the room adjacent to where Dracula kept the werewolf antidote. After providing a brief report on the progress of President Lincoln's assassination case, Tina once again inquired if the Quick Reaction Force was in position and ready to execute the upcoming Black Ops plan. After receiving a confirmed response, Tina originally intended to leave immediately for Britain to execute the Black Ops plan and bring Dr. Nathaniel Essex back to the United States. Unexpectedly, Victor and Van Helsing became addicted to playing with Dracula's corpse, and they spent several months messing around until a notice arrived from home. The Quick Reaction Force had finished assembling and had reached the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean aboard a warship. Only then did Victor and Van Helsing finish processing Dracula's corpse, and Tina, who had long since grown impatient, urged Victor and the others to set out. As for why the Quick Reaction Force also took several months to reach Europe, part of the reason was the long voyage, while the other part was that the military had once again reorganized and restructured this unit belonging to X Squad. The original Quick Reaction Force was merely composed of elite soldiers drawn from active duty units. After signing non-disclosure agreements, they were responsible for assisting Victor and others in X Squad with various supernatural phenomena, providing fire support, and handling perimeter security. Consequently, this unit was still performing some conventional missions, such as being deployed to Japan to help train their new-style army. But as Tina continuously sent back intelligence from Europe, the federal government finally realized the importance of the X Squad department and understood that the current strength of the Quick Reaction Force was struggling to keep pace with Victor and the others. The French Paris Guard was a cautionary tale for them. In front of Edward Hyde, they were left disgraced and suffering heavy losses, not to mention losing the French people's dignity. The federal government was naturally unwilling to repeat the mistake in Paris. After receiving Tina's telegram, the then Minister of Defense immediately ordered the reorganization of the Quick Reaction Force. On the basis of the original unit, the establishment was expanded once again, from a reinforced company to a full battalion. And various training programs were added: high-intensity physical training, psychological testing, and day and night cross-country drills, and forced marches. Additionally, diving, swimming, demolition, combat, negotiation, and sniping were also included in the training items. After such rigorous selection and training, only 2/3 of the original Quick Reaction Force members remained. The current Quick Reaction Force was built upon the foundation of those remaining 2/3. Each of them was a super elite among ordinary people, with their physical attributes developed to the extreme. If placed elsewhere, they would be individuals capable of standing on their own. But only in this way could they be qualified to follow Victor and face the enemies of X Squad. Moreover, they were actually quite lucky. Their successors would have to face the likes of the Hulk and Thanos. Compared to those, their current opponents were as gentle as a breeze. Their weapons and equipment were also completely replaced with new fixed cartridge metal shell guns, and everyone was equipped with a pistol, along with a specialized machine gun squad and several infantry cannons. Their training and reorganization only took a few months, which resulted in the presence of a large number of new recruits. In the end, those who went to Europe to execute the Black Ops plan were still Victor's old subordinates, the remaining 2/3 of the Quick Reaction Force veterans. And their commander was still Victor's old friend, Tom. The person responsible for transporting Tom and the others was also an old friend of Victor's, William Smith, who had pursued Rebel Rose, Lady Rose with him back then. After William learned that Tom had been Victor's adjutant and had participated in the Civil War with Victor, fighting side by side for several years, the two quickly became friends. And they found that their impressions of Victor were very similar, usually addicted to alcohol but quite kind and generous to friends, yet once combat began, he was extremely ferocious and fearless. Or rather, that guy was just courting death, though it was usually the other side that died. Blood Baron? Interesting, but the main mission this time is Nathaniel Essex. Mr. Sinister? Speaking of which, he indeed hasn't come into contact with Apocalypse yet, things are getting more and more interesting. After receiving the intelligence provided by Tina, Victor was surprised to find two familiar faces. The one who planned the assassination of President Lincoln was actually the brother and nemesis of the original Union Jack, Blood Baron, and the person he was going to rescue was the very Mr. Sinister who created the famous Cable. That's right, this Cable is the one from the Deadpool movie, the Earthling version of the purple sweet potato spirit, Deadpool's good buddy, the Cyclops boss, and the daughter-doting Cable. Speaking of which, Cable himself is a Cyclops, and his father Scott Summers' nickname is Cyclops. Does this count as a genetic trait for being one-eyed? Yes, Cable's father is that Cyclops Scott Summers from the movie whose girlfriend Jean Grey was stolen by Logan. After Scott was cuckolded by Logan, he married Jean's clone and fathered Cable, Nathan Christopher Charles Summers. Alright, we're off topic. After all, it's still the 19th century, and Logan is still a rebellious young man following behind Victor. Scott hasn't been born yet, nor has Jean Grey. Apocalypse is still a corpse lying in Egypt, and Mr. Sinister is in a prison cell in the Tower of London, waiting for Victor to bail him out. But since he was being sent to rescue him, then once he was out, this person would definitely belong to X Squad. It just so happened that the department lacked such talent. And the military wouldn't object. After all, X Squad was considered a military department, and the military could access and use all research results. Finally, Victor and the others boarded a ship leaving the European continent at a port in France, and after the ship reached the high seas, they transferred to William Smith's warship. It's been a long time, William. Yo, isn't this Tom? It looks like you guys are getting along quite well. And so, amidst Victor's greetings, a Black Ops operation targeting the British Empire gradually began. This time, I can only take you to the border of the British Empire's territorial waters. If we go any deeper, we might be discovered by the British Navy, which could trigger a war. As soon as William spoke, he delivered news that didn't sound very good to Victor and Logan. However, since there was bad news, there was naturally good news as well. While it's a pity I can't continue escorting you, fortunately, this gives you a chance to see the Federal Navy's latest secret weapon. The sound of pitter-patter reached Victor's ears as he recalled William's slightly boastful and proud words before their departure. Victor walked onto the beach from the freezing water. Cold raindrops fell continuously on his head and body, dense, icy, and full of force. So this is the territory of the Empire on which the sun never sets. Dark clouds shrouded the pitch-black night sky. Although everything before his eyes was dark, the slight prickling sense of danger on his skin and the howling night wind reminded him that he was already within enemy territory. Rainwater flowed down Victor's blonde hair, which had become smooth from being wet. He blinked, shaking the rain from his eyes, and after confirming there were no British soldiers lying in ambush, he made a gesture toward the water. Following that, figures dressed in black uniforms, led by Logan, emerged from the water and lay low beside Victor. Everyone is here. The submarines have already begun their return journey. They will come back here in half a month to pick us up and evacuate us from this godforsaken place. In the meantime, they will be docked in a French port as cover. Indeed, the vessels that finally delivered them for the landing were several small United States submarines. Although these lovely underwater demons could not complete a voyage across the entire Atlantic Ocean due to technical reasons, they were already capable of sailing from the high seas to shallow coastal waters to release amphibious combat units. Furthermore, because of their small size, they could be hidden within cargo ships to cross the ocean and reach Britain's international waters. After receiving a response from Logan, Victor quickly checked his equipment: grenades, tactical knives, rifles, and pistols. Everything was accounted for. Logan and the other teammates' equipment was much the same as his. After all, to succeed in an operation, good equipment is always essential. Just like Batman from DC Next Door, or our Iron Man from Marvel, right? Every time, they save the world with god-tier gear. Thinking this, Victor recalled the map he had memorized on the ship. Although the night shrouded everything, it could not stop Victor from confirming their position through his feline-like low-light vision and the map in his mind. Through his memory, information about the landing site was quickly being recalled and analyzed in Victor's mind. This was a beach near the River Thames estuary in Britain. In the future, this might become a tourist destination, but at this moment, it was filled only with the howling night wind and torrential rain. There's no sign of life for dozens of miles, and no patrolling British soldiers. The probability of us being exposed is zero. However, our target is the Tower of London, located at the heart of the British Empire, so the deeper we go, the greater the chance of exposure. After confirming the safety of the surroundings, Victor gathered all the group members for a small meeting. At the meeting, he explained the mission objectives and their current situation, without leaving out the potential troubles they might encounter. Ultimately, they decided to hide during the day and move at night. Taking advantage of the excellent greenery in southern England, they would head west from the dense forests along the River Thames until they reached London. Although they encountered many accidents during this time, none of them caused much trouble for Victor and the others. The most harrowing moment was merely when a soldier responsible for scouting was attacked by a black bear. "Damn it! Save me! I don't want to die yet." Victor did not express any disdain for the soldier's cry for help. After all, not everyone can face death with indifference, and besides, the soldier wasn't crying and begging the enemy for mercy. "This really is a massive target," Victor exclaimed while taking the rifle off his shoulder. He was already incredibly familiar with the weapon in his hands and operated it with ease. This was a breech-loading single-shot rifle with a rotating bolt, and with an effective range of 800 meters and special steel-core bullets. It was an invincible, super killer, of this era. As Victor raised the gun and aimed in one fluid motion, the moment the stock pressed against his shoulder, the black bear's head appeared in the rifle's sights. Bang! Victor pulled the trigger. As the stock kicked against his shoulder, a steel-core bullet flew from the barrel and struck the head of the rapidly running black bear. The blood blossoming in the sights was tinged with white. That was the poor black bear's brains. "Looks like the bear brain soup is a bust, but the bear paws are good material. After eating dry rations for so many days, we can have an extra dish tonight." That night, something happened that left Victor speechless. When he brought out the bear paws he had personally cooked, intending to boast and show off, he found that the cook had actually made bear brain soup. While he was preparing the bear paws, everyone had already drunk their fill. In the end, Victor could only silently eat his dinner with the remaining soup base and the bear paws he had painstakingly prepared. These bear paws were really tough after being roasted. "Whoever said bear paws were a mountain delicacy, I'll let them taste my big steel teeth." That was his final thought that night. After crossing hills, traversing jungles, swimming across rivers, and wreaking havoc on countless wild animals in southern England, they finally arrived on the outskirts of London. During this time, Logan's experiences with being poisoned several times taught Victor that not every animal can be eaten just by removing its head. Of course, the others felt that Victor was actually intentionally letting Logan test his dark cuisine. They even suspected that it wasn't the ingredients themselves that were poisonous, but that the cook had imbued the food with toxicity. Regardless, they all eventually arrived on the outskirts of London without losing a single man. The mission was already nearly half successful. All that remained was the prison break to rescue the person and the evacuation. The outskirts of London were not as safe as the forests along the way. Even in the dark of night, danger lurked everywhere. Victor, who was moving forward, suddenly came to a halt. He raised his palm behind him, and everyone stopped in their tracks, dropping to the ground to hide. Victor had discovered patrolling British soldiers. As expected of the heart of the empire on which the sun never sets. Even in the outskirts, there are still cavalry units patrolling at night. However, if they think they can stop us with just these people, I'm afraid it's nothing but wishful thinking. As a cold smile appeared on Victor's face, he pointed at the patrolling British soldiers and made a throat-slitting gesture to Logan. Then, the two of them disappeared into the night. After discovering the patrols on the outskirts of London, Victor knew that their plan for everyone to sneak in and cause a scene was no longer feasible. "Then we'll go with Plan B. The others will remain hidden and lie in wait while Logan and I find a way to infiltrate the Tower of London to rescue the target. Once we get them out of London, the rest of you will be responsible for support and evacuation." This was the final command Victor and Logan gave before heading off to assassinate the two British soldiers on patrol. The team members decisively chose to retreat into the woods and wait for Victor and Logan to extract the target and regroup with them. As for the mission failing, impossible. There was no mission that Sabretooth and Wolverine couldn't complete together. Having chosen assassination, Victor and Logan handed their long guns over to the others, opting for silent, close-quarters kills. Victor enjoyed this exquisite, unexpected way of killing. He felt it was a form of art, and quite fun. Logan, on the other hand, preferred direct, face-to-face attacks. In his own words, he fucking loved the thrill of his bone claws sliding into an enemy's body. While Victor and his partner prepared for the kill, their targets, those two patrolling British soldiers, made a fatal mistake. They separated from each other. It seemed one of the British soldiers had an urgent call of nature. He left his partner and walked toward a patch of bushes. Just as he pulled out his gear to relieve himself, a massive figure over 2 meters tall suddenly emerged from the bushes. For some reason, the only thing that flashed through the soldier's mind was Demasha. Then, before he could even pull up his pants, his throat was crushed, and he was dragged into the tall grass. As for the other soldier, Logan snuck up on him from the grass and pounced from the front, tackling him to the ground before stabbing him over a dozen times in the chest. His own blood flooded back into his lungs, and bloody bubbles began to pop at the corners of his mouth, yet he couldn't make a sound. "Didn't I tell you to just snap his neck for the assassination? You've turned him into Swiss cheese. How are we supposed to pose as patrolmen to sneak into the city now?" Victor was dissatisfied with Logan's unnecessary flair, but there was nothing he could do. Besides, with his massive build, he probably wouldn't have fit into the uniforms of these British soldiers, who were only about 1.8 meters tall anyway. The final plan shifted from both of them posing as British soldiers to Logan posing as a soldier escorting the criminal, Victor, to the Tower of London prison. However, as it turned out, ideas thought up by a brute like Victor were rarely reliable. Their identities were exposed the moment they tried to enter the city. Just as the patrolling military police were preparing to arrest these two individuals of unknown origin who dared to impersonate British soldiers, Logan gleefully plunged his bone claws into the chest of the British officer in front of him. Seeing that Logan had already made a move, Victor had no choice but to unsheath his claws under the shocked and angry gazes of the other British soldiers, killing the two men who were about to seize Logan. In the end, the promised secret infiltration turned into a frontal assault, but Logan argued, "If we kill everyone who sees us, then no one saw us. That counts as a secret infiltration." Unfortunately, he and Victor didn't have the skills of someone like Ezio. Not only did they fail to kill all the British soldiers, but they were nearly surrounded by reinforcements. Finally, the two of them escaped by jumping into the River Thames. At this time, the British Empire was at its peak, with territories spanning the globe. Although the loss of the American colonies had been a major blow, it hadn't crippled her. With tens of millions of square kilometers of land and millions of regular troops, the British Empire naturally kept London, the heart of the empire, heavily guarded. Although Victor and Logan had repeatedly overestimated the number and fighting spirit of the British soldiers, they hadn't expected there to be so many. Furthermore, the soldiers fought with a complete disregard for their own lives, not necessarily trying to kill the two of them, but simply trying to pin them down to create opportunities for their comrades. With a mission to complete, Victor and Logan obviously couldn't afford to be delayed for long. Moreover, Victor felt that the ones guarding London definitely couldn't be just these ordinary British soldiers. "You're saying these two have strength and speed far exceeding ordinary humans? And even after being shot, their wounds heal rapidly?" Victor's suspicion proved correct. London was indeed protected by a superhero at this time, the biological brother and nemesis of the Blood Baron, the first Union Jack, James Falsworth. He arrived at the scene shortly after Victor and Logan fled. From the descriptions given by the surviving British soldiers, he was reminded of an old rival of his. That rival also possessed strength and speed far beyond human limits and could rapidly heal from injuries. However, that man couldn't move during the day, and he was alone. Could it be the Blood Baron? But these two aren't afraid of sunlight, and there are two of them. Still, it's not impossible that he found a way to stop fearing the sun and gained a new companion. Ultimately, Union Jack, James couldn't make sense of it. He had no choice but to communicate with the British military. If the two appeared again, he was to be notified immediately so he could rush to help. The British government was naturally happy to have such a powerful vigilante help them deal with those two tough customers. They had already heard about how a monster in Paris had left the French humiliated. They were the proud British Empire. How could they let themselves be humiliated by a mere monster like those Gallic roosters and become the laughingstock of the world? While the British army was still searching everywhere near where Victor and Logan had jumped into the river, the two had already swam upstream and come ashore not far from the Tower of London. "All right, we've successfully entered London. What's next?" Fight our way through the front gate of the Tower of London? Rescue the person and then fight our way back out of the city? Logan proposed a method that seemed incredibly stupid to Victor, yet was very much in character for Wolverine and Sabretooth. No, we can't do that. They would likely move the target before we could fight our way in, and we might not be able to protect the target while fighting our way out. After hearing him out, Victor gave it some serious thought before rejecting Logan's plan. He didn't want to be too harsh and blow Logan's confidence. Then what should we do? The plan Victor came up with wasn't actually much more clever than Logan's. He chose to surrender. Sure enough, he and Logan were treated as dangerous criminals and locked inside the Tower of London, which was specifically for high-value prisoners. See, didn't we get in? Victor boasted to Logan, but he was met with a roll of the eyes and a cold retort. The problem is we were brought in locked inside Iron Maidens. Clearly, they couldn't keep Logan and Victor in Iron Maidens forever. Moreover, these particular Iron Maidens weren't instruments of execution, but rather specialized containment units with internal spikes designed to prevent prisoners from struggling or escaping. Although the jolts during transport would cause the internal spikes to prick the prisoners from time to time, such injuries were not fatal. Instead, the process caused continuous blood loss, leaving the prisoners weak and exhausted, ensuring they lacked the strength to resist or struggle when finally placed in their cells. Furthermore, these devices were typically used for the transport of heinous felons. Even if they died from excessive blood loss during transport, no one would be held accountable. In fact, it often saved everyone a lot of trouble. As a result, the soldiers not only failed to be careful to avoid injuring the criminals during transport, but would often intentionally create bumps to solve the problem more efficiently. At this moment, Victor and Logan were receiving this problem-solving treatment. However, for those with a healing factor, this was nothing more than a light drizzle. Finally, they were thrown into separate cells at the bottom level of the Tower of London. Every prisoner here was kept in solitary confinement, with jailers constantly patrolling the area. Yo, these two new guys are something else. They were brought in inside Iron Maidens. I wonder where these tough guys came from. The prisoners on this level welcomed Victor and Logan's arrival in their own way. But the two had no intention of paying them any mind, as they had not yet found the target of this trip, Dr. Nathaniel Essex. Fortunately, they didn't need to search aimlessly, as Victor had a photograph of Dr. Nathaniel Essex in his mind. So, they simply needed to exit their cells, turn left or right, and search through the levels one by one. Unlike when facing an external attack, the prison rarely chose to transfer prisoners during an internal riot, they would only choose suppression. Well then, let's begin. Although Victor and Logan had been stripped bare, leaving only a pair of white underpants, this could not take away their most lethal weapons. Victor first kicked down a centuries-old stone wall in his room to rendezvous with Logan next door, then bent the iron bars of the cell as easily as if he were molding plasticine. It wasn't until Victor and Logan crawled out that the shocked jailer realized what was happening. Just as he pulled out his weapon to stop the two, a hand suddenly reached out from a nearby cell and grabbed his clothes. After that brief moment of delay, Logan had already rushed in front of the prison guard and given him a quick end. "Hey, buddy, seeing as I just helped you out, how about letting me out?" After Logan finished off the guard, the prisoner who had just reached out to help them spoke up. Logan glanced at Victor, and after receiving a nod of approval, he fished the keys off the jailer's corpse and tossed them to the prisoner. "Thanks, brother. Let the others out too. Also, do you know a man named Dr. Nathaniel Essex?" After tossing the keys to the prisoner, Logan asked about the target of their mission, and the answer he received was encouraging. "Dr. Nathaniel Essex? That sounds familiar. In the cell at the far left of this floor, there's a guy named Nathaniel Essex. He often calls himself a doctor." While answering Logan's question, the prisoner had already nimbly used the keys to open his cell's iron door and began rummaging through the jailer's corpse on the floor. Victor and Logan ignored the prisoner's actions. In fact, none of the prisoners here wore clothes, they were all stripped down to a single pair of white boxers. Because those imprisoned here were basically extremely dangerous criminals, one of them had once twisted their clothes into a short rope and killed a patrolling jailer. After that incident, every prisoner held here was stripped bare, leaving only a pair of white cotton boxers. Originally, the warden intended to leave them with nothing at all, but considering that some jailers might commit indecent acts against naked male prisoners, like taking the back road in broad daylight, the idea was scrapped. Thus, the prisoners were allowed to keep their final shred of dignity, a pair of white boxers to cover their shame. However, this left the prisoners with no way to resist the jailers, and no more guards were killed. Dr. Nathaniel Essex. When Victor reached the cell at the far left of the floor, he saw a gaunt man with long hair. He was curled up in a corner of the cell, wearing nothing but boxers, his long, drooping hair obscuring his face. Who's calling me? I'm no longer a doctor, but my theories are correct. Those mediocrities at the Royal Society of Science will pay for their arrogance sooner or later. In response to Victor's inquiry, Dr. Nathaniel Essex rambled on with a long list of complaints and grievances. But Victor did not become impatient. Instead, he felt a surge of pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected to find the mission target so easily. Next, he just had to meet up with Logan at the stairwell on the far right of this floor. Indeed, after obtaining information on Dr. Nathaniel Essex's location, Victor and Logan had split up. Victor went to rescue Dr. Nathaniel Essex, while Logan was responsible for dealing with the other jailers on this floor and helping more prisoners escape. They needed to create chaos so they could fish in troubled waters and find an opportunity to escape from this cage. When Victor rescued Dr. Nathaniel Essex from the cell, the doctor didn't put up much resistance, nor did he show much joy. He was simply carried numbly on Victor's shoulder as they headed toward the exit of the floor. This guy is tough. He didn't forget to take one with him while breaking out. But why didn't he pick someone more handsome? Why choose such a scruffy old man? When one man wearing only underpants carries another man wearing only underpants, the thoughts of onlookers inevitably slide toward the philosophical direction. Alright, the target is secured. Let's find a way to get out of here. Just as Victor and Logan met up and were about to head up the stairs to the next floor, a prison guard suddenly appeared behind them. Yo, you two. Where do you think you're going with Dr. Nathaniel Essex? Just as the prison guard finished speaking, Victor had already grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and then tossed him aside. Cough, 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 it was just a joke, but I almost got choked to death. Brother, what do you do for a living? How is your grip so strong? Indeed, that prison guard was actually the prisoner who had helped Logan at the very beginning, now in disguise. Seeing Logan and Victor also at the exit, he wanted to play a joke on them, only to nearly be crushed to death. Why are you heading back? Aren't you going up? If the other guards come down later, you won't be able to escape. Victor and the others ignored the prisoner's words. The fact that this prisoner was wearing a guard's uniform gave them an idea. They immediately turned back to find other guard corpses, intending to disguise themselves as well. Soon, through looting and searching bodies, they gathered 3 sets of guard uniforms, becoming the only 4 people on this level with clothes to wear. Subsequently, led by the 4 guards, the shirtless, philosophy, criminals from the bottom floor began a riot that would later be known in history as the Great Philosophy Day Riot. Clang, 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 clang. The prison alarm bell, symbolizing a riot, echoed throughout the Tower of London. From the warden down to the ordinary guards, all security personnel entered a state of emergency to suppress the riot triggered by the bottom-level prisoners. Cease resistance immediately. Hands behind your heads and squat. Otherwise, we will not be merciful. One guard was still making a final effort, attempting to stop the frenzied prisoners from continuing their riot, but he was quickly submerged in the rioting crowd, never to be heard from again. In fact, from the moment Victor and Logan decided to slaughter their way from the bottom floor to the surface, it was destined that the riot could not be suppressed unless the guards used weapons of mass destruction. Leading the prisoners released from the bottom, every time they reached a new floor, Victor and Logan were responsible for dealing with the guards, while the other prisoners were responsible for releasing more people to expand their ranks. In this way, as they moved up floor by floor, the ranks of the rioting prisoners snowballed, and the group was no longer composed solely of men in white underwear. Ordinary prisoners in tattered uniforms also joined the riot. After all, freedom is everyone's pursuit. Interestingly, the leaders of this riot were actually a group of guards. Especially the one charging at the very front, it was as if he were possessed by something sinister. He could easily dodge the guards' pistol fire and then rush with extreme speed to the guards who tried to resist, impaling them with the bone claws growing from his hands. They really are pathetic. No wonder Victor can't be bothered to lift a finger, making excuses about needing to protect Dr. Nathaniel Essex. He clearly just finds the opponents too weak. Although Logan kept complaining about Victor's orders in his mind, his movements became increasingly proficient and rapid. He was different from Victor. He didn't care about the strength of his opponents, as long as there was a fight. When Victor and Logan finally led the multitude of prisoners through the blockade, emerging from the dark, deep Tower of London onto the bright, sunlit lawn outside. Everyone get down. Find cover. Those inside, hurry up and pull the hostages out. The bright sunlight and unobstructed view provided the guards on the surrounding walls with an excellent firing environment. At the warden's command, fierce machine gun fire and rifle volleys instantly blanketed the exit of the Tower of London. Dozens of prisoners who didn't have time to drop or take cover fell in pools of blood on the spot. However, as the prisoners inside the tower pushed out the guards they held as hostages, the warden had no choice but to order his men to cease fire. After all, he didn't want to take the blame for ordering his subordinates to kill their fellow guards who were being held hostage. "It seems, Your Excellency, the warden is quite sensible. Prepare several carriages for us, stocked with food and weapons. Then we will leave the prison with the hostages. Once we are clear of London, we will set them free." As soon as the warden heard the demands shouted by the other side, he knew this was absolutely not an ordinary riot, but a planned conspiracy. The opponent's goal wasn't simply to escape prison. By orchestrating this riot, they must have some other, much larger plot in mind. However, he didn't have much time to ponder these issues at the moment, because the prisoners demanded that the items they needed be ready within an hour, or they would start killing the hostages. The warden was tempted to order his men to use heavy machine guns to wipe out those damned criminals along with the hostages, but whether his men would obey was one thing, and the price of giving such an order was something he couldn't afford. Ultimately, while requesting reinforcements from the military and the police, the warden sent men to prepare the carriages, food, and other items the convicts required. He then watched with fury as these damned criminals and human scum forced his subordinates into the carriages and began to leave the outer walls of the Tower of London. Just as the third-to-last carriage passed through the wall gates and reached the road by the River Thames, a sudden change occurred. 3 guards escaped from the carriage, one of them carried another on his back, and together with their companion, they jumped into the swift currents of the River Thames. The prisoners and guards who witnessed this scene fell into an eerie silence, but neither side dared to send anyone to investigate. The situation once again fell into a stalemate. It wasn't until the prisoner who had helped Logan stepped forward again and called for the prisoners to continue their journey that the hair-trigger standoff slightly eased. Evidently, the warden and the London government could not possibly allow these prisoners to leave just like that. If they were allowed to escape, the dignity of the entire empire would vanish. Therefore, a unit of British Army cavalry followed far behind the prisoner convoy, and the British Army had already set an inescapable net in the suburbs where the prisoners were headed. Regardless of the prisoners' pasts, their end was already predestined. Even if it meant sacrificing those hostages, the British government would absolutely not let them leave. With these prisoners drawing the attention of the British government and military, there were only a few minor officers from the London police left to pursue and investigate Victor's trio. "Inspector Lestrade, do we need to request that person's help?" The person responsible for investigating the whereabouts of Victor's trio was a newly promoted inspector of the London Police Department, Lestrade. He had solved several murder cases that had left the police clueless. Consequently, he was dispatched to investigate the traces left when Victor's trio jumped into the river. However, the self-aware Lestrade knew he wouldn't be able to discover anything. Yet, he was reluctant to consult the person who could find the tracks, as he didn't want that person to get involved in an event that would likely be classified as highly confidential. In the end, Lestrade did not involve his good friend Sherlock in this case. After searching along the river himself, he discovered that the 3 individuals disguised as prison guards had actually swum all the way to the outskirts before coming ashore. Well, in reality, only Victor and Logan were actually swimming. Poor Dr. Nathaniel Essex was bloated with water along the way and nearly drowned. Fortunately, he was hardy enough to survive until Victor brought him ashore. After landing, Victor and Logan took Dr. Nathaniel Essex to the woods where the other team members were hiding. After blowing a few signals, they successfully regrouped. "Dr. Essex, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to introduce myself. My name is Victor, and I serve in the U.S. military. In fact, Throughout the journey, Dr. Nathaniel Essex had been held in a semi-captive state by Victor. Of course, having completely lost hope, he didn't offer much resistance. Just as now, he barely reacted to Victor's words. "Well, Dr. Essex, the reason I came to rescue you is that we are very interested in your research results. And we, likewise, have something you are very interested in." As he spoke, Victor used a combat knife to slash his own wrist. But before the blood could even flow out, his muscle tissue began to heal automatically, and subsequently, his skin returned to its original state. How did you do that? Could it be that you are a mutant? My theory is correct. I knew it. Take me away, give me the chance to study your abilities. I am willing to pay any price for this. As Victor demonstrated his self-healing ability, Dr. Nathaniel Essex's originally lifeless eyes instantly burst with an astonishing light. He unhesitatingly sold out his integrity and principles, deciding to follow Victor back to the United States. As long as he could study mutants, he would do anything. It could even be said that this was Dr. Nathaniel Essex's lifelong pursuit. As a scholar and scientist, his greatest achievement was deducing the existence of mutants. But before Victor appeared, he had never seen a mutant himself, nor could he prove they truly existed. Consequently, he had suffered suppression and persecution from countless colleagues. Now, finally, a glimmer of hope had appeared, and he was naturally willing to pay any price to seize this lifeline. "Since you're so cooperative, Doctor, we won't waste any more words. Let's set off immediately, there's still a long way to go." Victor gave himself a silent thumbs up for Dr. Nathaniel Essex's cooperative behavior. He knew that as long as he revealed his mutant identity, a mere doctor would be easily won over. Little did he know that in the mind of the doctor he had rescued, he was already being dissected into pieces, with the doctor wondering if he would recover into 8 identical Victors. Shortly after Victor and the others formed up and began their evacuation, the police led by Lestrade tracked them to the vicinity. Combined with the 2 British soldiers who had gone missing here a few days prior, they instantly realized that things might be serious. Meanwhile, the escaped philosophers had all been subdued by London's military and police. Those who chose to resist were riddled with bullets along with their hostages. "Reporting, officer. The prisoners have been counted. Aside from those killed while resisting, almost all prisoners are here. Only 4 prisoners are unaccounted for, including Dr. Nathaniel Essex. Among the others, 2 are unidentified dangerous elements who were imprisoned just a day ago, and 1 other prisoner is also unidentified." By this point, anyone who wasn't a fool knew something was wrong. Realizing that the target was Dr. Nathaniel Essex, they immediately guessed that the 3 prison guards who jumped into the river must have been Dr. Nathaniel Essex and his rescuers. The person in charge immediately ordered one group to return the prisoners to jail and handle the aftermath, while all other military and police were to search the Thames for Dr. Nathaniel Essex's whereabouts. At that moment, Inspector Lestrade's discovery reached the person in charge. He immediately ordered everyone on the scene to evacuate and head to the London outskirts to hunt down Dr. Nathaniel Essex. They could not let such a dangerous scientist fall into the hands of other organizations or countries, otherwise, there would be big trouble. This was his only thought after receiving the news. In fact, the biggest winner of this prison break was neither Victor nor Dr. Nathaniel Essex, but the prisoner who was currently missing. With Dr. Nathaniel Essex and Victor's group drawing the hatred of the British government and military, the police had no energy to investigate his whereabouts. By the time everything settled, he would have long since disappeared to enjoy his freedom. It seems they evacuated through the woods. Immediately notify the garrison at Gravesend to strengthen the search of the woods around the Thames. They will surely follow the river down and evacuate by sea through the estuary. Also, notify the Royal Navy to step up patrols at the mouth of the Thames and keep a close eye on maritime movements. It must be said that the British Army of this era was still a premier force in Europe, with exceptional efficiency and capability. They soon found traces of Victor and the others and pursued them. Finally, they caught up with the evacuating Victor and his group in a forest near Gravesend. It must be noted that with the frail Dr. Nathaniel Essex in tow, the team's pace was significantly delayed. This led to them being caught by the British Army, followed by a fierce exchange of fire. Fortunately, because the battle took place in the jungle, the British Army was not equipped with heavy weapons. Therefore, from the first round of fire, the British Army was suppressed by the detachment led by Victor and the others. The Federals' weapons had longer range and greater lethality, and every one of them was an elite soldier seasoned by the fires of the Civil War. Especially with cheating existences like Victor and Logan among them, every time they pulled the trigger and the stock kicked against their shoulders, it took the life of a British soldier. Of course, sometimes it might be the life of a British officer. Under the cover and leadership of Victor and Logan, the members of the Quick Reaction Force fought while retreating, eventually successfully shaking off the pursuing British soldiers. But what followed was not a moment to catch their breath, but rather overwhelming British artillery fire. Since they could not recapture Dr. Nathaniel Essex alive, they would never let anyone else have him. "Officer, welcome back. It's a miracle that your operation was successful. It feels like nothing can stump you guys." Secretary Tina stood on the deck of the San Jacinto, giving Victor and the others a most enthusiastic welcome upon their triumphant return. Dr. Nathaniel Essex, who had been brought back by Victor and his team, was already in a state of exhaustion due to days of travel and the excitement of the final skirmish. He was led into the cabin to rest by agents who had been arranged beforehand. "Every miracle requires sacrifice, Tina. Dr. Nathaniel Essex was obtained at the cost of the lives of over a dozen team members. We can't even bring them home or acknowledge their identities. We must make Dr. Nathaniel Essex a member of our department, otherwise, they will have died in vain." After hearing Victor's words, the smile gradually faded from Tina's face. She looked at the teammates who had returned with Victor. Their faces were as calm as ever, showing no sorrow for the sacrifice of their comrades. Perhaps they had long since grown accustomed and numb, but that did not mean they were devoid of emotion. After Tina let the other team members go down to rest, Logan ran off to find Sundance Kid for a drink. This time, he had quite a story to brag about. "I understand, officer. I believe His Excellency the Secretary of War would be very pleased to see us have a research department. After all, we have contained so many X items and files that need to be researched and utilized." Although she didn't understand why Victor valued Dr. Nathaniel Essex so highly, she could roughly guess his value by associating him with the potion he had developed alongside Edward Hyde. That being the case, she needed to think carefully about how to persuade the Secretary of War to agree to establish a subsidiary scientific research laboratory under X Squad. After all, these things cost money. The Quick Response Force directly under the former X Squad, now renamed SWAT, was already equipped with the most advanced gear in the Federation and the best soldiers in the entire army, earning the highest salaries. Now they wanted to build a scientific laboratory, which was notoriously a money pit. "If I can successfully persuade those stingy old men in the military, it would be a miracle. However, perhaps it's worth a try." Ultimately, after Tina sent a top-secret telegram back home, the big shots in Washington immediately held a high-security meeting. The final result of the discussion was that X Squad would expand into the X Division, which would then oversee X Squad, SWAT, and X Files. X Squad would be composed of members with special abilities like Victor and Logan, responsible for containing all abnormal targets and items and executing black ops that ordinary people could not perform. SWAT would serve as a supplementary force for X Squad, providing tactical support, clearing perimeters, and performing conventional missions. X Files would be a scientific laboratory responsible for the research, development, and application of all contained items. As for how Tina persuaded the military big shots, it was simple. Since Dr. Nathaniel Essex could develop the Hyde potion with Edward Hyde, it was possible he could develop a super soldier serum. Under the temptation of mass-producing super soldiers, the big shots of the US military were instantly moved. This was clearly more attractive to them than their first loves. While things were going well for Victor and his team, the British Empire did not have such a happy ending. First, the Tower of London had been easily infiltrated, and then the warden and prison guards were played like fools by the opposition. Not only were their losses heavy, but they couldn't even figure out what the enemy's objective was. Then, in the subsequent pursuit, the pursuing units were crushed by the enemy. If the person in charge hadn't made a decisive call at the end to order the artillery to attack the woods where Victor and the others were hiding, leaving behind over a dozen enemy corpses, they would likely all have faced a court-martial. However, even though they killed over a dozen enemies, they couldn't identify who they were or where they came from. The weapons they used did not belong to any country in the world. These weapons should still have been in development and not yet issued or used in actual combat. Nevertheless, these weapons provided the British Empire's weapon developers with brand new ideas and technology, allowing bolt-action rifles, which would have taken some time, to be issued to the British Army ahead of schedule. This was their only gain. As for the identity of the attackers and the whereabouts of Dr. Nathaniel Essex, they ultimately found no clues. Eventually, with the passage of time and the escalating chaos in Europe, the matter was simply dropped. After bringing Dr. Nathaniel Essex back, the name Nathaniel Essex could naturally no longer be used, so Victor gave him a very bizarre codename, Mr. Sinister. Originally, Dr. Nathaniel Essex was only dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and scientific research, but after facing unanimous criticism and persecution from the academic community, his mental state began to become somewhat abnormal. Subsequently, Victor used his own abilities to prove Essex's hypothesis. To realize the theory of survival of the fittest, Essex began to relentlessly study genes. Every time he saw Victor and Logan, he looked like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep, or a greedy landlord seeing money. A frightening smile would always appear on his face, and whenever he observed DNA samples from Victor and the others through a microscope, his smile was exceptionally terrifying. Although his codename was frightening and his behavior was abnormal, his ability was unquestionable. I've succeeded. By studying and modifying Colonel Victor's genetic material, I've created this potion. It contains a special inhibitory factor that can delay human aging. Furthermore, I've developed an acidic enzyme that can inhibit wound recovery and cause wounds to deteriorate. In just a few years, he achieved significant breakthroughs and research results. The anti-aging potion greatly stimulated the nerves of certain big shots, and a steady stream of funding was immediately poured into the X division. As for the acidic enzyme that inhibited wound healing, it was jointly ordered to be sealed away by Victor and Tina. This was because Victor discovered during testing that this biological enzyme actually worked against his healing factor, or rather, this was a result the doctor achieved by studying his healing factor. Of course, the practical application of this biological enzyme was not entirely satisfactory. It needed to be applied to a weapon, and while it inhibited the wound, it would be continuously consumed by the healing factor. Once it was eventually exhausted, the wound would still recover. During these years of the doctor's research, due to limited conditions, he didn't actually achieve any major breakthroughs. This situation would persist until the arrival of World War I, when a breakthrough would finally occur. To be honest, as a newcomer whose novel is about to go premium tomorrow, I'm a little nervous and excited. Making it this far would have been impossible without my editor, Big Zio. Without his guidance and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. I also want to thank Big Squid of the Abyss. His recommendation, Sacrifice, on Lord of the Mysteries has helped me tremendously, and I offer my heartfelt gratitude. I've actually been a fan of his since the disintegration of the cycle. Check out his works if you're interested, they're all excellent. Most of all, I want to thank every one of my readers. There are far too many of you to name, but I know that without your support I'd never have come this far. I'll repay you with more exciting plots and more frequent updates. Tomorrow, bonus chapters. At least 5. So please subscribe, add to your library, and recommend. Thank you all. After Victor brought Dr. Nathaniel Essex back from Britain, a scientific laboratory under the X Division was soon established. Both he and Logan became regulars at the laboratory. Dr. Essex treated their genes like precious treasures, though he struggled to achieve results due to current technology and equipment limitations. Besides serving as experimental subjects, Victor's rank was also promoted from lieutenant colonel to colonel, leaving him just one step away from becoming a general. However, in this era, rising from field grade to general grade was as difficult as reaching the heavens, especially since Victor was no longer serving as a primary military commander. But soon, he gained such an opportunity. This was because a certain fellow, also a hero of the Civil War known as the Son of the Morning Star, was killed by Native Americans. The slain U.S. officer was named Custer. He came from a distinguished background, graduated from the West Point Military Academy, participated in the Battle of Gettysburg, the turning point of the Civil War, and achieved great military merit. This made him the youngest general in the Federal Army. Nevertheless, with the end of the Civil War, the government began the reconstruction of the South, which required massive expenditures of money and resources. Consequently, the Army, having lost its utility, became a target for downsizing. Custer was also demoted from a glorious federal major general to a lieutenant colonel in the Federal Regular Army. This demotion of many officers was accompanied by large-scale layoffs and shrinkage of the military. After his demotion, Custer was assigned to the 1st Federal Cavalry Division, formed by Victor's old home, the 5th Cavalry Regiment, the 7th Cavalry Regiment, and the 3rd Cavalry Regiment, where he served as the commander of the 7th Cavalry Regiment. During this time, he was court-martialed and suspended for being found absent without leave while intoxicated. However, a combat-ready officer like him could not be left to waste forever. In less than a year of suspension, he was recalled by his old superior, Sheridan, to continue leading the 7th Cavalry Regiment in the war against the Native Americans. It was from that time that he began dealing with Victor's old friend and enemy, Chief Crazy Horse, the leader of the Native American Alliance. To better understand the Native Americans, he even once disguised himself as an ordinary farmer to befriend the Native Americans in the West, learning their language and culture. As the saying goes, no one knows you better than your enemy. It was precisely because Custer had done his homework on dealing with the Native Americans that he was successful in subsequent operations. Rather than saying he was waging a war, it would be better to say he was conducting a carnage. But his march of carnage stopped before a man named Crazy Horse. After losing his battle with Victor, Crazy Horse fled back to his tribe. He then began to reflect on his failures and decided to learn and understand the culture of these white people. He disguised himself as an assimilated Native American and entered small towns where U.S. citizens and Native Americans lived together. There, he learned the language and culture of the white people, understanding their ways of doing things and their styles. He even purchased many books through various channels to read and study. His ultimate conclusion was that if the Native Americans remained a loose collection of tribes, they would eventually be unable to avoid being wiped out by the U.S. So he returned to his tribe, using his identity and prestige to call for all Native Americans to unite and resist the U.S. invasion together. Initially, his appeal was not very effective. However, with the bloody cleansing of various Native American tribes by Custer and his 7th Cavalry Regiment, more and more Native American tribes began to gather under Crazy Horse's banner. And Crazy Horse led the Native Americans to repel U.S. attacks time and again. Finally, the U.S. military dispatched their best man for dealing with Native Americans, the son of the Morning Star, Custer, to face this now renowned Chief Crazy Horse. As soon as Custer stepped into Native American territory, he gave Crazy Horse a show of force. He led the 7th Cavalry Regiment to attack a Cheyenne tribe on the banks of the Washita River, slaughtering everyone. The angry Cheyenne totem, the wolf spirit, roared in the mind of the Red Wolf Crazy Horse, demanding that he avenge his people and believers. And Red Wolf Crazy Horse had already devised a strategy to deal with Custer. He knew where the opponent's weakness lay and would set a trap for that weakness to deliver a fatal blow. Having won the opening battle, Custer once again received praise from the Federation. Among the civilians of the Alliance, he even earned the title of Native American Bane, a title he often took pride in. He successfully defeated the enemy in several subsequent battles with the Native Americans. Each time, the Native Americans suffered heavy casualties, while the losses of the 7th Cavalry Regiment were only about a dozen men. Such negligible losses made him feel that these Native Americans were not worth mentioning at all. The federal military even built him up as a role model for the youth of the Eastern Federation. Enthusiastic newspaper reports in his personal autobiography, My Life on the Plains, gave Custer a reputation and an almost idol-like status. As Custer gradually advanced, he arrived at the place that would decide his life, the Little Bighorn River in Montana. He set up camp near this river, also known as the Little Bighorn River, and prepared to launch an attack at dawn the next day. In the original plan, reinforcements brought by John were supposed to join him at dawn the next day and launch a joint attack, but the reinforcements did not arrive. Unable to wait for the rendezvous, Custer divided his force of several hundred men into 3 columns, 2 to attack from the flanks, while he led 200 men in a frontal assault. His plan was to divide and surround these Native Americans, annihilating them all there. But his opponent, Red Wolf, the Chief Crazy Horse, felt that Custer was the truly crazy one after discovering his actions. An extremely overconfident Custer attempted to charge a Native American camp of thousands with a force of only a few hundred, and even wanted to divide and surround them to wipe them out entirely. He really thought he was Li Yunlong and that Crazy Horse and his subordinates were the Sakata Regiment. Reality proved that Custer did not have the ability to tear enemies apart by hand or kill them from 800 miles away. He and his cavalry were soon heavily surrounded. Subsequently, the surrounded Custer and his cavalry were subjected to a brutal carnage. Red Wolf personally stepped in to deal with them. With qualities far exceeding those of ordinary people, Red Wolf Crazy Horse easily took the lives of the elite U.S. cavalrymen one by one. As for Custer, he was captured alive and died after his neck was snapped by Crazy Horse's own hands. When Custer's body was thrown at his feet like trash by Red Wolf, all the Native Americans let out a cheer. They had won. Shortly after Custer's death, a transfer order was delivered to Victor's desk, transferring me to the 5th Cavalry Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division as regiment commander. Bagley went to Japan, and died at the hands of the Japanese. Custer died at the hands of Red Wolf. Red Wolf. There was so much content in the transfer order that Victor couldn't react for a while. First, he was to serve as a military commander while simultaneously managing the X Division. This clearly didn't fit the military's usual style, but considering the opponent this time was Red Wolf, it was somewhat excusable. After all, Crazy Horse, who possessed the protection of the Pantheon's wolf spirit, had already become the actual leader of the Great Indian Alliance. He led the Indian warriors blessed by the Great Spirits to utterly rout the federal army that had invaded their territory. Facing the Indian warriors led by Red Wolf, Crazy Horse, who possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary men, and other fearless Indian fighters, the federal army couldn't even organize effective resistance. Upon contact, the opposition would use decapitation tactics to take out the commanders. Deprived of their leadership, the federal army scurried like a pack of frightened rats under Red Wolf's assault. Only monsters can fight monsters. This was the conclusion reached by the federal military after several failures and heavy losses. Thus, they sent out their own monster, the hero of the Civil War, the executor of Black Ops, the favorite of former President Lincoln, Sabretooth, Victor. I'm going to twist his head off and keep it as my trophy. The moment of revenge I've long awaited has finally arrived. I want him to pay in blood. These were the words Victor spoke upon leaving after receiving his transfer orders. Although Tina sensed something was wrong with Victor, she didn't dissuade him, because she knew he didn't need such a thing at all. Logan was also transferred away. He was sent to Japan to serve as a military attaché. In his capacity as a regular army major, he would accompany a certain military colonel, who was replacing Colonel Bagley, to continue providing military aid to the Meiji government, helping them suppress various rebelling domains. The reason for sending Wolverine, one of the military's only 2 super soldiers, was that Colonel Bagley hadn't died on the front lines, but was assassinated by mysterious ninjas. These ninjas, calling themselves the Hand, displayed strength and mystery beyond normal humans, forcing the federal government to dispatch Logan to protect their new military commander. I'm well acquainted with killing people, but protecting someone? Are you sure I can do that well? Logan was a bit disgruntled about Victor being made a military commander to go to war while he was sent to an island nation in East Asia to be a luckless bodyguard. However, a few words from Victor made him feel that being a bodyguard wasn't so bad after all. If you kill all the assassins and potential threats, then there won't be any assassinations, and you'll have become an excellent bodyguard. Brilliant. Logan felt that Victor had opened the door to a new world for him. When he got there, if he saw those damn ninjas, disguised as ordinary people, he'd just kill anyone he sensed as a threat on sight. Yes, that's how he'd do it. After all, no threat could hide from his nose and beast instincts. Well then, I'll leave the division's affairs to you, Tina. Though it seems you've always been the one managing it anyway, ha ha ha. That's it then, I'm off. After a cheerful Wolverine, Logan boarded the warship for Japan. Victor also packed his bags. Following a brief farewell to Tina, he set out on his own journey. Red Wolf, I'm coming. For this moment, I've prepared for too long, and I've waited for too long. Tina, sensing she was about to become a very busy person again, buried herself in her work and didn't notice the flash of red light in Victor's eyes as he turned away. Tom, I didn't expect we'd have another chance to be comrades in the same unit. That's right, while serving as the commander of the 5th Cavalry Regiment, Victor also took the members of SWAT, the tactical unit under the X Division, with him. He dispersed them into the 5th Cavalry Regiment to serve as grassroots officers and his own deputies. In other words, Tina was now almost a commander without an army. Aside from Frankenstein's monster, who couldn't show his face. The only agent the X Division could openly deploy was the former Master Thief Kid. And Kid had been dispatched to the mixed residency area to do his old job, acting as a cowboy while gathering intelligence on the Indians. The veterans of the 5th Cavalry Regiment all knew Victor. They knew this war hero had once been a member of their unit and was a junior to their old commander, Bagley. The inserted SWAT members also had former colleagues and comrades there. Those among the group transferred to the Brooklyn 14th Militia Regiment with Victor, who had survived the Civil War, had all joined the subsequent Quick Reaction Force, which was now SWAT. Cheers. Ha ha ha. Victor, when you first joined the 5th Cavalry Regiment, we didn't even know where you got your shoes. Now you're a Federal war hero and our commander. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. The return of an old partner and the appointment of a new commander naturally called for a drinking bout to celebrate. The speaker was none other than Kane, who had been one of the mid-level officers of the 5th Cavalry Regiment back then and was now a major. Their group could be said to have watched Victor grow up. While Victor and the others were celebrating, the Indian cavalry led by Red Wolf attacked a caravan of immigrants once again. These immigrants from the eastern part of the Federation had been lured by the government's highly favorable policies to leave their homes and come to the West. What greeted them, however, was not just favorable government policies, but also Indians who viewed them as bitter enemies. The Indians believed these immigrants were encroaching on land that belonged to them, and they also coveted the immigrants' property and weapons. After defeating Custer's army, Red Wolf led the Indian riders, brandishing tomahawks and muskets, to ravage immigrant towns that had lost their military protection, ruthlessly plundering their wealth and just as cruelly scalping them. The caravan attack this time was just one of many victimized immigrant groups. Although they used sturdy wagons as cover, they ultimately could not escape the fate of being completely looted. Furthermore, because of the casualties they had inflicted on the Indians, the enraged Indians did not kill them after scalping them. Instead, they took their eyes and limbs, leaving them to lie under the sun to wait for death. When Victor's 5th Cavalry Regiment marched to this spot, what they saw was such a bloody and cruel scene. The enraged cavalrymen swore to take revenge for the murdered immigrants. At this moment, Victor actually appeared relatively calm, but he knew that the seeds of hatred had long ago taken root and sprouted between the Federation and the Indians, growing into a cruel and savage tree of war. This would be a mutual, savage slaughter that would not stop until one side completely fell. And what he needed to do was ensure that Red Wolf was the one who fell.